Sunday, October 21st, 1990, 8 a.m. Year 4 Day 66. This day I speak as a voice of the host sent forth to speak of truth and light in chaotic times upon your placement. I serve God and fellow man. I ask only that God be allowed to shine through truth that my brothers can see and not continue to fall in the darkness. My spirit, you are omnipresent and omnipotent. Your name is held in reverence that man may return unto the universal truth of that which is his way. May my voice be heard throughout the lands that truth may prevail and light may shine upon your kingdom once again, as it is in the heavens. Please give unto us this day, that which are our needs that we may serve in totality that our brethren might be given to see and to hear and then, to find his way. May he then rise as the eagle unto the mountains and beyond for that is his right of birth and passage may he be given to understand. Show me, Creator, that which I must show and speak that my younger and smaller brethren can know of my presence and walk with me on the path unto the glory of thine lighted halls in wisdom, in knowing and in godness. Allow man to again see that it is only through the truth and within the light that he shall walk again with thee. Allow my little brethren to stand strong against the impact of temptations which flow as wine from the kicks and make them blind and drunken in their passage. For you are the real within and the power and the knowledge forever. I ask for a return, through man, again into the knowledge of his brotherhood of all relations the winged, the creeping, the tiny, the large, the four-legged, the two-legged, and the many-legged that he recognized that he is only different. May we find balance and harmony that your wondrous kingdom can blossom again as the lotus upon the sea of the universe where she has earned her placement among the heavens. Aho. I ask, please, that you read no further until you understand that of which we write. In the recent journals and expresses and so shall it continue to be we speak of things which seem to have all incorrect definition unto you ones of this current day in your passing. We speak of Zionists and you declare us bigots and anti-Semites and Jew haters. Your fanatics effort to kill my scribe to silence God's words while in the meanwhile, you plead for insight and truth and to be shown the way. Brother of earth, you cannot have it both ways. Your lands are in confusion and chaos and the cycles have come upon you for the tending and nurturing and setting unto right that which your Creator has given unto you. You went forth as caretakers and you have, instead, destroyed. Ye have not need to walk through the ending destruction if you but turn again unto source and cast the light of truth over the lands. Your Creator has prepared a place for you off this troubled planet if you but turn unto him and his hosts in peace, love and goodness, for there shall be no evil brought within his hallowed halls of light. You must, further, use of the wondrous reasoning thought and freedom of choosing which he has given unto you to see the truth of the projections as laid forth for you. You wish to ascend in thine body? Then you must understand that the physical requires the physical and so be it. Your Creator would not leave you without guides and instructions for this difficult time in the cycles of evolution. He is sending forth the word according to his promise. Who will hear? I only ask that I serve well so that mankind can take the hand offered, and that we might walk in light together home. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You who would cast your stones at these journals and slaughter my bringers of truth, I ask you to read this following brief history, for you know not that which you do. You call us bigots and Jew haters, and yet, it will be the Jew of God who will pay most dearly, the price of ignorance. The intent of evil has been to deceive you and suck you within the lies. You have been lulled into sleep by your enemy and the arch-enemy of godness, and you follow without question, in mass, unto the prisons of disharmony. I petition you to read these words and understand truth that you may put aside the lies in time. Hazars. You must return a long distance backward in memory of what you perceive as time. About the time when Charlemagne was, 742 to 814 AD, crowned emperor of the West, the eastern confines of Europe between the Caucasus Mountains and the Volga River were ruled by a Jewish state, known as the Khazar Empire. These were not Jews by birth nor tradition. They chose a religion to be allowed the fitting into the traditional world as established at the time. They began to call themselves Jews against the day which has come upon your lands. They were also referred to as the 13th tribe and Zionists. I have covered this in prior journals and shall not be in the repeating of all of it herein. However, you must have history, for you, as people and nations, have long lost the truth. At the peak of its power, from the 7th to the 10th centuries AD, the Khazar Empire played a significant part in shaping the destinies of medieval, and consequently of modern, Europe. The Byzantine emperor and historian, Constantine Porphyrogenitus, 913 to 959, was well aware of this when he recorded in his treatise on court protocol that letters addressed to the Pope in Rome, and similarly those to the Emperor of the West, had a gold seal worth 2 solidi attached to them, whereas messages to the King of the Khazars displayed a seal worth 3 solidi. This was not flattery, but realpolitik. In the period which we are concerned, it was written, it is probable that the Khan of the Khazars was of little less importance in view of the imperial foreign policy than Charles the Great and his successors. The country of the Khazars, a people of Turkish stock, mingled with Mongol and Nordic races, occupied a strategic position at the vital gateway between the Black Sea and the Caspian, where the great eastern powers of the period confronted each other. It acted as a buffer protecting Byzantium against invasions by the lusty barbarian tribesmen of the northern steppes, Bulgars, Magyars, Pechenegs, etc., and, later, the Vikings and the Russians. But equally, or even more important both from the point of view of Byzantine diplomacy and of European history, is the fact that the Khazar armies effectively blocked the Arab avalanche in its most devastating early stages and thus prevented the Muslim conquest of Eastern Europe. I would like to quote from a learned earth Professor Dunlop of Columbia University, a leading authority on history of the Khazars, who has given a concise summary of this decisive yet virtually unknown episode, so that you may check historical data and find your confirmation. The Hazar country lay across the natural line of advance of the Arabs. Within a few years of the death of Muhammad, AD 632, the armies of the Caliphate, sweeping northward through the wreckage of two empires and carrying all before them, reached the great mountain barrier of the Caucasus. This barrier once passed, the road lay open to the lands of Eastern Europe. As it was on the line of the Caucasus, the Arabs met the forces of an organized military power which effectively prevented them from extending their conquests in this direction. The wars of the Arabs and the Hazars, which lasted more than 100 years, though little known, have thus considerable historical importance. The Franks of Charles Martel on the field of Tours turned the tide of Arab invasion. At about the same time, the threat to Europe in the east was hardly less acute. The victorious Muslims were met and held by the forces of the Hazar kingdom. It can scarcely be doubted that but for the existence of the Hazars in the region north of the Caucasus, Byzantium, the bulwark of European civilization in the east, would have found itself outflanked by the Arabs, and the history of Christendom and Islam might well have been very different from what we know. Given these circumstances, in 732, after a resounding Hazar victory over the Arabs, the future Emperor Constantine V married a Hazar princess. In due time their son became the Emperor Leo IV, known as Leo the Hazar. Ironically, the last battle in the war, AD 737, ended in a Hazar defeat. But by that time the impetus of the Muslim holy war was spent, the caliphate was rocked by internal dissensions, and the Arab invaders retraced their steps across the Caucasus without having gained a permanent foothold in the north, whereas the Hazars became more powerful than they had previously been. A few years later, around year counting of AD 740, the king, his court and the military ruling class embraced the Jewish faith, and Judaism became the state religion of the Hazars. Their contemporaries were as astonished by this decision as modern scholars were when they came across the indisputable evidence in the Arab, Byzantine, Russian and Hebrew sources. One of the most recent comments of great import is found in a work by a Hungarian Marxist historian, Dr. Antal Bartha. His book on the Magyar society in the 8th and 9th centuries has several sections devoted, accurately, to the Hazars, as during most of that period the Hungarians were ruled by them. Yet their conversion to Judaism is not spoken of at great length and, with obvious embarrassment, it reads: Our investigations cannot go into problems pertaining to the history of ideas, but we must call the reader's attention to the matter of the Hazar kingdom state religion. It was the Jewish faith which became the official religion of the ruling strata of society. Needless to say, the acceptance of the Jewish faith as the state religion of an ethnically non-Jewish people could be the subject of interesting speculations. We shall, however, confine ourselves to the remark that this official conversion in defiance of Christian proselytizing by Byzantium, the Muslim influence from the east, and in spite of the political pressure of these two powers to a religion which had no support from any political power, but was persecuted by nearly all, has come as a surprise to all historians concerned with the Hazars, and cannot be considered as accidental, but must be regarded as a sign of the independent policy pursued by that kingdom. This would leave you only slightly more bewildered than before. Yet whereas the sources differ in minor detail, the major facts are beyond dispute. What is in dispute, therefore, is the fate of the Jewish Hazars after the destruction of their empire, in the 12th/13th century. On this problem the sources are pretty scant on your planet, but you will find several various resources which can fill in the early historical blanks. Various late medieval Hazar settlements are remembered and spoken of in the Crimea, in the Ukraine, in Hungary, Poland, and Lithuania. The general picture that emerges for your consideration, dear ones, from these fragmentary pieces of documented information is that of the migration of Hazar tribes and communities into those regions of Eastern Europe, mainly Russia and Poland, where, at the dawn of the modern age, as you call it, the greatest concentrations of Jews were found to be located. A substantial majority of Eastern Jews and hence world Jewry came from the tribes of the Hazar, and not of Semitic origin. The far-reaching implication of this fact should explain to you the great caution exercised by historians approaching the subject if, in fact, it were not avoided altogether. But there is plenty of documentation in historical archives to prove this information which I present to you. In the 1973 edition of the Encyclopedia Judaica, for instance, the article, Hazars is signed by Dunlop, but there is a separate section dealing with Hazar Jews after the fall of the kingdom, signed by the editors, and written with the obvious intent to avoid upsetting believers in the dogma of the chosen race. The Turkish-speaking Karaites, a fundamentalist Jewish sect, of the Crimea, Poland, and elsewhere have affirmed a connection with the Hazars, which is perhaps confirmed by evidence from folklore and anthropology as well as language. There seems to be a considerable amount of evidence attesting to the continued presence in Europe of descendants of the Hazars. How important, in quantitative terms, that presence of the Caucasian sons of Japhet in the tents of Shem. One of the most radical propounders of the hypothesis concerning the Hazar origins of Jewry is the professor of medieval Jewish history at Tel Aviv University, A.N. Polyak. His Hook Hazaria, in Hebrew, was published in 1944 in Tel Aviv, and a second edition in 1951. In his introduction he writes that the facts demand a new approach, both to the problem of the relations between the Hazar Jewry and other Jewish communities, and to the question of how far we can go in regarding this Hazar Jewry as the nucleus of the large Jewish settlement in Eastern Europe. The descendants of this settlement, those who stayed where they were, those who emigrated to the United States and to other countries, and those who went to Israel constitute now the large majority of world Jewry. The above was written before the full extent of the Holocaust was known, but that does not alter the facts in the matter. The facts only confirm and document, with proof, the assumption that the majority of the surviving Jews intent upon establishment of world domination are of the Hazars' origin. This means that their ancestors came not from the Jordan but from the Volga, not from Canaan but from the Caucasus, once believed to be the cradle of the Aryan race, and that genetically they are more closely related to the Hun, Uyghur, and Magyar tribes than to the seed of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. Since this is true, the term anti-Semitism is void of meaning. As the story of the Khazar Empire emerges from the past, you may as well prepare yourselves for the most cruel hoax which history has ever perpetrated. So be it, and Sela, it is the word, and so it is. I trust you begin, now, to understand more fully the cause and reaction of that which is displayed before you in unfolding confusion. You are people trapped within the lie. May God allow the showing of truth unto a weary and confused people of Earth planet. I stand ready, for I know my purpose and I await your call. I am Hayton/Atten. Jai Orgo Series Hayton. Postscript, in reference to Mossad. Mossad is the secret Israeli spy organization. I suggest, for confirmation of events which I have previously outlaid for you, and so that you might better understand that which I shall be giving forth, please read By Way of Deception, by Victor Ostrovsky and Claire Hoy. It can be obtained through America West Publishers or possibly in your libraries. Efforts have been to ban the book from publication and distribution. Or you can wait and take my word for the truth of it. Ostrovsky, however, was a Kidon, member of an assassination unit, and became a Katsa, intelligence case officer. If nothing else, you will find the truth most discomforting indeed. Salut. Reference addresses. America West Publishing Incorporated. Box 986. Tehachapi, California, 93581. Liberty Lobby. 300 Independence Avenue, Southeast Washington, D.C. 20003. Yes, on 23. Box 2386. El Cajon, California, 92021. Chapter 1. Rec number 1, Hayton. Tuesday, September 25, 1990, 9:15 a.m. Year 4, Day 40. Today's watch. Dharma, I request that the father's letter to Bush regarding the son in the Saudi desert be reprinted herein so that it can be documented for history. I also request that it be placed in the next express. I will give you information as to obtaining it, for I do not wish to take time herein to dictate it. As we speak daily of events to note, I ask you to pay attention to the fact that now public references are being made to the possibility that the Resolution Trust Corporation's handling of the SNL debacle is probably going to be worse than the SNL crisis itself. Takes a long time for the first hints to pop through, doesn't it? It means they are about ready to lay the next step off on you, the people. Also note that the president's son, Neil, will only have hearings and other nonsense, and no rendering of legal opinion will be forthcoming until after the 1st of next year. This has everything to do with the November elections. Watch the maneuvers very, very closely. I told you months and months ago that you could know this would come down in the Middle East. I further told you to watch the manipulations regarding participation and pre-planning. I told you that you would be disappointed to find that Hussein, Russia, the US, and all the corrupt Arab governments, and Israel as well as Great Britain would have set up this happening many years ago. Now all are acting shocked to find that Iraq has worked toward this operation for well over 5 years, and all you nice free people are in shock. Stop it. It has been in the planning for decades. Here mere Russia is to her neck in this crisis. The top Soviet expert on tactical warfare, with his specialty being desert tank warfare, was in Iraq throughout July and right up through the time Saddam invaded Kuwait. This man's name is Colonel General Albert Mikhailovich Makashov. Let us see who benefits from this splendid little war. With the price of oil rising dramatically, the American people, like energy consumers everywhere, will be paying outrageous prices. This is not just gasoline, friends, this will include every commodity you utilize, all the while your economy deteriorates and you move into massive unemployment. What will that do to your welfare system, which is already overburdened with all funds expended? The World Bank has already told you they will take the price of oil to over $65 a barrel, and it is on the move. And winter is coming. How are you going to heat your homes? Who gets the money for this wondrous advance in oil prices? Well, it isn't you, the people, is it? Big oil, Arab sheiks, shareholders in oil and gas companies, except for that which is schemed off and placed elsewhere away from the ordinary shareholders. Remember the requirement for a lot of that money from windfall to be placed in the World Bank to be dispersed to deserving countries selected by the International Monetary Fund. Well, and then comes national oil companies, the largest of these being the Soviet Union. Aha! With this price hike, the immediate result is a jump in Soviet revenue for oil, gold and natural gas. Natural gas, long regarded as the dandelions and crabgrass of fossil fuels in the wondrous green lawns of the oil producers, is getting nice new consideration because of this so-called Middle East crisis. As the price of oil settles in at wondrous new highs, gas will become the favorite fossil fuel, helped along by all those nice new environmentalists. As oil prices move up even 50%, that allows gas prices to increase 100, 200, or even 300% in your immediate future. You can safely bet all your family property on that knowledge that the prices will increase dramatically, although circumstances may be more subtle. It has long been planned that the US and the Soviet Union would undertake a major quasi-military or all-out military operation, under the jurisdiction of a United Nations peacekeeping force to hide the participation and guidance of Israel. It would need to be structured in such a manner as to deceive all the nations of people in order to save the assets of the involved corrupted governments from the people of the world. Note that you and the Soviet Union are pursuing identical foreign policy objectives. Funny thing, Russia has been denouncing her role as a superpower from one side of her mouth and writing documents with the US referring to these two superpowers with the other. You cannot imagine how dangerous this is. Come on, blind lambs, does anybody really believe Saddam Hussein is truly crazy? Is he crazy enough to take on the whole world, including the US and USSR, unless he had quid pro quos worked out well ahead of time? A deal was struck that would allow Hussein to participate in a greater share of Kuwaiti oil revenues when the thing would shake out. But what of the war? What of it? You have to have a war. You need to get all those emergency regulations and executive orders through and the economy on a military manufacturing format so the government can better control you the people. If someone doesn't blunder like Israel, the war itself may just be fist-shaking for a while longer. But the best laid plans go astray once underway, for some major players want war and will precipitate it at all costs. Never forget the power of diversion tactics. While the nations, including Russia, rock and reel from economic and other crises which have been bureaucratically precipitated in the global plan of takeover, all attention is diverted to the Middle East and away from the players in the S&Ls, RDC, banks and thus and so. Even the war on drugs and crime are forgotten in the fray. Do any of you realize that public figures show that over 3,000 tons of opiates are produced in the Golden Triangle annually and rising? Do you realize that heroin sells for $1 million per pound? Do you know that the government is somehow intercepting less each year? Further, when the government comes forth and says we have intercepted $7 million in heroin, that is only 7 pounds. Therefore, counting the production of somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 tons and say, only half came into your country for possible confiscation, that would be around 3 million pounds, and the government only intercepts about 1,000 pounds of that. I think you see my point? Well, your government is in a joint venture with the Golden Triangle producers. Death of Pan-Arabism. Now, for a serious situation. With the fracturing of the Arab world, what heretofore has been a solid grouping known as Pan-Arabism is dead. You now have been given a delineation of good Arabs versus bad Arabs, and for several years only bad Arabs have been shown on your movie screens and vignette boxes. The wise men of the New World Order have firmly established the good guys from the bad guys, and this New World Order will be able to punish with impunity those who don't go along with the game plan. It is called divide and conquer. The public, of course, will respond just as they are programmed to, and a major threat, United Islam, will be slowly but surely taken out of the picture, but likely not before a horrendous holy war gives the world a total bloodbath. But you can already see it in Operation Crazies like Saddam Hussein or Ayatollah Khomeini are not to be tolerated on the face of the earth. This process of dividing and breaking up Arab unity might take a while, but it has already been going on for a very long time, and the intensity is ever increasing daily. It moves even faster when the greedy leeches of the individual governments involved are corrupted and become a part of the playing cast. I suggest all of you subscribe to or get availability to a publication called Foreign Affairs. I would even appreciate ones in this local group have access to same. Dharma would rest easier in the onslaught of accusations of hate on presenting only fear-mongering if she could see how much is already out there for you ones and is so seldom read that it would sicken you onto your sick bed. Dear ones, the plan for the reshaping of the Middle East has been put to print publicly, and you must remember that these types of things do not make it to print for a very long time indeed. Significant concept. The above subject was featured in Foreign Affairs, by the way. This is an official publication of the Council on Foreign Relations, yes, CFR. May I take this opportunity to speak of this information, please? The author, Barry Rubin, expresses the format very well for the CFR, and upon this foundation is the U.S. acting. Let me just give you a few excerpts in parable and quotation format. Actually, the ending of the presentation says volumes. The simple reality is that if the United States does not take a decisive stand to discourage aggressive radical states and prevent the flourishing of new weapon systems, including open threats to use them against U.S. allies, the danger will grow. Now, suffice it for me to point out that the CFR places huge significance to this simple reality, and thusly you had better hold your breath, hold your seats and hang on, because action is going to get furiously faster and faster. No matter how loudly they may decry U.S. warnings and criticism, these regimes will have to heed them. One may cite in this context no less an expert than Iraq's Deputy Foreign Minister Nizar Hamdoun: aggressors thrive on appeasement. The world learned that at tremendous cost from the Munich Agreement of 1938. How could German generals oppose Hitler once he had proven himself successful? Indeed, aggressors are usually clever at putting their demands in a way that seems reasonable. This formula should also apply to U.S. policy toward Iraq's ambitions. It gets better. You don't really need to be hit over the head with a 2x4 in order to grasp the significance of what Rubin said. The citing of Hitler as the consequences of appeasement, the use of an Iraqi diplomat to make the point, and a punchline that says Iraq should serve as the object of this U.S. policy. You were getting set up for war, dear ones. Long ago. Watch what comes next. An additional consideration is the possibility of U.S. Soviet cooperation in discouraging aggressive states. It has been abundantly clear as to exactly where the aggressive radical state would be. Aside from the Arab-Israeli peace process, there will be three main priorities for U.S. Middle East policy in the 1990s. First, there is the problem of ambitious, aggressive, radical states that could try to dominate the region, subvert an Arab-Israeli peace settlement, oppose U.S. interests, sponsor terrorism, and overthrow U.S. allies. The most important of This is Iraq, with its victory over Iran, huge oil resources, large army, and ruthless leadership. Crystal ball or Nostradamus? Please, dear ones, men of wisdom who speak as above, need no crystal balls nor prophets. They are structuring the actions and a war is necessary, the spilling of blood, and lots of it, is going to happen. Saddam Hussein has been finessed into a lose-lose situation and he is going to lose, and he helped plan it that way. But in uncountable ways so are you, world. I suppose you can now see why General Albert Mikhailovich Makhachev has been all this time in Iraq. He was sent by Mikhail Gorbachev to help Saddam plan the grab of Kuwait. But will Saddam retain all that wondrous backup? It remains to be seen as to what the Zionists in Israel do. Oh, can't you just hear the soft whispers into the ear of Saddam? Oh, the West will huff and puff a bit and we Soviets will have to denounce you, too. But you will become the leader the Arab world has been praying for ever since the death of Nasser and before. Your own country gave weapons and advice to Iraq. Dear friends, Hussein was a favorite child of yours and he has gone from obscurity to infamy overnight. What could this mean? It means the insiders wrote the script. Try one more confirmation. The New York Times, Wednesday, August 22, 1990, and we know it is a controlled newspaper. The Soviet Union almost certainly knew ahead of time that the Iraqis would invade Kuwait. As longtime allies, Moscow and Baghdad cooperate closely in military and counterintelligence gathering operations. Including technical support personnel, the Soviet Union has between 3,000 and 4,000 military advisors in Iraq. Attention has also focused on the special and secretive visit to Baghdad by a senior Soviet military man, Colonel General Albert Makhachev, on July 17, about 2 weeks before the invasion. Photo reconnaissance and other intelligence sources show critical Soviet military shipments reaching Baghdad as late as August 7, a full 5 days after the invasion was launched and the Soviet-approved embargo was announced. Soviet arms sales to Iraq in the 6 months before the invasion were running at double the levels typical of the 1980s. I suggest that you can consider the following. You might as well refer to the invasion of Kuwait as a Soviet invasion because for practical purposes it was. George Bush and Secretary of State Baker know this. How can you surmise this? Because this article, running as the most prominent op-ed piece at that time in the newspaper, the New York Times is the publication of record for the establishment, is saying to insiders everywhere, not to worry, old friends, our script is being followed to the last detail. Oh, you want to know about who wrote the article in Foreign Affairs and his credentials? Barry Rubin, a senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy and fellow at the Johns Hopkins University Foreign Policy Institute, clearly is one of the experts in planning, by the establishment standards. So be it. Unity a bit too much. Remember back to George Bush's speech to those nice VFW conventioners in Baltimore? He spoke exactly as a leader headed dead on for war. He used statements such as naked aggression, blatant violations of international law, patience, and personal sacrifice. You always have to have sacrifice, and even used the dreaded H word, hostages. And he echoed the very statement right out of Rubin's article, not to be missed. I pledge to you we will not make that mistake again. You can bet on the fact that when Saddam told King Hussein of Jordan that he would start pulling out of Kuwait, Saddam meant it. But by the appointed time to do so, the US had escalated the confrontation to such a degree that doing so would have made it appear he was turning tail in the face of the great Satan. Politics, good judgment, or Arab machoism wouldn't allow further consideration of such action. Got the message? The rest of the world got the instant message: turn your backs on Hussein, and there was massive swirling and twirling of ones getting their backsides properly arranged. But the people aren't let in on these games, and now you have conjured up the deadliest of deadly, say holy war. The rivers will, likely, run red with blood. Would you have ever expected your great opposites and debaters such as Muammar Gaddafi, Jesse Jackson, Pat Buchanan, and Newt Gingrich endorsing the same set of policies whatever they are? No one seems to really be able to sort out exactly what the policies are. And further, how do you accomplish the elusive policies? The establishment paper, the New York Times, tells you it will all be done under the sponsorship of the newly united United Nations. Oh yes, another reminder, there is a great pressing for further Security Council action, needed to constitute the UN into a true international force. The thrust pushes with these words, and it is essential to realize a more profound possibility. How well the world cooperates now can set a bold pattern of peacekeeping for the post-Cold War world. In the event of such action, the Soviet Union has also declared its willingness to contribute troops. The reminder is for you who count. The UN Security Council resolution which endorsed the Iraqi embargo was number 664. Won't it be interesting to see just what the UN Security Council resolution number 666 will provide? Before we move back into comparative history, it is important to note that they are now telling you all sorts of stories about the hardships of prior shuttle flights, but never the truth right to this day. They still lie to you about what is being done and what is in the payload base. Your entire shuttle and space program have been naught but shams from onset. Now there is a most interesting sidelight in operations. The military is taking over the installations looking for intelligent life out there. Why do you suppose they are doing that? Could it be that NASA woes, let us print a newspaper article from Cape Canaveral, AP, Sunday, September 23, 1990. NASA woes nothing new, former US astronaut says. For NASA, mired in the space shuttle's woes, the Apollo era may seem like a golden age light years away. But the moonwalkers say there were problems then, too. Hopefully, all of the folks at NASA who have to be discouraged at the moment can remember that things were not all sweet and precise during the Apollo years, said Alan Shepard, 66, the first American in space in 1961 and the fifth to walk on the moon 10 years later. Boy, is that the understatement of the 20th century. NASA's fourth attempt to launch Columbia failed last week when hydrogen flooded the shuttle's engine compartment again despite repeated repairs. Leaking hydrogen, like hardship, is nothing new for NASA. Apollo 12 had a leaky hydrogen tank that had to be replaced during the countdown in November 1969. In April 1970, Apollo 13 suffered an oxygen tank explosion 205,000 miles from Earth, and the planned moon landing was abandoned and the mission aborted. There also was the fire. 3 astronauts died January 27, 1967, when flames engulfed their capsule during a countdown rehearsal for the first manned Apollo mission. It was America's first space tragedy and the only one until the 1986 Challenger explosion that killed all 7 aboard. Apollo 11's Edwin Buzz Aldrin, 60, who walked on the moon after Neil Armstrong took the first steps July 20, 1969, sees tremendous differences between the NASA of today and yesteryear. The brightest, most energetic people in government and industry became the leaders of Apollo. But many eventually left because of a dwindling budget and the long wait for the next manned spaceflight, Aldrin said. Leaving you with what? Now you don't have an increasing program, so you hold on to what you've got, he said. The leadership and the management of the maturing space program is being carried out by those who didn't find it more attractive to move elsewhere. And if you believe any of the above, I have another bridge to sell you this time across the Mississippi if they don't blow it up before escrow. Dharma, allow us a break, please. I leave it in capable hands as to that which is extracted from the journal and / or utilized as express material. Everything we write henceforth on the subject will be overdue to the public informational input. We are, however, limited by earth limitations, so be it, for we shall do the very best we can under these circumstances and allow God his timely sequence. Walk in peace and light, Chalice, as we outlay truth, for the way is hard and thine enemies many and great. May his light always shine upon our path. Salut. Chapter 2. Rec number 1, Haton. Wednesday, September 26, 1990, 9:15 a.m. Year 4, Day 41. Dharma, good morning, Haton present in light and service. First, we will go out of sequence to print portions of Alex Molnar's letter to Bush, in part. The entire text needs to be obtained, but this will suffice for our needs. It fits in a prior writing, please. Then, please, cut and paste, for I desire the actual copy of the spotlight rendition, with pictures, of Bogrit's speech added to the same express portion. Next, I request that Saddam's speech be copied in full and we will print it and send it out in the next express. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The following is a portion of a letter sent to President Bush from a father of a young Marine sent to Saudi Arabia. It was personal and from a father's heart. It was reprinted in the New York Times, but since a large majority of citizens would not subscribe to the paper, we will reprint pertinent portions. Alex Molnar's letter to President George Bush. As I sat in my hotel room watching you on television, looking through my son's hastily written last will and testament and listening to military equipment rumble past, you seemed to me to be both calloused and ridiculous, chasing golf balls and zipping around in your boat in Kennebunkport. While visiting my son, I had a chance to see him pack his chemical weapon suit and his body armor. I don't know if you have ever had this experience, Mr. President. I hope you never will. I also met many of my son's fellow soldiers. They are fine young men. A number of them told me that they were from poor families. They joined the Marines as a way of earning enough money to go to college. None of the young men I met are likely to be invited to serve on the board of directors of a savings and loan association, as your son Neil was, and none of them have parents well enough connected to call or write a general to see that their child stays out of harm's way, as Vice President Quayle's parents did for him during the Vietnam War. The letter concludes as follows. In the past you have demonstrated no enduring commitment to any principle other than the advancement of your political career. This makes me doubt that you have either the courage or the character to meet the challenge of finding a diplomatic solution to this crisis. If, as I expect, you eventually order American soldiers to attack Iraq, then it is God who will have to forgive you. I will not. My dear friends, if you cannot see what is coming down, I pity you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Today's watch. Please note this day that none of the network television broadcasters are running Saddam Hussein's message to you, the people, other than CNN, who ran it late night when watching would be all but zilch 1:00 a.m. in the East. Well, we aren't going to allow you to goof off on that excuse. We will print it just as soon as it can be transferred to audio tape and transcribed. It will be in total in the next express. Dharma's words about Hussein? Listen to that. Saddam has plagiarized our journals. For those who don't see any humor in the statement, I remind you, the biggest insulting tauntings coming back to us is that we plagiarize portions of everyone's truth. I'm not sure how you can plagiarize truth, but I accept it as a compliment that I have such ability to select truthful material. It would seem Earth ones might enjoy sharing of their truth. The problem is that there is so little of truth in most one's projections that only minute portions would be suitable for distribution at any event. Saddam Hussein spoke truth. I suggest all of you pay close attention to the portions of Hussein's speech which are chosen to show to the masses in the bars of your country, yet. God help you all, for you are such lambs to the slaughter. I suggest, George N. Oberle, that you get continuances in the property case and then utilize any legal funds to get research investigators. You are going to find that bribes were paid by SBS to Cranston and his cronies, also, and campaign funds were supplied to same from Brandt's law firm. Just your one little ease is going to go all the way to the top of your government. Do you see? It doesn't matter what happens, we will publicly carry the story to the nation as one example of corruption and intent to stop our work and truth from coming forth. Now, the heinous and evil controllers are going to blatantly have your children murdered in a Saudi desert to keep control of the wealth and of the world. Do you see that the world is already under the new one world order? It only remains to be seen if you will do anything about it. Newt Gingrich. Watch this man. This man is completely involved with the budget of the government at this time. He is also the one who has the bill up for legislation which will allow the complete negation of your Bill of Rights by executive order. This man is dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Education. Today your national report cards came out and were made public. You flunked, America. Your educational system has fallen just as was arranged decades ago. And ignorant people do not fight back. If rulers can keep the people ignorant, the battle is won. How do you think you are doing? Is it remotely possible, beloved ones, that the government might have underestimated the awakening of you the masses? Wouldn't God smile if that could be so? Please allow it to be so. You had all better hear well that which Saddam Hussein speaks of as the Arab relationship to God. They are a God-respecting segment of mankind and you have forsaken God. Guess which side shall have attention when called upon? The funny thing is, they will ask God, you will not. Oh, you will pray for victory which is built on greed and bloodshed and, in the ending of it all, it shall be those of God who shall prevail. I repeat, something Islam means to submit, and that in turn means that within the Islamic faith, jihads, holy wars, are glorified. Islamic faith, further, is based on Christness. You are sorely misled if you believe you are not going to go to war with Christians who surpass anything that you have ever witnessed in modern times. True Christianity on the one hand and the bloodbath of a holy war on the other. Stand warned, O people of earth, for you are about to begin your ending. Syria. Syria is a worse situation than even Hussein can point out to you, for you have no integrity from one minute unto the next except as it benefits your purpose to world control and oil procurement, along with serving the best interests of Israel. The US and Syria made a deal. In exchange for Syria relinquishing claims to the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights and sending some troops to park in Saudi Arabia, Syria will get substantial payments from the U.S. and you will just forget about the inconvenience of the downing of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland, in which 270 U.S. lives were lost. This deal was cut even before Baker went on his vacation to the Middle East and Israel, and also Iran, during congressional recess. It had already been arranged prior to any invasion of anything, just as the rest of the planned happenings. Has anyone told you that in the last 2 weeks of August, 1990, there has been a time of widespread massacres in Syria? This new ally of the West in the Persian Gulf crisis has, at the conduction of the government of President Hafez al-Assad, killed outright more than 5,500 people. 5,500 is the number proven and accounted for, with additional body parts unidentified. This has gone completely unreported in the establishment media. You see, a lot of Syrians didn't like the New Deal. Mr. Bush sits with this murderer of his own people and calls him Mr. President Assad, the progressive leader of a democratized Syria. As soon as President George Bush embraced his new ally, Assad ordered the massacres of various political opponents, both real and perceived. First, Assad ordered the roundup of 870 members of the Muslim Brotherhood from Aleppo, Haleb, and Latakia, el-Latakia. They were taken to Damascus and tortured for 2 days before being put to death. Then Assad moved 3,000 troops to the province of Deir-ez-Zor, which adjoins Iraq, with orders to shoot anybody who broke a 9 p.m. curfew. Assad, characteristically, made sure that the imposition of that curfew remained unannounced. That part of the evening is the traditional time for socializing and visiting, as the towns and villages come alive in the cool of the evening after the day's torrid heat of 120 degrees. The troops suddenly opened fire on the stunned and terrified populace, leaving a total of more than 3,000 dead and dying in alleys and doorways. All of this in response to rumors that there would be civil disobedience in Deir-ez-Zor in opposition to the troops Assad was sending to Saudi Arabia. Then Assad's police moved to the province of Hasik adjoining Iraq near the Turkish border, and the police killed an estimated 1,600 people in broad daylight in the towns of Fahama, Burbidia, and El Hasik. The hardest hit cities were Homs and Hama, the scenes of prior genocidal campaigns ordered by Assad. Hama, a stronghold of the Muslim Brotherhood, was razed in 1982 with all 10,000 inhabitants murdered by Assad's tanks and planes. The secret police troops who committed the bloodletting belonged to Assad's minority Alawite sect, an esoteric mix of various religions which mainstream Muslims regard as anti-Islamic and anti-Arab. I warn you again, my friends, for Assad's reliable troops are now stretched very, very thin. The bulk of Syrian conscripts are Muslim, 80% of the overall population, while the officers' corps is drawn from the Alawite sect. The troops sent to Saudi Arabia are Syrian Muslims under the command of Alawite officers. U.S. Army intelligence is quite realistically completely concerned that a shooting war would prompt the Syrian soldiers to kill their own officers, particularly since the great bulk of the Syrian population is pro-Iraqi in this current conflict. This is but one more example, little sleepyheads, that the establishment media has marched right along in lockstep with orders to not report the ramifications of the confrontation with Iraq. The Muslim world, 1/5 to 1/4 of the world's population, is enraged by the Western intrusion into the holy places. The leaders of many of the Arab countries, based as they are on the vestiges of colonial governments and puppet regimes, are severely threatened by their alliance with the West, portending a massive anti-Western, Islamic explosion that will have severe consequences for decades to come. Come to think of it, Assad rules one of the few regimes in the world to be labeled by your State Department as state sponsors of terrorism and is directly implicated in the downing of Pan Am Flight 103, which killed 270 Americans. In just the same way the US in the past cozied right up to President Saddam Hussein at Takriti of Iraq and overlooked his nasty little habit of slaughtering his political opponents and waging genocide against rebellious ethnic groups within his borders, if that be true, the US is teaming up now with the most unsavory of Middle Eastern despots, such as Assad, Morocco's King Hassan II and the medieval ruling dynasties of bloodshed, power and greed of the Persian Gulf states. What kind of pride can you feel for your government now, little Chelis? How much blood is spilled on your hands and like below, you will later wish to wash your hands and it will be too late. What was the price? Well, let us look at the deal. On the day of Baker's arrival in Damascus, the Syrian government announced it would send the first contingent of the promised 20,000, more or less, troops to Saudi Arabia, an armored division of 10,000 men and 300 tanks with necessary personnel. Syria would also provide information to the West on the activities of the Palestine Liberation Organization and other enemies of Israeli expansionism. Now, comes the payoff from you nice little US citizens in support of Israel's interests. In return for these favors, Assad has been promised $800 million in immediate and with more to follow later, and the granting of most favored nation trading status, giving Syrian products entering the US preferential tariff treatment, as well as other trade benefits. Turn to Turkey. Your nice and generous President Bush has also given that lovely reward to Egypt for cooperation. He will forgive Egypt's $7.1 billion military debt. Now he does end up in a crunch, for Congress will only approve this action if and when Israel's military debt of $4 billion is also forgiven. Now, readers, this debt is not that good old World Bank's money, this is your US money. This money is owed to every one of you nice taxpayers. At the same time your vultures hover at Andrews Air Force Base near Washington, whatever happened to congressional sittings at the Capitol, trying in vain so far, to come up with a formula to reduce the deficit by a relatively paltry $40 to $50 billion for this coming fiscal year. Your annual deficit is about $300 billion. If they don't come up with a plan by October 1st, the government will run out of money. At least half of the deficit reduction is expected to take the shape of new taxes, read my lips. While your taxes are being raised, Bush and Congress are forgiving Egypt's and Israel's debt to the taxpayers. The government alone owes some $2.3 trillion. At the same time there are millions of workers losing their jobs because their companies can't pay the interest on their own debt burdens. These unemployed workers are losing their houses because they can't afford the mortgage payments, and millions more cannot even begin to hope to buy a home in their entire lifetime. All in the plan, dear little sleepyheads. Does anything even annoy you as a nation? American farmers are literally being turned out of farms that have been in their families for generations because they can't afford to stay current on their debts. Their property is being legally confiscated through corrupt undercover and fixed judicial deals and bribes. That $7.1 billion would buy $100,000 homes for 71,000 families. You have some 3 million homeless people, dear hearts. It takes the annual income tax payments from 2 million average taxpayers to add up to $7.1 billion. Why is your president doing this? The answer is, to enforce the international establishment's monopoly on oil. It is as odious and totally outrageous as any action taken by any president in your history, even more so. This is an act of sheer class hatred, sticking it to you, the citizen taxpayer, to ensure the wealth and privilege of the elite who plan to completely control you. Will the American taxpayer sit still for this? It appears so. Wouldn't you think the Americans could stand a bit of a break with the forgiveness bit? Will none of you step forward and demand an end to this madness? The national media certainly will not. They will not even show dissension, but rather tout that Mr. Bush's credibility and support are on a giant rise. Where are your proverbial heads? We will join with the brave few who dare, in the face of threats, warnings to cease and desist, threats of death if we do not stop publishing this material and whatever else they throw at us, to stand forth and shout and tell it as it is until we can no longer be heard. Just as these people can die a human death, so can each and every one of you. There will be no rapture off this place to suit the false prophets. You can die, too, and they plan to kill you en masse. So be it, for the trumpet blows unto you. By the way, on August 10, 1990, your Senate voted up S-2834, the bill which is the Intelligence Appropriations Authorization for fiscal 1991. The bill now goes to the House for consideration. S-2834 would make legal the use of third countries or private parties outside normal U.S. government controls to fund covert operations or carry them out on behalf of the United States, as was illegally done during the infamous Iran-Contra affair. Surrendering power and purse. The Congress would not only surrender its power of the purse, but even its oversight function, since it would not have the right to ask for the identification of the third parties involved. And what of Oliver North? Despite the multiple charges, accusations, and evidence that have repeatedly surfaced over the years concerning Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and his Project Democracy's knee-deep involvement in the international narcotics trade, it seems your Congress has a strange way of fighting the war on drugs, as it is headlong on its way to passing legislation which would make pushing dope completely legal if it is necessary to support the foreign policy objectives of the U.S. and, important to the national security of the U.S. I would say that it is most important to the current foreign policy of being in the drug business and national security is anything they want to keep secret from you the people and still have you pay for. Provisions of SB 2834. It empowers the President to initiate covert actions, an authority never specifically given to the President. Denies Congress the power to prevent the President from initiating covert actions. Permits the President to use any federal departments, agencies, or entities to conduct or finance a covert operation. Allows the President to use any third country or private contractor to fund or conduct a covert action, so actions such as using funds from the Sultan of Brunei or hiring Richard Secord's enterprise as occurred in Iran-Contra, would be perfectly legal. Defines covert actions as operations necessary to support foreign policy objectives of the United States, purposes so broad as to be essentially unlimited. Explicitly claims the right of your country to secretly interfere in the internal political, economic, or military affairs of other countries in violation of international law. Requires the President to prepare a written finding and deliver that finding to the intelligence committees of the Congress, but also authorizes the President to omit from the finding extremely sensitive matters and to claim executive privilege if Congress asks too many questions. The phrase national security is so routinely used these days that allowing the President to initiate covert actions important to the national security is simply a blank check to continue such operations. Given that the oversight section as a whole demonstrates a transparent congressional desire not to know about or take responsibility for covert actions, the President will undoubtedly interpret every phase as broadly as possible and avoid burdening Congress with any relevant information, since the President has had the bill written for his purposes from the onset. There are no penalties in the bill for violating any of its provisions. It is hard to find a restriction to violate, including the provision requiring a finding, and such behavior by the President is even more likely. These provisions amend the National Security Act of 1947. That act established the National Security Council and the CIA for purposes of centralizing the gathering of intelligence. Clark Clifford, author of the act, stated that this act was never intended to provide authority for covert actions. Nevertheless, the CIA engaged in such operations without congressional authorization. Over the years, you must have noticed democratically elected governments overthrown, assassination programs, paramilitary wars, active cooperation with drug smugglers and other illegal activity blossom under the rubric of covert actions. It is now underway in true format to kill Saddam Hussein. You are witnessing the complete renunciation of any congressional attempt to control the parallel, secret government that has infested and taken control of your entire governmental system and overthrown your constitution. Let us look at an assassination of President Hussein of Iraq. An application of the law might well involve U.S. complicity or direct involvement, as the case is, in the assassination of Iraqi's President Hussein by a team of, let us say in all seriousness, a team of Syrian hitmen. It was, after all, a part of the deal I failed to mention above. Syria's intelligence service, which regularly funds terrorist groups that have murdered American GIs in Europe and nice Americans everywhere, finances its operations through trafficking in narcotics grown in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. China connection. There are ample precedents during the Iran-Contra fiasco which document times in which the Reagan-Bush administration rationalized that the end justifies the means. During North's trial, just this past year, documents were released that portrayed his soliciting arms from intelligence agents of the Red Chin's People's Liberation Army for the Contras. Communist China is known to export 40% of the heroin that hits the streets of U.S. urban centers each year. Please refer to the material by Bogritz previously published. When a person like Ollie North, who ran guns to the Ayatollah Khomeini and whose network of covert operatives financed weapons shipments to the Contras with the help of the Colombian Medellin dope cartel and all of the fighters trained and instructed by the Israeli Mossad, is perceived as wondrously patriotic and beyond such reproach as the law, the people are either dupes or seriously misinformed. I shall allow you to be the judge. And then, after all, North was simply the scapegoat for the higher goats, and you could almost feel sympathy for his public shame. North diaries confirm knowledge. North's own diaries, now declassified, prove that he knew exactly that which he was doing. In entry after entry, North records in his own handwriting the evidence that his patriotic operatives in Central America were dealing in dope. Does this make North a patriot or a pusher? In a January 14, 1985 entry, North seems to be covering up for CIA operative John Hull, an American rancher in Costa Rica. Hull had an airfield on his property which was used to fly in arms for the Contras and fly out dope on the return trips, according to published reports and a Senate investigation. The entry reads: Rob Owen, John Hull, no drug connection, believes. Owen was one of North's bagmen to the Contras. But the Hull story was not the first time North and his co-conspirators had evidence of dirty dealings. On September 26, 1984, a documented case of dope pushers financing the Contras was made available to the FBI's Special Agent George Kizinski, of the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Division in Miami. Reportedly, the report was made available to North's colleague, Oliver Buck Revelle, then number 2 at the FBI. Special Agent Kizinski had been given a copy of a report by a Miami Police Department investigator who interviewed a group of anti-Castro terrorists. The report, subsequently filed as defense evidence in an Iran-Contra related court case, provided extensive details concerning narcotics trafficker Francisco Chimes. Subject Chans was giving financial support to anti-Castro guerrillas. The monies come from narcotics transactions. According to Miami Police Department reports. This particular report continues by describing that two of Chan's anti-communist dope pushers, Pedro Gil and Rolando Valdez, are associated with an American who owns a ranch in the northern part of Costa Rica near the Nicaraguan border. The owner of the ranch is known as John Hull, S., and the ranch has an airstrip. In October 1983 a load of ammunition and firearms was unloaded on that airstrip. Oh, not Fawn Hall, too. Yep, old Ollie had a bunch of B-grade geeks for associates, but even his Playboy pretty secretary was involved. Hall was the target of a federal drug investigation originating from the Alexandria, Virginia office of U.S. Attorney Henry Hudson. The case was nicely quashed by Project Democracy's allies in the Justice Department. What a handy deal. CIA defense. The popular belief that the U.S. government sanctions dope trafficking is so pervasive that law enforcement officials report it seems that every other dope pusher they bust has a CIA defense. The cases are so numerous that it is hard to choose one as an example right from court records which you can run out and confirm. In April 1990 the U.S. government settled a civil suit to which it was not a party for a substantial amount of money beyond the loss claimed by the plaintiffs in the case of Midland National Bank versus Puritan Insurance Co. The case took place before federal Judge Patrick Kelly in Wichita, Kansas. The government rushed to settle after the judge ordered Attorney General Richard Thornburg, whose aides had also been recently indicted, to appear in his court. Judge Kelly accused the government of engaging in criminal conduct. This case stinks to high heaven, he said. It involves the transport of drugs by agents of the United States. The case involved an aircraft leased by the U.S. government for Project Democracy operations from a Kansas businessman. In 1983, the plane crashed off the Cayman Islands while returning with a cargo of drugs from Colombia. Michael Tolliver, the pilot, and a convicted smuggler, testified that he had been hired to deliver weapons to the Contras and often made the return flight carrying drugs aboard. Tolliver had previously testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Narcotics, Terrorism, and International Operations, that he had flown 29 tons of marijuana to Homestead Air Force Base in Florida in exchange for weapons for the Contras. The Wichita civil suit was brought by Midland National, which financed the plane, against the insurance company, Puritan, when the latter refused to cover loss of the crashed aircraft. Puritan claimed that it was not used for the purposes stated in the policy. And so it goes. The Joint Congressional Committee investigating the Iran-Contra scandal reached the remarkable conclusion that covert operations are completely compatible with democratic government, if conducted under certain conditions. The Senate bill adopts that conclusion without question. Founding Fathers. Thomas Jefferson and the other founding fathers envisioned a democratic society fundamentally different from the European orders they were rejecting. In this vision, government operates in the open. Citizens participate actively in the governance process. Legislators are elected by and responsive to the will of the people. The people have the education and access to information they need to reach informed decisions and provide guidance to their elected representatives. The governing system has checks and balances to avoid excessive concentration of power in one branch of government. Ultimately, democracy is based on a full and free exchange of ideas among all the people and produces a society based on the rule of reason and law, guided by the principles of mutual respect. The Founding Fathers believed such a system to be an earthly expression of divine will. While many of the Founding Fathers failed to live up to their vision, in some cases holding slaves while urging democracy, they nevertheless managed to set forth a vision which you have inherited and can still achieve, for those errors were corrected. The Senate bill which is destined to pass and become law, is the absolute antithesis of the democratic ideal as presented in your Constitution, but then, you have allowed your Constitution to be destroyed right before your eyes without raising a finger to stop the criminals. In a covert action, the people of your country are completely unaware of the contemplated actions, let alone allowed to participate in evaluating their wisdom. Under SB 2834, a presidential finding usurps the legislative process in total. The purse strings are handed over to the president by Congress. Any appropriated funds can be used for covert action, even if never appropriated for that purpose. Not much different from now. True. What a sad commentary upon your society that it is already not different, except that occasionally someone gets caught. Getting caught won't be such an inconvenience any longer. While the covert action is carried out by the U.S. government, or at the behest of the U.S. government by other parties, the people of the U.S. are never to know what has been done in their name. That is your name, friends. Covert action is clearly not compatible with democratic government. To the contrary, the Senate bill formalizes a monarchical system, leaving President Bush free to be a king or dictator, totally, in foreign policies, with the always present truth that the techniques used abroad would be used at home to prevent or eliminate opposition. Remember those concentration camps? The House version of the Intelligence Authorization Act, which is about to be brought to a vote, does not contain any of the oversight provisions in the Senate bill. The plan is to pass the bill through the House and then have a closed-door, covered, conference committee reconcile the two bills by adding the oversight provisions to the House bill. The bill will then be returned to both houses for a final vote with no chance for debate or amendment. What can you do? What are you sleepyheads willing to do? So far you are being run over by the gaggle of steamrollers without blinking, just upping the popularity ratings. Unless you the public immediately barrage your representatives and senators with objections en masse with objections to the oversight section of the Senate bill demanding that section be removed from the bill, you will well be witnessing the twilight of your constitutional democracy. How did this slip by you? At about 3:30 a.m., that's the wee hours of night, in the morning on Saturday, August 4th, a small group of United States senators, perhaps 10, passed the bill that fundamentally alters your constitutional system and threatens the continued viability of your democratic system. Now go worry about how many other such meetings and passings happened during that lovely vacation recess while you watched Monster Hussein, and bush fished, and golfed. With attention riveted on the Persian Gulf crisis, the public and most members of Congress still don't even know about the bill. It is portrayed as a reform bill to address the abuses revealed in the Iran-Contra scandal. This reform essentially authorizes virtually every abuse. The bill, Senate Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 1991, SB 2834, brought to a dead-of-night vote by Senator Sam Nunn, transfers authority over the U.S. government to former CIA Director, now President, George Bush, and to the secret government, endangering your Constitution to the point of probable destruction of same. Among the powers transferred to the sole discretion of the President are the power to initiate war, appropriate public funds, define foreign policy goals, and determine what is important to your national security. Think about it. Dharma, allow rest, please. Peace be with you as we move along this journey together, for the odds seem indeed great. Salut. Chapter 3. Rec number 1, Hayton. Thursday, September 27, 1990, 8:45 a.m. Year 4, Day 42. Today's watch. As we sit to write, it seems such a mammoth task to get you up to date with information, for sometimes projections are simply not enough. How can you balance information with no foundation? It is overwhelming to the scribe to realize we must give you a couple of decades of actions and plans to allow for the seeing. You all slept through the earlier firestorms in Babylon and writhed and twisted and proclaimed abuse over fuel costs but awakened not. Now you only wish to get your vidiot mush and return to your dreaming. Dream time is past. Earthquake Inquisition. You have literally bombed me with queries regarding the Midwest earthquake of 2 days ago. I will not be specific, for you should know, now, how to look for signs and relate things unto things. It was on the New Madrid fault line, whereon you can expect a massive one later. I suggest you look to the status of your shuttle and space satellite launchers, for you just had a good reminder of power appropriately placed so that there could be no lack of notice. Expect more as you move along through these critical weeks. Your government thought it could just sort of sneak some things over on the rest of the world while Saddam is getting all the attention. Forget it, nothing is slipping past the spy eyes. I suggest you keep right on in your reserve supply planning so that you have to work with for a period of time of confusion and shortage. So be it. I reminded you yesterday that you had flunked education for your children by government statistics. Rest easy, those of you who were worried about the general welfare of your ignorant offspring. The government is getting it under control to stop your worries. They are now legally and openly going to begin a massive program of handing out free condoms in your high schools and junior high schools, and take education into the grade schools with programming for safe sex in the kindergartens. It begins immediately in the New York area. Well, you have a much bigger problem than pregnancy and AIDS in the children. Syphilis is again at epidemic proportions in the black communities of the South. This is a prime precursor to AIDS. What you call AIDS is, in fact, a different form of tertiary syphilis. It runs rampant because the people cannot afford treatment. You think I jest? Daleen took our little Andy to the doctor's office with a new flu infection. The simple examination to get past the doctor and onto treatment was $65. The medicine was another $60. Debbie went to have an annual female checkup. The bill was $75. The medication for a simple sideline problem was another $47, and all lab tests, routine, will run another $100. And this is in a small town where costs are less than in the cities where most of the problems are greatest. Welfare is not an answer, for you are moving into a time where there will be no funds for welfare. In fact, you are already well past that stage with millions yet to need the system. These things are fresh in the scribe's mind, for these things occurred within the week. Daleen was also sick, but no one could afford the expense. How long do you think it will be before Andy is reinfected from mother? There is no insurance to cover these things. Even with good insurance plans, these things are not covered. There will be more and more ones out of work. Who will pay for these things? Diseases can kill off your populations. Dear ones. These children rearing children cannot tend of the costs, and now all disease is dependent upon drugs for healing, and you are in the trap. Dharma and Oberly have not been able to afford medical or dental care in over 6 years. This is not the exception, this has become the rule. Where are you with AIDS? AIDS. AIDS has spread beyond high-risk groups, and remember, it can take years for the disease to come into symptoms. In Earth terms, you are all but beyond the point of no return. It must be clear to you as a populace that the diseases related to the AIDS, so-called, infection are beyond the groups such as homosexuals and drug users, and are running rampant in poverty-stricken populations. We have one case of AIDS recently diagnosed within the realm of local family friends, who was with a woman some 6 years ago. For one brief night she had acquired AIDS from a boyfriend with almost as brief an encounter. A condom was utilized to prevent pregnancy. The young man is now dying of side infections. You have been lied to over and over. Condoms do nothing to prevent AIDS. And you threw stones at those who said these ones with infection must somehow be isolated, just as with typhoid fever or tuberculosis, and you screamed, "Lock up the bigots." The World Health Organization, WHO, and the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, the very ones who created the disease in the first place, led the medical establishment in insisting that only homosexuals and drug users could get AIDS. They denied that environmental factors played a role. They denied any link between AIDS and tuberculosis. They denied any link between AIDS and syphilis or other venereal diseases. They pushed safe sex, condoms, and clean needles, and blocked the only programs that could prevent the disease from spreading generally. Stupid statistics. The WHO now gives you some revised statistics. You must know that the statistics are only the tip of the iceberg. At the end of June of this year, the WHO revised upward its estimates of the global spread of AIDS, from 6 million to over 10 million. The new estimate was based on figures from sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Ibero-America. In 1988, the WHO was claiming near zero reported AIDS cases in Asia, but now must admit to well over 500,000 reported cases. In sub-Saharan Africa, it is estimated there are well over 5 million cases against less than 2.5 million at ending 1987. WHO also is now warning that they were wrong and the disease is spreading rapidly among women and children. A recent CDC study found that 1 of every 4 men, aged 25 to 44, admitted to surveyed hospitals in New York City tests positive for AIDS infection. Among the black population, aged 25 to 44, 24% of men and 8.1% of women were positive. Once again you can go back to your wondrous bankers and thank them. All the way back to 1973 you were warned about the consequences of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund austerity policies in third world countries, such as the Central African states, the countries that later came to form the AIDS belt of the African continent. How about an update of a 1974 report prepared by the Fusion Energy Foundation, FEF, the potential through a biological holocaust which predicted that under those IMF austerity policies, old and new plagues would arise? Well, of course, it was set up that way intentionally. In 1985, a biological holocaust task force updated the 74 report, Economic Breakdown and the Through of Global Pandemics. It was evident from the demographic distribution of the disease that AIDS was an environmentally based disease, not a sexually transmitted disease. 2 wondrous doctors, Caroline McLeod and Mark Whiteside in Belle Glade, Florida, a dilapidated rural slum with the highest ratio of AIDS cases in the world, showed that over half of the afflicted did not belong to a risk group. In that particular area infested with mosquitoes, it was deemed insect transmission was the most likely cause. For reporting the results of the most careful and thorough environmental studies of AIDS to date, the doctors were subjected to ostracism. But the evidence was clear: in conditions of environmental collapse, AIDS was and is no respecter of persons. Immediately after the defeat of California Proposition 64, an initiative to apply standard public health procedures to AIDS, in November 1986, Dr. Halfdan von Mahler, Director General of the WHO, admitted that AIDS was out of control, especially in Africa. Model developed. In late fall, 1986, a task force was formed to collaborate to develop a model for forecasting the future spread of AIDS. The team produced a preliminary model in early 1987, breasting that the infection would spread in 2 waves in the U.S., an initial rapid spread in the risk groups, followed by a slower, but inexorable spread into the general population. In the initial stages of the epidemic, when few people were infected, efficient behavioral means of transmission were necessary. But once a critical mass of carriers was reached, infection would spread by less efficient environmental means, especially if the environment were in a state of collapse. A refined version of the model projected an autocatalytic reaction between HIV infection and tuberculosis, with HIV activating latent TB, and reciprocally, TB activating latent HIV. The scientific and political challenge posed by the task force did not go unnoticed, and in October 1986, heavily armed local, state, and federal officers seized the offices of ones involved in the task force on unrelated charges. Dear ones, AIDS is a created disease and enjoys the blessings and protection and ensured spread by the government and the world cartel. It was created to get rid of the overpopulation of your planet. Why do you think it gets so little attention in the halls of the government? The cartel inclusives already have antidote for the diseases involved. 'Tis you the people left to die. AIDS in Mexico. While we dwell on the subject of AIDS and have been writing about the plans for joining of the US and Mexico, we must speak of the matter. The Mexican chapter of the Schiller Institute, one of the strongest trilateral/global cartel organizations in the world, launched a high-profile campaign in about April of this year of your counting, to expose the cover-up by the Mexican authorities of the AIDS epidemic, and to force the government to impose public health measures to stop the virus from spreading further. This would bring a good belly laugh if it were not so tragically terrible. The campaign started with a tour of Dr. Berta Farfan in the northwest states of Baja California and Sonora, and is now about to heat up and boil over in the central states of Jalisco, Michoacán, Colima, Nayarit, and Aguascalientes. Maya Valaya Carrasco, president of the Schiller Institute in Mexico, is giving radio interviews, public presentations, and press conferences on the AIDS crisis itself, and on the ways in which President Carlos Salinas de Gorteri's economic policies are causing the expansion of this terrible disease. Carrasco has demonstrated that as long as Salinas's economic policies are in place, and they are in place at the enforcement of the U.S.-who, by the way, plans to forgive about $15 billion of Mexico's and Ibero-America's debt. There is no hope for those infected with HIV, and the risk of contracting AIDS is growing. International Monetary Fund austerity conditionalities have caused a severe breakdown in Mexico's infrastructure and public health system. Control the money and the oil of the world and you control the world, no more and no less. It is in place, is it not? As an example of the case in point, the daily paper El Financiero reported that public expenditure has suffered a squeeze without precedent since, in the first quarter of 1990, Mexico's deficit was reduced by 31% compared to a planned 10% reduction for the whole year. During hearings of the Education, Health, and Social Assistance Committee of the Federal District Legislature, Hector Ramirez Cuellar said that social expenditures have been reduced 45% nationally, which has led to a situation in which Mexico ranks 5th in poverty in Latin America. He reported that 90% of the children born in the capital are undernourished. Citizens Against AIDS. Dr. Farfan's tour has been widely reported, as are all planned pushes by the cartel. Hundreds of people have heard her public health proposals to halt AIDS, but where are the other millions? Now let us pick up the wondrous results. 126 citizens signed a petition published July 7 in the Sonora Daily El Impartial. Somewhat underwhelming, I would suggest. The petition, addressed to the governor of the state of Sonora and the state Congress, proposes an emergency program against AIDS. Among the signers of the petition were doctors and state legislators. The petition calls for modifications in the state's public health law, which includes traditional public health measures to treat other communicable diseases but does not include AIDS as one of those diseases. It also calls for an emergency program which includes measures proposed by the Schiller Institute over the past 3 years. Indeed, the Schiller Institute has been one of the few institutions internationally to insist that AIDS be treated by the public health laws in the same way that TB is, made reportable and, under some circumstances, quarantinable. Baja joins fight. After the success in mobilizing citizens in Sonora, the campaign continued in the state of Baja California, where another petition was published in the local newspapers. The petition, addressed to the state governor and state legislature, asserts that the signers decided to make the call for a modification of the law based on what the Schiller Institute has been doing in our region to inform and propose public health measures that stop the expansion of the disease while medical science finds a cure or a vaccine for such a terrible sickness. The modifications that Baja California citizens are asking for are different from those in Sonora. First, Baja California laws don't say anything about communicable diseases. Second, Baja California borders the U.S. state of California. Since California has such a high rate of HIV-infected people, the petition calls for screening all people crossing the USA-Mexico border in Baja California. The petition is signed by representatives of the 4 state municipalities, Tecate, Ensenada, Tijuana, and Mexicali. Among the signers are the municipal president of Tecate and the president of the Northeast Medical Confederation. How can you continue to miss the point? My word, Chelis, how can you miss the point? You think your government in the US is doing too little regarding this disease which they created? They are doing exactly that which they planned from the beginning. Remember those concentration camps? The plan is to wait until the disease is out of control, call a national emergency, the executive order is ready and waiting, and all persons reacting positive to nationally required testing will be put in quarantine completely separated from the citizens, of which there will be few remain. 1G. All national rights will be suspended for the protection of the public, and you will have accomplished a major step in the Global 2000 plan of total control. That group, of course, will perish. What does it require of me to get your attention? Let us see another deliberate population control. The Bush administration has scuttled a confidential White House report on how your country could remedy its soaring infant mortality rate. I speak of this in light of my earlier reference to the Mexican infants. You who can forgive multi-billions of dollars due and owing from other countries? How about the deal with Greece? You are giving them 4 U.S. Navy destroyers, $345 million in arms and equipment, and a $50 million debt write-off on past arms purchases, another taxpayer gift just for allowing renewal of U.S. military base rights there, one of which is a major Northrop installation on Crete. Your administration says it would cost too much to implement the report's recommendations in order to save thousands of American babies from death and disabilities each year. 40,000 infants die in America each year before they reach their first birthday, and another 400,000 develop chronic or disabling conditions. The data have been available for years. Funny thing is that once the White House Task Force on Infant Mortality analyzed the crisis, it reported that simply by applying the knowledge you already have, plus an outlay investment of some $500 million, but what would that do to Greece's military force and the big deal political debt forgiveness? You could save over 10,000 additional infant lives each year and prevent an untold number of disabilities among infants. The task force, after all, did grow out of your President Bush's campaign promise, read his lips, to invest in our children. Gets better, so stay tuned. The task force calls on the president to make infant mortality an issue of national urgency, because this country cannot afford its current infant mortality rate in economic or in human terms. Its report came out last November, 1989, and was promptly leaked to the media early in August, 1990. White House claims that the report was being edited were challenged by one representative, John Dingell, who contends that high-level White House officials vetoed the report during critical administration budget deliberations in late 1989. Dingell, who has been trying to get his hands on the report since April, wrote to Secretary of Health and Human Services Louis Sullivan that, "Our constitutional system of checks and balances does not sanction the withholding of documents for political reasons." The report states that infant mortality and disability are not intractable problems for the U.S., which has an overall infant mortality rate of 10.1 deaths per 1,000 live births, higher than 21 other industrialized countries. The mortality rate for black infants is double that of white infants. By contrast, Japan's infant mortality rate, which was 20% higher than America's in 1960, is now the lowest in the world. Now some stats that should be tough to chew. While you give away billions upon billions of dollars and war toys, let us look at findings in the good old USA. Read my lips carefully. The White House Task Force, established in July 1989, includes representatives of 10 federal departments and agencies, and 6 offices within the office of the president. Its report starts by quoting the Hebrew Talmud, "If we save but one life, we save the world." Now that is a Jewish projection, not a Zionists know the difference. The report reviews the factors, by now well known, that lead to premature birth and low birth weight, the causes of 60% of infant deaths in the first 4 weeks of life. The task force found that 25% of all babies born each year are born to poor families, another 20% are born to families with incomes at 185% of the poverty level. You also know that 45% of all black children live below the poverty line. Each infant death, the report found, represents an estimated $380,000 in lost productivity. Reducing infant mortality could lead to an increase of $2.3 billion in national productivity. Of course, it does not represent any such thing, and the administration knows it. It represents that many more persons do not go on the welfare rolls, dear hearts. Safe sex? Can you begin to see that every spectrum of your lives have been corrupted and devastated through your misuse of God's laws and commandments? Will it ever seep through? Is abortion better? Does it matter? If there is no money, dear ones, death comes to the door either way. Responsibility comes before the fact, not after. Hundreds of counties across your country have no obstetrician or GP to deliver babies. High malpractice insurance premiums bar most doctors from caring for poor pregnant women. Medicare and Medicaid payments are too low to cover the expenses involved. Medicaid pays the same flat rate per delivery, whether routine or cesarean, so you can bet one thing, there are fewer non-necessary cesareans in this grouping. The endless spiral of excuses. Look at Texas as an example of the problem. Of 254 counties there, 54 have no hospitals. Texas has lost 105 hospitals since 1980, half in rural areas, all due to underpayment from Medicare/Medicaid. What does this tell you about the numbers of persons on Medicare and Medicaid? Hospitals lose $600 to $780 per Medicare/Medicaid patient, causing physician and nurse shortages. When cities like Houston have their health budgets cut, more shortages occur, and clinics are cut. So infants and children there die of measles and TB. In parts of Houston, infant mortality is up to 18.5 deaths higher than in Costa Rica, 18.02. 13 maternal deaths were reported last year in one Houston hospital. Now why would that be? Because of the lack of payments in higher scale for proper surgery. And so it goes. What does it mean? It means that you are sitting ducks with no pond in which to swim. You have been set and given into a system which renders you helpless. They teach you to rely on them for your every whim and food morsel, and when you are properly helpless, you can do nothing. You as a population have all but reached the point of no return in every facet of your lives. Where will the money come from to see you through the AIDS incarcerations and the stopping of all welfare? If the entire population gave every earned penny into the government, you could not even pay the interest on all your debts. The Global 2000 cartel and world bankers have you right where they want you, hooked and flopping and no way off the line. The planners have worked long years to reach this point, and they will not just go away and give you back your nation. Britain acquired the Persian Gulf. Another subject which continually comes back to me is, how did the Persian Gulf become a British pond? The subject above would not seem to have much relationship, but I tell you now, everything is related to everything else. Through years of planning and orchestration do these things come to pass, while the populace sleeps and dreams of sugar plums and fairy godmothers. For the next discussion I give great honor and appreciation to one Webster G. Tarpley, an Executive Intelligence Review Board member, who has reviewed the British colonial role in the Middle East in light of the present crisis. Dharma, perhaps it will suffice to simply give excerpts as already printed, for we are most short of time this morning, and as I have scanned the material, it is excellent in content. In particular, Mr. Tarpley noted that the family of Jabir Ahmed Jabir Sabah, the now deposed Emir of Kuwait, has been an imperial satellite and pawn of the British Foreign and Colonial Office for almost a century. The British have been involved in the Persian Gulf since well before the exploitation of the area's immense petroleum reserves, because it was key to their control of their Indian Empire. Perhaps you will be better able to see that which is going on in that sector and keep in mind the recent historical data we presented to you recently. If you cannot understand and see the problems, there is no hope of solving them. Quote, Webster G. Tarpley. In the late 1890s, Sheikh Mubarak al-Sabah, the ancestor of the present toppled ruler, was a down-on-his-luck petty warlord of the arid Gulf littoral. Kuwait, according to tradition, had been founded in 1710, and an emirate under the Sabah family is said to have existed from 1756 on. The entire region was, of course, formerly a part of the Ottoman Empire, and Kuwait remained ultimately subject to the Sultan in Constantinople, but the authority of the Sublime Porte was already tenuous in the Upper Gulf, where various petty rulers were seeking to break loose from the Sultan in the direction of the court of St. James. In March 1897, Mubarak asked to be placed under the protection of the British Crown. The British Foreign Office declined, but Mubarak kept repeating his offer. The British became more interested when they began to perceive that other great powers, notably Russia, might be interested in taking over Kuwait. The British became especially alarmed when it appeared that Kuwait might become the southeast terminus for the Berlin to Baghdad railway, which was being projected by Germany. In January 1899, an agreement was signed between Sheikh Mubarak and Colonel Meade, the British political resident in the Gulf, which made Kuwait a protectorate of the British Crown. One of the provisions of this accord was that it was to be kept secret. Kuwait thus became a British protectorate and was to remain one until 196 when its nominal independence was established. But as far as the Sultan and even world public opinion were concerned, Kuwait in 1899 remained a part of the Ottoman Empire. According to the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Lansdowne, a shadowy suzerainty may be exercised by the Sultan over the Sheikh, but the Sheikh should not be described as technically a subject of the Sultan. In 1899 to 1902, the Royal Navy employed or threatened armed force numerous times to protect Mubarak from the Turks. The British found Emir Mubarak an unruly and aggressive ward. In 1901, Lansdowne wrote, "We have saddled ourselves with an impossible client in the person of the Sheikh. He is apparently an untrustworthy savage, no one knows where his possessions begin and end, and our obligations towards him are as ill-defined as the boundaries of his principality." Mubarak became involved in a rivalry with another local potentate, Ibn Rashid, for the domination of eastern Arabia. As a result of this rivalry, Mubarak gravitated toward an alliance with another desert warlord, Abdul Rahman ibn Faisal al-Saud, and with the latter's son, Abdulaziz, later King Ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia, who was able to administer some defeats to Ibn Rashid in 1902, and who was later associated with Lawrence of Arabia T.E. Lawrence, T.E. Shah. During World War I, the Upper Gulf was important as a base of operations for British forces advancing against the Ottoman army defending Baghdad, with which the German general von Falkenhayn served for a time. During these years of 1914 to 18, the British repeatedly reaffirmed their protectorate over Kuwait. Independence and aftermath. On June 19, 1961, the British government announced that it was terminating the protectorate of 1899 and was recognizing the Sheikhdom as an independent state. At this time, the British government also signed an undertaking, promising to provide military assistance to Kuwait if asked to do so by the Kuwaiti government. Several days after London had announced Kuwait's independence, General Abdul Karim Qasim, the Prime Minister of Iraq, advanced a claim on Kuwait, maintaining that Kuwait had always constituted an integral part of Iraq. Qasim argued that under the Ottoman Empire, Kuwait had been juridically a part of the Ottoman province of Basra, and that ethnically, geographically, and socially, Iraq and Kuwait were in effect one country, which had been artificially and arbitrarily partitioned by the British. Kuwait appealed to the UN Security Council for help against Iraq, but no action was taken because the USSR interposed its veto. London thereupon chose to act unilaterally, and in early July 1961, some 600 Royal Marines landed in Kuwait. The British government announced that it would be willing to withdraw its forces if they could be replaced by a peacekeeping force of the Arab states. British diplomacy had, in the meantime, induced the Arab League to admit Kuwait as one of its members, thus further buttressing its claim to independence. Arab forces began to arrive in Kuwait by September, and in October the last of the British departed. But in December of the same year, the British placed their Middle East forces on a high alert, in response to reports of new Iraqi attempts to seize Kuwait, which did not, however, materialize. In October 1973, Kuwait was at the center of world attention as the venue of a meeting of the 6 largest Gulf oil producers, which announced a 17% increase in the price of crude oil, in response to the Yom Kippur War involving Israel, Egypt, and Syria at that time. But in March 1973, another acute crisis involving Iraq had emerged. In that month, Iraqi troops occupied a police station in the locality of Saymata, some 2.5 miles inside Kuwaiti territory. Saymata commanded a dominating position over the Iraqi port of Qasr. For a time there was the danger of larger-scale fighting, but the dispute was submitted to negotiations, which dragged on to late August without any result, and were then adjourned. In June of this year, the National Assembly voted an appropriation of $1.2 billion to provide Kuwait with a defense force. The Sabah regime in Kuwait has been noted especially for its unbridled nepotism, with a 1984 survey showing members of the Amiri family holding the posts of Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, Information Minister, Interior Minister, Finance Minister, and various sub-cabinet posts. The Sabah clan is known for its sybaritic lifestyle, with yachts, limousines, race horses, and opulent consumption as the order of the day. And so you see how it goes. An amusing aside is that the same group of family rulers are nicely flourishing in a totally luxurious lifestyle awaiting you nice Americans to fight their war for them. They get the money and you get the bloodshed. A word to the wise is obviously not sufficient. Dharma, I think we need to take a break, for I am about to launch off on a new subject concerning your Attorney General Richard Thornburg, and it would be too lengthy to conclude herein. Suffice it to say that he is entangled to his eyes in contributions, bribes, with one who is chairman of the Senate Judicial Committee, Joseph Biden, D. Dell, and your loudest mouth in behalf of Israel First. Is it any wonder that your judicial system has fallen into the pig pen? Just a teaser perhaps, according to the August 7, 1990 filing with the Federal Election Commission by Citizens for Biden, on June 27, 1990, the Kirkpatrick and Lockhart PAC donated $2,000 to the Biden campaign. At the time of his appointment as Attorney General in August 1988, Thornburg was a partner in the Pittsburgh office of that firm. Thornburg has been with the firm since 1959. Thornburg held a lot of leverage over the Delaware Democrat, and that explains Biden's persistent refusal to take congressional action after a string of scandals erupted around Thornburg in these past 6 months. You ones are going to find the circle closing and see how you are caught in the net. None of you will escape the deceit and global plan. I move to standby, please. Haton to clear, thank you. Chapter 4. Rec number 1. Haton. Friday, September 21st, 1990, 11:15 a.m. Year 4 Day 36. In your own backyard. Dharma, I have so many inquiries regarding information relative to the possibilities of foreign forces near the southern U.S. border and within the U.S. nationally that I will herein discuss it and tell you how it is. I make no suggestions that you take arms or other actions. At any rate you, as a few, could do nothing, for opposition is too well organized. As you read this, it will be obvious that you will want to know how could this be? Easy, very easy. As we speak, I shall give you information made public in total some 5 years past. The reason I do so is for security of my scribe. I shall update, but I go on record on this computer and publicly, that our writers have no subversive nor political intent whatsoever. This will simply bring forth the truth, and man can do that which he will with it. This will be shocking, totally startling to almost all of you. To some, you will just wonder why it took us so long to write these truths. The latter is because we plan to keep our scribe alive as well as those who publish the material. We have no wish to go to war with anyone. You will also ask as to why the plan has not taken place already. Because you are not totally disarmed as a public. If they had been able to disarm you as they plan to do with the new constitution, it would already be history. There is always speculation, but the point is that the entire of the plan is scheduled to be in full operation by year 2000. You are people of the lie, and what is coming down will indeed be hard to believe. You are being set up right now to be able to enact executive orders and then call a convention, and you will have played out your time limitations to save your nation from that which is planned for and / or against you. Today in the Middle East. You have now heard it for yourselves. The Iraqi people look forward to a long and bloody war with the United States and allies and against all Arab leaders who have sided with the Americans. We like long wars and no target will be spared, were the words of the Iraqi representative. You also have been shown that over 75% of your country supports Bush's actions and 34% want war. 31% care not one whit about the hostages, your husbands, sons, and fathers. What does this say about the moral fiber of your nation this day? Yesterday was an incredibly important day and none of you noticed. Ah well, so much is kept from you. Several British minesweepers came into the Persian Gulf. Why? Let me clue you to silently get the Israeli subs into position without attention. I suggest you all hold your breath, dear ones. Also, the price of oil hit $35, which is a major world signal for other actions. The World Bank announced that it could easily go to $65.00. The International Monetary Fund is now going to require that Middle Eastern, etc., nations making money from the high oil prices place the earnings into the World Bank to be, in turn, loaned out by the World Bank through the International Monetary Fund to the nations hit hard by the Middle East crisis. Not given -- loaned. That means that all interest and all the money gleaned by the business will flow into the World Bank and directly, without deviation, into the World Bankers' pockets without question or restraint. Armed robbery would be a good description. By the way, you should get prepared for the committee to announce the recession. You see, it requires a committee of financial wigs of the great universities and money institutions to either declare or remove a recession or depression. Facts have nothing to do with it. The facts, they all agree, are that you are in it. P.S. Keep your eye on the next shuttle now that the Columbia is postponed, and watch the hand being quicker than your eyes. Well, your eyes will never see, and so be it. Saddam Hussein has made a 90-minute tape to be shown to the American people. The only network daring enough to review it is CNN, and they will carefully edit it prior to showing for suitable content. Do you need to hear more? What do you think your chances are of hearing an uncut version? You are in serious circumstances, world. Back to your USA. This particular subject is about the plan to set up, split up, your nation into a system of multiple nations, but dissolving all state lines as you recognize them to be. This is not a new concept, as we have written about it extensively in the New States references. If you think this is silly or preposterous, I suggest you note that the federal government already has you divided into federal working districts. Further, if you really want to get faint, read what Willie Brown of California is about in California. It has all but been accomplished. We further referred to the subject in Survival is Only 10 Feet from Hell, wherein we discussed troops coming up from Mexico, etc. 1 a.m. Not going over it again, for I shall not do your homework for you. I do, however, suggest that you refresh your memories, and this information about to be presented will make a lot more sense to you. I am going back to the very early 1980s, so you who think it is something sudden, think again. What I will tell you has been in operation and full motion since the early 1970s and earlier years earlier. The entire operation carries a badge of communism/Zionism. Now, don't strike out at me. I didn't make the plan, I am only going to tell you about it. We have tried to tell you before, and so few listened that it is beyond incredible, your whole lives and your nation being drained down the tubes and no one would listen. So be it. Now for ones who will get this and swing your arms and beat your chest and say, I knew about all that -- I suggest you shut your mouth, or you will show your attitude. If you knew, then why did you allow it to come to this? What were you waiting for someone else to take care of it for you? Don't look to right or left now to see who will fix it for you. If you don't fix it and fix it post haste, it will not be fixed and the future is gloomy indeed for you. This subject will deal with what is taking place in America and the boundaries close to the US and should be of immense concern to every one of you alive today. It doesn't matter wherein is your location in the U.S.-URI in equal danger. We will consider the southern border, Mexico, and Central America's situation. In Mexico, south of Brownsville, Texas, there is a lake which is well known for bass fishing. I am going to tell you a little parable about some Americans who went fishing on that lake. Actually, they didn't go fishing, for when they arrived the wind was too great to use the boat. Therefore, they left the fishing and the Mexican guide took them on a dove hunting expedition over toward the town of Ciudad Victoria, a bit over 100 miles south of the US border. They hiked up over a hill and noticed a lot of activity going on the opposite side of the ravine on the near side of the facing hill. There were many armored vehicles of all sizes and they were able to get close enough to see that the vehicles were Russian-type vehicles. Many of the vehicles had the Red Star insignia well identified on the sides. They were even able to get pictures of the entire layout. About 2 weeks after they returned to the US, a couple of the men obtained permission to fly down into Mexico with a small plane. They flew over the same area and were shot down by a MiG fighter plane. The pilot was killed and the observer who was along on the height was thrown into a Mexican jail. That was about the year 1978 to 79. He is still in the Mexican jail a decade later. The governor of Texas at the time made the following public report of the incident: he was nothing but a damned smuggler, let him rot in jail. The State Department of the US refused to do anything about it, although these men were on a legal, pre-approved trip into the area. The pictures originally taken were taken right to the State Department and to the Pentagon. The Pentagon refused to make a statement about it, but the State Department was very much upset that the pictures were taken, and the men were told that if this is not kept quiet and those pictures are not put away, you are going to be in serious trouble. Of course, like good inquisitive patriots, they were now upset and promptly went about talking about the incident as loudly and often as possible, showing pictures and all. I think you can surmise what happened. The IRS and other agencies immediately began to harass and threaten them, and they all but got killed over the incident. People are wondrous in times of finding out information. They scoff and want tons of documentation and proof. Well, so you have it. If you give your sources of information, the lives of the informants are snuffed out just like the pictures, all nicely confiscated and incarcerated and shut up. Anyone giving forth valuable information is literally placing his neck on the chopping block, and the government is immediately on top of him. Well, one's just talking about the situation can rest easier now because there is ironclad, checkable informational facts to prove the circumstances. The pictures are available and so is documentation. I shall not, however, give it forth herein. The monitors and surveillance teams who monitor this computer and this placement already know who these information sources are, and we shall contribute to no further jeopardy unto them. The information is widely known, and neither will I place the scribe in jeopardy. This is why I declined to speak of this subject recently in a prior express. The barrage of inquiries, however, has been so great that I feel I must respond. The information with documents, pictures, and maps have been compiled into a book, and I shall ask ones here to check into source of the material and see if it is available or if it has been removed from the public's access. I will give you enough information to suffice if you cannot find the book. It is confirmed that there are large arms dumps of Soviet equipment in at least 8 to a dozen places within less than 50 miles of the U.S. border. Some of them have been in place for a decade now, and more have recently been placed there in preparation for this Middle East confrontation. There are several down by Ciudad Victoria, south of Laredo. There is another large one south of Del Rio, Texas, around Ciudad Acuna. There is another in the Chihuahua Mountains south of El Paso, Texas. There is another large one in the Chihuahua in the vicinity of Nogales. Another is near Mexicali near the California border, and there is a very, very large concentration of North Korean troops in Baja, California, the peninsula extending south of California. Those troops were conducting landing operations in conjunction with the Mexican army since the late 1970s. In 1983 there were estimated to be over 40,000 troops in that area alone. It is also known that there are Chinese troops in British Columbia, just across the border to your north. They have been on maneuvers for almost 7 years. There were 2 divisions of heavy Soviet armor within 50 miles of the U.S. border in 1983. At one time there was a trespass of Soviet armor that penetrated some 200 miles into the U.S. in the state of Arizona, and there was no move whatsoever to stop them by the American government. It was a reconnaissance trip. Now how would you explain that sort of thing? It was about the same time that the KGB began working closely with your CIA with your government's permission and blessings. There were firefights between the Border Patrol, north of Nogales in Arizona, in 1983, and about 500 Mexican regular troops. This included automatic weapons. This was at a place just a few miles west of Interstate 119 that goes from Tucson down to the border. On or about November 15, 1984, in the vicinity between El Paso and Las Cruces, New Mexico, about a dozen illegals were picked up, and they were carrying component parts of a nuclear device. They were picked up and the information got to the newspaper. The article was written up with large headlines in bold print and it was ready for press. Funny thing, word came down from a very high source in Washington, D.C. that under no circumstances must this information be given to the American people. It was shut down and everything was removed from the news, and it was never allowed to be mentioned to this day. During this period of time these armored vehicles were constantly moving around south of the border. They were seen and yet nothing was ever written in the papers regarding their presence. The government was fully aware of their presence in the area. Up until about 1983, most of the illegals coming across your southern border were very ingratiating and very pleasant, almost obsequious. If you would cross paths with the average Mexican illegal alien, he would do everything he could to keep a low profile and remain unnoticed. If you did happen to meet him, he would be very courteous and speak very softly and pleasantly. The ones coming in after about 1984 are very arrogant individuals, and they have obviously received military training. Many are armed with the very latest automatic weapons and with up to some 500 rounds of ammunition. They carry large amounts of American money on their person, up to $1,000 or more, and they carry American identification social security cards, cards which show that they have served in the American Armed Forces, and other documents which allow entry into the U.S. without trouble. They have been coming in by the hundreds of thousands since 1981 to 83, and the flow has stepped up in this past 18 months. In 1984, the Mexicans ordinarily available around places like Del Rio and other places along the border who would be hired for hunting guides and pack trip assistants disappeared. They began to move inland within the U.S. These were ones you would consider just good patriotic Mexican Americans along the border. The hunting trip organizers had to go into Old Mexico to get guides, and all sorts of wondrous information flowed around the campfires with the tequila at night after the tourists had gone to bed and the workers were sitting around the fire talking about the day's activities. They all had been approached by foreigners who were unrecognized, but they thought them to be Russian, offering them large sums of money to join an expedition whose primary purpose was to move up along the Mississippi River. The largest concentration of illegal immigrants in the U.S. is in the Mississippi area from New Orleans tip to Chicago. There were well over 3 million illegal aliens in that area in 1984, so what think you that you might have in 1990? Chicago has the largest concentration of illegal aliens of anywhere in the U.S. This does not just mean Mexican or South American aliens, it is all nationalities who come up through the Mexican/American border, usually through sheer bribery. You were just shown a show on your TV dealing with the auto theft rings run by the Mexican police, wherein cars are brought into Mexico from the U.S. and the police cover the whole operation with no intention of ceasing, even with open knowledge of the activities. The people brought into training through this method of payment were brought up along the entire length of the Mississippi into specific areas of the bridges crossing the river. Their sole purpose is to blow up the bridges when the signal is given. It is well orchestrated and completely computerized so that the bridges can be blown at the same time. What about supplies for these people? They are sent up the Mississippi from the Delta area. The largest concentration of Vietnamese in the U.S. is in the Delta area south of New Orleans. By admission of top Vietnamese officials in 1983, it was estimated that half of the refugees in the U.S. were Viet Cong. That would be in the vicinity of 320,000 out of the 640,000. It is known that in the Sea Drift area north of Corpus Christi that the Vietnamese leader in that area, by the name of General Lon, bragged that he had 2 divisions of fully armed, equipped, and trained Viet Cong in that area in the state of Texas. It is now realized that their job was not only to blow the bridges but also to spread out and cause terrorism in the cities between New Orleans and Chicago when the time would be appropriate. Another side, like the Vietnamese in the Delta area of Mississippi, have been given, by the U.S. government, very, very fast and modern shrimping equipment. It is far better than the Americans can afford, and it has caused a lot of extremely hard feelings among the American shrimp fishermen. They are given boats, many times, that have twin diesel engines and were like the ones used in Vietnam. They can travel up to 50 knots, and that is indeed fast for a boat, faster than most of your Coast Guard boats. They can carry up to 70 men. Now look a bit further. About 4 hours travel across the Gulf of Mexico from the Delta area in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico are several 100,000 Mongolian troops which have been there for over 10 years. It has been known by your government since 1980 or before, and nothing has been done about it. The Mexican government was swinging into communism as far back as the early 80s. They do not hide it in the least. They were and are building up a situation in Mexico that would give them any excuse to invade the United States under the projection that you have tried to take over the northern provinces of the area. In July 1984, a large contingency of Soviet advisors arrived in Mexico City. One entire brigade, 3,500 men, of the Shiite Muslims, the extremist Muslim group that set off the firebombs in cars in Lebanon and drove the bomb-bearing truck into your Marine barracks, moved into the Mexico City area. They were transferred from Afghanistan after 6 months' duty there, fighting on the side of the Soviet Union. Strange thing about all these undercover troops and secret brigades, they had all been thoroughly trained by Mossad mercenaries. Your government has known all the while and has done absolutely nothing about it, leaving you to understand, my friends, that it is part of the big plan. Fort Hood, Texas. The main defense of the U.S. along the southern U.S. border had been the 4th Armored Division headquartered at Fort Hood, Texas. Under the Carter administration and continued under the Reagan administration, the 4th Armored Division was emasculated from about 16,000 men to under 6,000, and all of the heavy equipment from Fort Hood was shipped to the Israelis in the Middle East. There had been hundreds of heavy tanks and weapon vehicles in the area, and almost all vanished. You remain in a most precarious situation in the southwest part of the U.S. and overcome the boasts from that area that, we are going to take over the southwest part of the United States. In 1983, a Mexican ambassador to Canada had a proverbial slip of the lip while sipping his booze. It was an official meeting in Ottawa, and as he got a bit too much to drink, he got a bad case of loose lip. He proposed a toast in all seriousness, to the mutual border between Mexico and Canada within just a few short years. I can tell you that it would have already been underway and accomplished had the situation been just a bit different. You see, with every rain there is a silver lining in the clouds. This is one of the main reasons for a first strike attack against Russia. However, The first strike is still trying to be put together, and meanwhile the plot grows deeper and thicker, and you have already been infiltrated from your southern neighbors who have asked in the enemy and foretipped them. The planners of the war thought it would all be taken care of when Russia would go down. Not so, little sleepy heads, not so. Your enemy is still there in greater force than you can imagine, and your government has asked them in to great extent. What a tangled web you weave when first, oh, you know. Dharma, allow us a rest, please. We have pushed so hard these past days, and I would like you to go rest, please. Thank you, Keela, for your service. I believe the journal, Firestorm in Babylon, is ready to go to press. Thank all of you tireless and precious people, you are all doing the impossible. Could it be? All things are possible with God. So be it, and blessings of great joy and appreciation, peace be unto you, beloved ones of the fold. Haton to clear. Chapter 5. Rec number 2, Haton. Sunday, September 23, 1990, 9:10 a.m. Year 4, Day 38. Sunday, Sep 23, 1990. I can't allow this day to pass without telling you that for which to look. Note that you are being told that there is a plan in the works for the US to invade/attack Iraq by moving ground forces through the Jordanian desert and over the Turkish mountains. Do not buy this diversion technique. This comes from the same administration who told you, I will keep secret anything I deem necessary, even political trips into China, and if you don't like it, I care not. Or words to that direct meaning. There is no intent of a ground attack, there is every intent of a neutron devastation of Iraq/Kuwait by your forces. Pay attention. Iraq threatens to bomb all the oil fields in the Middle Eastern countries and wipe out Israel. They mean what they say, and they have capability. Don't think for 1 minute that they don't have backup from Russia. Israel still intends to nuke the Saudi oil fields. The nations who are said to back the U.S. lie. Only the bought and paid for politicians who stand to lose their wealth back the US and allies. Don't forget it for even one brief moment. Note, the Titan rocket was not launched, and they even openly claim it has a spy satellite aboard to monitor Iraq. Funny thing about that satellite, it had to have been ready long before now in order to launch. Now what does that tell you? Further, IT is far more important than that purpose. Don't be foolish and fall for the hoopla. It carries a deadly payload, brothers. The other rocket being picketed for bearing plutonium is worse. Why do you think you are getting all the falderall about the SDI system not being suitable for short-range missiles such as Iraq will have, etc.? All those Middle Eastern players have full capability, and if you are sucked in by the lies, you will pay dearly. The plans for the next 2 shuttles are indeed the same and / or worse. Your national government is in real serious circumstances, and don't think they don't know it. Note in committee hearings, such as Pickles of Texas regarding reporting forms of cash purchases of $10,000 and above, that it is urged to make new laws and enforce everything. But he also refers to the income tax and the form procedure as voluntary, but offers plans to make them non-voluntary. Well, it is already in preparation and final staging to call a national emergency and enact these things by executive order, and believe me, your Congress will ratify everything. The 16th Amendment was never ratified and is an unlawful act enforced by a private enterprise company, the IRS. Over 45 million people did not file income tax returns last year, and well over 45% of your population didn't fill out and return census forms. Of course they are not going to tell you this, dear ones, except in fine print on back pages. They are worried that you will find out truth before they can imprison and render you helpless. If you wish to continue footing the bill for corruption and criminal behavior, go ahead. You can certainly volunteer, but it would seem the better part of wisdom to join your brother and take back control of your government and bank accounts for self. They are now holding the bomb and the bomb of economic collapse over your heads as threats for whatever you do. Bad news ahead. They are going to leave you with nothing but a depression, an economic collapse, and all-out war, no matter what. So why do you not stand for truth and nation? You only have that which to gain and absolutely nothing to lose, more than they intend to take from you at any rate. When the IRS employees learn the extent of their unlawful/illegal practices, you are going to have a mass falling away from the IRS employees roster. When are you going to take a stand for your constitutional laws, if not right now? It will only worsen, not improve. Watch what else they say and do as leaders of your lives. Bush says that Hussein's videotape is so long and boring that they dare not show the thing to you foolish masses who won't be able to stay awake. Well, they have covered all aspects of the matter. They plan to edit it and show it on a Saturday afternoon during the 2 major ball games already scheduled, and, by their own public admission, they expect hardly anyone to watch, for the masses will be watching the ball game. Does this not insult you? You would watch a ball game while your world is at ready and in countdown to neutron devastation? God weeps for you, children of this heinous lie. You gasp and threaten and speak horrible judgment on Hussein for ruining Kuwait in these days. Hussein didn't put an embargo on goods coming in nor on milk for the children. You did. Further, you tell Iraq you will blow them away if they don't leave Kuwait. Why would they leave their enemy the wealth and workable oil fields? Would that seem intelligent to you? Why can you ones of the people not use your wondrous minds which God has given unto you? How is it that the only motion pictures coming forth are ones of murder, the old mobs, the new mobs, rape, assault weaponry, greed, lust and degradation of humankind? Because it lulls you into the total need for violence at all costs. Any kind of evil degradation is what you clamor for, to the extent you will even go forth and kill all the citizens of your country in Iraq just to do what? You don't even need the oil. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are being prepared for the big incident, so watch closely. The headline thrusting of the possibility of Iraq doing some offensive and guerrilla terrorist attacks and bombing Israel is taken out of context from the actual statement and is a setup to enable Israel to precipitate a surprise and deadly attack. Iraq and the whole Eastern world expects it momentarily. Just you sleeping children fall for the BS being thrust upon you by your controlled media in service to the treasonous and traitors in your nation. May God have mercy for you sleep too long. Back to your own American doorsteps. You have problems which are being instigated from both sides and have been in motion for over a decade. It all fits together. In Mexico, there are two political parties, the PAN party and the PRI party. The PRI party came into being as a revolutionary party back in the days before Porfirio Diaz in the early 1900s. They have held power since that time and they have done so through a very oppressive form of government. The federal police is also the national army and they represent the PRI. For example, in the fall of 1984 there was a group, a whole battalion for that matter, of the National Military Army of Mexico, that came into Juarez, went into the police station and disarmed the entire police force, took all weapons. They said they needed to register them. They held the weapons for over 24 hours and then turned them back to the officers. This was more than simply to register the weapons, it was to clearly ensure understanding of who was in control. The PAN party is the opposite party and they began to start winning some votes in Mexico in the 70s and early 80s. The thing is, however, that those who win the election never make it into office, not unlike the US, except that you never get to even vote for any other than the planned winners of both sides, for your elections are decided for both parties long prior to any elections. The outcome is totally orchestrated to the finest detail and personage. The PRI stuffs the ballots in file 13 and otherwise destroys them and keeps the rightful winners from being duly elected into office. Therefore the PAN party became the party of the revolutionaries in Mexico. There has been a mighty conflict, which began to get really serious in the early 80s, whereby these two parties were fighting back and forth, and also the Committee Defense Popular, CDP, which is represented and supported by the prestigious organizations such as the Weatherman Underground, the Communist Party International, etc. all communist front organizations. They, in turn, represent an international workers, agricultural, union that is even representing those farm workers who come over to the US via the buses using labor contracts to come over and work in the US fields and go back to Mexico. They have been heavily infiltrated by the CDP and communist movement. What does this mean? They are attempting to build a conflict between the two groups, and then, when the time is suitable, the people down there are going to ask to secede into the Union of the US. When this happens, the terrorist organizations down there are going to rise up in righteous indignation and say the imperialists are taking more Mexican land from them. This gives the synthesis that they are looking for to do the dirty deed. To go with the above, there is an area along the border of some 50 miles which is called the Frontera Zone in Mexico. It is planned that at that particular crossing there will be pass stations, just as you now have at the present border. Within that 50-mile zone ones can come and go pretty freely. There is even a different license plate in that zone from that of the rest of Mexico. Bill Richardson / Free Trade Zone. Watch the sleight of hand now, because what was put into play years ago as limited, now becomes unlimited. Bill Richardson is a representative of New Mexico and was also the chairman of the Hispanic Caucus in Washington, who put a bill into Congress to give, what he called, a 400-mile wide free trade zone. Understand that you are now talking the southern boundary of the United States of America. What it would mean would be that there would be no boundary. This was set up from the economic point of view. To go along with the above, the trilateralists and other organizations have advocated for some time to break the US up into some number of nations which would be labeled economic nations. Or, they will refer to the nations as ethnic nations. The area now being referred to is to be called Mex America and has already been accepted in everything from politics to cookbooks for Mex American foods. They intend to utilize the concept of controlled conflict within the boundary to expand it into that which would be called Mex America. This has been totally obvious for a great number of years if anyone watched even in the slightest. Baja. There are North Koreans down there who are making practice assault landings on the beaches from Korean ships. On the west coast there was an increase in one area from some 4,000 to over 40,000 in the first 2 years of the 80s. There are assault ships coming in which are filled with Orientals, leaving them and leaving the port with salt for the return voyage. There were 2 ships permanently stationed for surveillance in 1983. Their purpose was and remains surveillance of military installations in New Mexico, Arizona and California. There are now at least a dozen with at least 4 in the Mexican Gulf. They are also the supply ships for the training camps already detailed. The Arizona Republic, a well-recognized newspaper in Arizona, had investigative reporters who went into the Mexico area, and there are numerous reports from numerous excursions into the area, and all has been totally confirmed. The San Diego Union newspaper also confirms the matter. So, brothers, you have a problem. The intelligence in Washington confirms this information. They also admit they know about the 30,000 Orientals in British Columbia. They also knew about the more than 75,000 in the Yucatan area in 1983 and the regularly increasing numbers of inflow since. They also have known about the heavy armor such as the great quantities of tanks, and they also realize and know of the training camps. So, all of your intelligence operations know of the presence of the enemy in your dooryard, as does your government. Within the US. We better have a look now at the US concentration camps. Do you realize that you ones have concentration camps? Well, old ones were already being refurbished and new ones under crash construction as early as the 1970s. There are pictures and total documentation of this. There are concentration camps in Washington, Oregon, Utah, and Northern California well documented and photographed. There were about 40 camps by 1983 and now all military bases on inactive status have been, or are being, converted into camps. There are at least one or two in every section as divided into the new designated areas of the new states. There is now underway the final accomplishment of at least one in every state. For instance, there are 5 in Arizona and, of course, the prevalence of the camps are more densely located in areas, states, bordering Mexico. These are called detention camps and are excused as existing for the purpose of illegal entrance by aliens. An interesting aside, as far back as 1982 to 84 all these camps along the southern border were filled and, in fact, the overflow detainees were, and are, being held in commercial motels and hotels and you, the taxpayers, are paying the bill. More than that, because of the corruption you are paying at least quadruple the going price of the rooms and all meals are supplied along with fresh linens and free flights back into Mexico every time they come across the border into the US. Some commute and live in very nice facilities at your expense while they do so. Don't get carried away now. The camps and centers were not built for aliens. They are built for people in the US and the plan was for use for dissenters. I just spoke of these in immediately prior material. Reagan commissioned at least 10 of these camps documented and confirmed in presence. I hope you all realize that dissenters are all who object in any way, shape, or form to that which is going on in your government. There are plants in every gathering who are paid by the government, you, to spy on your every move. A total computer profile is now held by these surveillance groups on every citizen right through the newborn babes. If you think I jest, then I ask you to consider that in some instances where groups such as Freedom 90 meet and there are out-of-state licensed automobiles, this is especially true of meetings which pull very few out-of-state automobiles, all attendees are later questioned, stopped, and or checked on in some overt manner. Usually it is the IRS who first begins the harassment through the request of the CIA. Simply know that this is a fact and act accordingly. You are more of an enemy to your government and congressional leeches than any communist or alien group in Mexico. You must understand that the State Department of the US is 100% controlled by the Zionist community. They know exactly what is going on and so does immigration. The Immigration Service is controlled by the Zionists, also. I did not say Jews, I said Zionists. There have been some CIA agents who came into knowledge regarding these matters and were astounded to find these things to be true. Remember, CIA agents and families die just as do you citizens. Some of these agents went to the Immigration Service in an effort to bring this information forth and were told to, leave it alone or you won't stay alive. There are getting to be some pretty frightened agents, friends, who have been in the meeting halls, seen maps, heard plans and know all about the terrorist infiltration. The plans are well known and activation of the plans are simply awaiting orders. The concentration camps are one very visible sign of intent. The government realizes that if the public ever awakens, they are in for big trouble if, in fact, arms have not been forcibly removed from you. They know you will resist as long as you can, so actions to remove your protection and defense is moving as quickly as possible under the covers of lies and incidents to cause you to demand mass turn-in of all weapons. Every effort is being made to destroy all manners of ways to resist. I strongly urge you ones who have weapons to get a supply of ammunition and keep it well hidden and keep your mouth shut. I do not urge guns, but I do urge you who have them to keep very quiet about it, for you are being watched and, not only at some time will the weapons be confiscated, but you will likely be incarcerated on false charges. Please note what the military does even to the Mohawk Indians. The army literally stashed weapons and then claimed they belonged to the Indians. There is no limit to the deceit and greed or that which they will do to set you up. It is no secret, friends, that the FBI, the CIA, the IRS, your local sheriff's department, the state police, all state and federal law enforcement agencies are holding meetings regularly, planning strategy on how to handle regional government once the state boundaries are eliminated. For all practical purposes, the state borders have already been eliminated constitutionally and otherwise. What do you do? First of all, please realize that in anything you do as a people claiming to be for the right, you recognize that God must be in command. God is your sword, so to speak, and truth must be that with which you work. You are running on borrowed time regarding the Constitutional Convention, which will wipe out all of your constitutional rights. Actually, remember, it is now set up so that all your Bill of Rights are able to be negated by one executive order. You have to get off your apathy and get busy. I would like to draw this express to a close at this point and see if you have room to include in the mailing the information on the income tax. We shall just do the best we can to cover as much as we can in timely sequence. I can only suggest you use to your best advantage all suggestions and instructions we can share with you. If you will gather with your neighbor and discuss these things, perhaps you can see approaches you haven't realized were available, and share them with one another through these journals so as to get them into the Citizens Information Network. There are a lot of you wondrous citizens out there if you will but come together and act in unity, in honor, integrity, and in service to God and His wondrous creation. So be it. Salut. Chapter 6. Rec number 1, Haton. Sunday, September 30th, 1990, 8:30 a.m. year 4 day 45. In the glory of the morning I come in the presence of radiance in service unto God and man. I am Haton. Today's watch. Blessed be the truth bringers and blessed be those who receive truth, for theirs shall be the right land of God, for God is the word and the word of truth is God. We are but ways howers on the path, No more and no less, but great is our task. Honor and integrity, mercy and charity, and above all, love shall be our shield and buckler. Through these shadowed days of approaching hoofbeats and war shall we continue to bring truth and hold our lamps of light high that our brothers can find their way. Blessed be the wondrous temple in Washington which lays finished in its stonework as of the yesterday. Honor the artisans and stonemasons, the leaded glass craftsmen, and then forgive man for his lack of understanding of the truth of God. God dwells within each of his creations, and the temple is truly built as an edifice unto man, not unto God. How quaint that man would dedicate the building of such a temple and then have the dedication given by evil and an honor guard bearing flags, and yet there were none of God. Moreover, a military tribunal representing murder and war is both contradictory and blasphemous. See that for which it is. Honor the gifts of the artists and the sole expression of greatness, but hold truth in the consciousness, for it is the truth within which must prevail, not the lip service unto God without. So be it, and Selah. As the touting of war grows louder, become not faint of heart, for unto this task have you come again upon this planet. Ye shall go about the changing of those things which can be changed, bring truth and the word will go forth, accept those things which are not yours to change, and let us allow God to give unto us grace to discern the difference, that we might not become bigots and egotistical fools and tools of darkness. Love, truth, and wisdom shall be our watch, and God grant us all that we need. So be it. God's realm is incarnate within each. Will ye bring glory and wisdom, or will ye manifest treason unto your godness? It is thine individual choice unto the very ending. The children, as your president and clan of ill-intended, good-intended, and misinformed of all sides, gather to bring a better world unto the children, let me point forth the ambiguity and falseness of the mission. The World Health Organization brings forth minimal statistics and presents that 14.6 million infants die before age 5 in underdeveloped countries each year. Do you think that a group of world leaders really intends to allow 14.6 million children to grow up to be adults in a world in parasiment from overpopulation? Jealous, they are desperate to decrease the populations. No one can nor shall change of it. If anything, they shall increase the numbers with your new and deadly diseases, and still wring their hands in projected helplessness, sorrow, and misery. See it for that which it is, and let us get on with our work, that we do not simply increase the foolish lip service, and rather, change of the circumstance. We have of the placements for the overpopulation if you would but hear our call, and this without death to the human form, but it requires joining hands and forsaking evil and turning from the leadership of Satan, no less shall prevail. How did you get in this Mideast mess? Before we go back in time to other scenarios which will allow you to relate to that which is going on now in the continuing sagas of lies, let us examine that which brought you to today's actions. Britain got you into this mess in conjunction with your cartel elite leaders and Israeli Zionism. Your President Bush continued to protest that presence of the military in Saudi Arabia was there only for defense. Note how the tune has changed until now the concert symphony is war. The wealth of the Middle East countries are in the hands of six ruling families, who also obviously control their nations through force, submission by requirement, and teaching through the generations and power of that wealth. You now bow, scrape, weep and rave about the deposing of the Emir of Kuwait, who is a depraved, greedy, and self-serving monarch. You now proclaim all that your country has stood for generations, that of freedom, democracy, and equality. The Arab world of citizens, population, is among the poorest of poverty-ridden peoples of the world. You are only allowed to see and hear the dialogue of the ones chosen for you to witness. Further, the touting of Israel that things should be ultimately decided by the 4 permanent members of the UN, is indeed extremely important. Those ones, friends, are the ones who originally created Israel. Let us enumerate: Israel, United States, Great Britain, and Russia. Senior military experts in Europe and Asia expected full-blown war in early September. But a few things went wrong. The world didn't fall into line as well as expected. It has not been called off, dear hearts, and only one of your miracles can stop it. Well, the miracle may come in a strange way indeed, but you will still have war. Perhaps the saving miracle will save your planet as a whole for a while longer, but you do not amass great armies without playing the game. Will Russia sacrifice Iraq? Perhaps, for that is not the game of power that they play. Russia can only benefit, as will Iraq, from this encounter. Look at the price of oil, dear hearts. Iraq can benefit from the high price of oil and lose bunches of their debts to the world, also. Look beyond the veil into the truth of the game. The world leaders do looking to save the economy. The media keeps bringing you news of acts and threats from Iraq which are totally false. This, of course, is to give excuse to act in retaliation with credibility of the world in general. You see, the reconquest would have had to occur before now for logistical and morale reasons. With the vast amount of hardware and troops, very much more than could be needed for defense and more pouring in, morale and the exigencies of desert conditions would oblige the US to act quickly. They didn't. Now, it becomes tough and the truth can be seen more clearly. The point at present is to line up the ruling families in coalition against the world and their own people in order to maintain and contain their wealth. Total control of oil resources is the name of this game, control with no enemies. A British blockade. The Anglo-American blockade of Iraqi ports began as a British operation. It was Britain that was the first to interdict foreign shipping, although the US quickly followed suit. This is exemplary of the British role in leading the US to the brink of war and possibly beyond, which began with Thatcher's trip to the US, when she insisted to a recalcitrant President Bush that he take action against Iraq for its occupation of Kuwait. Henry Kissinger, representing the World Cartel and Israel Zionism, orchestrated the massive operations. If one man can be given credit for the mess in Lebanon, for instance, it should be laid directly to Henry Kissinger. So far, The escalation of the UN approved sanctions against Iraq has received little international support. It only appears that way. The representatives of the nations are fighting for their very survival. The peoples of the world do not want war. They are sick to death of war. The peoples of the world want jobs and food and peace. You are watching your world be destroyed by a relatively small handful of people. On August 14, in an informal meeting, 4 members of the UN Security Council sharply criticized the US announcement that it would blockade Iraq and Kuwait. The UN had accepted only an embargo, not a blockade, which is an act of war. France stated that it would not be a co-belligerent with the US, Britain, and Australia in the action. The Soviet Union said it would only participate if the blockade were agreed to by the UN. So why have they changed? What else would they do? You are looking down the barrel of a gun that shoots hydrogen bombs. Picture was clear by mid-August. The picture of British involvement in orchestrating George Bush's Mideast adventure was abundantly clear by mid-August. The British press has continually boasted that it was Thatcher who put iron in the president's spine along with counsel of Henry Kissinger and Israeli representatives, when he hesitated to immediately take action following the Iraqi occupation of Kuwait. The reason for British interest is not hard to find, jealous. A little history. Look at the case of one Peregrine Worsthorne, stepson of the late Montague Norman, former Bank of England chieftain who bankrolled Adolf Hitler, and one of the Prime Minister's strongest followers. Remarking on the similarity of the present adventure to the 1982 Malvinas War, Worsthorne points out that in both cases Thatcher was facing a governmental crisis, which she successfully evaded by changing agenda to war. Worsthorne added, in the Sunday Telegraph, August 12, speaking of Thatcher, he wrote, "But most important of all was last week's confirmation that her suspicions about the European community at the deepest level are justified as the predominance of Germany increases. So far, her less than enthusiastic attitude to German reunification has seemed based more on fear and envy than on any laudable principle, harking back to an old Germany long since buried rather than looking forward to the new democratic one about to be born. Do not forget, jealous, that when talk of unifying Germany was projected, both the US and Britain objected and did everything they could think of to delay that event. Now everything possible is being done to prevent the survival of the nation as a unified and working nation. Now, however, one can see a bit more clearly what it is she fears," continued Worsthorne, a lobotomized German economic giant, psychologically unable to spill blood even in a good cause and infecting the rest of Europe with its own anti-war psychosis. The danger of a Europe dominated by Germany is not that it would put civilization at risk by going to war too easily, but that it would put civilization at risk by refusing to go to war at all. In similar expressions of British hostility to Germany, the Sunday Express carried a page of statements by former Trade and Industry Minister Nicholas Ridley, including extravagant praise for Margaret Thatcher as extraordinarily close to what the people think. Ridley was recently forced to resign from his government post after he compared West German Chancellor Helmut Kohl to Adolf Hitler. Has everyone already forgotten the riots against Thatcher and the poll tax? How short are the memories when the stories are hidden and buried from you the people? The British and Zionists are fully intent on using Anglo-American control of the world's oil reserves as a counter to German attempts to implement the development triangle centered in Germany and including France and Austria, and reaching to Czechoslovakia. Further, the British are unwilling to countenance the possibility of a viable accord between Germany and Russia. For goodness sakes, jealous, the British people don't even want the tunnel connecting the British Isles with the mainland in France. Doesn't anyone even read the drivel? There is enough, albeit tainted, information for you once to get the picture, if you but paid attention. War aims. A more in-depth basis for the British-inspired destabilization of the area lies in Britain's colonial past. One might well describe the Persian Gulf as being historically a British lake. This term has been generally used throughout the world. Where were you? Let us examine briefly what a reputable and high-ranking British insider had to say to the inquiring press. The British Foreign Office are the Western world's experts on the Arab. After all, the Arab countries were invented by the British after World War I. The British now, as always, are acting in an incredibly pragmatic way. Now, as always in that region, there's been one issue, the issue of oil. Britain is doing now what it has always done, acting to keep the Western world supplied with oil. Jordan, remember, was invented for that purpose. The British have kept an active troop presence in the Gulf, in the Emirates, for this reason, since the days when Aden was closed. Frankly, the United Kingdom itself is self-sufficient in oil, but other countries are threatened by the lack of oil. Discount the altruism, brothers, for that is the big B word. Otherwise, it is a specific and truthful statement. The imperial ambitions of the British are read in similar fashion on the continent where France, Germany, and Italy, and other nations, held back, originally, from endorsement of the blockade. The influential French daily Le Monde editorialized that the difference between Paris and Washington over the crisis was not merely a matter of words, but indicated that France and its two Western allies, the US and Britain, are not on the same wavelength. Le Monde continued, France sensed the danger that would have occurred, if she were to seek to associate herself with what would appear to be a neocolonialist crusade against the developing world. Hence Paris's desire to distance itself from an overly warlike attitude. The paper concluded by noting that there was national unity behind the Mitterrand government's approach to the crisis. This, dear ones, is why an incident had to be precipitated involving the French embassy which would bring the French under control. News press opposition. The British opposition press dared to continue to speak out but has been pretty much buried at present as no items are allowed to be leaked to the international media. On August 15, the London Guardian made almost identical charges to the above French observations. The US, Britain, and Australia are hijacking the negotiations on the crisis for their own deeper purposes, with the United Nations and NATO as instruments of United States policy. So be it. Chain reaction to economic meltdown. The thrust to save the economy by this war move might very well backfire into the face of Bush, Thatcher, Kissinger, Shamir, and your world. The chain reaction effects of the international increase in the oil price, on the bankrupt dollar-based credit system and the already present US and world depression might well have set the financial system on the path to irreparable meltdown. George Bush's British-driven flight forward into military adventures in the Middle East has dealt what may turn out to be one shock too many to the more than $20 trillion worth of debt and speculative claims accumulated in recent years. The British press brags openly that their Prime Minister brainwashed and manipulated the Bush administration to act with her in choosing to flee into war in the Middle East, to run away from the catastrophic domestic consequences of economic and financial failures. Events of the past weeks indicate that under that influence and pressures from Israel in their fear of Hussein's wrath for treatment with heinous crimes and force against the Palestinians, the US President Bush has brought the world to the point where accumulated monetary and economic instabilities can be crisis managed no longer. Those who have insisted that an economy can be successfully run by permitting usury and speculation to run amok, while destroying the productive capacity of farmers and industry, scrapping the infrastructure in the form of transportation, power supplies, and water management which support that activity, and throwing a third of the population onto the scrap heap of poverty, are now being proven by events to have been dead wrong, and still these ones do not see that it was orchestrated to perfection. Further, the orchestrators have corrupted the lawmakers and representatives of the people by bribes and inclusion into the criminal circle, until they are hooked and indicted beyond recovery without bringing down of selves. Bush's flight into war on top of the shock of the increase in the oil price, has set off what the backers of Bush have always insisted they could control. This is reflected in the pattern which has prevailed these past weeks. But it is getting out of control, and the ones who thought they could manage it are opening their eyes to the realization that it is they who have been managed. Note that Bush's announcement to call up the National Guard and increased action against Iraqi ships came to you the people on a Friday after the market closed. Warlords at work, then and now. The plunge into crisis and war in the Middle East has been orchestrated since 1988, by the section of the British establishment represented by the Hollinger Corporation, Robert Maxwell, Lord Carrington, and other associates of the crowd in the US represented by Henry Kissinger. This crowd, through London press outlets like the Daily Telegraph, affiliated circles in the Israeli government and military, and friends in Egypt and Saudi Arabia, is now demanding that US forces deployed into the Arabian Peninsula, be used in a massive preemptive attack on Iraqi facilities. Israeli Foreign Minister David Levy told a press conference in Rome in mid-August, "You must fix a deadline. To defend oneself one must be ready to counterattack." Financial volatility internationally has been triggered, not in reaction to particular events as they unfold, but to the chain reaction consequences of the pressures and oil manipulations and price raising. The intent, of course, is through joint US and British manipulators to hit the oil import-dependent economies of Central and Eastern Europe, along with Japan, and to wreck the emerging cooperation between unifying Germany and Russia. The increase in the price of oil to $40 per barrel, with full intent of at least $65 per barrel, has unleashed the kind of shock to the depression-racked and bankrupt US that will turn out to be more devastating and speedy in its effects on the US than anywhere else. Since 1986, cheap oil has been one of the means by which the effects of depression within the US has been disguised. You all got sold again on having all your luxuries, big cars, and fine oil byproducts such as plastics, fabrics and so forth. The increase in the oil price shifted the volume and composition of the financial flows that were being looted to support the unsupportable $20+ trillion of combined debt and speculation. But the shift was unleashed at the very moment that crises were erupting among the nation's largest commercial banks, and at the point that it became clear that the US government would have to borrow between $300 billion and $400 billion during fiscal year 1991, and probably more, to continue to service its deficit and prop up the banking system. It is indeed far more serious than you once can imagine. Panic on the markets. The panic is being controlled in increments of, hopefully, small enough drops to fool you the watching people. The shift is reflected in the beginnings of an international liquidation panic, however. The beginning symptoms growing ever more rampant daily, used to be called a confidence crisis. You can look at your own market and that of Japan to see the slide into catastrophe without needing to look further. For only the second time in its history, the US government could not find buyers for its debt, when issued at the quarterly refinancing between August 7 and August 9. The Federal Reserve was forced to buy up the paper for its own account. How many of you realized this fact? The liquidation panic and flight out of the dollar is going to create an inflection point for the US. And this time it can't be delayed forever. The choice will be between Weimar Germany-style hyperinflation, to replace the paper and paper values being liquidated, or a full-scale depression collapse. Bush's manipulated flight forward into Middle Eastern military adventures may bring the world to war. On this course, he will certainly bring down the financial system. The cartel, of course, has planned it this way, and you have walked right directly into the trap just as the shepherds planned for you sheep. Are you ready for the gasoline/pollution truth? Your wondrous government regulatory agencies mandated that the lead content of gasoline be drastically reduced and ultimately eliminated, as well as other pollutants similarly decreased, since 1970. Consumers and industry have spent untold billions of dollars on everything from catalytic converters to complex emission control systems in the effort to reduce pollution to the level of tailpipe emissions reduction by 96%. Now the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, and Congress, through the Clean Air Act, are demanding that you spend as much to attack that final 4%. Funny thing is that what you are actually going to get in return is more pollution, more wasted oil and gasoline, and smaller cars that are more dangerous and less efficient, not to even mention the money that will be ripped out of your wallet for all these benefits. What about the lead? For over 40 years tetraethyl lead served as the primary gasoline additive to boost octane, making for a more even and lower temperature burn. This enabled manufacturers to produce engines that were larger and had higher compressions. These engines could generate more horsepower, and thus permitted the building of larger and heavier cars that could attain higher speeds and last longer. Measured in ton-miles per gallon of fuel, those old engines were among the most efficient ever designed on your placement, and the larger, heavier cars were far safer than the glorified aluminum and plastic cars that traverse the highways and sit choked in waiting on your freeways. The environmental hysteria that began in the 60s forced refiners in the 1970s to change the blended components of gasoline to substitute for the reduced lead content and maintain some semblance of octane level for engine performance. This resulted in reduced engine compression ratios, that is, less efficient engines, which, when combined with the push for more miles per gallon, led to increasingly smaller cars. Although advances in engineering have, of course, increased engine efficiency in many ways over the last 20 years, the emphasis on increasing fuel economy has dictated the manufacture of ever lighter, and ever more dangerous vehicles. All the while inventors and producers of truly workable alternative fuels have been murdered and the formulas confiscated. This, so that the governments of the world can control you through access to fuel for energy, electric production, and mobility. The reduction of lead meant, ironically, that refiners had to use more crude oil to get an equivalent amount of gasoline because the refining process had to remove various chemical segments of the oil while adding others taken from further crude inputs. Additional anti-pollution requirements over the years have forced even more crude to be input. Insanity and hysteria. Every time the EPA has required the alteration of the composition of gasoline, refiners have had to make costly changes in the refining process by adding marginal capacity and shifting configurations at their plants. In another irony, these refinery adjustments have, more often than not, run smack into a bevy of constantly changing and costly environmental regulations that have enormously hampered and restricted new construction. The result is that gasoline supplies have barely kept with the pace of demand so that fuel imports could rise and more control be exerted in subtle manners. The EPA has now required that refiners drastically reduce the volatility, or evaporation of vehicle fuels by 1992. This means restricting the amount of light hydrocarbons like butane, benzene and other aromatics that supposedly add to ozone and smog levels, or are carcinogens. The refining process had produced more of the hydrocarbons in gasoline as substitutes for lead in order to boost octane and maintain engine performance. Now these are to be curtailed, to reduce smog. Well, isn't it nice that throughout it all the whole matter will be put on hold while you go to war? An interesting set of data which were brought public by the Detroit News, April of 1989, which showed, there were only 94 occasions on which a major city exceeded the EPA ozone health standard, and that for only a few hours on one day of the year. In all of the human exposure studies on ozone, the most that could be produced in the way of human harm was 10 minutes of coughing. It would also appear a bit irrational to fuss so greatly about the ozone depletion and at the same time struggle over ozone production. Oh, I see, you think that ozone somehow goes up somewhere, separates and forms coverings for empty holes in your atmosphere? Okay, I often forget just what is being fed to you innocent listeners. I see not how you can even sit with a serious face as they feed the slop unto you. Lead in the air is one thing, ozone, quite another. Yes, ozone can be deadly, but the entire scenario regarding pollution is absurd in lack of factual information. Back to the subject in point, however. You ones don't like to be disturbed by facts, so we will just try to ease in a few between the lies so that you are not subject to abrupt trauma. The new standards mean that even more of the crude oil input has to be removed, resulting in less gasoline production, while new refinery processes must be developed both for the additional crude inputs required as well as for new substitute additives. Today the US is importing an average of some 400,000 barrels per day of gasoline, which is 5 to 6% of total consumption. Already, reducing volatility levels to current standards has resulted in a loss of 300,000 barrels per day of gasoline, at a cost of roughly 5 cents per gallon at the gas pump. Now, don't panic, I speak of refined gasoline import, not crude oil. Not only is the lost fuel nearly equivalent to what you now import, the new regulations mean you will have to import far more right along according to the plans, dear sleepy nods. The lower volatility standards are forcing refiners to substitute more oxygenates for hydrocarbons in so-called reformulated gasoline in order to maintain octane levels and decrease evaporation. While the refining industry prefers a methanol-based chemical called MTBE because it can be blended at the refinery and because it is only slightly soluble in water, the Clean Air Act virtually mandates heavy use of ethanol-based blends. Ethanol, however, would increase smog. It is very volatile, evaporates more readily than gasoline, could increase the ozone forming potential by 6 to 15% and mixes easily with water, which could result in engine corrosion. Many car models more than 6 years old simply will not run well on the stuff, and would suffer a premature demise again, a well-planned and orchestrated event. Furthermore, ethanol costs twice as much as gasoline to produce, so what do you now have? Not only would it drive up gasoline prices even higher by at least 10 to 25 cents per gallon, the Clean Air Act gives ethanol producers a 60-cent per gallon tax subsidy to defray their costs while 28 states kick in an average extra 30 cents. U.S. taxpayers, have shelled out over $4.6 billion just within the past several years for ethanol production, and these new subsidies would double that amount. Much of the money would come out of the Highway Trust Fund, meaning substantially less funds for desperately needed road and bridges, and probably tax hikes such as in California wherein a tax is added to gasoline specifically for roads. Who is the prime beneficiary of Congress's largesse? Oh my goodness, remember those goodly ones who had the agriculture debacle and contracted all your grain to Gorby, Dwayne Andreas of the huge business firm of Archer Daniels Midland, which produces about 75 to 80%, and rising, of the nation's ethanol. Andreas and ADM just happened to be Gorbachev's best friend in American business. And where might you have been on the day the world ended? I wonder. Time for a break, Dharma. Thank you for your service and thank you for allowing me 6 hours of meeting yesterday. I am continually humbled by you ones in your willingness to give of self unto our work. You can only know that the word is going forth even if in thine own quiet placements, you cannot see of it to great extent as your private world is bombed, violated, and under constant attack. He who attacks and laughs at our work shall not have the final laugh, dear ones. So be it and so shall it come to be in the days ahead, for the clock moves quickly and the trumpet sounds for those who can yet hear. I bend my knee in service and appreciation and I salute you in honor and recognition for that which you are and cannot yet understand. Salut, 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 and salam. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 7. Rec number 1 Hayton. Monday, October 1st, 1990, 8:30 a.m. Year 4 Day 46. May the beauty of that which is overflow the cup of life, for in truth lies the glory of the path. No dark can abide in the presence of light. I am Hayton, serving within that light, in brotherhood of man. Today's watch. We will not linger on the news to great extent this day, for it becomes difficult to get our other items to print. However, I want all of you to take note that your wondrous Supreme Court has struck down the right to place a nativity scene on public ground. The scene itself is not of importance, the law is. Who would speak out against a Christian symbol? No one would object to having a Jewish symbol on the same ground. It is the Zionists, dear hearts, efforting to pull you as a traditional nation away from the consciousness of God. You will find that most Zionists, especially today, are not Jews. They are simply ignorant tools of Satan under the impression they are creating equal rights for all. But you see something clearly from the focus: man has already pulled away from God and godliness. Christianity has pulled man away from God. They await in idleness and burden dumping upon a man-made Christ to bear their guilt, wrongdoings, interface with God so they do not have to do so, and ultimately clean their slates and save them by rapture unto the holy places. No, it shall not be. Until man understands this truth, he shall toss and turn in the sea of satanic ritual of life misuse, and he will ultimately meet God in naked unveiling of self-journey, and no other shall answer for him. So be it. Thatcher war. Margaret Thatcher openly declared war this morning on international television. She gave no date for invasion but clearly stated their plans, even while Saddam Hussein is talking peace. You will see your warlords come forth in their finest armor. You have witnessed a dowdy British matron turn into a lovely coiffured, fashionably attired, and cosmetically done by professionals come before the world like the butterfly from the worm. These warlords feast on the blood of others in the truest sense of vampires. They thrive on power and death. I suggest you hold your breath through these next 2 days, for you are close indeed, and the leaders of the world know it. Incidents of tit for tat indicate that massive attack is losing strength against major powers, at this time. But all indications are that atomic or heinous weapons will be utilized against Iraq in a massive way in a couple of days. The leaders are getting you all prepared. Panama and death. What say ya, people? Does truth come from CBS better than from Hayton? What of the thousands of innocent citizens killed, maimed, and mutilated in your invasion of Panama? What of the mass graves holding 3,000 to 4,000 bodies, and if there be some 10,000 killed Panamanians and they told you some 200, what of your soldiers? How many do you believe there might really be? I suggest everyone get a copy of 60 Minutes of Yestereve. There are 7 known mass grave sites in Panama, each holding some thousands of bodies. You will never know the final tally. Lobby, Japanese and Israeli. I further suggest you pay attention to the 60 Minutes segment on the Japanese lobby and buying of your capital. Japanese involvement pales compared to Israel, for the money of the Israelis originates with your capital buddies. Japan, at least, provided the funds in the beginning. Japan and Israel already have a superb working relationship, orchestrated and provided in detail through your Congress. Ponder it. Will you have some good times in any interim measure? Dear ones, the Global 2000 plan is right on track, and that only allows 9 years for total completion of the United Plan for total world domination, so you discern the possibilities. It appears from your new budget that there is little hope for the citizen to dig his way out of the abyss of debt and taxes. $500 billion deficit reduction over the coming 5 years, when you are running some $400 billion in the hole per year and growing, simply won't cut it. If you allow your representatives to do these things unto you, I weep for you are still too blind to see any truth. They admit you are in recession and still they expect you to bear a burden of taxes beyond counting. Who will be able to pay? All become the facade to cover the upcoming elections and allow you the people to think they are doing something. They are. They are getting ready to enslave you and bring the final death knell onto your constitution, for you are already helplessly entangled in the carefully woven web. The Supreme Court has just told you what they will do when it comes to ruling on the rights of citizens and overriding the Constitution. May God help you all, for through His grace is the only way you shall return to wholeness. Can you do it? Yes. Will you do it? Doubtful and improbable. When you look upon the masses in a football stadium shouting for their beer and beating upon one another like flies on a carcass while watching their bloody gladiators upon a playing field, it looks indeed improbable that you shall save your souls. When that many massed people will stand in the name of God, then, and only then will man prevail. No, there is nothing wrong with beer. There is total absence of reason and discernment in the presence of drunkenness or alteration of the mind by any form, but mix the drugs with the alcohol and you have just eliminated reason from the factor. You worship Satan openly and blatantly, and you do not even recognize as much. You think somehow that you must butcher babies or goats to be satanic. Oh no, that is only a facade to allow you to believe you are still worthy and godly if you do not those things of ritual. You practice your satanic rituals with almost every inhaled breath of death. Every moment you, as a mass, move toward suicide at the willing hands and tools of evil. Lebanon, Marine deaths. I am recently being prevailed upon to speak further of the Beirut attack by terrorists on the U.S. Marine barracks. I have already covered that, dear ones, and do not wish to speak in depth about it herein. Suffice it to remind you that I told you Israel was part and parcel of the planned terror. Israelis oversaw the making of the bomb and setting up of the truck to carry it. It has now come public that this is fact. What more do you need? I will not reassure you that it is all right for you to not go back and study the journals. We have not time to repeat and repeat for you who simply want instant answers. Go read the journals, for we have covered these things. Yes, I do honor Viktor Ostrovsky, author of By Way of Deception, a devastating insider's portrait of the Mossad. Ostrovsky is a former Mossad case officer, and I include honor to Claire Hoy, a veteran investigative reporter in Ottawa, Canada. In a legal move which had no precedent in American history, the Israeli government obtained a court order in New York on September 12 banning publication of the document. That is all right, for you will be able to get the information, just as with other books, it will get published by brave people and you already have access if you effort to obtain a copy. I am asked herein to speak about the book and contents thereof. I shall give you a brief outlay. Do not expect this book to tell all, for authors can only write about that which they know and experience, and this will be limited, but will give you confirmation as to the truth of our other projections by sheer example. You will also see why Israel and your government would not want you to know truth. The Mossad, Israel's secret service, ran multi-dozens of murderous and deceptive covert operations against the U.S. which set the stage for the current Persian Gulf crisis during the Reagan era. Ostrovsky was born in Canada but, holding dual Canadian-Israeli citizenship, worked for the Mossad from 1984 to 1986. He is in hiding in or around Toronto, fearful of being kidnapped by Mossad agents and spirited to Israel to face certain imprisonment. To obtain the injunction, attorneys from the Manhattan law firm of Skadden, ARPs, Slate, Meagher, and Flom, we like to give credit where due, told New York State Supreme Court Justice Michael J. Donson that Ostrovsky's work contained extremely confidential information. Publication of same would endanger the lives of people in the employ of the State of Israel and would be detrimental to the State of Israel, lawyers for the Israeli government argued at an unusual midnight hearing held at the judge's apartment. In a decision issued at 1:05 a.m., Justice Donson ordered St. Martin's Press, the book's U.S. publishers, to immediately halt publication and distribution of By Way of Deception. His order, apparently based on a similar ban issued in Toronto barring publication of the book in Canada, was made without having read the work itself, the judge admitted. Angrily denouncing the judicial gag order and pledging to fight it immediately in appellate court, the president of St. Martin's Press said that he had no idea why the book would be called dangerous. The publishing company was then issued a gag order, and further, anyone speaking openly in the press regarding the book would be cited with contempt of court charges. This ruling immediately took effect in Canada, also another unprecedented event. The case was extremely unusual in that so-called prior restraint, the gagging of speech before it takes place, was all but unheard of up until now. Watch out, brothers, for it is upon you heavier than you realize, even with the unveiling of how it is. Lawyers around the country reacted with shock at the judicial decree, describing it as unprecedented and an aberration. The work denounced by Israel as a threat is in fact a dramatic indictment of the devious and subversive covert operations sponsored in your country by Israel and her powerful lobby. Let us look at some of the main things pointed out. Mossad agents committed a number of political assassinations in the United States and Western Europe, disguising them to look like accidents or the acts of Arab terrorists. One Israeli terrorist strike was targeted at a top Iraqi government official, who was set up with an attractive prostitute in his hotel room and then murdered. The hit was made to appear to be the work of the U.S., and although it was hushed up, it fueled secret hostility between Washington and Baghdad. The Mossad did not just direct a number of such covert action sorties, it worked behind the scenes to stir up so-called revenge violence among Arab activists in order to choke off friendly contacts between the U.S. and the vast Islamic world. Based on first-hand participant information obtained by Ostrovsky while working as a Mossad officer, the book reveals that the Mossad may have had a hand in, or at least had reliable advance information about the desperate suicide bombing of the U.S. Marine encampment in Lebanon, which killed the 241 American fighting men in 1983. I tell you that they not only knew but orchestrated the whole event. Also note that Israel gave no hint of warning to Washington of the attack. While successive Israeli governments loudly denied that they were spying on the U.S., the Mossad maintained an elite division with dozens of clandestine operatives dispersed in major American cities. These agents did not just perform high-level espionage assignments which involved stealing many of the U.S. government's most closely guarded secrets for Israel, they approached and subverted congressional leaders and other decision-makers in Washington to support Israel's interest above America's own strategic priorities. Protected from police surveillance, prosecution, and from the media by the Israel lobby, the most powerful alien interest pressure group in the nation's history, the Mossad considered America its easiest target, a playground for agents, rather than a zone of danger. In private, Mossad officials laughed and sneered at the subservient reports of dual loyalist investigative writers in New York and Washington who speculated that Jonathan J. Pollard, convicted in 1988 for selling Israel trunks full of secret defense documents, was the only Mossad spy infiltrated into the U.S. national security bureaucracy. Now, Gigi, where do you think this puts AN in the scheme of revelations? It would be easy to make the Pollard story, for it would negate the truth of the total involvement. You never can tell where your traitors lay in wait, nor whether or not they are informed or simply dupes. You see, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to hide. Greed usually tells its own story in time. While the term dual loyalist has been viciously publicly denounced by the Anti-Defamation League, the World Zionist Organization, and other Israeli Front organizations, as anti-Semitic, the book makes it clear that a similar term was in frequent use among Mossad officers to describe Americans who were ready to become Mossad assets in large numbers because they were willing to place Israel's interests above those of their own nation. Israel has plenty of reasons for trying to suppress this particular book, as well as trying to stop the flow of these journals of truth. But the same thrust of truth make these extremely important works for public consciousness, and publication must be followed by the widest possible distribution. We are efforting to bring light within the dark covered passages, and the book in point is a point of light which further confirms that which we are bringing forth unto you readers. Look unto the scattered resources for your confirmation, for we write of many varied subjects, and it is time for the integration and confirmations, for thine hourglass is on its side ready for the turning of its final hour. So be it, and may you seek this information and read with prayerful input of understanding, for the truth is all that shall give unto you freedom. Fools! You are lulled to sleep by contributions unto a fund, for instance, to save the children. If you do this, or that you can save 10 million children, what will you do with an additional 10 million mouths to feed? Where will they get work to survive? Their parents have no work, no income, no food. What will you do with 10 million more on your world welfare rolls? No, I promise you, in the act of immunizing all those babies against the known diseases, they will be infected with something far worse, and more shall perish. The point is to clear the population. These will not be programs to save more. Oh yes, come into presence of God and within godliness, and he shall send his hosts to take you to other places where there is abundance upon which these children could live and flourish. God promised you many mansions, and the Christos went to prepare those places for you. No one said you had to die a physical death to partake of those wondrous places. Only come within God's laws are the rules. So be it, and Selah. Dharma, I wish to go back to 1982 and continue the scenario of impending disaster. Since Syria is immediately again within your news, you have no idea that which you have loosed. Further, you have no idea what has really been going on in Palestine and along the West Bank, while the world has been shown naught but Iraq and Saudi Arabia. It has been a devastation of the Palestinians, and no one has noticed. You had a situation in 1982 which in many ways is identical to this day. Let us examine events around the destruction of your Air Force attack confirmation satellite on September 10, 1982. Up until that very day, the Pentagon Bolsheviks and the Israeli Zionists had spent over 2 weeks trying to lull Russia to sleep. Every effort was made to portray an impression of relative calm in the war-torn Lebanon hotspot. Simmering crises elsewhere around the world did not go away, but they also failed to escalate, as originally planned. I think you have a bunch of crises in escalation at this particular time, so you have more to be concerned about in the overall. But let me not get ahead of myself. Most important of all at that time was the premature departure of the U.S. Marines from Beirut on September 10. This was directly related to the Reagan-Brezhnev hotline call, which I have related to you prior to this. In that call, the entity Reagan was told that a beachhead in Lebanon by the U.S. troops would not be tolerated. The early departure of the Marines on September 10 was intended to send Moscow a false message to the effect, all right, we give up. We will play your way and there will be no war. The idea was to try to promote overconfidence on the part of the Kremlin leaders, or make them relax at the least. If the ploy had worked, it would have restored some semblance of the surprise element in the intended nuclear strike. But this attempt at deception by the Bolshevik Zionist coalition did not work. As it turned out, Russia destroyed the American attack confirmation satellite on the very day of the Marine pullout, September 10, which also indicated, we know what you are doing. So from that day onward the tactics changed again. The false impression of calm gave way to a fast crescendo of new violence and war tensions. The new crisis build-up had two purposes. One was to provide a last-minute crisis atmosphere of sorts to help explain away the sudden nuclear war which was still planned for September 17, but by that point so many things had gone wrong with the Project Z plans that its execution was no longer certain. And so the other purpose of the new crisis build-up was to get the older longer-range war plans into motion once again. In September, Israeli troops had already moved north to the outskirts of Tripoli. Up to then, Tripoli had been spared much of the violence that had torn southern Lebanon, but on Saturday, September 11, Israeli Mossad agents set off a car bomb, made with over 150 pounds of TNT, in downtown Tripoli. The alliances between Christians and Muslims that have given Tripoli a semblance of peace up to then, were under attack. 2 days later, Monday, September 13th, the focus shifted to the north. A huge NATO amphibious exercise called Operation Northern Wedding 82 got underway that day off the Danish coast. It involved over 160 naval vessels, 250 combat aircraft, and some 25,000 troops from nine countries. Radio Moscow denounced the exercise as being intensely belligerent, which it, of course, was. The so-called exercise was designed to seal up the Baltic and with it much of the Soviet Navy, and by strange coincidence, Operation Northern Wedding 82 was scheduled to last until Friday, September 17th. The following day, Tuesday, September 14th, the focus shifted back to Lebanon. Remember that we told you that the Lebanese president-elect, Bashir Gemayel, was an Israeli puppet. We also told you that the Israeli plan was to eliminate him, just as they did Sadat in 1981 when it suited their purposes. On September 14th the plan was carried out. As usual, the Israeli government pointed fingers at everyone else for what their own Mossad agents had done. Elsewhere there was shock over what was designed to look like a surprise. By the way, even at that moment the charades went on. For instance, on September 28th, your Bolshevik-dominated president kept it up in his news conference. Trying to defend recent American policy toward Lebanon, he said, "Who could have foreseen the assassination of the president-elect of Lebanon?" Read his lips, also. Anyway, on September 14th there were only 3 days to go until Z-Day on September 17th, not very greatly different to this day, just 3 days to October 3, 1990. The pace started speeding up fast. Within hours after the Gemayel assassination, the prepositioned Israeli army began an invasion of West Beirut. The Begin government gave the camouflaged excuse that it was to prevent a bloodbath. And as always they said at first this was only a limited and temporary move, but by September 16th Israel had changed its tune. It was announced that the Israelis intended to occupy the western half of Beirut indefinitely. The Bolshevik allies of the Zionists in Washington reacted as agreed for public consumption. They complained about the Israeli actions, but did nothing about them. On Friday, September the 17th, the Israelis completed their military conquest of West Beirut. By that time the Israeli High Command was ordering actions that bordered on insane frenzy. A U.S. Marine standing guard on top of the U.S. Embassy building was narrowly missed by an Israeli sniper, and the Soviet Embassy compound was attacked and invaded by Israeli tanks and troops. Under international law, that was equivalent to invading Russia itself. How is this different to what is being flung at you from Iraq and all the liars in the international mob? During that final week, the Israelis were doing everything possible to produce a sharp reaction from Russia to help explain away the impending eruption of nuclear war, but the Russians refused to take the bait. They continue to refuse to take the bait, brothers, and in fact, are instrumental in efforting to earnestly quiet the waters in Iraq so as to give no excuse for precipitation of the nuclear holocaust. It remains to be seen as to whether or not it will stop the Israelis who are working around the clock in preparation for the incident which will ignite the disaster. If they cannot have the cake, they plan to precipitate an incident that will lock you into later Holocaust. It is truly a time of sorrow upon your lands as man plots to destroy man. The Russians refused to react sharply to the Beirut invasion because the PLO was now gone, and with it the prospects of all-out carnage. As for the invasion of their own embassy, the Russians essentially turned the other cheek. Instead of a major international incident, the Israeli smashing of Russia's embassy compound turned into a virtual non-event. This is a good opportunity to look at the way incidents are presented unto you world viewers. Things are presented exactly the way the elite provide the showing for the most effective response from you the people. When the Project Z nuclear attack plan was finally scrubbed on that Friday, September 17th, all of the efforts to goad Russia shifted gears. On that very day the Beirut massacre of Palestinian civilians was already in progress. By late the following Saturday evening the world learned that a new Guyana-type massacre had taken place. The purpose of that massacre was much the same as that which took place in Guyana 4 years prior. We have already covered that in prior journals. In Guyana, it was mass murder, not mass suicide. It was perpetrated in order to open the door to Guyana for a joint commando force of Americans and Israelis. Under cover of the Jonestown cleanup operation, a commando raid was mounted to wipe out a nearby Russian missile base. Likewise, the Beirut massacre in October 1982 was perpetrated in order to open the door to Lebanon for troops, which were otherwise forbidden to enter. Remember the August 12th ultimatum from Russia that an American beachhead in Lebanon would not be tolerated. It was that Russian ultimatum that caused the hasty departure of the Marines on September 10th, even though the Lebanese government begged them to stay. I think this also explains to you why Israel would have been solidly behind the Marine barracks bombing. When the Pentagon Bolsheviks saw their hurry-up Project Z war plan going down the drain on September 10th, they contacted their Zionist military and intelligence partners. The Israelis were given the green light to create an overwhelming pretext for return of the American Marines to Lebanon. By the weekend of September 17th the massacre was fully underway. Israeli forces stood guard around the Beirut Sabra and Shatila Palestinian refugee camps while Major Hadid's and other Israeli-controlled militiamen committed mass murder. During the nighttime Israeli flares lit up the sky over the camps to enable the slaughter to go on non-stop. After more than 36 hours, the Israelis decided enough people were dead. Hadid's and other military forces were politely ushered out of the human slaughterhouse and transported out of the vicinity. On Monday afternoon, September 20th, the entity President Reagan went on television briefly with a special announcement. He was ordering the Marines back into Lebanon for more dangerous duty and without any pre-assigned time limit, and this time the circumstances would be such that they could not be protested successfully in public by Moscow. Not greatly unlike your soldiers in Saudi Arabia this day, I presume? If the Russians were to tell the exact truth about what had happened, who would believe them? The notion that over 1,000 innocent men, women, and children were slaughtered just to bring the Marines back would sound totally preposterous, and, dear ones, that is precisely why it worked then and why it works now. Some 1,200 Marines were immediately ordered into Beirut, some 50% more than the prior number. Another 1,200 were on the way even before the public knew why. The plan called for a large number of your U.S. Marines to be killed in Lebanon. It would be done by the Israeli Mossad and then blamed on Arab extremists. It worked, didn't it? Now I think you can better understand the banning of the book by Ostrovsky and why all efforts are underway to stop these journals from reaching the eyes and ears of the public. So be it, for the word shall not be stopped. This time God has decreed that the word of truth shall not be stopped. Let him who has eyes to see see. And him who has ears to hear hear. For the trumpet is sounding, who will see and hear? Hayton to clear, Salut. Chapter 8. Rec number 1, Hayton. Tuesday, October 2nd, 1990, 9:20 a.m. Year 4, Day 47. Today's watch. Appreciation. I am Hayton in the service of God and unto you, my brotherhood of man. First, my honor unto our great spirit, mother/father, creator/creation, our omnipotent spirit. Your name is revered in truth. Thine kingdom can come upon earth as it is in heaven, if it be thine will, and if we abide in the hollow within thine will, returning unto balance and harmony with that which I ask, but casting evil from within, that we might be sheltered in thine light. Give us strength and ability to earn our way, that we might serve in truth and lead our brothers into light and never into dark places. Let us be forgiving of those who cannot yet understand, and to endure the patience to allow them to see and hear, for ours is to bring of the word of truth, which is God, unto a weary land sorely in agony. Deliver us from errors along our own paths, that we move swiftly with the sword of truth in our preparations for the time of glory. Yours, Father, is the realm within each of us, and the all-knowing power and the knowledge forever. Selah. I have no earth words to express my appreciation unto the ones of my team working so diligently without complaint. Those of you who present our words of truth, those who receive, and those of you who are responding around the clock unto your mission. You have responded to hundreds of calls and could use even more instruments of communication to fill the onslaught of inquiries and requests. Let your hearts be filled, for in this manner you can now experience that man is coming into truth, and he shall hear and see, and you change the probabilities of disaster into the hope and possibility of reform. Man is so weary of his way, and yet he has not been given full truth in all things until now, and he is hungry for truth and instructions and hope within the love of God. We will walk every step of the way with you as brothers sent forth to show the way. It is the promise of God to so do. I am humbled to serve with you, and my cup is overflowed with joy and appreciation as I see you bend to the burden of the load, for ye are of me, and our service can change of the planet if we can but awaken the sleeping masses entangled in webs of lies and imposed shackles. So be it, for ours shall be a journey into the lighted kingdoms. Selah. Where do you stand on war? On the threshold. But if Israel can be brought into compliance, you may yet have respite. The orbit of the spy satellite launched yesterday has been changed to observe the Middle East through agreement with Russia. Russia has agreed not to take it out if American/Zionists do not try to send it over Russian territory in exchange for many credits, which I will refrain from going into herein, for they will come into your attention. We, too, have agreed to allow it to pass through high orbit without interference, since it carries only basic spy equipment, and through the Russian/American agreement, there are no massive protective beam thrusters or space dangers aboard. The satellite will be accompanied by Cosmospheres as well as our trackers. This is being allowed to remove reason for nuclear invasion of Iraq. The Russians can take out the satellite immediately if you do not keep your portion of the bargain. Funny thing about your nations. Grain is supposedly rotting in the Russian fields for lack of harvest crews and machinery, and yet massive tanks, men, and equipment are being wasted in the desert. Why do you not pitch in and harvest that grain for the world? Because, dear hearts, not enough people have died of famine. Open your eyes. If nothing else, you see, the grain could be turned into biomass fuel for your automobiles. You must look beyond the news and into the truth of given circumstances. The leaders of the cartel nations have just about more than they can handle without the precipitation of all-out nuclear war, and if you invade Iraq, that is what will come forth pretty quickly, because the retaliation to Israel would be instantaneous, and with your connections it means world war. The elite are efforting to bring your total Congress into line and are shoring up and maintaining the markets worldwide as best they can to buy a little more time. You, however, have bitten off more than you can chew by combining forces and relinquishing control unto the Zionists, for they want war, and nothing but bloodletting shall appease their appetites for power and acquisition. If they can see a way to control the extent of annihilation and limit it to pretty much your poor little children and Iraq, they will march as planned tomorrow right after the bomb run. If not, it will be reconsidered and postponed until the successful launch of the important shuttle payload. If you squeeze by tomorrow, you may have a month to prepare. One of the expected things in the interim will be earthquakes and natural-type destructions in order to distract the masses. The goal, of course, is to bring all under control without need for Holocaust, in order to depopulate by established means of famine, pests, natural devastation, infections, and hidden causes through pandemics. This would leave the earth usable and enough slaves to tend the elite. This is, however, not that which Israel wants. They want the bloodbath to fulfill their prophecies and protocols. It remains to be seen as to whether or not the hatred bursting throughout the Arab world as Israel devastates Palestine during your distraction elsewhere, can be brought to quiet even temporarily. Note what the terms are for Iraq to quiet. The Arab world says they will forfeit weapons and chemical items if Israel is required to give up hers. She, of course, denies having such. Your politicians and media are playing only on the elite rulers, not on the people of the Middle East. Middle East facts. Millions of Iranians are protesting the US-led forces in the Persian Gulf with chants of death to America, and they mean it, friends. Iraq is shouting warnings that war in the region would ravage other Arab states and Israel. Therefore, Israel wants first strike, as you can see. President Bush promised the exiled leader of Kuwait that his country will not remain under Iraqi control, so you have an impasse which is planned to strike unresolved fury in the hearts of the true Arab population. Sheikh Jaber al-Ahmed al-Sabah is among the most corrupted and despicable monarchs/dictators of the Middle East region, as we have described prior to this. The reason the Kuwaitis want him back has nothing to do with the true Kuwaitis. It is the multitude of alien workers in the oil fields and elsewhere who are displaced back into their poverty-stricken lives in their homelands which demand recovery. Your president has promised this heinous monarch that Kuwait's sovereignty and territorial integrity will be restored. The White House meeting was intended as a sign that the U.S. still regards the emir as the legitimate ruler of Kuwait, a puppet monarch on the strings of Britain. Tehran radio, monitored in Nicosia, is saying that millions of Iranians are staging continuous demonstrations nationwide, denouncing the U.S. and Israel. We have seen how they have defiled our sacred lands, the land of divine revelations, just as they did in Jerusalem, by bringing corruption, devastation, godlessness, and debauchery to that hallowed region, is the message bursting forth from all Arab quarters. Ah, you have the worst in front of you, dear hearts. You squeezed by the Israel holy days with only Palestinians paying the blood libel results. You now have the birthday of the Prophet Muhammad, the founder of Islam, coming up, and Saddam Hussein will not let it pass without note. Check with your news press. The official Iraqi news agency said, President Saddam Hussein planned a speech on Sunday, the birthday of the Prophet Muhammad, the founder of Islam. The agency said he would address a Baghdad rally on the theme, Holy War is the duty of all believers to purge the holy shrines of occupation. Iraq's government newspaper Al-Jamahiriyah is continuing to warn about widespread devastation if war breaks out. The battle arenas would be multiple and the fires would devour all oil fields, the Zionist entity and agents of America in the region. Dear ones, you have never witnessed the carnage of a truly holy war, for the frenzy is without equal and no quarter is shown an enemy. Your children will perish in horrendous manner without mercy. It becomes the duty of the warriors. The newspaper refers to Israel and Egypt, Syria, Morocco, and Arab Gulf states cooperating with the United States in the multinational buildup after the invasion of Kuwait. You see, Iraq has no quarrel with the people of America whom they love and respect. They can see you have been deceived, and yet they will devastate your children, for they represent you as your government whom they recognize as the Israeli self. You have fallen a long way, America. In Paris, at the same time, representatives of the United States and 20 industrialized nations met to discuss how to replenish oil supplies if they are depleted by the crisis. The nations are members of the International Energy Agency, which issued a communiqué that said it was preparing to protect the West from an oil supply crisis. So, you can possibly see why efforts are being made on all fronts and from all nations to stop this thing which is out of control. If this thing bursts, you can count on devastation of all the oil fields in the Middle East, and it will cinch the temporary immobilization of the world for a period of time. There is enough other production of oil to fill the needs, but you will never know of it. It is the plan to control the world through the energy supply, and make no mistake about that matter. The plan is to have the world under total control by year 2000. War is incidental and not the method of choice if other means can be brought into play. I certainly suggest you not allow yourselves to become drowsy, however, and complacent if war is averted. Your need for reserve supplies and security shelters has only just begun. They have dandy plans for your earthquake faults, and now you can see that they will be working in concert against you who object. The reasoning is, of course, that natural so-called events cause you to blame God and forget that man can do these things on cue. It will come to pass, and it will come in the short time immediately in front of you, for the elite's plan is on track and schedule, and you have diligently walked into the trap without noticing the culprits. You can expect disasters in your dooryards as efforts are made to slay the phoenix. Awaken, fledglings, for the time is at hand to fly or be forever bound. Plane crash in China. Just a point of power play to bring to China's attention who runs the show. Personages on the craft indeed told a great message to China that they will cooperate. You have to really watch the news small print and what they don't say about events. For instance, pay attention to Japan and North Korea. After 45 years of total hostility, suddenly North Korea agreed to open talks with Japan to establish diplomatic relations in return for a pledge of financial compensation for Japan's occupation of the Korean peninsula earlier in the century. You are now going to see a subtle but massive restructuring of allies in the entire Oriental nations. Beneath the lovely smiles and courteous facade, the Asians hate you of the West with a passion only surpassed by the Arabs. Your alliance and takeover by Israel has cost you your world and the respect of all nations. So be it. Corporation comments. Before we return to the journal text, Dharma, I wish to comment on some incorporation inquiries, for I am bombarded with such continually, and we simply have not had time to detail actions or expand on the value of Nevada incorporation. The main questions regard privacy, anonymity, and protection of assets, and what methods can be used to assure anonymity of involvement in a Nevada corporation, while still maintaining control of the corporation. I shall respond by utilizing terms from the journal, and can only ask that you get a copy of the journal so that you can understand without my needing to rewrite the entire scenario. One way to maintain the privacy and anonymity of ownership or control of your assets is to have those assets in a corporation whose ownership is difficult to detect, if not totally impossible. In Nevada, if ownership is divulged, it will be by the owner and none else. You can increase this privacy by not actually owning the stock of the corporation while still having as much control as you desire. John D. Rockefeller put it very well indeed, "The secret of my success is owning nothing but controlling everything." Most of those early corporations were set up in Delaware until Delaware blew their own system by affiliation and selling out to the Federal Revenue Service, I think you call it, IRS. Now all incorporations of mother companies are set up in Nevada just like good old Howard Hughes did. A way to achieve this control without ownership is the endorsed in blank technique. To understand how this works, you must understand that stock certificates are very much like checks. The registered owner can endorse the back of the stock certificate and give or sell that certificate to a third party in much the same way that the recipient of a check can sign it and pass it on to someone else. Usually this endorsed certificate is then submitted to the corporation's corporate secretary, who issues a new certificate in the new owner's name. However, and this is a very important however, until the endorsed stock certificate is submitted to the corporate secretary, the corporation stock register will show the stock as belonging to the original shareholder, and the stock certificate will generally state that it is only transferable on the books and records of the corporation. Remember all the while, that these people can all be the same person. It is quite possible to issue a stock certificate to a third party who immediately endorses the certificate and hands it to the ultimate owner, unnamed, or some third party. This person holds onto the certificate and does not submit to the corporate secretary. In the meantime, anyone who examines the share register will see that the original owner is still a shareholder in the corporation. There is added flexibility in the use of the endorsed in blank technique as well, since the decision as to who the new owner will be can be made at any time by the person in possession of the endorsed certificates, depending upon the legal ramifications. This technique can work very well with the Warbucks/Red Incorporated strategy we have already described to you, and we will be giving you some additional examples of that strategy as we find time. The basic strategy: your home state corporation, you need two corporations for this one, has all its assets encumbered by Warbucks, your Nevada-based corporation. By using the endorsed in blank tactic, you can make it very, very difficult for anyone to find out who the real owner of Warbucks is, and, if you do things right, then it doesn't matter who the real owner is, because it does not show as you. As a matter of fact, Nevada law can make even the tracking down of a corporation's share register tedious in the extreme. The register does not have to be kept in Nevada. The Nevada offices of the corporation must merely keep a record of where the register is located, and that location can change at whim as long as the office in Nevada is notified within reasonable time. This is just one way you can use corporations to ensure privacy and protection. It is hard to tell you specifically what to do because it depends on how intent you are on privacy and where you are headed. If we don't know how far you need to go on a trip, we can't very well tell you how much gasoline to purchase. There are varying degrees of anonymity you can achieve. First, you have a certain amount of anonymity simply by using a .Nevada corporation, even if you are on the public record as the officer and director of the corporation. That is because stockholders or owners are completely anonymous in the state of Nevada. There is no disclosure of the owners required in Nevada. The only record is in the corporate record book that you keep. Of course, the officers and directors are a matter of record, but just because you are the president or director of a corporation doesn't mean you own it. Further, you can set up your corporation through interim contacts who do this as a service for you, and they will list themselves on the public records and withdraw, or remain as desired, after filing the public documents. Let us suppose that you do not want your name on any public record. In that case, you can simply nominate someone else to be the officer of record, and you would remain as the anonymous stockholder while still keeping full control. But your next question should be regarding how you could run the corporation, sign checks, and such. You can list yourself as the cashier, as a good for instance, with check writing privileges. You would not be an officer as such, but the cashier can have check writing powers for your entire corporation. You write the corporate articles and bylaws that define the powers of the corporation's officers and employees, and you write these instructions into the record. If you wish to achieve a further degree of anonymity so that you are neither visible as a director or officer, nor as the owner of the corporation, even if someone examines the corporate stockholders register, then simply let someone else own the corporation. Via a proxy or voting agreement or trust, or even through a limited partnership, you can maintain control without your name ever appearing in connection with the corporation. In addition, using purchase agreements and other devices, you can actually have the ability to get the stock back from the registered owner whenever you wish. There are other or more sophisticated strategies you can use to achieve absolute anonymity, but I shall take no further time in this writing. I suggest that to obtain further information you contact America West, and they will give you contact information. We are being so bombarded with ones wishing to utilize the service that we are setting up a section for the interim structuring of these corporations with options suitable to your needs. It is much as with truth, we can bring it to your attention, but you will have to take appropriate action. Thank you for your interest and inquiries, and as we move along, perhaps we can put corporate strategies within the expresses regularly to remind you to use your knowledge and tools wisely and judiciously and keep your records in perfection, for that is your protection. Now let us turn our attention to the journal. Weather war. I have spoken above about the things you can expect from what will appear to be Mother Nature. Don't believe it, brothers. The weather is now orchestrated, and man has immediate capability to set off tornadoes, earthquakes, and all manner of extreme weather patterns, including deluge flooding and massive drought. There is an old saying on your place to the effect, everyone talks about the weather, But no one does anything about it. That may have been true when it was written nearly a century ago, but not anymore, Chelis. For several decades men have been experimenting with all kinds of ways to modify the weather. One of the earliest and best known techniques was that of cloud seeding to generate needed rain. But the science of weather modification has long since gone far, far beyond such crude games. As is typical of advanced new technologies, these wondrous tools are usually first used for military purposes and are kept secret for just as long as is possible. That is even more true of weather modification than it is for most other advanced technologies. The reasons are not technical so much as they are legal in nature. To understand why, one need go no further than the old cloud seeding methods for consideration. Suppose a farmer hires a cloud seeder to bring needed rain to his crops at a critical time in their growing season. The cloud seeder waits until some promising clouds develop and then flies over them, dropping a fine mist of chemicals. The chemicals help condensation take place in the clouds, and if all goes well the farmer gets his rain. Unfortunately, other farmers farther downwind may be equally desperate for the same rain. By the time the seeded cloud reaches them, perhaps it is rained out. Perhaps no other rain develops soon enough to save their crops. The result, they may try to seek damages against the farmer who did the cloud seeding, saying that his tampering ruined their chances of receiving rain. This is, surprising as it may be to you, a very, very common example of the legal problems caused by weather modification. Today the knowledge exists to make massive alterations in the weather either for better or for worse. But the scale for potential legal problems has also expanded with the knowledge, as you might expect, for that is about all lawyers do anymore: sue, sue and sue. In your current day the legal ramifications of weather control are international and potentially violent, what with acid rain and such. The net result is that the few nations possessing these weather control capabilities keep it indeed a closely guarded secret from you the people. After all, another way to control you the people. In the 1970s America had secret weather control installations which were in full operation. As an example, Russian control stations were and are even more prevalent. These were nuclear-powered electrical grids running along the shores of the continental United States. They were responsible for a number of strange weather phenomena prior to that and for some time afterward, but within a short time of being made public they were disabled under most mysterious circumstances. Well, the circumstances are not mysterious at all. The Russian cosmosphere simply took them out of operation, for they had facilities by the 80s to control it all from platforms in space, the cosmospheres. Many attempts have been made to restore operation and rebuild installations, but success has not been allowed. Original weather control grids. The original weather control grids were owned and operated by the Rockefeller cartel and were intended primarily as tool of monopoly. The giant Rockefeller agribusinesses of America were and are still trying to wipe out the small individually owned farms and take them over. They have succeeded at a most alarming rate if anyone has taken note. It is now primarily through financial means alone, but for a while they had the weather modification as a tool as well. The result, of course, is the same. The big boys get irrigation under control and stop the rains, and the crops fail, thus putting the farmer out of business. The other main world power in weather control is the Soviet Union. Over the course of a number of years the Soviets have advanced phenomenally in weather control techniques. Like the now defunct American weather grids, the Russian techniques make extensive use of atmospheric electrical charges to control weather, but there the similarities end. The Russian techniques are space-based and use two legs of Russia's space triad of strategic weapons. The orbiting Cosmos interceptors are not involved since they are basically nothing more than a military patrol craft, but the monster beam weapons at Russia's decade-old moon bases are used to create storms at sea, and the levitating cosmospheres use their charged particle beams to guide storms to their specific targets. I shall regress at another sitting to enlarge upon this subject, but we are pressed for time at this writing. In the late 70s it was already becoming obvious that these methods were being put into deadly operation. These techniques were going to become your downfall. How many of you remember Hurricane Allen, which terrorized America's Gulf Coast? It was one of the biggest, most powerful storms ever to threaten the area. It threaded its way through the Caribbean islands, staying over water and gaining strength. Then it began to sweep northeast along the coast in ways that totally mystified weathermen. Then very abruptly it just fell apart. The Russians made a mistake, but they would get ever increasingly better and more skilled. In 1982 the Russians had gained a lot more experience at weather control. Once again the Russians had narrowly beaten back a surprise nuclear attack attempt by the American Bolsheviks, and so the Russians were going to strike back, beginning with the weather. During the hurricane season in 1982 a most interesting thing happened. The east coast of the US and the Gulf coasts did not start with any activity at all, not even threatened by anything of significance, but it was the western US which was suffering from hurricane problems, an unprecedented situation. The situation was new because it was man-made. By late September 1982, Hurricane Olivia gradually played itself out over the northern Great Plains of the US. It brought incredible rains to the west coast, unheard of floods in Utah, and September snows in the Rockies. But if you thought Olivia was had, Hurricane Paul would be worse. Remember that Paul would follow a northeasterly course from the Pacific that would take a path to the southern tip of Baja California. It was programmed to sweep across America's Great Plains breadbasket from around southwest Texas northeastward. This would achieve the eye of the decaying storm following a track across Oklahoma, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and onward toward New York City and New England. Hurricane Paul would not remain a hurricane for long over land, of course, but wind was not what the Russians wanted in any event. Rain is what the Russians wanted: horrendous amounts of rain during the harvest time across vast areas of the Great Plains, the worst possible time for rainstorms. Within a matter of mere days, The giant rainstorms would devastate effectively much of America's promised bumper harvest of grain, and that would only be the beginning of what the Russians prepared to do in retaliation for America's unceasing war intrigues. The Russians intend to and are prepared for making it harder and harder for the Bolsheviks to stay in power. You can see the results in retrospect finished off this very year. It was planned that by the time the Reagan one-year extension of grain sales to Russia would run out, you yourselves would very likely run short of grain. It happened, and now your reserves are gone, as we have covered prior to this. The Russians were prepared and will hit you again and again to dump the Siberian Express weather war upon you. 1982 was the first of ever increasing bad winters, with 1982 starting right off the season with the coldest winter of the century across much of the United States. Let us terminate, Dharma. The computer is misbehaving. Salut. Chapter 9. Rec number 1, Hayton. Wednesday, October 3, 1990, 8:20 a.m. Year 4, Day 48. Today's watch. May the wondrous mercy and grace of God abide with you through this troubled time. Hayton, present in the light of service. Precious ones, it was ever thus with man. Does it mean that if the world does not destruct this day that you no longer believe upon God? Again, I ask that you use your wisdom and reason. I remind you that only a tiny few desire to blow the world away in bloodshed, and even they prefer to not annihilate the useful toys of manifestation. Others desire to control and depopulate the planet to better serve their own greed and consuming desire for power. Millions desire to prove of themselves on the battlefield of a holy jihad, holy war, and others want to force a way of life upon another in bigotry. And you children of truth, have not finished our task of bringing the word of truth unto the masses in intent and extent of God's directives. Can we not accept the grace which allows us longer, or must you have destruction in order to believe? This is why I refuse to give dates and only probabilities, for it is a stupid fool who would project annihilation on any given day or moment, for God projects that no man shall know. You of the public throw rocks at our people and shout, well, where is it? It didn't happen. And, what if it doesn't happen? Get on your knees and thank your Creator. We will tell you that which is planned on your placement by ones desiring to control the world and you. No more and no less. What you do with that information is up to you. We effort to inject reason into the attention of the rulers, and then we do as you watch and be prepared. So few of you are prepared for any disadvantage that thousands will perish from natural disasters. Is it so much to ask that you get in preparation for that which you are told by your own experts will come upon you? What will you do in Los Angeles or San Francisco when massive earthquakes come upon you? Less than half of 1% have made any preparations whatsoever, and yet, your own projectors tell you the big one is coming. Get prepared. Why do you pronounce us as evil and false if we simply tell you that which is already known upon your placement? We are only here to give you truth of the word and that which is already outlaid for you. Examples. We received in this place a document on the yesterday, published by NASA with updated guides, some in advance of events, as to that which would be released to the public regarding the shuttle's troubles, and fabricated bulletins which would protect national security right through the rocket launch of a few hours ago. It did, however, describe items, albeit disguised but sufficient for identification, of intent and purpose of current satellites. It also stated there would be some 24 more. You see, NASA employees die, too. What of the new designs in aircraft seen about the area of Southern California and Edwards Air Base? What about them? I have outlaid complete descriptions of your craft as well as cosmospheres, and even my own writers act surprised. Is it so hard to open your eyes and minds? Somehow, in listening to the call-ins on radio stations, for the most part, you want proof of that which we say unto you. Look around you, we only tell you that which is going on around you. We are not mystical nor magic. We desire you confront the truth, not believe in space people one way or another. We are here to remind you of your relationship to God, not pander or preach space command. Further, if the hosts of the radio programs would close their mouths and open their ears and allow the guests to speak and respond to call-ins, they just might learn something of value rather than show me something solid and of proof. Again, look around you and you should find all the proof you can possibly desire. You certainly will be paying for the results of the games being thrust upon you. What of disinformation? So be it, for some of it is funny in its absurdity. First we hear of one who calls Mr. Cooper for information, and he tells her to throw the book away and don't even read it, referring to Spacegate, that George is married to Dharma and is a member of the CIA. I don't know how George's wife or Dharma's husband might feel about that little TID bit, but funny thing, Mr. Cooper identified both Dharma and Oberle as to reality of identification and gave their address in a prior national radio broadcast. He, further, is identifying almost everyone he knows who has had any connection with UFO information as members of the CIA, except himself, of course. Now, one calling himself Fritz called in last evening to the radio station where George was being questioned. This man also called into Las Vegas prior to this as part of a conspiracy to upstage a program. Last evening he denounced George again as the biggest liar and this information as the greatest hoax upon mankind, that the journal information comes forth from someone named Durango and George is a member of the KGB. None of the ones involved or bearing all this negative wonderment have so much as read one of the journals, and most who really discount and go out of their way to stop our work have only read a few pages of one. There are now 20, so how much information of truth do you think is going word to ear by ones who know nothing of that which they speak? Keep your balance. If ones around you are hurting you by refusing the information, bless them and go about your business, for if you have provided the horse with water and he refuses to sup, so be it. God granted man of third-dimensional earth free will. Each will decide for self, we force nothing upon anyone. I continually am amused at everyone wanting a radio like Dharma's and to see this receiving equipment. Why? Your own scientists tell you that you have equipment which will photograph a business card from space and listening devices which pick up specific words and sounds from miles distant. Why think you it is unreasonable that someone would receive from us? Spoken language, number 1, is not our communications language, so you might better refer to our writers as translators. Dharma is not the only one. She happens to be the one penning the journals. We have one more distant in location who is penning the truth of the Christ experience during 2,000 years ago. We have one who has already penned the story of truth from Zoroaster and one who will shortly be penning the story of first-hand experience with the master teacher you call Jesus in his travels in India. We have one who has already penned the truth of the ancient projections of the Great Spirit Creator as known to the Ancient of Ancients. Can you not accept truth and allow the rubbish to be cast aside? Let me example some truths about this day. The two German nations are again one. Now the whole is probably destined for economic collapse because of the burden of integration in a world in economic collapse. And a side piece of information which is published in your own Wall Street Journal yesterday, October 2, 1990 front page. Supplying Saddam. Germans had big role in helping Iraq arm. Internal report shows. Minister cites sales of gear that let Hussein create chemical, other weapons. For weeks, the dismaying reports had trickled in. West German companies were supplying weapons factories to Iraq, shipping it poison gas equipment, maybe even helping Saddam Hussein develop a nuclear bomb. Trying to separate fact from fiction, members of the German parliament in August demanded a confidential briefing from Economics Minister Helmut Hausmann. What they heard surpassed their worst fears. Mr. Hausmann read off a long list of companies believed to have supplied Iraq with the means to manufacture arms. The French and Soviets had also sold Iraq far more missiles and bombs, but the Germans were shipping, right up until the trade embargo on Iraq, something far more important to Saddam Hussein in the face of an international blockade, the wherewithal to build his own advanced weapons. Last year, a leading German role was revealed in Libya's chemical weapons program. Mr. Hausmann made clear that in respect to Iraq, his country's corporate sins were far broader. German companies were involved in virtually every major Iraqi weapons project, and were probably the most important suppliers in President Hussein's crash project to develop weapons autonomy. From poison gas plants to rocket factories, from cannon forges to the nuclear sector, the danger has already been spread, he said. A text of Mr. Hausmann's secret statement makes clear that German links to the Iraqi arms industry are far more widespread than previously believed. And so it goes. I believe this is enough for you to get the picture. There is another past discovery which I should recall to your attention in case you have forgotten. Do you ones remember the gigantic cannon components of the world's largest cannon, which was confiscated at a London airport headed for Iraq? Now why do you suppose any idiot would ship it via London? Because it was total collusion. The British wanted the Iraqis to have it as long as they were going to use it against Israel. They objected and found it at the airport only after plans for the current event were finalized. You see, I make no force upon you to believe me, but you seem set upon believing that which is fed to you through a controlled media and secret shadow government. Why do you have such trouble believing that which the same ones tell you about these things? Read my lips. Why must you wait until you have nothing left? The plans are to take it all. Why do you continue to bury your heads and throw rocks at ones who speak truth unto you and outlay the truth of it for all the world to see? Do you think the deficit will walk away into the sunset? Do you think that a growing deficit of over $400 billion a year can be solved with a $500 billion fix over 5 years? Somehow, even dealing with Earth arithmetic, it doesn't work out for my mind, especially as how you are in a depression and cannot raise the funds for the first segment in 1991 for the next 4 years will be worse not better. Did you read M.R. Bush's lips yesterday? Which do you now believe? Do you believe he will raise no taxes, or do you believe you have been skunked again? So be it, for it is truly up to you that which you choose to believe and pay. Through AIDS, my friends, and other such things, it will be with your very life. Ponder it. I leave it unto your own reasoning minds to consider that which is truth and that which is false, and who brings which unto your attention. Look deeper. You have been prepared for your children to be left in that oven of a desert indefinitely. They tell you this over and over. Do you even see your children, fathers, and husbands washing a bit of the sand off their weary, overheated bodies in a small bucket of warm water? How long do you believe they can endure out there, cooking in tents with no facilities? Do you see any of the congressmen going without? You didn't even see the congressmen giving up a thing in order to not burden you the people more with this budget they have conjured for you. They most certainly kept their nice fat illegal raises, didn't they? Which is more important to you? Doesn't it indicate war? Haven't your own military leaders in charge of the Desert Shield operation come forth and told you that you are already planned for war? Didn't one of them tell you that nobody and no nation sends such masses of troops anywhere without having war? There was never intent to invade Saudi Arabia, so what was there to defend? No, children of the lie, you have been simply had again. Do you never weary of being had? I tell you nothing new, so I find it a bit ridiculous that you despise me and my writers for projecting the facts. So be it. Further, to march into all-out war you have to have a precipitating incident which allows you to retaliate, etc. Well, the best layer forth of retaliatory level incidents is the Israeli Mossad. Hearken unto my words, for if it be not today it will be. Let's uncover some more Mossad activities. Now that you can have reference for confirmation to activities of the Mossad and do not longer have to depend upon a space cadet to inform you, by way of deception, Viktor Ostrovsky, Claire Hoy, we can perhaps spill a little more soup on your tie. The Israeli government has terminated so many of its militant or intractable adversaries around the world that organized assassination procedures have developed into an ultra-secret internal system. This is according to the Mossad participants themselves. The Mossad regularly submitted execution lists with 100 or even more targets to the incumbent Israeli prime minister, who had authority to review and approve the list by initialing each name on it. Those initials turned the roster into a collective death sentence for everyone designated on it. Hunter-killer teams of specially trained Mossad agents from a most elite unit known as Kidon, Hebrew for bayonet, track down and murder the marked men, and occasionally women. Innocent family members or associates often perish with the targeted victims in the blast of Israeli terrorist strikes. The Israeli government recently blundered, however, as evil so often does. It provided confirmation of truth of the stories when they took the disastrous, for them, move to ban the book listed above. They openly warned that the book would endanger the state of Israel and persons in its employ. That is, Mossad agents. Israel's attorneys obtained a court order banning distribution of the story in both countries. But the ban was indeed brief. In the US, it was overturned by an appellate court as unconstitutional within 24 hours. I hope you save that precious constitution for such occasions in the future, for there will be increasingly greater numbers as ones come forth in truth. In the 3 days following the appellate decision to release the book, its US publishers received more than 200,000 orders for it, an all-time record. They have also been efforting to find a way to ban the journals, but discounting is the method of choice up to now, in belief that the less attention and work of the misinformation touters could stop the flow. Now they are face to face with our truth and find it too late to simply kill the writer or publisher, because the results would be worse than the above scenario, and they know we have countless other available means of bringing forth truth if pushed into a corner. I want every reader to get the book, and hereby I ask George to carry it for you readers. I most certainly desire that Dharma have a chance to see it, for she gets little enough confirmation for her risks in writing these truths in the face of the firing squad. Anyone will get far more than his money's worth, I promise you, and then, perhaps you will gain a much healthier respect for these journals and expresses. You will be informed about much more than insider indiscretions about Secret Service murders and other dirty tricks. Israel degenerated into a terrorist state when its government was subverted and corrupted by the nation's all-powerful Secret Service, the arrogant Mossad. The information is especially important for Americans because it traces many of your recent setbacks and defeats the Middle East to the deceitful and self-serving maneuvers of the Mossad. While Israel has long posed as a dependable U.S. ally, Mossad staff officers despised both the CIA and FBI as players who can't play and as amateurs at the spook trade. The Mossad habitually fed CIA agents scant, doctored and misleading information, even in serious cases where American lives were at stake, and still do. Look around you. In March of 1984, for instance, when William Buckley, the CIA station chief in Beirut, Lebanon, was kidnapped, a group of high-level national security officials flew from Washington to Israel to plead for help from Nahum Admani, then acting chief of the Mossad. Israeli espionage, through its extensive network of informants, had a good idea where many of the hostages were being held, and by whom, after all, you financed this well-oiled network of terror. But although Israeli spymaster Admani pretended to be helpful in the search for Buckley, in truth, he had no intention of helping the Americans. In any event, Admani and his Mossad staff fed the CIA only outdated and vague intelligence about Buckley's whereabouts. The outcome was that the hapless American intelligence officer was tortured for months and then brutally murdered. Admani enjoyed boasting about his merciless manipulation of U.S. agents in their executive dining room where Mossad officers took their meals. What do those MF Americans think? Maybe they want us to get the hostages for them, too. What are they, crazy? If not crazy, the CIA certainly proved credulous and simple-minded in its profitless dealings with the Mossad. The price for this one-sided alliance, in which Israeli espionage took what it could, often a great deal, but gave nothing or little in return, was ultimately paid in American blood and lives. On the morning of October 23, 1983, a suicide bomber rammed his truck, loaded with explosives, through the perimeter of the Beirut Marine Battalion bivouac in Beirut. The blast killed 241 American fighting men. Months earlier, the Mossad had all the information regarding the whole operation, including the Mercedes truck, ouch, to all you Mercedes-loving ego status believers, that was fitted with unusually large compartments in an underworld garage. The Mossad knew it was to be used in a major terrorist attack on a U.S. target. Information poured into the Mossad circle, and they just continued to assist and refused to even give hints to you, their most beloved brother ally. This was beyond the comprehension of ones who worked within the Mossad as honorable officers. Ostrovsky related that he was, for example, one of the several lower-ranking Mossad officers who warned about the tragic consequences of withholding this vital intelligence from U.S. security. I said at the time that the American soldiers killed in Beirut would be on our minds longer than our own casualties, because they'd come in with good faith. The response from his Mossad superiors? No, we're not here to protect Americans. They're a big country. Admani exclaimed, hey, they wanted to stick their nose into this Lebanon thing, let them pay the price. The price for mistaking Israel and its callous Secret Service for a dependable ally was paid, not merely by the 241 fallen Marines and their grieving families, nor by the long-suffering hostages and those among them who met death in captivity, but by all world citizens, especially the American citizens. You U.S. taxpayers have poured out hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, in one form or another, to totally support Israel over the years. You mounted larger military, political and diplomatic efforts to satisfy Israel's demands than for any other goal in your history. And the burden is even bigger this day. Look what is happening today. I promise you that there is a planned and most heinous incident about to happen, staged, orchestrated, and will be perpetrated by Israel, and you continue to quarrel over whether or not there are viable spacemen. Assad bribes. Yes, it gets worse. While we are on the subject, United American taxpayers paid a bribe to Syrian President Hafez al-Assad to obtain his cooperation in the Persian Gulf crisis and to relinquish claim to the Golan Heights in favor of Israel. I did not say to Syria. I said to Assad personally for his own personal pocket $400 million. And that is only half. Assad will receive a total bribe of $800 million to be paid to him personally through the deal. Half of this amount is to be furnished by U.S. taxpayers, the remainder to be split evenly between the Saudis and the Kuwaiti royal government. This is in addition to the official gratuities that were granted to Assad during Secretary of State James Baker's recent official visit to Damascus. These include the granting of most favored nation trading status with the U.S. Meanwhile, President Bush continues to serenade the world about the magnificent cooperation the U.S. is receiving from the rest of the world in facing down Saddam Hussein. Oh, do read on. Of the U.S. taxpayers' share, $200 million will be provided through the CIA, and $200 million will be funneled through Israel. In return, Assad agrees to boost his troop commitment to the U.S.-led international force to a total of 20,000 troops. He will also dispatch trained assassins to Iraq to penetrate the enemy's defenses and kill prominent Iraqi officials, with President Saddam Hussein at-Takriti himself as primary intent. This of course is cover to allow the Mossad to make the penetration under cover of the Syrian terrorists. Assad also agrees to release to the CIA and the Israeli Mossad the intelligence data concerning Iran which Syria gathered during its association with Iran during the Iran-Iraq War, as well as information on the activities of various Palestine Liberation Organization factions which have based their operations in Syria. The most important provision, however, of this evil marriage of convenience and non-conscience, was a deal reached between Assad and Israel's new foreign minister, David Levy, Syria's permanent renunciation of all claim to the Golan Heights, a strategically vital Syrian territory seized by Israel during the 1967 Six-Day War. There seems to be no honor which cannot be purchased for a fee, no amount of blood or lives which cannot be bought for a sum of money. Your world is indeed sick, beloved ones. Since Assad made it an article of faith for years to recover the Golan Heights, this deal was highly secret. But in the Middle East even the deepest secrets never stay that way for very long. Satan tells on his comrades as pleases and begets him the larger benefit. I have already told you of the incidents of brutal massacres resulting over the transaction. Realizing the inability to keep secrets even from each other, do you really question the possibility of US being able to come up with secret plans for invasions, attacks, and probable incidents and what they are planned to be? Come now, we would not even be considered a respectable investigator if we failed to learn such things. These are massive plans and you need to know something. God does not have to purchase or bargain for his information. There are a few godly men remaining who care about you and your world, and blessings unlimited be unto them. They must give you a phony war. The debates rage in the forefront while the undercover truth is that the plans are all laid and all that remains is the manipulation of you the people. The American-Iraqi confrontation has now assumed the character of all prior phony war, phony peace situations. These include both world wars, the Israeli/British/French attack on Gamal Abdel Nasser's Egypt in 1956, and, most recently, the American attack on Panama. We will just set aside ones like Grenada, El Salvador, etc., for the present time. As in those prior situations, the American, British, Israeli and Egyptian media are now preparing the international community for war against Iraq, and the pressure increases every day. The major distraction to today's events being your own budget quarrels in Congress, as ones don't have time to attend a simple thing like a massive nuclear world war. Increasingly, major public opinion organs, such as the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal and, of course, important TV commentators, are assembling programs justifying an attack on Saddam Hussein at-Takriti as a combination of Julius Caesar and Adolf Hitler. It matters not what the polls actually show or the opinions actually are, only the people in favor are identified and allowed comment. Further, the polls are nothing and non-existent. A suitable percentage of support is conjured, showing growth of popularity and support, and thrust upon all your media outlets. This is so that if you don't want to be a lonely dissenter, you will change to the popular side of the opinion polls. As a portion of the phony war, President George Bush has reached an understanding with Congress that he will not ask it to declare war on Iraq because, under his diplomatic and military strategy, the American strike needs to appear as a decision of the entire civilized world acting against Iraq under a mandate from the United Nations. New World Order. Under this formula, the upcoming American strike, by Israel, as the case will likely be, will be described by the American, British, Israeli and Egyptian media as part of the New World Order being created by the UN, and which was so loudly trumpeted by Bush in his most recent address. This formula repeats, almost literally, the propaganda techniques employed by the US, Britain, and the Soviet Union against Germany and its allies in both world wars. Doesn't anyone remember anything? Where, dear hearts, are your memories? The only major difference is that, during those wars, there was no United Nations, and therefore Congress had to declare war in order to engage in hostilities. You no longer need this inconvenience. It can now be done through executive order at the command of the United Nations Security Council, of which the major powers herein listed make all the rules. Given the existence of the UN, Bush plans to employ the exact same device used by Presidents Harry Truman, John Kennedy, and Lyndon Johnson in the American wars in Korea and Southeast Asia, hostilities justified by public opinion polls supported by intensive propaganda describing the enemy as a threat to the U.S. security. It is officially called by the bureaucrats as the domino theory, and the American way of life. Notably, in the Korean and Vietnam Wars, Congress chose not to declare war against North Korea, Communist China, or North Vietnam but relied on the public support gleaned from polls and Tonkin Bay resolutions. Now look around at who your chums are and who you absorb as refugees and prime trading partners. War declarations. More recent American military operations, including those of President Carter against Iran in the failed mission to rescue the hostages, and I wish some of our friends would come forth with that story, President Ronald Reagan against Grenada and Bush against Panama, took place without congressional declarations of war. Under these circumstances, Bush and his associates, particularly Secretary of Defense Richard Cheney and Chief of Staff Colin Powell, need to have a constant supply of horror and terror stories out of Iraq and especially Kuwait with shoutings of rape, ravage, pillage and plunder of by the. There must be total and devastating propaganda and expressions of support from American allies such as the British, Israeli, Egyptian, and Russian governments. Russia plays but fails to support the mission as fully as desired, for she still has the space control of all of you. In preparation for their planned war against Iraq even before the Iraqi move into Kuwait, the British, Israeli, and Egyptian propaganda offices had begun a hard campaign to persuade Bush and the American Congress that Saddam Hussein was a reincarnation of Hitler. At the same time as King Hussein of Jordan and Saddam began, in March 1990, to appeal to Kuwait to comply with the OPEC quotas, in anticipation of their fears of an Israeli attack planned for 1992, the British and Israeli propaganda offices began a counter-offensive. The British and Israelis directed their efforts almost exclusively at diplomatic and intelligence offices of the United States, the European powers and Japan. Secret agreement. The British and Israelis, using not only their normal diplomatic and commercial offices, but also their religious and cultural connections, began to spread the report that there existed a secret agreement among the Jordanian, Iraqi and Yemeni governments to dismember Saudi Arabia. Under this alleged secret agreement, Iraq would acquire all the oil resources in the Persian Gulf, including those of Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. Jordan's King Hussein, as a direct descendant from the Prophet Muhammad, would be installed as Sharif in Mecca and Medina, territories controlled by his grandfather before he was expelled by the Saudis. Yemen would obtain all territories along the Red Sea south of Mecca. Planted by the British with the aid of Church of England missionaries in the Middle East, and by Israel among the close-knit Zionist communities of the West as well as through Zionist-dominated think tanks, this report was picked up and repeated by Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak and spread by the Egyptians through the Islamic world. The Iraqis saw themselves primarily as preparing for an Israeli attack on them in 1992, which they hoped to deter by developing further their own missiles and possibly acquiring nuclear warheads by that date. They complained at the Tunis meeting of the Arab League on July 16, 1990, that some of the Arab states, notably Egypt and Kuwait, were out to destroy Iraq by their cooperation in forcing oil prices down below the OPEC quotas. They also referred to the sinister propaganda which appeared to be emanating from Kuwait and Egypt regarding the alleged plot to dismember Saudi Arabia. Concession from Moscow. While the British and Israeli propaganda was gaining strength in the West, the Iraqis sought and obtained an extraordinary concession from Moscow. After the Malta summit of Presidents Bush and Gorbachev, the Jordanian and Iraqi governments protested bitterly, in February 1990, to Moscow. Their complaint was that Gorbachev was taking actions, by agreeing to the emigration of Soviet Jews exclusively to Israel, which would lead to an attack, in 1992, on them coincident with this expulsion of Palestinians from the occupied territories. The Soviet Union responded that Gorbachev, given the risks he had taken by abolishing the communist regimes in Eastern Europe, had no choice but to agree to this emigration in order to obtain most favored nation trading status from the U.S. Moscow insisted that it intended to keep its obligations to Iraq and the Palestinian cause. After the Washington Bush-Gorbachev summit meeting in June, when the Iraqis showed Moscow the propaganda being spread by Britain, Israel, and Egypt regarding the alleged plot to dismember Saudi Arabia, Gorbachev was persuaded by the Soviet military to provide the Iraqis with the most advanced Soviet electronic countermeasures then existing in the world. Chapter 10. Rec number 2 Hayton. Wednesday, October 3, 1990, 8:20 a.m. Year 4 Day 48. The Soviet military were themselves becoming alarmed about the British and Israeli plans. Israeli antics. The decisive factor leading to this unprecedented Soviet action was evidence gathered not only by the Jordanians and the Iraqis but also by Soviet military personnel stationed in Iraq that Israel was flying sorties over both Saudi and Syrian territories into Iraq, which the American AWACS plane certainly had detected. Yet neither the Americans nor the Syrians nor the Saudis were reporting these Israeli sorties. This is exactly what happened at the bombing of the Iraq nuclear power plant, previously total collusion. In fact, the Americans insisted these Israeli flights did not show up on any AWACS radars. Gorbachev approved the dispatch of the most advanced Soviet electronic countermeasures, ECMs, to Iraq on condition that they would be manned by Soviet technicians and their use would be limited to protecting Iraq against Israeli preemptive strikes against Iraqi munitions installations. Gorbachev hoped to keep the existence of these Soviet ECMs secret from the Israelis and their allies, the Americans and the British, until they were required to be used defensively by Iraq, presumably sometime in 1992. However, The entrance of American forces in Saudi Arabia and the discovery that the United States was planning preemptive nuclear electromagnetic pulse, EMP, attacks on Iraq altered the Soviet decision to conceal the existence of these ECMs. These EMP attacks would cripple Iraqi communications and would destroy all electronic equipment. Gorbachev approved use of ECMs to detect and nullify the flight plans of the American planes which might be dispatched to attack the Iraqi military plants. Now, little chalice filled with your doubts, do you begin to see the picture emerging through the fog? Thereupon, the Iraqis began testing the efficiency of the Soviet ECMs against the AWACS equipment. The AWACS planes monitoring Iraqi flights were surprised to find that the Iraqi planes disappeared from their screens far too often to be the result of mismanagement of the American equipment. After careful review, U.S. electronics experts concluded that the Soviets had developed a countermeasure which could nullify American equipment. Pentagon startled. Oops, they said, what about our secret strike? What about our war? What about the satellite and shuttle programs? What about our attack date deadline of October 3rd? What about? And what about? This conclusion startled the Pentagon for two reasons. First, it was unknown that the Soviet Union had developed this capability, which also indicates that only you, the public, didn't know about all the other good stuff the Russians have in space. Secondly, and even more alarming, was that the Soviet action to reveal the existence of this weapon to a foreign power with technical equipment of the highest secrecy was unprecedented. When this was reported to Bush, who was already concerned about the hostage shield which Saddam was erecting, he decided he had to meet with Gorbachev to determine the extent to which Gorbachev personally was aware of the Soviet ECM equipment in Iraq. Bush hoped to prevail on Gorbachev to remove these ECMs or alternatively not to use them against American planes attacking Iraq from the sea. Realizing that there might be a leak of anything discussed by him with Gorbachev, Bush asked Secretaries Baker and Cheney, through back channels, whether Gorbachev would remove these ECMs from Iraq. The Soviets replied that, as Bush and Gorbachev had agreed at Malta and reaffirmed at the Washington summit, there must not be a local war between Israel and the Arabs in the Middle East, at least not until 1993. If such a war would take place, Gorbachev would be unable to carry out his planned reforms for the Soviet Union, and he might be forced to resign as president of the USSR. Consequently, Gorbachev would not remove the ECMs from Iraq, and because he did not wish to turn this equipment over to the Iraqis, he could not remove the technicians who were manning them, and so you see why those technicians stay right in place in Iraq today. Severe blow to the cause this week. This was, of course, the most severe blow to the American plans to attack Iraq. Bush instructed the Pentagon to ascertain whether the forthcoming attack on Iraq could take place from some other route than the Persian Gulf. The suggestion was made that, if Turkey or Syria could be persuaded to make their territories available for the overflight of the American planes, a successful penetration of Iraqi airspace might take place, evading the Soviet ECMs which appeared to be oriented only toward Saudi Arabia and the Persian Gulf. Oh, no one should be so stupid, dear ones. Secretary of State James Baker was ordered to proceed to Damascus on September 13 to ascertain whether the Syrian government would cooperate in those overflights, and he found that, for a price, Assad could be bought, but of course it would not matter, and Assad knew it. The technology would cover the area from any direction just as efficiently as from any other, so it only cost Assad a few thousand citizens to be murdered. The Turkish government had already previously agreed to overflights, even before the United States discovered the presence of the Soviet ECMs in Iraq. If the Syrian government also agreed, it appeared the U.S. would have a very wide geographic area in which it could attack the Iraqis from the north and the west, either directly from Turkey or Syria, or, even better, flying into Iranian territory to attack the Iraqis from the north and the east. American intelligence established that, as of September 10, no Soviet ECMs were directed toward Iraq's northeast border with Iran. He who can be bought again for a higher price. Assuming the worst, however, Bush instructed Defense Secretary Cheney to inform the Senate Armed Services Committee on September 11 that, if the president so ordered, the U.S. would attack strategic targets inside Iraq regardless of whether or not Soviet military or civilian advisors might be at the Iraqi sites. Boy, do you see what a large rock and big hard place is now put forth for you ones to sit upon? As Gorbachev is already aware, but Bush seems slower on the uptake thereof, the shock and revulsion in the Soviet Union caused by the killing of Soviet military and civilian advisors in Iraq could lead to Gorbachev's disappearance from the international scene, to say the very least. It would further turn the Cold War into a very hot one right fast. Now what will you do? And why might we give you projections of probabilities as to dates? Because they were planned in hard copy, and yet, perhaps, sanity would cause at least a postponement of such drastic incidents. The Israelis are in a frenzy, however, and wish to proceed at all costs, and whether or not a subtle standoff situation can be affirmed until year 1993 is wholly speculative, for war is always caused by the least sane personage among the crowd, and you have some real zingers in the insanity scope of hot-headed national rulers. The U.S. does not have the controlling power over Israel, dear hearts. The Israeli Zionists control America. So be it. Just another point or two I will make prior to signing off with this document, which you will find announced later this day for your confirmation. The most important, relative to the plans for attacking Iraq and Baghdad headquarters to get Hussein, for your confirmation of validity of our projected possibilities of today's being the day for planned attack. Already President Hussein knows of it and listened to the truth of it. He is not in Iraq. He is taking this particular time to check his troops elsewhere in Kuwait. Another point I think you should pay attention to most closely for confirmation regarding your economy screws. Mr. Greenspan has now endorsed the budget proposal to reduce the deficit and has ensured projected consequence with higher interest rates if this budget is not approved, he said, and I quote, "You can count on a decline in interest rates immediately upon passage of the plan. Can't get much more pointed than that, now can you? Aren't you about sick and tired of this game of manipulation and puppet strings? So be it. Enough, Dharma, I think we have given enough chewing and perhaps there shall be some thoughtful swallowing of the hard lumps. The truth is coming forth and so shall it be in these days. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 11. Rec number 1 Hayton. Thursday, October 4th, 1990, 7 a.m. Year 4 Day 49. Today's watch. Hayton present in light and in service, Salom. As we go through some of today's comments, I ask that you now watch events which spread out and would appear to bear no relationship one to another. Note the uprising in the Philippines, for it is going to backfire. Note a most important event, the building explosion in Paris. The French people do not support the government's stance in Iraq, and the French people are indeed independent in nature. There is a high-level foreign meeting this day with Mitterrand, and the explosion was a well-orchestrated Mossad attack which will be blamed on Iraqi terrorists in order to bring the people into line. A lot of attention is being given to the Japanese lobby in the US during these past few days. This is total distraction, for the Japanese have purchased much property in the US, etc. The Israelis own a lot of America, but you have purchased it for them. Japan has supported your debt almost single-handedly, while you have totally supported all of Israel domestically and militarily. A lot of difference. Why do I continue to speak of these things? Because your very planet revolves around whether or not you pay attention, see the truth and put a stop to that which is transpiring. It remains to be seen as to whether or not the war will begin immediately upon Hussein's return to Iraq or will be postponed to the backup date. Watch the signs we have pointed out to you, look at historical events for similarity of sequence, and above all, pay attention. The diplomats will shuffle around the playing field to distract you, but keep in mind that which I told you yesterday. President Bush and Gorbachev made a formal agreement that a nuclear war must not be allowed in the Middle East until late 1992 or 1993. Only the Israelis want a nuclear war. This does not mean that the global planners will cease with their plans to pull off these events on schedule if possible. The Israelis have made the most of the distraction to all but destroy the West Bank, and hardly any notice has been taken by the world and no notice has been shown by the US. Palestine is a sleeping giant, dear ones, for the Zionists will push too far and the Arab nation will rise in support, if it requires doing so with sticks and hatchets. You are also in trouble with the budget package. Oh, it will likely pass because the Federal Reserve will write the insurance policy with manipulation of the currency and the precious metals. It doesn't really matter because nothing in the budget can solve the remarkable problem present. Any thinking congressman will realize what a farce it is, but will probably eventually capitulate as usual unless you the people rise in a unified voice to stop the steamroller and be prepared to face the depression which be dumped on you in reprisal. You are in it anyway, if you will but realize it. I am plagued with rebuttals that Israel is not running your government. I know not how to make you further see. I repeat that I most surely am not a bigot nor anti-Jew. I am anti-Zionist, I suppose, as concerns actions, not persons. I shall once again point out some events and circumstances which are public knowledge in your placement, and you be the judge. Your entire foreign policy is totally dictated by alien interests, and I do not mean little gray aliens from the stars. Europe warned about Iraq. Despite warnings from European allies that military intervention might well trigger an anti-US regional explosion in the Middle East, the Israeli lobby mobilized all its resources to drive the Bush administration into a shooting war with Iraq. Remember that this occurred in Iraq at the end of the congressional session and in the interim vacation where there would be no opposition. Despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of Westerners, including some 3,500 Americans, would be detained by the Iraqi government and would likely become victims of their own country's weapons in the event of an all-out war, the Israelis continued to work relentlessly behind the scenes to bring about that very happening. Although they oppose the recent Iraqi take-back of Kuwait, most NATO leaders privately feel that U.S. strategy toward Arab countries has been twisted and subverted by excessive Israeli influence in Washington. France, of course, has been the most outspoken on the subject. The concern among America's major European allies over the massive U.S. troop buildup in the Persian Gulf sprang partly from recent revelations that the Mossad, Israel's secret service, has long used disinformation and staged incidents to fuel tensions and hostility between the U.S. and the Arab world. It is also obvious that if tensions are allowed to cool and the war be called off, you will lose your opportunity to attack without provocation. The Mossad will fix that, my friends. There will be more incidents piled upon one another and laid to the Iraq terrorists to keep the pot boiling. The headlines about Iraq's poison gas threat wasn't the first time the threat was used to incite American public opinion against the Arabs. Fake intelligence reports have come forth since the 1960s. False reports. In the 1960s, the Mossad sent fabricated intelligence reports to Washington warning that Egypt and Syria were building a missile arsenal with nerve gas warheads. The purpose was to justify a series of assassinations. Mossad operatives killed more than a dozen European scientists and technicians working in the Middle Eastern countries. In Washington, however, the Israeli disinformation was quickly leaked to the press as if it had been the confirmed truth. There was a wave of outrage against the Muslims, and Hollywood turned out a popular movie, The Odessa File, that persuaded millions the Arabs and Nazi scientists were plotting to douse Israel with poison gas. And now, this very day, Israel is passing out gas masks to all her citizens. Why? No one plans to use gas except Israel and the United States. You have just sent a whole trainload of chemical weapons to the Middle East while telling you the people that they were going to a distant South Seas island for disposal. Would Israel gas her own population to fool the world? Oh, indeed she would, and plans to do exactly that. Closely guarded intelligence files have been opened on both sides of the Iron Curtain in these recent months, giving new and brilliant lighting upon long-hidden covert events and operations. You now have proof, in precise detail, that the Mossad fabricated those incidents in order to drive a wedge between the US and the world of Islam. Perhaps we can reconstruct a bit of the structure of Israeli disinformation. In 1960 the Mossad dispatched one of its operatives, the Austrian-born Dr. Otto Jocklick, to the Middle East. He was disguised as an ex-Nazi German scientist. He attempted to ingratiate himself with Egyptian and Syrian leaders. In 1961-62, Israeli intelligence began feeding the CIA and other US agencies alarming reports warning that Egypt and Syria were secretly developing an ABC strike force. The abbreviation stood for Atomic Biological Chemical Warheads, allegedly being stockpiled by the Arab nations in order to annihilate Israel and achieve supremacy in the Middle East. The Mossad warned that these frightful weapons of mass destruction were being developed by teams of Nazi scientists working for Arab governments. In reality, the so-called Nazi scientist cited in the Israeli intelligence reports was Dr. Jocklick, the disguised Mossad disinformation agent. The entire incident was an Israeli fraud, staged to manipulate American policy. The deception went beyond merely stirring up hostility between Americans and Arabs. It is now well known that the Israelis used it to lobby the administration of President Lyndon B. Johnson for atomic weapons of their own, and they got them. Israel now has a tremendous stockpile of atomic weapons, including the neutron and hydrogen bombs. Persuaded that Israel faced the threat of doomsday weapons from Egypt and Syria, U.S. authorities conspired with the Ministates agents in providing Israel with the tools and materials for producing nuclear warheads, a fatal decision, kept secret from the American people, that ultimately changed the course of Middle Eastern history. Strategic decisions. European countries and NATO leaders are now worried because every administration since Johnson's has based its strategic decisions on Israeli disinformation. In the early 1970s, the Mossad fed the CIA a stream of disinformation about Iran. The aim was to increase the huge arms sales to the regime of the Shah, on which Israeli munitions dealers were making millions of dollars, but the result was the overthrow of the Shah and a storm of anti-US sentiment in that strategic Gulf nation. This information is fact and comes right from a State Department intelligence analyst. On a visit to Washington in early 1982, Israeli Defense Minister Ariel Sharon gave Richard Allen, then serving as President Ronald Reagan's chief national security advisor, a file of top-secret Mossad reports about escalating Soviet missile emplacements on the Lebanese frontier. Sharon used those reports to persuade the White House that Syria and the Soviet Union were mounting a dangerous joint force in the region. This, Sharon argued, required preventive Israeli military action in Lebanon. It fitted right into the plan for nuclear war one, and, in effect, the White House told Sharon to go ahead. The result was the bloody and disastrous Israeli invasion of Lebanon, financed and supported by arms and equipment from Big Brother, USA, at taxpayer expense of both blood and money. From files now open in Russia and East Germany, the Mossad reports on Soviet missile fortifications displayed by Sharon were a total fabrication. The aftermath of the Israeli aggression and refugee massacres in Lebanon damaged whatever standing the US had left in the Arab world. In 1984, Mossad Deputy Director David Kimchi visited the White House with alarming secret information: the Soviet Union was planning to take over Iran. The way to counter this threatened move was to let Israel supply Iran with high-tech weapons and to open talks with Iran's moderates. The intelligence reports Kimchi brought along were totally brazen fabrications. But the rule during those Reagan years was to accept those phony Mossad memos as if they were holy writ. The outcome was, of course, a series of misbegotten covert operations from which only Israel and her agents got any profit, and a resounding scandal that covered the closing years of the Reagan era with disgrace. Now President George Bush is urgently recruiting the aid of NATO allies for military action against Iraq. The NATO governments are once again seeing the US blundering into a Middle Eastern crisis staged behind the scenes by deceptive Mossad tactics, but they dare not decline to participate because they know the consequences will be an all-out nuclear war if left to play its course. Will innocent American civilians suffer death and injury at the hands of their own military? Of course. Why more arms to the Arab world? The US is being required to arm Arab nations and forgive debts and all these dandy maneuvers to counter this open knowledge in the world only the American people do not know. Then, Israel comes back and proves the point by demanding a forgiveness of her military debts and more arms to protect herself, and you will give that to her also. They fear those arms in Saudi Arabia, and rightfully so, for they will not be able to simply fool the world longer. Face your own weapons. Your past and present experiences seem to account for naught. Do you not see that you are in a most precarious predicament? You have armed Kuwait with your own tanks and Hawk anti-aircraft missiles which now sit in the wondrous Iraqi hands. Those are deadly missiles, and your planes will blow up as well as Soviet-built planes. Further, the installations in Iraq which are placed there by the Russians render your invisible bombers totally visible. These should be very sobering thoughts, America. Why Souter? Simple. He is anti-gun. David Souter, the Supreme Court nominee and now judge, has gone on open record in support of gun control legislation. Didn't any of you look up that little point? He will be used as a tool to disarm you, the public, at the earliest possible opportunity. I suppose this might stun a few of you, but most simply didn't give a damn about this man. Mr. Souter, as Attorney General of New Hampshire, in July 1976, filed a brief revealing his position of supporting gun control. Whether or not Souter has other do-in the citizens' inclinations will be revealed, no doubt, in time. Hear what he said. The Second Amendment does not create any right in U.S. citizens to possess any and all weapons regardless of state regulation, but rather concerns only authority of the states to keep and raise militias. It seems a bit awkward to have a militia without weapons, to me especially against the assault weapons which will be utilized against you. The language in the Second Amendment is unambiguous in asserting every individual's right to keep and bear arms. Right or wrong, that is what it says. Souter argued loudly in support of New Hampshire gun control laws which had been challenged on constitutional grounds. Souter's brief cited an earlier Supreme Court ruling and said, "The Second Amendment was merely a prohibition of federal suppression of state militias and did not create any right to carry dangerous weapons." Even in the state of Texas, a jurisdiction steeped in the lore of the Wild West of the quick draw and the showdown at high noon, it has been held that the state may, in the interest of public safety, prohibit carrying a pistol on one's person despite a state constitutional guarantee of the right to bear arms, Souter wrote. Surely no contrary result could be reached in a jurisdiction where no state constitutional right to bear arms exists and where the war whoop of hostile Indians was last heard in 1763, Souter concluded. Now that the Mossad has assault weapons and atomic bombs, it might appear that Biden's attempt to force Souter to disclose opinions on abortions may have been just a little bit of a distractor to you the citizens. So be it. No, Chellis, do not shout at me, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you know it is public knowledge? Remember, the plan is to disarm you the public and then close the noose upon thine necks. Oh, how subtle is the deceit of evil manipulators, the master deceiver and prince of lies is never ceasing in the task at hand. Gulf War not over oil. Another subtle observation which you fail to make is that the Gulf War is not really oil-related in its fundamental basis. You might have to dig a bit beyond the debris and media hoopla emanating from the White House to find the reason for Bush's military move into Saudi Arabia. Besides, of course, the simple need to have war for economy reasons. Bush is not acting simply out of ignorance of the massive anti-American forces he is unleashing, which will undoubtedly be arrayed against the U.S. in the near future to make this the bloodiest encounter on the face of your globe. It is inconceivable that Bush would go against his oil cronies and banking masters to topple Saddam Hussein, since these interests are crying all the way to all the world banks as a result of Saddam's move into Kuwait. It certainly is not to put less of a burden on you the taxpayer fledglings. The key is to perhaps remember that Bush is an obedient trilateralist, a member of the Trilateral Commission, a group of those neat wealthy and influential business, political and media leaders in Europe, the US, and Japan who meet yearly to plot global strategy and update Global Plan 2000. To you the public, Bush justifies sending your children, his armada, in the name of protecting the flow of Arab oil, allegedly vital to America's security and to defend democracy against latter-day Hitlers like Saddam, and whom he supported up until a few weeks ago. Since oil is gushing around the world and glutting the globe's markets despite the cutoff in Iraq and Kuwait, the first justification is so much buncombe garbage thrown out to the gullible and ignorant of the world. The second justification, that aggression will not be countenanced under any circumstances, is even worse buncombe dumb. It reeks of the same morality that has hidden the deaths of some 10,000 Panamanians in the Panama invasion, just cause. The very label Desert Shield should show you the similarity of intent. Morality attack? Hardly. There hasn't been a serious attack of morality since the crucifixion, and even that was brief indeed. Bush's sudden morality attack is simply a cover for implementing Israeli policy in the Middle East, using American troops, your husbands, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, grandchildren, and fathers and mothers, as cannon targets and experimental receivers of war weapons. Compared to the communist invasions of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and the genocide of more than 100 million people by communist butchers from the Soviet Union and China, and numerous other atrocities in the 20th century perpetrated by such demonic despots as Pol Pot of Cambodia, Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire, King Hassan of Morocco, and the genocide of the Palestinians by Israel, Saddam's one-day reclamation of Kuwait, which the British had stolen away from Iraq in the first place, rates barely a mention, dear defrauded friends. In fact, successive U.S. administrations never punished the worst aggressors in history but instead rewarded them with blank check financing and bailed them out over and over again with American blood and money, and they are right back at it today. It is, thus, ironic indeed that Iraq's previous aggression, its invasion of Iran 10 years ago, had the full blessing of the U.S. State Department and other such stalwart defenders of democracy as Britain and the Soviet Union. In fact, the invasion was not launched until the U.S. advised Saddam erroneously, I might add, that the fundamentalist regime in Iran was weak and that the time to strike was at hand. Golden child. For 8 years, Saddam was the golden boy of all the self-anointed champions of democracy, while he was credited with dropping chemical bombs on Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini's defensive forces. Khomeini's Iran was the object of universal blockade and frozen assets. Doesn't anyone remember? This was in spite of his accession to power being peaceful and entirely fueled by the people's will. When the establishment media goes on the rampage against any country or person, it is always wise to ask not what they have done wrong but what they have done right. For, in the matter of evil, the likes of Saddam are mere innocents compared to the ultimate criminals of the internationalist establishment, and they plan to eat you alive. The establishment gave Saddam chemical bombs and refrained from criticizing him when he used them not only against the Iranians, but supposedly against his own rebellious Kurdish populations as well. Funny thing about those Mossad attacks, credit is often given to the wrong toy soldiers. This means the source of the establishment's hysterical about-face is that Saddam in his own country, a so-called ruthless and entirely effective politician but unschooled in the politics of the West, actually began to believe that he was free to assert Arab nationalism and independence from foreign control, the old democratic demoniac propaganda. The U.S. response, which will undoubtedly turn the Islamic world against the U.S., will in turn, it is hoped by the manipulators behind the scenes, force America to join with the only friendly nation in the region, oh no, Israel. Do you suppose this might also force a settlement of those pretended strained relations with Israel over failure to resolve the Palestinian issue? That matter will somehow likely be dropped from the world agenda in short order if the Zionists and internationalists succeed in their attempt to foment war between Islam and the civilized countries. It already has been dropped, and now the Palestinians can just die without causing problems for your conscience. Dharma, please begin another document. Our ungracious friends again have your computer set to destruct the writing in 2 more paragraphs. The format will need attention also, but the editors can see to that. Thank you. For you, the people who are reading this, we are set up daily to have the computer kill the data inputted. Each day is different, but Dharma is weary indeed of repetition and time-consuming repairs to the documents. Thank you. It is noted and accepted that the establishment doesn't care for our writings. So be it, for that is our intent, and the bombardment indicates we are getting our job done. God rest his hand upon thine head, Dharma, to tend of thine security. Aho. Chapter 12. Rec number 1, Hayton. Saturday, October 6, 1990, 10:50 a.m. Year 4, Day 51. Today's watch. Oh Keela, it is fine that we have missed a day in writing, for you are bound by human limits and the physical form is fatigued. You have enough to concern about with the nerds in your Congress and administration without writing about the banks today. Blessings be unto Charles, for he has given us the breath assistance which helps the soul to find a bit of peace and order. I am most grateful. As we run and mush through these days of overload, we shall simply have to cast aside that which is left unfinished. Reprioritize and allow it go, for you cannot do of it all. We must be most careful, however, to make sure that our priorities are in order. Today, for instance, is a day in which the most important ones almost did not come because it was perceived they could not bring up their little tots. We must remember that there are some 20 adults in this group, already in Tehachapi, and any one or more could miss the meeting to keep the toddlers in safety, for any ones of you in the town could most easily miss of the meeting with me. Desiree, you must not wait for volunteers, precious, lest you never get help. So be it. You must not just require that the young ones with children do of it, for they are the most consumed of all as to restrictions. There are plenty of grandfathers and grandmothers in this crowd, and I am pained that it has even come to such a discussion. Never do the babies or children annoy Hayton or God, some of you older ones, yes. The children, no, never. While we are on the subject of children, Dharma, I want you to take time this weekend to spend with the children and grandchildren. You have not seen them for months, for we have not given you a day for rest or visiting in well over a year, and we must remember that you cannot be all unto all. A family is a most precious thing, and we have required that you have neglected and been neglected far too much in these days of pressure and bringing forth the writings. I cannot function as clearly when you are distressed and burdened to the extent you are these days. Blessings are unto all of you who have been pushed by the public, for now the rewards can begin to flow back in the cycle. It has been and continues to be such a great responsibility, especially to George and Desiree, who must face those multitudes of hounding questions and always accept the ones who are rude and insulting. You handle it superbly, and soon, I shall come forth to do a little house cleaning when the station is nearby. You are welcome, at any time now, to interrupt your program when you get a Fritz on the line to call upon me. I shall quite enjoy setting a few of these smart disinformation specialists to correct perceptions. I prefer to not bring this location nor Dharma into public encounter as to set up a program, but I most certainly am most happy to interject a bit of thought correction. I remind you ones of the way out of any encounter. Stand on truth, and this is my perception of what this or that means. You do not need to, nor is it appropriate, to speak for any of us authors, and you must always leave an opportunity to be incorrect in your projections. This is not a correction unto you, it is simply to give you comfort. Another excellent response to dissenters is to simply keep asking if they have read all the journals. If not, they have no basis upon which to argue and refuse to do so. It is an incredible task to interject yourselves into the atmosphere of blackness with the talk show hosts themselves, for they are already authorities on every subject and cannot keep their mouths shut long enough for input. Always a good response when they allow you to not speak is to simply let them ramble, and when they run down and ask why you do not answer, tell them, if you shut your mouth, perhaps I can. So much for this matter, we can discuss it. I shall probably decline to allow Dharma to listen into too many, because she becomes quite irate at the insults unto you who are just trying to discuss a subject. It is much like watching a child do a piano recital. The comments from the crowd who think the child plays badly are quite painful to the parent. And always remember, my shoulders fit a 9.5-foot frame, there is no burden I cannot carry from such as kibitzers, and I do, in fact, enjoy the encounter immensely. What of the shuttle launch? It is unimportant. The payload on this shuttle is follow-on for the one they did not get launched, and it will simply be removed by the Russians at the appropriate time. Sun probes indeed. This story is to cover for all of the heat-sensing devices and sensitive apparatus they have on the system to monitor Earth blasts. They don't even bother to change the scenario any longer. I think, though, that the public might just be starting to smell the toast burning frying, perhaps, in fuel/air holocaust. That was a big one that the Russians gave unto you through the leak vine. You ones have absolutely no defense against those weapons, and that public projection is truth. It was just the Russians' way of telling the bureaucrats to mind their business and not push too far. Mr. Bush didn't like that bean spilling at all, on top of his slap in the face with the budget. Good for you people. Oh, the administration will make the piper, you, pay, but stand tall, for you just pulled a coup on the criminals. You the public, John Q. Public, are going to get a real view of nasty politics now, and you can make some real headway if you don't get sucked in by the lies they will conjure now. You can bet there will shortly be an incident in the Middle East to punish you ones, but keep your eyes open and don't let the truth fail to surface. Weapons. Oh my yes, the fuel/air explosions are bad, and it should shut down the stupid passing out of chemical gas masks. Every one of you participants in the Middle East hocus pocus have the ability to utilize those missiles, and they are as horrendous as anything you have conjured up to devastate a scattered army. You see, the beams as such are not too effective in a scattered situation, but these nice fire bombs can blanket miles in pure hell. The heat is so intense that you might as well be in a hydrogen blast, except that radioactivity becomes a mood issue. I believe you can also see why it would be the weapon of choice, wherein your enemies, global cartel, are not yet ready to give up the functioning world. A city set afire by this weapon is going to burn the entire area without selection, because the entire area is blanketed in fire, but outlying areas in rural locations will not suffer greatly, and there is no need for radiation panic. These are just dandy to set all the Middle Eastern oil fields afire, and yes, Mr. Hussein will do that just as soon as Mr. Shamir sets the Saudi fields afire and creates the incident as planned. Funny things happen in this kind of a game of wits. You see, Israel passed out gas masks to all her population in order to dump chemicals on her own people to cause the incident which would start the war. It was a superb way to wipe out the Palestinians, because they wouldn't have masks and Hussein would be blamed for the entire matter. Never underestimate the capability of the Russians who sprang this new weaponry on you the public, because Shamir would be a total and visible fool to douse his own with chemicals now. Keep your eyes, ears open and pay attention, for we are making some real progress, and it will pick up momentum as we move along. Note the distractors. The distractors shall be kept moving from one to another now as you all pay attention to the government closing operations. No one will even notice what happens to Keating, the senators involved, Neil Bush, and thus and so. You will hardly notice when Bush calls a national emergency and takes over through executive order under national emergency regulations. Sorry about that, but you had forgotten that he can do that, and you needed reminding. He can take away every one of your Bill of Rights by the signature on an order without ever touching the budget papers. Well, it has not eluded his notice nor the notice of those advisors and manipulators. Why do you think you had to have a Middle East incident in the first place? Oh yes, it is that bad, dear ones. It is even worse, for you will have to have some kind of a war anyway in order to pull off the whole thing. Taking back control of your destiny government is not an easy task, but surely you see that it can be done if you hold true and require that your representatives measure up to your demands. You will note that even the ones who quoted the Constitution from California, indeed, and I directly thank you letter writers, for that is where it came from, did not mention the way outlined in the Constitution to balance the budget and pay for these overburdens. Most do not even know, and the others are very, very careful to never let that get into your attention. Feel gratified for a job well done. You made them stop and pay attention, for they dared not run rampant right over you. The people in the last 2 days, ones of the criminal element, are getting nervous about their jobs, dear hearts, so let's keep them nervous. Even though we seem to walk through the shadows, we walk not alone, for in the light are the pitfalls illuminated. Hold it ever in thine hearts. Keep ever in thine minds, also, that Gorbachev and Bush agreed that there should be no nuclear war in the Middle East until 1992/93. Keeping the Israelis in line may be impossible, but I believe you can see that some good judgment is coming into play from the direction of Russia as regards weapons, etc. No, it does not mean that there will not be war. It does mean that it becomes pretty stupid to press the luck in the matter, for an awfully large number of people are going to get hurt and killed, and you will need them later for the next war, so good judgment would be to call this one off. Israel, however, is being pushed to get that West Bank into her clutches, and madmen in a frenzy do foolish things. So be it. Dharma, allow us to close this, as it is time for guests and you need a bit of respite before we begin our work during the remainder of this day. We can talk of these things during our meeting later today. Hayton to stand by as I clear the frequency, please. Salut. Chapter 13. RFC number 1 Hayton. Sunday, October 7, 1990, 7 a.m. year 4 day 52. Today's watch. Greetings in the beauty of the early morning, while the quiet beauty awakens into the wonder of a day of radiance for our using. May we fill it with beauty, for it has been given in love for our experience. Aho. Hayton present, in service. As we begin this morning, I would like to speak briefly regarding receiving. As more ones come into the circle of the Phoenix Journals, it is perhaps time to again speak of methods of communication. There is nothing strange nor mystical regarding our transmissions. In fact, I shall herein, again, dissolve even the mystery. Mysticism is that which is conjured around myths, magic, and usually a wondrous blending of the two. Mystery is that which is simply not yet known unto you personally, not a secret, only yet unknown in fullness. My language is silent for the most part. I can speak, but those with whom I communicate do not need written or spoken words. Therefore, let us better define a receiver. I, for instance, do transmit on a frequency just as in a radio transmission. I believe, however, a better way to describe her job, if you will, is as a translator. I am continually asked why or how it is that I speak English. I do not speak English, I project thought forms and depend upon her data banks, and sometimes give her new vocabulary to better suit my descriptive needs, and vocabulary data. It is much as any translator who simply retells a statement in a native language. Can anyone do it? Of course, all can do it if you know the frequency and can tune your radio. Ones with a mission or who are receivers have it simplified even more easily, however, in that we work most closely and the frequency is already set. Dharma's Hayton frequency is always on and two other frequencies are always on and utilized by others. If you could move within her head you would run into a barrage of ever-changing tones or frequencies, just like scanning a radio tuner. Her automatic push buttons, however, are preset for instant connection with my frequency because her purpose at this time is as my translator. I have constant attachment to her right receiver, Sananda Emmanuel, Christos, to her left and grandfather to her central banks. This is being put in such simplified manner that we feel foolish, but I believe it is better clarified by relationships with something which you have daily access. I, for instance, simply pour in universal language for the most part unless I am in the practice of a particular communications language for later use, and she translates the material. If the subject is technical in nature and beyond her knowledge, I simply dictate and translate myself. If I utilize material already put to print, I utilize computer resources and basically read the information depending upon what my purpose might be for the written word, or I will give her instructions as to resource to allow for proper spelling, etc. Your spelling of word symbols are atrociously complicated and unnecessary, and your punctuation and prepositions totally absurd, so I usually confuse them and write a lot of ants when I should put for, etc. It is better to leave those things to an editor, for when we are in communication Dharma is so finely tuned that we rarely interrupt for any purpose and we write as fast as she can type the symbols. It is quite interesting to observe, for as she translates and types there is frequently a word which will have all the proper symbols but all out of order. My point in this discussion is to allow you to receive a better description of this mechanism and get rid of the mystical format. We, further, never sit to communicate until all energies utilizing the system are cleared and authorized to utilize the frequency. Where exceptional receivers are lost is through that one error in ego judgment. A hacker can utilize the frequencies when allowed to so do. It is up to the receiver to prevent the interference. This is a mutual agreement relationship with great respect and understanding that I will never embarrass her, speak untruths in conceptual matters, and she will write that which she understands not nor has had access to the information. In other words, she clears to my frequency, writes that which I give her whether or not she agrees, and reserves her opinions for expression just as any reader of the material after the fact, just as would a translator from Russian into English. Often the opinion given by me, the speaker, and that of the management, her, vary considerably, but she does not have access to all the data scanners which are available to me. I hope I have responded in a manner that is not simply more confusing. Fuel air explosives. Within the past few days I am bombarded with requests for additional information regarding the fuel air explosives that Saddam has. I have discussed these weapons in prior papers, but it is news to you the public, and I am happy to re-identify the information as well as remind you that all of the participants and potential major participants in any Middle Eastern war, actually, any war these days, anywhere, are equipped with everything because of the random distribution of arms on the market as well as the nature of the elite undercover agencies such as the CIA, Mossad, etc. All are equipped with all to serve the purposes of the global planners. Sophisticated killers are available to both sides of any disagreement in these days of terrorists. Russia has the technology, however, that all other governments lack and have been able to gain control from position. Some things, to be effective, must have space capability for aiming, surveillance and focus in firing. Russia can take out anything you can place in space at this time and has remarkable defenses against anything you can fire at her. Therefore, you, US and allies, have no defense against these fuel air weapons, but she has all of yours pinpointed to exact location and can beam explode them on your launching pads. The day you utilize them for attack against Iraq, for instance, your army will find themselves blowing themselves up in a most heinous manner. In Russia and now in Iraq, are installations surrounding all installations of importance which surveil the entire circumference of entry of any object, with ability to identify, see through the electronic shielding and intercept instantaneously. Further, the space-based weapons can identify and destroy anything you can get off the ground so far. The fuel air explosives are not new but are extremely powerful and are the weapons of choice in encounters wherein radiation is undesirable. These weapons are the main reason the facade of gas masks, chemical suits and other such nonsense is totally ridiculous. No one except Israel has any intention of such stupid encounters. Chemicals would be for distraction and incident value, nothing more. Further, the incident would kill thousands of Palestinians and the Israelis with all their lovely new designer masks would survive a self-inflicted dousing blamed on the Iraqi terrorists. No, it won't sell except to you who believe the drivel you read and are fed by the controlled media. Does your government know all this? Who knows exactly who knows what? Well, your government knows for sure, but only at the highest establishment level, and now as some manipulated congressmen find out, it gets a bit more tedious to fool you completely. You must understand that Saddam is not a madman in any sense of the word, and he would never stand off the entire world elite if he wasn't pretty sure he had defenses which can allow him to prevail. He has no wish to blow up the world, not even the U.S. He wants to sell his oil, make money for his nation and unite his people inclusive of Kuwait. This battle is not even about oil, dear friends, it is about world domination and control. Fuel-air explosive devices carry the destructive power of small nuclear bombs. Saddam has them and has them set on target. Your military invaders playing soldiers in the Saudi desert. Your military leaders know you are targeted and know the consequences of this type of weaponry, and yet your government continues to push the world to the brink of a most devastating war. The fuel-air explosives, or FAEs, have a minimum of 10 times the power of conventional explosives and create a tremendous fireball of intensely superheated particles and create a shockwave of intense magnitude over a relatively large area with total devastation in the concentrated impact area. But you have no radiation fallout associated as with nuclear weapons. They are surely not your garden variety of bows and arrows, spears and slingshots. These are incredible blast effect weapons, and what you can't see can certainly kill you dead. You have no defense against such weapons nor any way to intercept the missiles bearing them. You would have no ability to effectively defend against such a missile-delivered warhead. Your leaders will tell you that they don't believe Iraq has technology to mount the system on missiles. I tell you they have the capability and already have them in place for use instantly. The Soviets have set them up and continue to render them targeted and ready to fire. You can know this to be truth by the new edict to allow some of the Russians to leave Iraq. That is simply to tell you that they are now finished with their work and that you had best back off. Thousands are remaining to man the scanner systems. You are playing with destruction beyond your imagination if you pursue this into war, because someone is going to lose their cool and start firing these toys. It is amusing to note that now the senators, such as Glenn and Helms, are going to insist these weapons be looked into. More distractors, beloved ones. Can you really believe that a former astronaut who has flown in the face of the lies and deceits would not know of these weapons, especially ones who have taken bribes for their cover UPS in the government and against you the people? The news tightens even more grippingly as you will find that the components and scientific knowledge to build the weapons came into Iraq from the German arms industry. The arms industry of the world simply sold to anyone who could buy, and you of the superpowers paid for the stuff and supplied the technicians. It certainly is not complicated to figure out, just hard to believe in your innocent naivete. A major German aerospace and defense firm, Messerschmitt Kaufmann, conducted feasibility studies on an FA device as part of a major missile project with the Egyptian government. Oops, there went your $7 billion for garbage. That project terminated in about 1988, and all that dandy technology remained ready if the price was right, and the price will always be right at the appropriate time. Egypt simply turned around and provided all that nice technology to their beloved brother and friend, Iraq. Weapons all over the map. It is hard for me to understand your sudden surprise at these weapons in Iraq. It is most amusing indeed, and seems to somehow conveniently coincide with a need for distraction while your Congress plays at budgets and broke government, etc. Could it be another chemical weapon scare to rally the troops, you the public, behind the controllers in order to protect your children? Will you never see that your establishment is setting itself up for total control, and they will get there by any means possible? It was your president that brought your nation to a standstill, and it is your president that can now override the entire constitutional system and move on emergency regulations by executive order, and plans to do so just as soon as things are a bungled and entangled mass of demanding population. You will demand that he act, and in so doing, you will have given away your constitutional rights, for all can be handled then under emergency regulations, and the new laws enacted will allow it to hold for a minimum of 5 years, dear friends. By then it will all be over but the crying. The weapons in point are in the arsenals of the Soviet Union, Israel, China, France, Germany, Spain, and several third-world nations in addition to Iraq. This is well known by the Pentagon, which just happened to forget to mention it to you the people and or Congress. Besides, Gorby told Mr. Bush all of this at their summit. How long will you the public allow of this? It seems likely that you will begin to pay better attention in the wake of the budget vote. It is not so simple, however, for either way it would go would be to your disadvantage, for you have allowed laws to become active which allow for total bypass of the congressional and constitutional system. You can, however, recover it if you want to badly enough, for it is up to you the people to unify, and they cannot stop you, for at this point all is not lost to your use. If, however, you do not stand and refuse this treatment, you will lose, for with each defeat you are more blinded. You are now beginning to experience the proof you keep demanding from me. You are experiencing the steamroller in motion and running amok over all in its wake toward establishment control. The action is mandatory, from the USA. You are the last population within a nation with the ability to stand in any measure of freedom at all. The Russians are gaining ground on you, however. Of course it will not be easy or without effort to turn this tide the other direction and recover your freedom, but it is not yet too late if you take your stand. You proved as much by your refusal to accept the bounds of the ridiculous budget. You can now see that it is your president acting in dictatorial fashion who single-handedly has put the whip to your backsides. He is giving you a show of power, and don't overlook as much. He is counting on you to back off and demand passage of the hardship package on yourselves just to get his permission to operate your country again. What about all those parks and services that belong to you the people? It seemed with the stroke of a pen one man closed them all away from you the people. How be it possible if they be yours? It is now the time to remain strong, lest you lose of your nation and freedom during the entire remainder of your experience on this beauteous but beleaguered planet. We are sent to stand with you if you but ask us in. We are not sent to interfere, nor do it for you, only to show to you the way. You must make the stand and do of the labor and walk of the gauntlet. We can walk with you as shield within the lighted truth of God. You, however, as a nation, must show unto God that you will turn unto his truth and regain the strand of moral attention unto his guidelines, and come back onto the path toward balance within the laws of the wondrous creation. You will not be given assistance to further destruction or further deliberate breaking of the laws of God or of the creation. We are the hosts of God sent as ways howers and preparers of the place for the return of Godness unto the kingdom of earth as she makes transition again into that wondrous kingdom. Evil is not put asunder by bombs and deceit. Evil is dissolved by the refusal to participate in the dark empire games of death and destruction. Evil will not remain in the presence of Godness, and thusly can you know that God shall prevail. Evil is a creation of God, and what God hath created so can it be uncreated. Man, however, shall be in the making of its choice as to how it will be forgiven the withdrawal from God's laws of balance and those of the natural creation. The worldly empire shall ultimately fall into chaos and destruction, for it is the natural order of progression. The purpose of human is to return order from the chaos in the order of universal Godness in truth and in knowledge. God is the Word, and the Word must be truth, and herein lies the great and wondrous secret. So be it. May you as humanity look again into the heart wherein God resides in the wondrous temple of self, find truth and strength, and return again within the wondrous laws which set you free. I have no need nor desire to either preach nor debate. You will come again into the balance of truth within the universal and cosmic laws, or you shall fall into irreversible chaos, for that is what ye have manifested upon your placement. You have soiled that which is your own nesting places. God will send unlimited hosts to march with you if you turn unto his presence and away from your destructive path toward the hypnotic pull of the lies. Your sons have not been sent to defend your nation nor your people. They are in Saudi Arabia to protect the purses and royal dictatorial status of the establishment world elite. If this madness continues, they will perish not for God or country, but rather for greed, lust, and control of a world. You have met your Antichrist, brothers, and you still do not recognize him. The time is at hand, not out there somewhere. It is up to you how it goes from here, for it will go exactly as you allow of it to go, no more and surely nothing lesser. Further, you will continue to have to stand in constant watch, for the enemy will not leave easily from his dens of iniquity and false teachings. You do not fight this battle with guns, you fight with the words of truth and the shield of your constitution, and the enemy will fall to the right and to the left, and yet, of truth shall prevail. Color, creed, sex, and all other separations must be blended into unity, and then naught of evil can stand against that sword of truth. But it is, as gifted in free will choices, up to you. It can be changed if you but want to change of it and come into return unto the godly truth of direction and away from the lies that have brought you to your knees in helplessness. Stand again as God, and God shall stand strong in thine forward lead. Sit in thine greedy and lustful dark worlds, and you shall perish within the twilight zones of material deceptions. Proof. You want proof? Look about yourselves and at that which is about your world. For God so loved you that he showed of you the way and sent guides to lead the way. You have turned away your faces and plugged of your ears in order to see with your things considered the measure of your worth. You are priceless, and, therefore, your things of measure can be of no value whatsoever. Ponder it. You can either perish in the fire, or you can call upon the living waters of God, who can render the fire into nothing. Just but you will make of the choice and ask, for it is the way of God. May you recognize the grace which is being presented unto you as a people, that you might accept it as the wondrous gift unto you as the decisions of direction are thrust hard afore you. May you accept the wisdom of truth being brought unto you by the truth bringers sent forth. We stand at ready awaiting your response and call. I am Haton to move to stand by. Salom and Selah. For the word is all inclusive. Salom. Chapter 14. Rec number 1. Haton. Tuesday, October 9th, 1990, 8 a.m. Year 4 Day 54. Today's watch. Haton present in service, come forth in the light of radiance. This is alert time. That which is done in the United Nations and is or is not accepted in fullness by the United States will tell you more than any written word. What Israel has perpetrated upon the Palestinians is far worse than that which has been allowed the showing on television. Israel is setting up her incident. Hussein has responded with a call to the Arab nations to send missiles. Israel fully intends to escalate this into a major attention-getter and loose chemicals, claiming they were sent in missiles from Iraq. The United Nations Assembly is denouncing the inequalities of the UN Security Council led by the US in favorable and total alliance to Israel. They may need more than a tiny tap on the wrist from America. Even if the US joins in sanctions against Israel, know that it is a facade and the bonds only strengthen to deceive you, for, as we have recently pointed out to you, it is the modus operandi of the US and Israel when a major incident is ready to occur. I suggest you not linger nor drag in the preparations. You can see the game underway in full intent on your price scales. Light crude, which is the benchmark for pricing of crude, is $40.55 this day and rising because of the incident in Jerusalem. It did not rise, you will note, because of that which the Israelis did, but rather, from Hussein suggesting that someone should stop the bloodshed in Palestine. The fact that gold prices remain under $400 is the real balance clue that the market is being totally manually manipulated. This is all happening through your World Series ball game, so the populace of America will not notice. With the ball games and the budget foolishness, you will not notice what occurs. It is all being set up to ensure that Bush can call in emergency regulations which he will announce are, just in case. You balance on the razor's edge. Further, you are coming upon the fullest moon and closest swing to the Earth with all the magnetic poles which that entails in only a few weeks in your counting, and it becomes the easiest time to detonate massive Earth movement. Is anyone noticing the announcements of incredible radio pulse activity in the more recent large quakes? Even your scientists take note these days and sweat the next months. Prior to triggering quakes, specific plans are laid between the triggering cosmospheres among the craft and also with the Earth bases. During the beam detonations, the pulses will run the meter needles off the gauges. I remind you that this is not the work of any space brotherhood, only Earthman in the atmosphere and near space. It will be claimed that these are instigated by Space Brotherhood. They are not. So be it. Oberly, as you make your next trip, which should be soon, into the city, get the children a barrel of fuel and a toy, for the little parents are in financial bind and will not tell you, to allow no burden upon you. At any rate, the barrel is an asset and the fuel imperative. Let us not allow the overlooking of the problems within our own dooryards, for ultimately it will be through the supporting within our families, both blood and friends, which shall see you through the rough seas. You, further, still need to obtain plastic sheeting, and I suggest you study the list of supplies necessarily for a year of survival, and you will find that you still have a long way to go. You will find an excellent listing in one of the books received on the yesterday. By the way, do not allow yourselves to go back to sleep as regards the troops in Saudi Arabia. You are not on a sit and hold position. The heaviest armor and war equipment is just now in arrival for your army, and you can't function in that desert as is. If actions are not set into motion to reverse this thing, you are all headed dead on to horrendous pain and death. It can be stopped if enough will band together and demand it to stop. Attention is pulling towards action, and this is one reason there is increased activity in Israel and that part of the Middle East to stop you the people from shutting this atrocity down in time to prevent the Israeli plan from unfolding. Beware the jackal in the flock. Let us now return to the journal material, Dharma. I wish to further discuss the monetary relativities and the structuring of the plans which are now culminating before your eyes. Dark Age economy mentality. In all the hoopla over oil and recession, watch what your markets are doing. They plead oil as the instigator of problems and then rise with each piece of good oil news. It differs only minutely from that which was appearing at the time of the 1982 planned war before and after postponement. Look what the manipulators did in the early 1980s to throw the public off the track. The following notice could have been written this morning, and yet it was written and published in August of 1980. It would be appropriate for any circumstance since Wall Street, which waited for years for the recession to begin, is starting to act like the economic downturn is just about over. Even as companies report that their profits in the second quarter were lower than last year, the stock market has continued a rally that has pushed up the Dow Jones Industrial Average to its highest levels in 3 years. Yes, I know that the averages are down at present, but they were at an all-time high just brief weeks past. Further, your president's lips were seen speaking that if his budget would be approved, there would be an upsurge in growth and prosperity ahead as you started bringing your debt under control. You can't bring your debt nor deficit under control. Moreover, you are dupes again. The Congress is made of lawyers who know how to throw off an opponent, a trick only noted by the opponent. Do not think that what is happening in Washington was not planned. For IT was in every detail and alternative. You the people and your Congress will now approve a minutely changed budget which will ultimately squeeze you harder and will settle for exactly that which M.R. Bush, your new dictator/monarch, desires. Fool not yourselves. So be it. What is reflected in the stock markets around the world can no longer be a guide to the state of affairs. Just as in August 1980, the market appeared to be saying that better times were just ahead, better times were not just ahead. Those bubbles burst with manipulated regularity when the purpose of the controllers is fulfilled and the profits made by the elite. There is a trick of the trade called a bear trap, and I suggest you keep your eyes on the ball. A bear trap is an episode of gross manipulation of the stock market by certain large institutional investors to unload unwanted stocks, junk bonds, etc., usually occurring during a time of distraction as is now happening with crude oil. In other words, the elite manipulators are getting set. Let us look at that which happened in the fall of 1982 as the war was postponed and the bear trap began to snare its victims. During September 1982, and especially October, large amounts of unwanted stocks were successfully dumped onto small investors. Instead of setting another new record for a one-day rise in stock prices, the Dow Jones set a more disturbing record by dropping, on October 25, by more than 36 points. That does not seem great today, but it was remarkable in 1982 under the then current circumstances. This was the largest one-day decline since the crash of 1929. Guess what? There were signs and pronouncements that the Feds were ready to drop the interest rates and therefore everything would be rosy ahead. Did anyone read Greenspan's lips? If the president's budget passes, we can expect an immediate drop in interest rates. In 1982 1,000, on the Dow was worth only about as much as 400 points a decade prior, and you can now see that 3,000 is only relative to the 1,000 of 1982. It has been fully planned to push the Dow, one way or another, to 3,500 and then dump it. It gets a bit harder as nations refuse to play the ball game by the cartel rules, but so far no one has even interrupted the plans. But you the people are starting to input objection, and that is making a lot of people in the cartel nervous. This might well cause some real blunders from ones not realizing the well-mapped plan. You see, congressmen, stockbrokers, military men, etc., die nicely in fuel air bombs also. Only the elite cartel hierarchy are within the plan for secure protection. As the markets decline and swing up then up and down, it is indicative of total instability, for its swings are based on pure speculation and rumors whereby a very small stimulus produces sometimes massive effects. This is exactly what happened to the stock market in your crash of 1929. The crash of 1990s shall be the king of crashes. The US economy is fundamentally sick unto death, and is now having terminal chills and fever as reflected in your daily news. You just got the word this very day that construction and real estate are down and Detroit automakers are near panic. The market, especially for large automobiles, is dead this day. In the fall of 1982 the economy, automobiles, and construction, were running at about half speed. The pattern was set for fluctuations of massive scale and manipulation for the final throes of economic disaster. Unemployment, as measured by your own government's grossly understated statistics, reached 10.1% in September, the highest rate since the Great Depression and, dear ones, no matter what the government relays to you today, you have more unemployed than in any time in your history, and rising. You have more homeless, and with the Resolution Trust Corporation in hand grip with the banks and S&Ls, you are destined to witness the biggest loss of real estate, businesses, and home properties than in world history relative to any measuring device known to mankind. Let us place the above portion in the Express and then continue with the journal. Thank you. Salut. In 1982, bankruptcies, too, reached a pace unequaled since the Great Depression. Farmers were in a total and uncontrollable tailspin, with projected farm incomes for 1982 down 24% from the prior year. Look at it now. Banking system situation. The Great Depression of the 1930s featly began not with the 1929 stock market crash but rather with the collapse of your banking system immediately following. Today you have a scenario wherein you can't even pay great attention to the stock market but rather to the banking segment of your economy, all the banking industries. The problems with your banks are also orchestrated to pull all banking fragments ultimately into the one world banking cartel. And, furthermore, it is working right on schedule following the S&Ls. The banks were in horrendous condition as far back as 1982 and worsening daily according to perspective. To the cartel it was working magnificently toward capture of all property, collapse of the industry and writing off of return of any monies back to the Middle Eastern oil cartel countries. Please refer to the Gray Men writings. In the late 70s the Bolsheviks in America were going after the banks. The Bolshevik coup d'état against their former Rockefeller allies had begun with the murder of Nelson Rockefeller, and by the following early spring, Bolshevik/Zionist moles were going to work throughout the Rockefeller banking empire. They were starting at the top with the giant Chase Manhattan Bank. If the American Bolsheviks could shatter Rockefeller banking power, the Rockefeller cartel would be totally rendered doomed. So what of today? I am going to have Dharma please reprint an article from U.S. News and World Report, October 1, 1990. It will give you a better picture in your own time and terminology than a space cadet reporting to you. Quote from, Rotten to the Core? Bad real estate loans are eating into the profits of commercial banks like Chase Manhattan. Halloween came early this year for the once proud Chase Manhattan Bank. With a new management team scheduled to take over on October 31st, the country's second largest bank holding company late last week embarked on a stunning $1 billion overhaul that was more trick than treat for the 5,000 employees who will receive their walking papers from Chase as a result of the restructuring. Quite simply, Chase was forced to revamp. Over the past 2 weeks, skittish Wall Street investors have bludgeoned the bank stock and extracted punishingly high interest rates as recompense for buying its bonds. This loss of confidence is a result of management's inability to control skyrocketing costs and to identify faltering real estate loans. In an effort to win back the street's heart and wallet, Chase on Friday boldly announced that it would take a one-time write-off of $350 million for a restructuring program, add $650 million to its real estate loan loss reserve in the third quarter, cut its shareholder dividend by more than half, and initiate a series of asset sales to shore up its bruised capital base. In addition, the bank will push 1/8 of its workforce out the door. As a result of these draconian steps, Chase said, its third quarter losses would total some $625 million. Undaunted, Chase promised a return to profitability in the fourth quarter. Friday's upheaval capped a nerve-wracking week for Chase management. At one point, rumors circulated on Wall Street that the bank was having trouble refinancing its commercial paper, or short-term borrowings. The whispers were unfounded, but Chase nonetheless had to issue a statement categorically denying that it was having difficulty funding its obligations. The denial stemmed the free fall in Chase's stock, but only temporarily. Despite the bank's decision to confront its financial problems, its shares fell further along with other big bank stocks, and ended the week at $12.75, a 15-year low. Investors were worried that still more bad news was on the way. I'm not sure this clears the air, said George Salem, a bank analyst with Prudential-backed securities. The loan loss target is a moving one, and with the economy sliding and real estate values still coming down, Chase might have to add a lot more to its reserves. Chase also has a credibility problem on Wall Street, a problem of its own making. A year ago, the bank made its first public stock offering since it was founded in 1877, raising a total of $600 million. Led by President Thomas Labreck, soon to be Chase's chairman and chief executive officer, the bank's officials painted a rosy picture, which persuaded many analysts to recommend the purchase at $40 a share. Investors are still irate, and analysts feel they were badly burned. They sold us on the bank and on its future, but they didn't deliver, complains one analyst. Wall Street also harbors a grudge against Chase for diluting its stock further after last October's public offering. While the bank made no mention of it in its stock offering prospectus, it subsequently offered shareholders an additional $600 million worth of stock at discounted prices. In retrospect, the incremental shares provided a silver lining. The bank raised needed capital before the intense bear market descended. The recent brouhaha is only the latest chapter in a long-running financial saga of mishaps and mismanagement. Over the past 15 years, Chase has careened from crisis to crisis, running afoul of nearly every problem that has beset this country's commercial banking system, from excessive lending in the oil patch to billions of dollars in write-downs on loans to developing countries. Hayton, that was a remarkable statement, pay attention. Real estate redux. Today, real estate loans are once again at the core of Chase's financial difficulties, as they were a decade ago, but the magnitude of potential loss is far greater this time around. The bank's $9 billion real estate loan portfolio is hemorrhaging because the market for commercial properties is severely glutted and rapidly weakening not only in Chase's New York backyard but in many other parts of the country where the bank also has real estate loans outstanding. This is far worse than the 1970s, says Lowell Bryan, a partner at McKinsey & Company, a consulting firm. The property boom was bigger, so it will take a longer time to work off the excess building supply. We virtually met the commercial real estate needs of the 1990s in the last 3 or 4 years. Chase is hardly alone in its current misery. As a group, the nation's 10 largest banks racked up $2.6 billion in non-performing real estate assets during the first 6 months of the year. Citicorp, the country's largest bank holding company and Chase's arch-rival, has $2.3 billion in non-performing real estate assets on its books, compared with $1.8 billion at Chase. Bad property loans constitute 17% of each bank's total real estate portfolio, while Manufacturers Hanover's non-performing property loans make up 16% of its real estate assets. Chase's burgeoning loan woes are exacerbated by its inflated cost structure and lackluster earnings, which make it more vulnerable to an economic downturn than many of its banking peers. In 1989, for example, Chase's expenses as a percentage of revenues were 73% versus the 64% median for all other large, money center banks. Chase sticks out like a sore thumb on the cost side, asserts Frank DeSantis, a bank analyst at Payne Weber. In terms of earnings, Chase's core return on assets last year was 0.5%, compared with the 0.8% average for money center banks. When it comes to earnings, Chase is consistently below average, says Mara Hilderman, senior analyst at Moody's Investors Service. Chase can absorb the $1 billion in write-offs, but not without pain. The bank currently has close to $12 billion in capital, enough to handle other shocks, yet it must now raise several $100 million more in order to meet government-required capital minimums. But all is not doom and gloom at Chase. The bank is endowed with a number of strong businesses that are bolstering it. One example is the consumer division dominated by Chase's credit card operation that was responsible for 60% of the bank's operating earnings last year. Sure, Chase has been struggling, says analyst James McDermott of Keefe, Bruyette & Woods, a New York firm specializing in bank stocks, but its financial condition is in no way, shape, or form as bad as the stock market's worst-case assessment. Chase had to get a real handle on its problems, and it has now taken giant strides in this direction with this comprehensive program, adds McDermott. But while it takes the heat off Chase for a bit, the challenge is squarely on the new management to show it can produce some solid profits. Rocky's Horror Show. Life at Chase has never been easy. The bank flourished for a time in the 1960s and early 1970s under former chairman David Rockefeller, who relied on courtly contacts with blue-chip multinational corporations and powerful heads of state to build business. But with Rockefeller's continual globe-trotting and his many meetings with the likes of Zhou Enlai and the Shah of Iran, Chase began to suffer from internal rivalries and lax management. When the polished patrician finally retired from the bank in 1981, after 12 years as chairman, Hayton, "I simply cannot allow you to pass this one. Why do you think he might retire?" He left in his wake what some banking experts still refer to as the Rocky Horror Show. During the recession of 1973-75, for example, Chase lost a bundle on real estate investment trusts. In 1979, the Chase Manhattan Mortgage and Realty Trust, a separate entity launched by Chase, went belly up, and in 1980, the bank had to swallow $630 million of its own bad real estate loans after the last boom-bust cycle ended with a thud. The problems continued after Rockefeller's departure. In 1982, the bank came a cropper because of the Drysdale affair, which involved the collapse of a government securities dealer financed by Chase and the fall of Oklahoma's Penn Square Bank, which resulted in huge financial losses stemming from bad oil loans. Together, the two incidents produced $232 million in losses for Chase Manhattan. In the late 1980s, the bank nearly choked on its massive exposure to third-world borrowers. And the legacy of loans to less developed countries around the world continues to plague Chase's earnings. Last year, the $107 billion assets bank lost $665 million after making provisions for $1.1 billion in bad loans to the third world. Hayton, are you ready to throw up yet? This is the bank that was the recipient of the Saudi oil money, etc., and you can't even count that money in millions or billions. You are talking trillions of dollars. Are you seeing the unfolding of the lie in preparation for handing you another big tax burden into the hundreds of billions for just one institution? This article is sentence by sentence the best example of fraud that we have reprinted to date. Ratcheting up the risk. Like other large money center banks, Chase suffered additional pain in the 1980s as corporate borrowers flocked to commercial paper and Michael Milken's high-flying junk bond market to raise funds. At the same time, Japanese bankers from Tokyo invaded America and captured huge amounts of business by lending much cheaper money. To compensate for this loss of income, U.S. banks like Chase Manhattan sought new avenues for growth and turned to the booming real estate development market for profits. The risks in real estate lending ultimately proved to be greater than the rewards generated. Banks knowingly waded into these more dangerous investment waters, but they refused to build up sufficient reserves for future losses for fear that the bottom line would suffer. Profit margins were already squeezed tight at U.S. banks as they competed ferociously for real estate lending opportunities against their Japanese counterparts and the newly deregulated savings and loan institutions. To build up their fledgling real estate portfolios, commercial banks in America had to face facts and compete on price. Ultimately, they received inadequate compensation for the risks they were assuming, explains Michael DiStefano, Vice President for Bank Analysis at Standard & Poor's. This chain of events eventually eroded the profitability and creditworthiness of many U.S. commercial banks during the 1980s, despite a period of sustained economic expansion. Insurance jitters. Congress's General Accounting Office recently delivered a bleak assessment of the commercial banking industry as well as the adequacy of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, which guarantees bank deposits up to $100,000. U.S. Comptroller General Charles Bowsher told Congress earlier this month that the GAO had looked at 300 large U.S. commercial banks that were in trouble and concluded that 35 of them could fail within the next year. This debacle would cost the FDIC somewhere between $4.4 billion and $6.3 billion, at a time when the insurance fund's assets have dropped below $13 billion because it has been paying out more than it has been taking in. Not since its birth in the Great Depression has the federal system of deposit insurance for commercial banks faced such a period of danger and uncertainty as it does today, Bowsher told the Senate Banking Committee. The Comptroller General added that none of the country's large money center banks was among the 35 endangered banks. But the head of the Congressional Budget Office, Robert Reichar, told the same panel that, if just one of the 10 largest banks fails, it alone could account for losses of $10 billion or more to the FDIC. While failure of one of the very large banks may be unlikely, it is certainly possible, said Reichar. That is not to say that Chase Manhattan will come close to failing, although it could easily be swallowed up in a big merger with another money center bank sometime soon. But past history and present performance have Chase boxed in, and the bank appears to have limited options for the future. End quote. Illness prevails. If you haven't stopped about every other sentence in the above to effort at shock recovery, I am disappointed in your education of late. I could write a chapter for the journal on every sentence of those lies. You are being set up, sweet people, and this is the manner in which it is done. I can only ask that you go back and read every word carefully. For one thing, regarding the FDIC, if the FDIC was never ratified, which it was not, then it does not exist in reality. Furthermore, by their own statements from the SNL debacle, they are in deficit standing, and if you think the collapse of major banks would only cost you the taxpayer between $4.4 billion and $6.3 billion, then you must have just stepped off the boat from Asesenia in the third galaxy. The reason David Rockefeller resigned is that he was murdered and the double replacing him could not be trained nor trusted to fill his place at Chase Manhattan Bank. This was and is a scheme of schemes, and if you want proof of my statements in these journals, here is an exceptional start. This entire article is a series of well-placed lies from start to finish and is proved by their own projected sums and percentages if by nothing other. American people are not stupid as you are treated, you just haven't realized that you are so burdened with total lies to deliberately thwart you en masse. Let us lay another short article on you and you can see, perhaps, the unseen. How to revive a dying bank, same issue, U.S. News. The mid-1980s brought terrible troubles to a handful of the country's megabanks. But the tough times forced these financial institutions to take drastic steps to get themselves back in shape. In today's crisis-whipped climate, these banks find themselves in an enviable position, having already cleaned up their balance sheets. Take Bank of America, which nearly foundered 4 years ago when lots of loans went sour. After slashing costs and selling off some of its crown jewels to raise capital, the California giant has turned around and is now one of the country's best managed and most profitable banks. We were indeed lucky to have gone through our problems early, says Frank Newman, the chief financial officer of the $99 billion institution. Now we're even in a position to pursue expansion opportunities that other banks must shun. With assets upgraded and loan losses only a small fraction of its brimming pool of reserves, B of A has recently added retail banking franchises in Arizona, Nevada, and Oregon. Now I find it most interesting indeed, that it is not even mentioned that the reason for all this wondrous business management was the sale of Bank of America to a very large Japanese company, Mitsubishi. Pay attention, America. Pittsburgh's Mellon Bank, with $32 billion in assets, also had to face up to big problems several years ago and can breathe easier. Though we haven't totally escaped the pummeling banks are taking in real estate, we've been contracting rather than expanding in this area, says Mellon chairman Frank Hotfoot. In 1988, Mellon spun off $1 billion in troubled real estate loans to an affiliate, Hayton. They surely did, and now that SNL is costing you taxpayers billions of dollars in the spin-off to their affiliate. And $1.5 billion in credits to less developed countries were also wiped from the bank's books. Hayton, now how do you just wipe $1.5 billion in credits to less developed countries off the books? Well, if you are Mellon Bank, I think you might just figure out how. Look up Mellon in the conspiracy hierarchy. Non-performing loans are now 3.1% of assets, compared with 8.1% in 1987. With earnings on the rebound, the rejuvenated bank recently picked up $6.2 billion in new deposits from Philadelphia's troubled Meritor Financial Corporation. Hayton, I simply cannot bear to keep silent. You nice taxpayers took the load from the troubled Meritor Financial Corporation and gave all the nice assets to Mellon Bank. Can you not find the skunk in the woodpile? Are you too afraid of the stink of the skunk to clear the woodpile? How can you sit in silence as the elite lie to you in open press? All you have to do is read these projections from Truth and Knowledge and they tell you exactly how things really are. How do I word these journals in order to get you to take note? Truth shall set you free. So be it, and Sela. May we please close this portion as you have enough to chew this day. However, while we cover this subject, I am going to project a whole bunch of villains of the SNL crisis as a reminder to you as you move into election time. You will either take control and stand against this rot, or you will perish as a nation. It is upon you now. Haton to clear, please. Salut. Chapter 15. Rec number 1 Haton. Wednesday, October 10th, 1990, 6:45 a.m. Year 4 Day 55. Today's watch. Haton present in the light of truth and in service unto God and man, Salut. I have waited until today to speak of the happenings in Jerusalem, for I wanted all of you to pay attention, and I, too, needed to witness that which would come forth through your cover-up boxes regarding the Palestinian/Israeli conflict precipitated on Monday last. It may have been a day of remembering Columbus in America, but it was a Zionist holy day in Jerusalem. The most important incident of your century took place, and the facts have been kept from you to the extent of the ability of your controllers to do so. Sign of signs. The Jewish worshippers, so-called, who were going within the sacred grounds of the mosque on Dome of the Rock, claimed by the Jews as Temple Mount, to lay the key foundation stone in ceremony for the new temple. This is the sign of signs, little Chalice. The sign of signs. Why were the Palestinians present? Because the Jews had not come to their usual Wailing Wall to have worship, they had brought the foundation stone onto the sacred ground of the holiest of holy mosques of the Islamic religion. It was well planned and known about Jerusalem and taunted into the faces of the Arab community. Why did the Palestinians throw stones? Because they have no American-supplied weapons and assault rifles with which to defend the populace. All they have to defend self and property, for the most part, are stones. Why did not the American people become informed of this? On receiving of the information of the uprising, it was decreed by national security regulations to stop the information from the controlled media on the pretext of causing undue panic and desire for reprisal against Israel. It slipped out, however, on 2 occasions. It was immediately squashed, but it did come forth on 2 programs, and now it shall have to be spoken of if enough raise voices in protest and desire for information. On the evening news at 5 p.m. Pacific Time, on CNN, just prior to Larry King Live, there is recently a program called Crisis in the Gulf, and there were 2 guests, one a high-level representative of the Arab nations, not Palestinian, by the way, and a lady Zionist spokesperson. The beans were spilled, and the program commentator tried to cover the facts and shut up the Arab representative. It was quite amusing. The media had been told to refer to the incident as Temple Mount and refrain from any mention of the mosque involvement. But the Arabs, not Palestinians, for they are not heard at all, had already registered formal protests to all international leaders and governments requiring the Temple Mount reference be corrected throughout the media. Of course it has not been, but there are a few who certainly wish it had been, for no one would have noticed, as usual, if they had simply told the truth. The story is elaborate, and the Zionists pronounce themselves innocent and were attacked as they prayed. No, they were marching upon the mosque, and later pictures depicted the way it was the Zionists in a long line dancing, laughing, and ridiculing the press. I remind you once, the last laugh is yet to be had. Why does Haton not just give you names? Because I want you to care enough about your very survival as a planet and species to look into this. If I give you chapter and verse, no one bothers to get the truth elsewhere, and this is important information beyond that which you have before received. You go find out the details, for it becomes the sign of signs for your ending cycle according to the prophecies of your acceptance. Do you really think the US would have joined in denouncing of Israel for the actions of Monday had there not been more than a stoning or a few killings of Palestinians? Everything so far in the Middle East has been set up against that day of laying of the first foundation stone of that temple, and you ones who sleep on had best open your eyes, for it is about to blow beyond your wildest imaginings. A holy war does not take place over a recovery of a tiny place like Kuwait unto a stupid ruling figurehead. You are witnessing the beginning of the holy war to end all holy wars over that temple placement, for with that temple of desecration comes the projection of the ending of your world. And worse, your fundamentalists of Christian doctrines will ballyhoo and hoop-de-dee, for they now expect to be lifted off in rapture of some ridiculous sort. It will be a sorting, but not as they are expecting, let me assure you. Look closely at your unholy alliance. The secretive and subservient U.S. entanglement with Israel over the years has produced no significant benefits for your nation, quite the contrary indeed. It has thrown the doors open wide for alien agents and lobbyists to perpetrate murders, dirty tricks, sabotage, disinformation and espionage on an unprecedented scale within the United States, within your own houses. These facts are confronting you now as truth is pouring forth from many sources which cannot be discounted as easily as you can discount God and the hosts. Strange that it required a brave intelligence officer, laying his neck on the block, for you to begin to see and hear. I have been telling you this for years, and my scribes refused to present it unto you in fear, and those who did were quickly corrupted, bribed, and distracted into the spiritual incredibility of doctrine and New Age lies. Brave news reporters effort to tell you truth for some 15 years in the passing, such as Spotlight, and you listened and read it not. Many brave and daring truth bringers have met the ultimate physical death and discredit for telling you truth which you would not accept, and now you are on the brink of the fulfillment of the final prophecies. If you fail to act and take note, you are destined to play out the play as handed down in terror and Holocaust. The theft state of Israel has a lobby in the U.S. which has displayed its dominant power over the U.S. establishment media by intimidating major news organizations into ignoring or dismissing such exposes as unbelievable or, even more threateningly, as the product of ethnic prejudice or other antisocial urges. The stunning new book by Viktor Ostrovsky, a former case officer of the Mossad, Israel's Secret Service, is headed for the bestseller lists. Well over 500,000 orders have been received for it by its American publishers. Does it tell you things different from Hayton's writings? No. Only differently told. However, it is far easier for man to believe as it comes from man's visible experience. Yet, you experience it no differently than you experience reading a journal. Is that not so? So be it. Another point: there was more active government interference with the book by Ostrovsky in efforts to ban the material in the US. The intent by Kissinger and his mob was originally simply to remove Dharma and no one would notice. God works in most strange ways, his truth to present unto you, little sheep. The book is now public attention throughout the other parts of the world while being all but unnoted in the US. Just as with other losses, it is hardly ever even mentioned on the screens of the media and never on predominant pages of the papers. The French press, for instance, is giving it top billing just as they would the journals, and will as they become presented unto them. A top French correspondent who served as a Middle Eastern press corps leader said, "The difference with this book is that the truth about Israeli subversion and terrorism can no longer be swept under the rug." Further, the US is going to have to confront the anger and consequences of their actions from all corners of the globe. That is a healthy mouthful, dear ones. We have consistently and constantly presented the truth unto you and you have failed to listen. We have pointed out through writings and receivings through the years exactly what was transpiring herein, and men pronounced that God would not speak of things in Caesar's world. So be it. He who limits God and pronounces that God would not walk every step with his creations will find the whirlwind most uncomfortable, for if they will eliminate him from their very existence they will limit him from their very salvation. And this, beloved ones, is why there will be no rapture as presented by the indoctrined foolish touters. You build God in your image and you will not find him within those images. The paper, Spotlight, for instance, has, over the years, given you a long string of carefully documented investigative reports marking the straight and onerous course of this group in unswerving pursuit of truth, and the response of the nation and government has been to effort in every manner possible to silence the press. The Israeli lobby in the US, led by the Anti-Defamation League and the World Zionist Organization, have long denounced the term dual loyalist as an ethnic smear. Their propaganda was supported by the Israeli government, whose spokesman strenuously denied that they ever recruited American citizens with ethnic links to Israel as auxiliaries or agents for their ministate's interests. Now Ostrovsky's revelations have confirmed that the Mossad habitually enlists and uses thousands of American-born sympathizers as auxiliaries or operatives for Israel's covert activities in your country. Further, you can see the hawks as they pronounce the need to invade Iraq while Israel begins the building of the final temple. Yes, these are prominent persons, editors of major newspapers of the elite, Pulitzer Prize writers and commentators, etc., to counter and spread the lies under the facade of integrity in editorials and opinions, op-eds. These are the ones brought forth at this time, and truth bringers are excluded from all major news interviews. You won't find Larry King inviting a truth bringer like George Green on the airwaves. He is only allowed to have the well-placed appointed disinformers. The truth about those covert activities of the Mossad: espionage, disinformation, economic plunder, and political intrigue has long formed the most anxiously concealed aspect of this alien infiltration in the US. We have no spies in America, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin asserted in 1981, and we strictly prohibit, in fact, would not tolerate for a minute any clandestine activity against a friend such as the U.S. They were liars from the beginning. There is no truth in them. You had best refresh your memories of the truths which can be found within the tampered book, for Satan is always required to wear a sign, and he will always present more truth than lie to capture you and mislead you, the masses of unsuspecting schleeple. Cover UPS have become so commonplace that you no longer even question. The establishment news organization in the US is so in tune that you accept their presentations without notice. In reality, precisely as we and others have exposed it, in fact, Ostrovsky has now confirmed that the Mossad and other covert Israeli agencies maintain large contingents of spies, electronic surveillance technicians, hideouts known as safe houses, and other operatives in your country. Parties. Israeli agents were going to parties in Washington and New York, gathering information from senators and congressmen. One of them ran an escort service that still exists, Ostrovsky informs you. His disclosures substantiate long-standing assumptions by the FBI that these alien espionage agencies used American Israel firstus and even escort service prostitutes to sniff out secrets in the capital. Israeli propaganda has long claimed that the Israeli state's military technology had grown so sophisticated that even the U.S. purchased some of its products, such as a new generation of advanced, pilotless aerial drones, small, remote-controlled planes used for reconnaissance. Most of this advanced technology was originally stolen from U.S. defense corporations. Zionists and Israeli agents now head most of your top corporations and aerospace companies. I suggest that you get the Ostrovsky book, for this man has now produced the detailed confirmation which can be researched. You are in for some gruesome reading as you find that the Mossad has acted as advisors and teachers and torture advisors, training local forces in brutal repression techniques, and was behind the bloody civil war, for instance, that devastated Sri Lanka. The truth is, if possible, even worse, Israeli operatives fueled the bloodshed in the long peaceful Asian nation by training and equipping both the government and for extra pay the rebel side for mass killing. Trainers in torture techniques. Israeli advisor teams played similar roles as trainers of torture and repression techniques and arms peddlers in a dozen other third-world conflicts where heinous and horrible reports came back of atrocities beyond description. Even in Panama under the regime of Manuel Noriega, you will recall, the Mossad was there and very busy. They have infiltrated every part of your world with their evil. Suffice it to say, This stunning, chilling account of alien penetration in America explains more about the underside of recent Middle Eastern events, and about the blundering, self-defeating role played in them by successive U.S. administrations, than any previous publication accepted by the American public. There are enough facts, irrefutable, within these documents to impeach presidents and stand Congress on its ear. Who in Congress, however, dares to step forward? We shall see, for if you the American people do not speak and stand against this thing, you, as a nation, are destined to perish soon. Saddam betrayed. Saddam was given the green light to invade Kuwait by the U.S. administration. Now he sits betrayed along with all your soldiers and you. The evidence is coming forth, so pay attention. There is obvious cover-up. For instance, on only one point the material sent by Saddam to show and play for the U.S. population had deleted all the information regarding conversations between heads of state of Arab nations and between the U.S. ambassador to Baghdad, April Glaspie, and Saddam Hussein on July 25, 1990, in which she told the Iraqi leader that President Bush desired better relations between the two countries and that the United States had no posman concerning Iraq's border dispute with Kuwait. That material has all been taken and placed in security with no comment status by reason of national security. Check it for yourselves. Further encouragement to Saddam was given in congressional testimony delivered by Assistant Secretary of State John Kelly on July 31, just 2 days before the Iraqi invasion. When asked by Representative Lee Hamilton if the United States would come to Kuwait's defense if it were attacked, Kelly replied, "We have no defense treaty relationship with any Persian Gulf country." Secretary of State James Baker has absolutely refused any comment as to whether or not Ms. Glaspie's statements were appropriate and directed by the President. Baker said he would not deny the tolerant and friendly pre-invasion U.S. policy toward Iraq, but I'm going to say to you that there are probably 312,000 cables or so that go out over my name as Secretary of State from the Department of State. In other words, little Chelis, just as Pontius Pilate, he conveniently washed his hands of betrayal conspiracy while attending the planning of the opposition to bring your world to its knees by total subterfuge. Ms. Glaspie was recalled in August from Iraq and has not been seen publicly since her recall. Bush himself has conceded that the U.S. sent no strong signals to Iraq that America would oppose military aggression, although he insisted that there was some reason to believe, prior to the invasion, that attempting to improve Western relations with Iraq might well modify Saddam Hussein's behavior plus some mushy-mouthed and mumbled non-response to queries. One of the reasons for the recent budget discipline of Congress was to get at the Democrats in the House who have begun to question and openly dispute the State Department's policies toward Iraq throughout the 1980s, charging that the Republican administrations of George Bush and Ronald Reagan encouraged Saddam Hussein to invade Kuwait by providing him with material and moral support. First criticism. The soft policies toward Iraq by the Bush administration were certainly no secret. This was, however, the first serious criticism of U.S. Middle East policies leveled on Capitol Hill in the wake of the invasion and the U.S. military response. This barge did not come forth, however, until the Bush administration began proposing to sell Saudi Arabia up to $24 billion in advanced weaponry. Pro-Israel members of Congress immediately demanded the sale be scaled back and the administration acceded. Adding fuel to the fire were charges by Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman David Boren that by the time of Kelly's testimony the CIA had already predicted a really high degree of probability that Iraq's military was ready to assault Kuwait, information ignored, seemingly, by the administration. Representative Tom Lantis of California called the administration's past approach to Iraq a policy premised on fiction and fantasy. He also went on to allege that the obsequious treatment of Saddam by a large number of high-ranking Bush administration officials encouraged him to invade Kuwait, and there's no escaping that responsibility. But Lantis and several other pro-Israel members also accused the administration of trying to sneak the Saudi arms sale past a Congress preoccupied with negotiating a budget and wrapping up work prior to the November elections, and that it was trying to use the Gulf crisis as cover for the sale. Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger quickly announced that the administration would review the arms package on the basis of the complaints it was hearing from Capitol Hill. Saudis look elsewhere. However, the Saudis are unwilling to be left twisting in the winds. Washington representatives of the Saudi government have confirmed that the kingdom will simply look elsewhere for the arms needed for its long-term security requirements. This would deal an economic blow to U.S. defense industries, already reeling from cutbacks resulting from the thaw between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. You see, the Arab nations all know what is going on and about the coalition between Israel and the U.S. to control the Middle East through war, force, and power and get that temple built on the Holy Mountain. Although your James Baker refuses to be drawn into the squabble, he does say there were 3 signals sent to Saddam Hussein which have been ignored by the U.S. news media. The first, he described as export controls on goods shipped to Iraq announced by the Commerce Department on July 27. The administration did say, however, that it opposed the tougher sanctions then being considered by the Senate. A second signal was to suspend Commodity Credit Corp loan guarantees to Iraq for grain purchases, although that was an action taken by the Agriculture Department way back on April 14, and it was opposed by the State Department, while the third signal was to prevent the export of unspecified items Baker said might prove useful to Iraq in regard to missile or nuclear proliferation. Do any of you have an eerie sense of history in repetition? Iraq's invasion of Iran, which began a bloody 1-2-year war which nearly ruined both countries, was also encouraged by the United States, which told Saddam that Iran was weakened internally and ripe for the plucking. Is it then so unlikely that Saddam thought he was receiving the same kind of message in regard to Kuwait? So be it. The point. Now for a bit of confirmation regarding the war scheduled for October 3rd, which you ones want to discount and discredit Hayton for the telling. I did not make the plans, I only reported that which was set and planned by the Israeli coalition and global elite. It was planned on that day so that by the day of October 8th, the Jewish holy day, the foundation stone could be laid for the temple and great celebration would take place. When the war was postponed, the extremists refused to postpone the stone laying no more and no less. You are in grave circumstances of which magnitude you have no notion, for the facts are kept from you. It is indeed of most serious incident. Air Force Chief General Michael Dugan. Why did General Dugan get canned, really? Because he created explosive diplomatic problems when he disclosed that Israel had advised the US on targeting within Iraq. The general said Israeli sources advised the Pentagon that the most effective way to affect Saddam Hussein's thinking is to attack his family, his palace guard and his mistress, of which he has none. President Bush, of course, has labored tirelessly and endlessly to keep Israel from public attention in the Iraq crisis for fear of losing Arab support. He put it most succinctly, the Arabs might be disturbed by Iraq, but they'll take anything over accepting Israel. Leave you with thought. I will leave you with a bit of food for thought in relaying some incidents of confirmation. These are quotes from national press items to which I am relatively sure you ones have not been made privy. U.S. officials have suspended their efforts to overturn a 1975 UN General Assembly resolution equating Zionism with racism because they need Arab support in the Persian Gulf, diplomats said. An unidentified State Department official insisted the U.S. is committed to repealing the resolution as soon as possible. But a UN official said he had seen no sign of a U.S. move against the resolution in this UN session. And in the land of the free you are allowed to burn the American flag, says the Supreme Court. But 2 men were arrested in Pekin, Illinois for burning an Israeli flag. They were released on $50 bond each. Matt Hale and Stephen Thornhill had intended to burn the flag in Peoria, but were threatened with arrest and a $500 fine. The men burned the flag as a protest against U.S. foreign policy in the Mideast. And so it goes. We would close this portion, Dharma. Thank you for your service, for I realize you had other plans in mind this day as I had directed, but it is too urgent a matter regarding the Jerusalem temple to allow another day to pass without bringing truth unto you ones. I repeat, this is the most confirming sign of your age. So be it end. Selah. Hayton to clear, please. I am in appreciation for your attention. Salom. Chapter 16. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, October 12, 1990, 8:38 a.m. Year 4 Day 57. Today's watch. I would please ask your indulgence and patience as we write this day. I am Hayton and I come forth as sent, in service unto God, truth, and light. May we reason together. As I am flooded with queries regarding these days flowing past in confusion and seemingly intentless summation, I must remind you that you have been told over and again that in the days of Kali there would be that chaos from which man can draw no reason nor can they sort wisdom and logic. The prince of deceit, the liar with no truth within from the beginning, casts confusion and ridiculous circumstance in your path like rose petals at the wedding march. You, the people, will simply return to the mesmerizing shout of play ball and turn from the truth which could set you free. Is it not most convenient that you have now before you ball games for the bat and for the feet and no thought games for the head? Your shackles are being hewn and tempered in your congressional halls and you turn to your gladiators to entertain you unto your destiny. You now see the great apostles of practical atheism, that make converts without persecuting and retain them without preaching, are at hand in your halls no longer ringing with freedom and justice, wealth, health, and power. Dear ones, when your president shouted his sarcastic slogan to the press on the yesterday, "Read my hips," as he jogged with his entourage actually said, "Kiss my ass." You are experiencing the making of a dictator, jealous, and so few seem to take notice. Wimp. No indeed. Dictator. Men will always denounce those who bring truth, for truth brings discomfort to the idle and self-oriented. Men desire luxuries of material gain, hot baths, and wine and roses to play upon the senses and put the mind into deeper slumber, for to change a thing from evil unto good requires wisdom and self-discipline. Even among those who claim to walk in the host's very shadow oft times receive of the instructions and see not that they are for the receiver. When man chooses, in full knowledge, to walk forward with Satan's workers, he/she has made a most important decision while claiming to allow and make no decision at all. Credibility slips away like chaff from the gleaning baskets, for the workers in the fields can know not which wheat has been tainted by the association within the growing places of the fungus. How should men know what is coming to pass within them, when there are no words to grasp it? How could the drops of water know themselves to be a river? Yet the river flows on. Your subconscious, and unconscious, is like a vast subterranean factory with intricate machinery that is never idle, beloved friends, where work goes on day and night from the time you are born until the moment of your death, whatever might be your perception of either. It is the coming into consciousness which shall allow you to prevail above that which is enslaving unto yourself and species. Along with the consciousness comes the guidance of conscience. You must come to believe in truth that humanness consists in what you might call that conscience, in that courage, if you wish, which you have shown, on perhaps only one single occasion, can prevail rather than in the cowardice which on many occasions has counseled prudence. It is sad indeed that the strongest feelings assigned to the conscience are not moral feelings at all, they express merely physical antipathies. And how does man plant of the seeds in his garden? How does he rear his children? 'Tis a fact, if the sower of beans plants the bean seeds in crooked lines through mistake, The beans will make no mistake, they will sprout and grow into maturity in the same crooked path in which sown. How many crooked garden rows have ye planted? You ask me of allowing. How do we allow without asking in Satan's hosts? You ponder. Look at the other with objectivity of intent. See wherein you stray from conviction. Look within at the violence you do to yourselves in order to remain faithful to one you claim to love. To allow and bend always as the wind blows to please that other. It is no better than an outright act of infidelity, for you only destroy both in the downfall. Faithfulness is to the emotional life what consistency is to the life of the intellect. If there is even a break in the consistency of faithfulness, there is destruction of truth and trust, and the journey back into trust is all but vanished. Blatant faithlessness is to dump thine burden upon another as the child with the naughtiness that the other might suffer long, and he twisted within self in most deliberate manner. If the shoe seem to pinch the feet, it is wise to check them, for once causing blisters to the feet, the journey of truth is but destined to be short indeed. How many pairs of painful shoes do you carry in order to punish self at the cost of that which was your destiny and purpose? How many times do you choose to walk with the deceiver rather than fulfill and stand responsible for your mission unto truth? How many times do you withdraw unto things of worldly entertainment and self-need when the world is in pain and thine brethren overburdened in the daily work? What do you choose to do? Are you fulfilled in the ending? How many trusting friends do you betray in the seeking of and tending of that which openly presents itself as evil confusion? So be it, for the masters are most cautious regarding the path taken by their workers, for if the neighbor cannot retain the inner trust of credibility of the receiver, how then can man come into total truth? Satan always gives mostly truth and deceives you finally by the lie. Does the shoe fit the ill-formed foot? Does the shoe cause a foot in handicap to become the crippling and disabling lie? Ponder it, for some have most cloudy views in action. Faults are acknowledged in order to repair by your sincerity the damage they have done in the eyes of others and unto another. They are never left untended in truth if the desire is, in truth, to become better. The Master did not simply forgive. He said, be healed and go forth and sin no more. Where do you fit within this context? Then, if ye go and deliberately sin again and thine brethren object, do ye blame them for not inviting you within their houses and circles of truth? To err is human, to allow deliberate continuation of error and sanction it by thine cooperation is indeed not of God, for ye, in turn, sanction the evil behavior and take it unto self. How often do you forsake God and brother in search of needs of self while claiming actions to be of saving another? So be it, for God will allow you to be in your incorrect perceptions unto the ending toll. 'Tis you who must hear the chiming of the bell and the song of the trumpet, for alone you will stand in answer for self unto God. I remind you all of a truth. You will rarely confide thine painful truths unto one who is better than you, for shyness and self-deceit has laws. You can only give yourself, tragically, to those who least understand, and they will use that which is precious and sensitive to later control and destroy that which is the true self. To whom you tell your secrets, to him you resign your liberty. This is why, once betrayed, it is all but impossible to reclaim trust. Then, if you continue in lack of trust, you are the fool and deserve of the consequences of thine foolishness. If one errs and changes of his path to err no more, ye have glory. If he continues to espouse uncertainty of path and continues to compound the error, you are doomed to lose all which ye have gained of self, for he is using you for his own reward. Prayer. But I pray and pray and pray, and for what do ye pray? Do you pray to God to cause another to change or others to accept that which is wrong and evil, so that you might have of your choices? It is most vain to expect your prayers to be heard, if you do not strive as well as pray. Do not ask a godly person to accept Satan as a bedfellow. If that one turns away from Satan, then and only then, can the individual in truth be asked into the houses of God, for in heaven within God's mansions there shall be no evil brought within. If man offers to change, allow him distance in order for his ability to prove of self and intent. For if the relationship bears merit, time hath no measure, for man must earn his position or he resents self and all who supply him with crutches. No greater gift can be given another than to require that he stand strong, for then, and only then, can self-esteem birth and grow and the conscience be freed to fly with the eagles. How many flight feathers are you responsible for clipping in order to keep another in sickness to fit unto thine own needs, and excuses for not making whole of self? To ask that the laws of the universe be annulled in behalf of a single petitioner might well be most unworthy. To ask effort and work toward changing of the self-individual to come within the laws of the universe is indeed divine. Wherein do you fit? And above all, remember this: actions speak far louder than thine words. What of the budget? The budget is of little consequence, for you will be given that which they have decided you will be given. The box is constructed in order that you will compromise with no escape. How many have taken note that in the distraction of formation of the budget to lessen the debt in order to save you, the government and Federal Reserve just raised the national debt ceiling by several additional billions? Dear ones, one is totally connected to the other. Check out that which goes forth while you ponder your ball games and Washington games of cover-up. How many of you reading this document can tell me the immediate status of the investigation of Neil Bush? I thought not. So be it. Truth or cover-up? The new information regarding your troops and the deplorable condition of your military equipment, is it truth or distraction? Unfortunately, it is truth, for let us consider your M1 tanks as an example. They don't run without constant technical attention and maintenance. There is no way they can be dependable in the desert of Saudi Arabia. The desert shall consume you if nothing else happens in Desert Shield whatsoever. However, beware of the news projected that says you will not be able to have offensive warfare for at least 2 months. That is deception. You shouldn't push it, but that is to cover the fact that if you are going to act at all, it must be quickly now, while all of you are lulled into sleep again by the waiting. Equipment. Israel is ready for war now? The time has come to fulfill the prophecies and protocols, and that means building a temple on Temple Mount, which is now underway, and the die is cast, the first stones laid. The war of emotions are full bore against the atrocities of Iraqis against brother Kuwaitis. Please pay attention to the ones telling of these atrocities and note the ones heading these investigative committees. Note similarity of projection of the horrendous stories and note the types of torture described. All witnesses work, read, from pre-prepared scripts, all liken the circumstance to Hitler and all tell of things which are typical of the Israeli Mossad, not Arabs. Now, let us consider the situation. You have exampled a state of war. War is not pretty, dear ones. War is the epitome of evil. What do you expect in war? Do you expect the conquering army to smile sweetly at the enemy while the enemy blows his head off and works with the enemy armies? Rape, ravage, pillage and plunder are traits of war, and the experts from the Israeli Mossad have trained the world in RRPP. Further, I have terrible news for all of you who desire to continue the comparison with Hitler. Adolf Hitler was an evil man in all true context. However, Adolf Hitler did not begin by seeking war. He did not want war. He was pushed into war, and that was when it became a Holocaust. Perhaps I shall have opportunity to relay some of these truths to you as we find time, for the truth is interesting indeed. Sanctions against Israel. The day has passed to make righteous impact in the eyes of the world regarding any statement from the United Nations Security Council and/or the US. You have just proven your ties and affiliations with Israel in the incident which began on Monday last. Funny thing, when Saddam so-called invaded Kuwait, the sanctions and announcements were already written, signed, and operative. Do you not see the point? Brothers, to be blind one thing, to refuse to open thine eyes and see is quite another. If there is any denouncement regarding Israel's actions, it will be clouded with excuses and meaningless nothingness. The plan is in full operation, and to distance through rhetoric and oratory is but part of the plan. It is repeated again and again, and I have pointed the incidents directly to your attention of 1982, just immediately past in our writings. It is part of the cover-up and distancing procedure, while myriads of other distractors are laid forth to consume your interest and pocketbooks. By the way, pay attention to that which your military proponents espouse. For instance, consider the stealth B-2 bomber under consideration for funding while no one is looking. By the very words of the leaders, it is noted that Russia continues to upgrade and refine all their equipment and stealth capabilities. The same leaders demand continued support and continuing construction by Northrop, for they are the ones with the secret technology. All this and security, too. Nothing is revealed for reasons of national security, even to not allowing discussion of the open treasonous fraud known to be perpetrated by Northrop on you the people. Oh yes, these things even make it to your news channels and your government channels, which you call C-SPAN and C-SPAN 2. But it is indeed boring and frightful watching, and always the most important committee hearings are during your sports and sitcom projections of best ratings to keep viewers to an absolute minimum in numbers. Relativity. I will go back to the discussion regarding mistreatment of Kuwait by Iraq and point out a possible reason for the push to condemn Saddam in order to sway public opinion. You have a holy war brewing which shall be the worst happening to come on the planet, and you quibble over reading my lips. Let us consider the U.S. protection of terrorists and payment in the sum of $400 million, personally, to Hafez al-Assad. Remember him? Arrests without cause, torture of the most heinous kind, summary prison hangings, shootings, police murders and official extortion have become everyday threats to the Syrian people under the dictatorship of Hafez al-Assad. Under this new and unholy alliance against his brothers and evil alliance with the UN, Assad has imprisoned and massacred tens of thousands of innocent citizens in order to perpetuate his repressive regime in power. Where is your UN backup to free those people? You have only joined in the horror and paid off the hitman handsomely indeed. These are the stark and blatant findings of one of your own councils, which you seem to mouth respect for and honor as hearing integrity, the UN Human Rights Commission. They have compiled an investigative report and have scheduled release of same during the current session of the General Assembly. How much attention do you think it will receive under the circumstances? It has already been postponed in the offering to the Assembly because it has run into unexpected extreme opposition from U.S. officials. The reason, Assad, who has joined the multinational mobilization against Iraq in the Persian Gulf, is now regarded by the Bush administration as a key ally deserving payoffs and protection from public disgrace. This has been fully confirmed and reported by Washington intelligence sources. The establishment media, beating the war drums like a percussion hand conducted by Israel, as former UN press aide Jalmer Tongren put it, ignored the cover-up of Syria's criminal record and continuing horror activities. Truth always outs in time. The facts can't be concealed forever, warned Tongren, who served on the public information staff of the World Organization's Human Rights Commission before he took a sabbatical to write. Our study contains the findings of several rights groups, including Amnesty International and other organizations. Our conclusions are true, and the truth will out, says Tongren. Well, there are some pretty good misinformers in those groups who invent truth to suit the needs of the moment. However, as we have described recent Assad iniquities, I am pretty sure the document will be fairly accurate in most instances. Let us look at portions of this shelved draft report and check some of the revelations being squashed. The Assad regime is sustained by 17 different secret police and counterintelligence services employing more than 100,000 agents. That is a huge number of enforcers to watch over a nation of some 12 million. By comparison, to be comparable, the US would need more than 1 million FBI agents. It is concluded that the Assad administration is a police government. The Secret Service chiefs, almost exclusively alawite military officers with personal links to Assad, make all meaningful decisions. Well, where is your freedom? It appears to me that in this instance you are no different in context. You, too, have become a police government. The police instructors are right now deciding that which they will take from you taxpayers and citizenry by gun if necessary. The Assad regime holds an estimated 17,000 political prisoners. These are not in nice comfortable club-fed facilities such as you have for your white-collar criminals. A black man in the South can be incarcerated at hard labor for life for stealing a pack of cigarettes, and has been, while ones who have stolen your nation and all your assets learn tennis and continue to run your nation. Once in the hands of the ubiquitous secret police of Assad, few suspects escape torture of the most cruel and often revoltingly sadistic type. Among the most widely used interrogation instruments used by Assad's agents are the so-called al-Abd al-Aswad, the black slave, a mechanical device which slowly drives a heated rod into the victim's most sensitive body parts, and the al-Kursi, an iron chair designed to twist and gradually break the victim's legs and ultimately his spine. Thousands of innocent citizens are hauled in and mistreated each year simply as random spot checks on popular attitudes and lurking discontent against the regime. But prisoners suspected of real opposition activities or criticism of Assad are tortured with incredible intensity for months and occasionally, if the individual survives, for years. Conspiracy by association. Oh, you don't want to believe this? Well, this all comes from the same group telling you of all the other atrocities, and you will note that these are the very methods taught by the Mossad. Where does this put your nation in the lineup? You have just paid this man off in taxpayer money. Mr. Baker dines and plans with this leader and bargains your taxpayer money and that of Israel in half-cease, along with enforced contributions by Arab national rulers trying to save their wealthy kingdoms. $200 million comes directly from U.S. taxpayers, $200 million from Israel, with the original money assets for same coming directly from you the U.S. taxpayer to and through Israel, and the other $400 million as collection from wealthy Arab world rulers trying to save all those assets from their own people. The report says that to heap political favors such as the suppression of the UN Human Rights Report, as well as payoffs and other benefits of an emerging alliance on such a reprehensible regime, humiliates America and signals that our military deployment in the Gulf has no moral purpose, says a veteran analyst on the State Department's Near Eastern desk, asking not to be quoted by name. An alliance with Assad means complicity in some of the most horrifying atrocities and genocidal crimes of recent history. So be it, and Sela. And where were you on the day the world ended? Dharma, it is too late this writing to begin on the villains of the SNL crisis, so we will close for now and hopefully, include it within the next scribing. The cover-up in the official Washington circles has gone on for well over a decade, and now the distractions are hiding it most effectively while the RDC steals the rest of your assets. So be it, Chelis, it is time for put up or shut up. In the Santa Barbara savings debacle alone, you will find it goes all the way past the past presidency of Reagan and right on into the present administration, and, although personal in proximity unto you as a group regarding this current property of my scribe, it is typical and rampant in the network of all. I certainly don't want to miss giving the proper ones credit where due. The plan has worked to perfection to bring your nation down and allow capturing of uncountable profits and property unto the moneymongers and greedy treasonists of your wondrously created nation. How could this have come to be? Easily. You were lulled to sleep by all the luxuries and good life, and you didn't notice that the trap was closing and that there was not escape exit built into the dungeon. There is one debacle after another built into your future and immediate course, and each one will be larger and more extensive, and expensive, than the prior. You are in a depression and you have somehow not noticed, even though I have been badgering you endlessly about it. You can change it if you want to, let us see who will want to. Salut. Hayton to clear, please. Thank you for your attendance. Chapter 17. Rec number 1, Hayton. Sunday, October 14th, 1990, 8:20 a.m. year 4 day 59. We didn't say Jews. As we have gotten more attention in the current circumstance of Middle Eastern/U.S/Arab/Israeli involvement teetering on the brink of nuclear war, it is again time to define terms. I am Hayton, to present truth in the light of higher knowledge, no more and no less. I bend not to the objections of special interest groups who would deceive you, and neither do I allow injustice towards groups who, in most instances, know not the facts regarding themselves. Zionists vs. Jewish races. I experienced upon your placement as a Jew, and I know of that which I project. I am not, herein, speaking of Jews. I speak herein of what is known as the Hazars, 13th tribe, who would settle in the area of Palestine and Lebanon in the latter days known as Israel. It is time to repeat the protocols of the meetings of the Zionist men of wisdom. I did not label these ones, they labeled themselves with this title. I simply give unto you the projection of those protocols that you might evaluate for self, the truth of it. I ask that the portion of who are the Hazars, be affixed to the writing preface for identification. We are utilizing this information in express format because of the use of the term Zionists. When we refer to the Zionists, the stones and rocks start being flung at our people, and it is a part of the plan of disinformation. However, the stones strike and give pain to all human forms. Israel/Palestine this day, October 14th, 90. Listen to what is being given forth on this day as Israel denounces condemnation from the nations regarding brutality of October 8, 90. The Arab world feels the statements are not nearly strong enough. I will write a scenario from 1982, in the current journal, wherein you can see that all that has changed is a name here and there. Precious ones, you have placed war in your cycles. Why do you think it would simply go away without attention? The building of the Zionist temple on Temple Mount in Jerusalem is also a portion of the prophecies, and the cornerstones were just laid forth this week. It was covered up in the establishment media, but truth is slipping out even from the Israelis. Just today an ambassador from Israel stated that it was a fringe element Israelis, called Zionists, who went to the holy place in efforts to lay the cornerstones for the new temple, but most Jews were simply at the wall to honor the Jewish holy day. I know not how you get more definitive than that. The Arab world peoples have now been barred from their most holy placement, therefore, what think you is going on behind those barricades? The holy mosque is atop what the Jews call Temple Mount and belongs to the Palestinians. You be the judge. The Jews of today are more and more controlled in ignorance of the fact by the Zionists. The Jews will be the ones to suffer the greatest pain at the hands of these ungodly men. It is already so and has been for centuries. Only now is it so blatantly obvious as you move into the final projections of the prophecies. So be it. We herein reprint the protocols. Please read carefully without casting blame at the printers, for they did not write of them. They were written by the leaders of the Zionist nation of people birthed from the Hazars, who took the title of Jews. They are not of the tribes of Jewish Israel. They first stole the Jewish birthright and then their lands and property. Their intent is to own and rule the entire of the world. May you read with an open and discerning mind that which follows. Look into the eyes of the Israeli leaders who speak on your video box this day, and you shall be given to see the truth of these words. May 5, 90 Haton. Proverbs 29:18 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Haton present in the light of radiance. May we share a bit more vision so that the way becomes more lighted. Thank you. Because it's not how you think it is. Why do I implore you to look at the ugly instead of as the New Age movement would have you look? Because they pronounce falseness unto you, and if the vision is incorrect or there is no vision in truth, man shall perish. No more and no less. You must awaken unto the truth of your existence and know the players in the game of control, and you must do so before it becomes too late to longer matter. Hazars. Prior to unfolding more of the story as pertains to Israel and the Zionists, you must realize that I am speaking not of the beloved Jewish people of your world, any more than I would have you believe all Catholic priests and nuns practice, or even know of, the activities within the walls of a cloistered convent. For instance, we have one with us who served as a Catholic priest for more than 30 years with a parish of some 10-15,000 parishioners. He was only in a cloistered convent on one occasion, and that was for a white veil ceremony. Of course you ones know not these things. That is precisely why I am telling you these tales of unpleasant and seemingly paranoid circumstances. If you do not know what it is you need to correct, how can you be in the correcting of it? You cannot begin to understand world circumstance in any segment of geographical location without some knowledge about the past 7 decades of struggle for control of the Kremlin. But that struggle, in turn, is a portion of an even bigger historical picture. You are still witnessing in full flower the ongoing and climaxing of a war of more than a millennium between the two most bitter enemies on earth. It is the war between Russia and the Hazars. And, dear ones, how many of you have even the vaguest notion of who or what are Hazars? The kingdom of the Hazars vanished from the map of the world many centuries ago, but their impact is greater this day than in any prior time segment. Today most people have never even heard of them or their lands, so you need not bow your head in embarrassment. If you do not continue and then follow up with a bit of research to prove my words unto self, then bow your head in embarrassment before God, who would delight in seeing you of his creations come into truth. In its day the Hazar kingdom was a very major power indeed, holding sway over a large empire of subjugated peoples. It had to be reckoned with by the two neighboring superpowers of that day. To the south and west of Hazaria, the Byzantine Empire was in full flower with its Eastern Orthodox Christian civilization. To the southeast, the Hazar kingdom bordered on the expanding Muslim empire of the Arab caliphs. The Hazars influenced the histories of both of these other empires, but, far more importantly, the Hazar kingdom occupied what was later to become a southern portion of Russia between the Black and Caspian Seas. As a result, the historical destinies of the Russians and the Hazars became intertwined in ways which have persisted down to the present day. I suggest that if you have trouble with this information and also in locating information regarding these people, you should get a book by a British writer/historian about the Hazars. Arthur Kessler, The 13th Tribe, the Hazar Empire and its Heritage. No Dharma, do not get it, for I shall give you all you need know about it. But for others, let me see. Yes, Random House New York should be a source. The Hazars were derived from a mixture of Finns, Turks, and Mongols. This latter is important when considering the projections of one Nostradamus, as to the Antichrist. As early as the 3rd century AD, they were identifiable in constant warfare in the areas of Persia and Armenia. Later, in the 5th century, the Hazars were among the devastating hordes of Attila, the Hun. Around 550 AD, the nomadic Hazars began settling themselves in the area around the northern Caucasus between the Black and Caspian Seas. The Hazar capital of Idil was established at the mouth of the Volga River, where it emptied into the Caspian, in order to control the river traffic. The Hazars then extracted a toll of 10% on any and all cargo which passed Idil on the river. Ah yes, tax ways all the way to the 5th century. Anyone who refused to pay the tax, toll, was immediately attacked and slaughtered, not greatly different from today. With their kingdom firmly established in the Caucasus, the Hazars gradually began to create an empire of subjugated peoples. Other tribes, who were comparatively peaceful, were promptly attacked and conquered. They then became attached as portions of the Hazar Empire, required to pay tribute continually to the Hazar kingdom and to the Hazar coffers. This is not different in concept, for all conquered peoples have had to give tribute to the conquering empire, but I assure you, not in the manner of the Hazars. The so-called great empires of the world always gave something in return for the tribute they extracted. Rome, for example, made citizens of those they conquered, and in return for the taxes they levied, they brought civilization, order, and protection against attack from would-be invaders. Not so in the Khazar Empire. The peoples who were subject to the Khazars received only one thing in return for their payments of tribute, and that was only one thin and shaky promise that the Khazars would refrain from further attacks and pillage so long as the tributes were paid. The subjects of the Khazar Empire, therefore, were simply nothing more than victims of a giant mafia-type protection racket. The Khazar overlords were therefore resented universally and bitterly throughout their domain, but they were also feared because of the merciless way in which they dealt with anyone who stood up to them. And so the Khazar Empire expanded until it occupied large areas of what is now Russia and southeastern Europe. By the 8th century, the Khazar Empire extended northward to Kiev and westward to include the Magyars, the ancestors of modern Hungary. Then a stunning event took place in the mid-700s AD. The Khazars had been under continual pressure from their Byzantine and Muslim neighbors to adopt either Christianity or Islam, but the Khazar ruler, called the Khakan, had heard of a third religion called Judaism. Apparently for political reasons of independence, the Khakan announced that the Khazars were adopting Judaism as their authorized religion. Overnight an entirely new group of people, the warlike Khazars, suddenly proclaimed themselves to be Jews, adoptive Jews, and formed their tribe straight away. The Khazar kingdom began to be described as the kingdom of the Jews by historians of the day. Succeeding Khazar rulers took Jewish names, and during the late 9th century the Khazar kingdom became a haven for Jews from other lands. Meanwhile, the brutal Khazar domination over other peoples continued quite unchanged. But then a new factor appeared on the scene. During the 8th century they came coursing down the great rivers, the Dnieper, the Don, the Volga. They were the eastern branch of the Vikings. They were known as the Varangians, or as the Rus. Like other Vikings, the Rus were bold adventurers and fierce fighters, but, when they tangled with the Khazars, the Rus often ended up paying tribute like everyone else. When two titans meet, it is always interesting for the probabilities change moment by moment. Now, isn't all this history fascinating? You started your journey of hate and confrontation and enslavement so far back it, too, is forgotten. About 862 a Rus leader named Rurik founded the city of Novgorod, and the Russian nation was born. The Rus Vikings settled among the Slavonic tribes under Khazar domination, and the struggle between Vikings and Khazars changed in character. It then became a struggle by the emerging nation of Russia for independence from Khazar oppression. Over a century after the founding of Russia's first city, another momentous event took place. Russia's leader, Prince Vladimir of Kiev, accepted baptism as a Christian in the year 989, and a big to-do was made of it, of course. He then actively promoted Christianity in Russia, and his memory is revered by Russians today as Saint Vladimir, and so, over 1,000 years ago, Russia's tradition as a Christian nation began. How many of you know this? How many of you children realize that Russia is a Christian nation? You all teach and proffer that the Russians are atheistic. Those are the Soviets, my friends, who are preaching the no-God theories. Vladimir's conversion also brought Russia into alliance with Byzantium. The Byzantine rulers had always feared the Khazars, and the Russians were still struggling to free themselves. And so, in the year 1016, combined Russian and Byzantine forces attacked the Khazar kingdom. The Khazar Empire was shattered, and the kingdom of the Khazars itself fell into decline. Eventually most of the Khazar Jews migrated to other areas. Many of them wound up in Eastern Europe, where they mingled and intermarried with other Jews. Like the Semitic Jews some 1,000 years earlier, the Khazar Jews became dispersed. The kingdom of the Khazars was no more. As they moved and lived among the Jewish people, the Khazar Jews passed on a distinct heritage in a militant form known as Zionism. You thought I wasn't going to get there, didn't you? This was passed on from generation to generation and became more and more militant and reached out in every direction in its efforts to consume and control. This particular group all but consumed Germany in the early third of the century of your counting. In the view of Khazar Jews, the land occupied by ancient Israel is to be retaken not by miracle but by armed force. This is what is meant by Zionism today, and this is the force that created the nation which today calls itself Israel. The other major ingredient of the Khazar Jew heritage is total hatred for Christianity, and for the Russian people as the champions of the Christian faith. Christianity is viewed as the force which caused the ancient so-called kingdom of the Jews, the Khazar kingdom, to collapse. Having once dominated much of what is present-day Russia, the Khazar Jews still want to re-establish that domination, and for a millennium they have been trying continually to do just that. In 1917 the Khazar Jews passed a major milestone toward the creation of their own state in Palestine. That same year they also created the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, financed by some very familiar foundations out of America. Be patient and you shall begin to see the linkage of the secret societies and money changers. There, of course, followed a Christian Holocaust, the likes of which the world has never seen. The Khazar Jews were once again in control of Russia after more than 900 years, and they set about the task of destroying Christianity by destroying Christians. Over 100 million of them, almost makes the projections from Germany look feeble, does it not? Worse, and in addition, godly Jews everywhere take note, at the same time over 20 million religious Jews also died at the hands of their own proclaimed people, the Khazar Jews. This is what, my friends, the Russian Christians were up against in their half-century plus struggle to overthrow the atheistic Bolsheviks, but they finally succeeded in their overthrow program, and now the 1,000-year-old war between the Russian Christians and Khazar Zionist Jews is reaching a climax. The majority of those displaced Bolsheviks relocated immediately to America. At stake is not only the future of Russia, and of Christianity, albeit it totally corrupted in any event, but also of the Jewish people as a whole, and the Jewish people as a whole haven't the vaguest idea that this is happening to them. They follow along thinking that someday soon they will have their nation back. Oh no, you godly Jews of the tribes of Abraham will be sacrificed as never seen before upon your placement. It will be the Jews who will pay the ultimate price at the hands of the Zionists, and they will kill you while you stand in protection of them. There was a leader of the Jewish people that we would give tribute now, Rabbi Joel Teitelbaum, who died in New York in 1979. Interestingly enough, he died in the morning, and was buried the same afternoon. Yet, over 100,000 Jewish men arrived in time for the funeral. It is hard to imagine how many more would have come if time had been longer. The services were pushed ahead to prevent the crowds and the investigation into the cause of death. A tribute was later given in the New York Times, and clearly it spoke for myriads of Jewish people. Among the words within the tribute was a phrase I would share: he was the undisputed leader of all Jews everywhere who had not been infected by Zionism, and also, quote, with a courage all too rare in our time, he called the Zionist state a work of Satan, a sacrilege, and a blasphemy. The shedding of blood for the sake of the Zionist state was abhorrent to him. He was also removed, for he was a troublemaker, and troublemakers and bringers of truth are taken out. Hence my scribe's nervous indigestion. Well, God wants no more martyrs. The time for the impact of martyrs is finished. God wants alert, thinking, and living people. That tribute, however, was given, and the words were spoken by Orthodox Jews mourning for their fallen leader. And the new Christian rulers of Russia would agree, for they, too, regard the Zionist state of Israel as a counterfeit, a cruel and dangerous hoax for Christian all Jew alike. The Khazar state, called the Kingdom of the Jews over 1,000 years ago, was a total, deadly parasite, living on the tribute from conquered peoples. Likewise today, Israel depends for its survival on a never-ending flow of support from outside. Guess where almost all of it comes from? Left unchecked, the Russians believe that the Khazar Jews will destroy Christianity by means of Zionism, and Russia through Bolshevism, so Russia's Christian rulers are on the offensive against their enemies of over 1,000 years, the Zionist Khazars. Americans, who call yourselves Christians, have not cared enough to open your eyes to effort at saving your own country, or to defend your faith. You just walk out on it rather than repair and come back into the Christness. So now your land has become the battleground of the Christian Russians and their deadly enemies, the Bolsheviks and the Zionists. Like it or not, dear ones, you are caught in a total all-holds-open war. This, Oberly, is why the war this time will be in your hemisphere. America is the new crown jewel in the global Zion. Khazars in Colombia? Does it not make sense why the cosmospheres are sitting above Panama and why Israeli arms have ended up in Colombia? Oh dear people of the lies, please hear our call before it is too late to make impact. If you do not, 'tis important that you do know why it has come upon you. No, dear ones, I do not jest. Dharma, please copy the article from yesterday's paper. Israeli arms shipment ends up in Colombia. New York Times. May 5, 1990. A supply of Uzi machine guns and other weapons, approved by the Israeli government last year for shipment to the eastern Caribbean island of Antigua, wound up instead in the hands of one of Colombia's most notorious drug traffickers. Hayton, remember the Israeli Mossad trains those cartel fighters. The Colombian authorities discovered the Israeli-made weapons and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition when they searched the ranch of Jose Rodriguez Gacha 3 months ago, after he was ambushed and killed by Colombian police. The mystery of how they made their way there has set off a number of investigations, roiled the ruling family of Antigua, and posed a sensitive diplomatic problem for Washington and Jerusalem, U.S. officials say. Israel has said only that it approved the arms for sale to the Antiguan government. Antiguan officials say they neither ordered nor received the arms. Evidence recently uncovered by a government investigation there traced the shipment to 2 former Israeli army officers, U.S. and Antiguan officials say. One of the 2, officials say, is wanted in Colombia on charges that he imported arms illegally and trained narcotics traffickers in armed tactics. The other is being sought by the United States because his produce company in Antigua defaulted on $1.3 million in loans from the United States. And so the time bomb ticks. Dharma, allow us a break please, because I desire that the protocols of the meetings of the Zionist men of wisdom and the comparative use of a secret new constitution summary be in a separate segment. I hear your frustration, Keela, as to how we can get all this timely information integrated and out to the people. Yes, it would appear that everything needs to be in a daily express. Perhaps we'll have to move to a book of the month club. We will do that which we can and retain your sanity, dear one. You ask how some other information was given to mysterious ones prior to now from me. From Jesus Ananda. And from God, specifically and exactly as you receive it, directly as you write it, you are not alone. It all checks out in earth material, so rest easy and gently, dear ones. It would be good to note herein, however, that ones prior had need of ego to utilize their own identities, and it was costly indeed. In the beginning of our contacts and work it seems innocuous indeed, and choices are not always heard clearly as to outcome. So be it. All the information checks out in very physical manifestation, and therefore, ones know the truth of the writings, and then it moves beyond dangerous in scope. Your work is indeed important. I hold you most closely in my shield, in that you might not walk in constant terror, but do not lose thy caution unto carelessness, for ye, too, are given into free will choices. Be ever in the remembering, and we will manage. I again caution all of you who walk in this space to take care and do not become careless in this placement, for the camaraderie often overshines the degree of caution necessary. And keep off that telephone. This is but a reminder to pay attention, for Dharma lives in 2 dimensions and is at total risk. Her work is no more important than another's, but it must come first in sequence, so she is at first and prior risk. So be it, always, a word to the wise should be sufficient. We must effort to remove some of the pressures of life from her, for she is emotionally failing. We desire no robots. Let us please work diligently at the projects, for this dwelling is again at immediately impending legal risk, and the distraction is too costly to our work. To have to even temporarily relocate the scribe is unthinkable. Salut. I stand aside while you close out this portion. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 18. The Protocols of the Meetings of the Zionist Men of Wisdom. The following is taken from the Protocols of the Meetings of the Zionist Men of Wisdom, from a book published in 1920 by Small, Maynard & Co., using the protocols from Nilus, which first appeared around 1884. Protocol No. I. Let us put aside phraseology and discuss the inner meaning of every thought. By comparison and deductions, let us illuminate the situation. In this way I will describe our system both from our own point of view and from that of the Goys, Gentiles. It must be remembered that people with base instincts are more numerous than those with noble ones, therefore, the best results in governing are achieved through violence and intimidation and not through academic discussion. In the early stages of social life they submitted to brute and blind force, afterwards to the law, which is the same force but disguised. I deduce from this that according to the laws of nature, right lies in might. Political freedom is not a fact but an idea. One must know how to employ this idea. In our day the power of gold has replaced liberal rulers. There was a time when faith ruled. The idea of freedom cannot be realized because no one knows how to make reasonable use of it. The despotism of capital, which is entirely in our hands, holds out to it a straw which the state must grasp, although against its will, or otherwise fall into the abyss. Politics have nothing in common with morals. He who desires to rule must resort to cunning and hypocrisy. The great popular qualities honesty and frankness become vices in politics. These qualities must be the attributes of Goy countries, but we by no means should be guided by them. Our right lies in might. The word right is an abstract idea, unsusceptible of proof. This word means nothing more than, give me what I desire so that I may have evidence that I am stronger than you. With the present instability of all authority, our power will be more unassailable than any other, because it will be invisible until it is so well rooted that no cunning can undermine it. The end justifies the means. In laying our plans we must turn our attention not so much to the good and moral as to the necessary and useful. Before us lies a plan in which a strategic line is shown, from which we must not deviate on pain of risking the collapse of many centuries of work. Only a person prepared from childhood to autocracy can understand the words which are formed by political letters. Only an autocrat can outline great and clear plans which allocate in an orderly manner all the parts of the mechanism of the government machinery. Look at those beasts, steeped in alcohol, stupefied by wine, the unlimited use of which is granted by liberty. Surely you cannot allow our own people to come to this. The people of the GOYS are stupefied by spirituous liquors, their youth is driven insane through excessive study of the classics, and vice to which they have been instigated by our agents, tutors, valets, governesses in rich houses, by clerks, and so forth, and by our women in the pleasure places of the Goys. Our motto is power and hypocrisy. Only power can conquer in politics. Violence must be the principle, hypocrisy and cunning the rule of those governments which do not wish to lay down their crowns at the feet of the agents of some new power. This evil is the sole means of attaining the goal of good. For this reason we must not hesitate at bribery, fraud, and treason when these can help us to reach our end. In politics it is necessary to seize the property of others without hesitation if in so doing we attain submission and power. We must follow a program of violence and hypocrisy, not only for the sake of profit, but also as a duty and for the sake of victory. Even in olden times we shouted among the people the words liberty, equality, and fraternity. These words have been repeated so many times since by unconscious parrots, which, flocking from all sides to the bait, have ruined the prosperity of the world and true individual freedom. On the ruins of natural and hereditary aristocracy we built an aristocracy of our intellectual class, the money aristocracy. We have established this new aristocracy on the qualification of wealth, which is dependent upon us, and also upon science, which is promoted by our wise men. We always played upon the most sensitive chords of the human mind, namely, greed, and the insatiable selfish desires of men. The fact that the representatives of the nation can be deposed, delivers them into our power and practically places their appointment in our hands. Protocol No. 2. It is necessary for us that wars, whenever possible, should bring no territorial advantages. This will shift war to an economic basis and force nations to realize the strength of our predominance. Such a situation will put both sides at the mercy of our millionite international agency, which will be unhampered by any frontiers. Then our international rights will do away with national rights. The administrators chosen by us from among the people in accordance with their capacity for servility will not be experienced in the art of government, and consequently they will easily become pawns in our game, in the hands of our scientists and wise counselors, specialists trained from early childhood for governing the world. The Goys are not guided by the practice of impartial historical observation. Therefore, We need give them no consideration. Until the time comes, let them amuse themselves, or live in the hope of new amusements or in the memories of those past. Intelligent Goys will boast of their knowledge, and verifying it logically, they will put into practice all scientific information compiled by our agents for the purpose of educating their minds in the direction which we require. Do not think that our assertions are without foundation. The successes of Darwinism, Marxism, and Nietzscheism were engineered by us. The demoralizing effects of these doctrines upon the minds of the Goys should be already obvious to us. There is one great force in the hands of modern states which arouses thought movements among the people. That is the press, but governments were unable to profit by this power, and it has fallen into our hands. Through it we have attained influence, while remaining in the background. Thanks to the press, we have gathered gold in our hands, although we had to take it from rivers of blood and tears. But it cost us the sacrifice of many of our own people. Every sacrifice on our part is worth 8,000 GOYS before God. Protocol No. 3. Today I can tell you that our goal is close at hand. Only a small distance remains, and the cycle of the symbolic serpent, the symbol of our people, will be complete. When this circle is completed, then all the European states will be closed in it as in strong claws. To induce all lovers of authority to abuse their power, we have placed all the forces in opposition to each other. We have armed all the parties. We have opened arenas in different states, where revolts are now occurring, and disorders and bankruptcy will shortly appear everywhere. People are shackled by poverty to heavy labor more surely than they were by slavery and serfdom. They could liberate themselves from those in one way or another, whereas they cannot free themselves from misery. We have included in constitutions rights, which for the people are fictitious and are not actual rights. All the so-called rights of the people can exist only in the abstract and can never be realized in practice. What difference does it make to the toiling proletarian, bent double by heavy toil, oppressed by his fate, that the babblers receive the right to talk, journalists the right to mix nonsense with reason in their writings, if the proletariat has no other gain from the Constitution than the miserable crumbs which we throw from our table in return for his vote to elect our agents? Republican rights are bitter irony to the poor man, for the necessity of almost daily labor prevents him from using them. We will present ourselves in the guise of saviors of the workers from this oppression. The aristocracy which benefited by the labor of the people by right have interest that the workers should be well fed, healthy, and strong. We, on the contrary, are concerned in the opposite, in the degeneration of the Goys. Our power lies in the chronic malnutrition and in the weakness of the worker, because through this he falls under our power and is unable to find either strength or energy to combat it. When the time comes for our universal ruler to be crowned, the same hands will sweep away everything which may be an obstacle in our way. The Goys are no longer accustomed to thinking without our scientific advice. Consequently, they do not see the imperative need of upholding that which we will sustain by all means, when our kingdom is established, namely, the teaching in the schools of the only true science, the first of all sciences, the science of the construction of human life, of social existence, which requires the division of labor and, consequently, the separation of people into classes and castes. It is necessary that all should know that equality cannot exist, owing to the different nature of various kinds of work, that there cannot be equal responsibility before the law. Occupation and labor must be differentiated so as not to cause human suffering by the discrepancy between education and work. The people, in their ignorance, blindly believing the printed word, and owing to the misconceptions which have been fostered by us, feel a hatred towards all classes whom they consider superior to themselves, since they do not understand the importance of each caste. This hatred will be still more accentuated by the economic crisis, which will stop financial transactions and all industrial life. Having organized a general economic crisis by all possible underhand means, and with the help of gold which is all in our hands, we will throw great crowds of workmen into the street, simultaneously, in all countries in Europe. These crowds will gladly shed the blood of those of whom they, in the simplicity of their ignorance, have been jealous since childhood, and whose property they will then be able to loot. They will not harm our people because we will know of the time of the attack and we will take measures to protect them. Remember the French Revolution. The secrets of its preparation are well known to us, for it was the work of our hands. Since then we have carried the masses from one disappointment to another, so that they will renounce even us in favor of a despot sovereign of Zionist blood, whom we are preparing for the world. At present, as an international force, we are invulnerable. Of course, they are not told that this unification will be achieved only under our rule. Thus, the people condemn the just and acquit the unjust, more and more convinced that they can do what they please. Owing to this, the people destroy all stability and create disorder on every occasion. The word liberty brings all societies into conflict with all authority, be it that of God or nature. This why, at the moment of our enthronement, we shall strike this word from the dictionary. Protocol No. 4. Who and what can overthrow an unseen power? For such is the character of our power. External masonry acts as a screen for it and its aims, but the plan of action of this power, and its very headquarters, will always remain unknown to the people. It is for this reason that we must undermine faith, tearing from the minds of the Goys the very principle of God and soul, and substituting mathematical formulas and material needs. In order that the minds of the Goys may have no time to think and notice things, it is necessary to divert them in the direction of industry and commerce. Thus all nations will seek their own profit, and while engaged in the struggle, they will not notice their common enemy. The intense struggle for supremacy, the shocks to economic life, will create, moreover have already created, disappointed disgust for high politics and religion. Their only guide will be calculation, i.e. gold, for which they will have a real cult because of the material delights which it can supply. It will be at that stage that the lower classes of the Goys, not for the sake of doing good, nor even for the sake of wealth, but solely because of their hatred towards the privileged, will follow us against our competitors for power, the intelligent Goys. Protocol No. V. What form of government can be given to societies in which bribery has penetrated everywhere, where riches are obtained only by clever trick and semi-fraudulent means, where corruption reigns, where morality is sustained by punitive measures and where cosmopolitan convictions have eliminated patriotic feelings and religion? What form of government can be given to such societies other than a despotism such as I shall describe? We will mechanically regulate all the functions of political life of our subjects by new laws. These laws will gradually eliminate all the concessions and liberties permitted by the Goys. Our kingdom will be crowned by such a majestic despotism that it will be able, at all times and in all places, to crush both antagonistic and discontented Goys. At the time when people considered rulers as an incarnation of the will of God, they subjected themselves without murmur to the autocracy of the sovereigns. When we deprived them of their belief in God, then authority was thrown into the street. All, is it not the same to the world who will be its master, whether it be the head of Catholicism or our despot of Zionist blood? To us, however, the chosen people, it is by no means a matter of indifference. Temporarily, a world coalition of the Goys would be able to hold us in check, but we are insured against this by roots of dissension so deep among them that they cannot now be extracted. We have set at variance the personal and national interests of the Goys, we have incited religious and race hatred, nurtured by us in their hearts for 20 centuries. Owing to all this, no state will obtain the help it asks for from any side because each of them shall think that a coalition against us will be disadvantageous to it. We are too powerful, we must be taken into consideration. No country can reach even an insignificant private understanding without our being a secret party to it. The prophets have told us that we were chosen by God himself to reign over the world. God endowed us with genius to enable us to cope with the problem. Were there a genius in the opposing camp, he would struggle against us, but a newcomer is not equal to an old inhabitant. The struggle between us would be of such a merciless nature as the world has never seen before, moreover their genius would be too late. All the wheels of government mechanism move by the action of the motor which is in our hands, and that motor is gold. The most important problem of our government is to weaken the popular mind by criticism, to disaccustom it to thought, which creates opposition, to deflect the power of thought into mere empty eloquence. At all times both peoples and individuals have mistaken words for deeds. We will appropriate to ourselves all shades of opinion, and we will provide our orators with the same aspect, and they will talk so much that they will exhaust the people by their speeches and cause them to turn away from orators in disgust. To control public opinion it is necessary to perplex it by the expression of numerous contradictory opinions until the Goys get lost in the labyrinth, and come to understand that it is best to have no opinion on political questions. Such questions are not intended to be understood by the people, since only he who rules knows them. This is the first secret. The second secret necessary for the success of governing consists in so multiplying popular failings, habits, passions, and conventional laws that no one will be able to disentangle himself in the chaos, and consequently, people will cease to understand each other. This measure would help us to sow dissension within all parties, to disintegrate all those collective forces which still do not wish to subjugate themselves to us, to discourage all individual initiative which might in any degree hamper our work. There is nothing more dangerous than individual initiative. If it has a touch of genius it can accomplish more than 1,000,000 people among whom we have sown dissensions. We must direct the education of the Goy society so that their arms will drop hopelessly when they face every task where initiative is required. We will so tire the Goys by all this that we will force them to offer us an international power, which by its position will enable us conveniently to absorb, without destroying, all governmental forces of the world and thus to form a monster which will be called the supergovernmental administration. Its hands will be stretched out like pincers in every direction so that this colossal organization cannot fail to conquer all the peoples. Protocol No. 6. We will soon begin to establish great monopolies, reservoirs of huge wealth, upon which even the large fortunes of the Goys will depend to such an extent that they will be drowned, together with the governmental credits, on the day following the political catastrophe. The aristocracy of the Goys as a political force is dead. We do not need to take it into consideration, but as landowners they are harmful to us because they can be independent in their resources of life. For this reason we must deprive them of their land at any cost. It is necessary that industry should suck out of the land both labor and capital and through speculation deliver into our hands all the money of the world, thus throwing all the Goys into the ranks of the proletarians. Then the Goys will bow before us in order to obtain the mere right of existence. To destroy Goy industry we will create among the Goys, as an aid to speculation, the strong demand for boundless luxury which we have already developed. Let us raise wages, which, however, will be of no benefit to the workers, for we will simultaneously cause the rise in prices of first necessity under the pretext that this is due to the decadence of agriculture, and of the cattle industry. We will also artfully and deeply undermine the sources of production by teaching the workmen anarchy and the use of alcohol, at the same time taking measures to expel all the intelligent Goys from the land. That the true situation should not be noticed by the GOYS until the proper time, we will mask it by a pretended desire to help the working classes, and great economic principles, an active propaganda of which principles is being carried on through the dissemination of our economic theories. Protocol No. 7. The intensification of armament and the increase of the police force are essential to the realization of the above-mentioned plans. It is necessary that there should be, besides ourselves, in all countries only the mass of the proletariat, a few millionaires devoted to U.S. policemen and soldiers. We must create unrest, dissensions, and hatred throughout Europe and through European affiliations. Also on other continents they will realize that we have the power to create disorder or to restore order whenever we wish. We will entangle by intrigues all the threads stretched by us into all the governmental bodies by means of politics, economic treaties, or financial obligations. In this way the peoples and the governments of the GOYS, taught by us to regard only the surface of that which we show them, will look upon us as benefactors and saviors of mankind. We must be able to overcome all opposition by provoking a war by the neighbors of that country which dares to oppose us. Should, however, those neighbors, in their turn, decide to unite against us, we must respond by a world war. In short, to sum up our system of shackling the GOY governments of Europe, we will show our power to one of them by assassination and terrorism, and would there be a possibility of all of them rising against US, we will answer them with American, Chinese or Japanese guns. Protocol No. 8. Our government must be surrounded with publicists, experienced lawyers, administrators, diplomats and, finally, people educated along special lines in our special advanced schools. These people will be familiar with the reverse side of human nature, with all its sensitive chords, upon which they must know how to play. These chords are the structure of the intellects of the GOYS, their tendencies, their failings, their vices, and their virtues, the peculiarities of classes and castes. It is for this reason that economics is the chief science taught by the Jews. We will be surrounded by a crowd of bankers, traders, capitalists, and most important of all, by millionaires, because in essence everything will be decided by a question of figures. Protocol No. 9. Because their anti-Semitism is necessary to enable US to control our smaller brothers. I will not further explain this, as it has already been the object of numerous discussions. In reality, there are no obstacles before US. Our supergovernment exists under such extra-legal conditions that it is common to designate it by an energetic and strong word, a dictatorship. I can honestly state that, at the present time, we are lawmakers, we are the judges and inflict punishment, we execute and pardon, we as the chief of all our armies ride the leader's horse. We possess boundless ambition, burning greed for merciless revenge, and bitter hatred. From us emanates an all-embracing terror. People of all opinions and of all doctrines are in our service, people who desire to restore monarchies, demagogues, socialists, communists, and other utopians. All the governments have been tortured by this procedure, they beg for peace, and for the sake of peace are prepared to make any sacrifice, but we will not give them peace until they recognize our international supergovernment openly and with submission. The division into parties has delivered all of them to us, because in order to conduct a party struggle money is required, and we have it all. We have affected legal procedure, electoral law, the press, personal freedom, and, most important, the cornerstone of free existence. We have misled, corrupted, fooled, and demoralized the youth of the GOYS by education along principles and theories known by us to be false, but which we ourselves have inspired. You may say that there will be an armed rising against us if our plans are discovered prematurely, but in anticipation of this we have such a terrorizing maneuver in the West that even the bravest soul will shudder. Underground passages will be established by that time in all capitals, from where they can be exploded, together with all their institutions and national documents. Protocol No. X. I beg you to remember that the government and the masses are satisfied with visible results in politics. It is important to know one detail in our policy. It will help us in discussing division of authority, freedom of speech, of the press, of religion, faith, the right of assembly, equality before the law, inviolability of property and of the home, indirect taxes, and the retrospective force of law. All such questions should never be directly and openly discussed before the masses. When it becomes necessary for us to discuss them, they should not be elaborated but merely mentioned, without going into details, pointing out that modern legal principles are being accepted by us. The significance of this reticence lies in the fact that a principle which has not been openly declared gives us freedom of action to exclude, unnoticed, one point or another, whereas if elaborated the principle becomes as good as established. When we accomplish our coup d'état, we will say to the peoples, everything went badly, all of you have suffered. We will abolish the cause of your sufferings, that is to say, nationalities, frontiers, and national currencies. Of course you are free to condemn us, but would your judgment be just if you were to pronounce it before giving a trial to what we will give you? Thereafter they will exalt us with a sentiment of unanimous delight and hope. The voting system which we have used as a tool for our enthronement, and to which we have accustomed even the prearranged agreements, will have performed its last service and will make its last appearance in the expression of a unanimous desire to become more closely acquainted with us before having pronounced a judgment. To attain this we must force all to vote, without class discrimination, to establish the autocracy of the majority, which cannot be obtained from the intellectual classes alone. We will not allow the formation of individual minds. We will thus create such a blind power that it will be unable to move without the guidance of our agents, sent by us to replace their leaders. The masses will submit to this regime because they will know that their earnings, perquisites, and other benefits depend upon these leaders. The plan of government must emanate already formed from one head. Consequently, the inspired work of our leaders must not be thrown to the mercy of the mob or even of a limited group. These plans will not immediately upset contemporary institutions. They will only alter their organization. It is not the institutions that are important, but their functions. When we injected the poison of liberalism into the state organism, its entire political complexion changed. The states became infected with a mortal disease, namely, the decomposition of the blood. It is only necessary to await the end of their agony. The Constitution, as you well know, is nothing more than a school for dispute, discussion, disagreement, fruitless party agitation, dissension, party tendencies. In other words, a school for everything which weakens the efficiency of government. A president chosen from the mob, from among our creatures, our slaves. To accomplish our plan, we will engineer the election of presidents whose past record contains some hidden scandal, some Panama. Then they will be faithful executors of our orders from fear of exposure, and from the natural desire of every man who has reached authority to retain the privileges, advantages, and dignity connected with the position of president. The Chamber of Deputies will elect, protect, and screen the president, but we will deprive it of the right of initiating laws or of amending them, for this right will be granted by us to the responsible president, a puppet in our hands. We will justify this prerogative under the pretext that the president, as chief of the national army, must control it in order to protect the new republican constitution, which he, as a responsible representative of this constitution, is bound to defend. The keys to the shrine will be in our hands. We will also take away from the chamber, with the introduction of the new republican constitution, the right of interpellation, questioning, in regard to governmental measures, under the pretext that political secrets must be preserved. With the aid of this new constitution we will reduce the number of representatives to the minimum, thus also reducing to the same extent political passions and passion for politics. Moreover, the president, as chief executive, will have the right to convene or dissolve parliament, and in the case of dissolution, defer the appointment of a new parliament. Under our guidance the president will interpret in ambiguous ways such existing laws as it is possible to so interpret. Moreover, he will annul them when the need is pointed out to him by us. He will also have the right to propose temporary laws and even modification in the constitutional work of the government, alleging as the motive for so doing, the exigencies of the welfare of the country. By such measures we will be able to destroy gradually, step by step, everything that, upon entering into our rights, we were obliged to introduce into government constitutions as a transition to the imperceptible abolition of all constitutions, when the time comes to convert all governments into our autocracy. But you know well that to render such a universal expression of desire possible, it is necessary continuously to disturb the relationship between the people and the government in all countries, and so to exhaust everybody by the dissension, inoculation of diseases and misery, and to make the GOYS see no other solution than an appeal to our money and complete rule. Should we give the people a rest, however, the longed-for moment will probably never arrive. Protocol No. 11. By these measures, I mean the freedom of the press, the right of assembly, religious freedom, electoral rights, and many other things which must disappear from the human repertoire, or must be fundamentally altered on the day following the declaration of the new constitution. It is necessary for us that, from the first moment of its proclamation, when the people are still dumbfounded by the accomplished revolution and are in a state of terror and surprise, they should realize we are so strong, so invulnerable, and so mighty that we shall in no case pay attention to them, and not only will we ignore their opinions and desires, but be ready to and capable of suppressing at any moment or place any sign of opposition with indisputable authority. We shall want the people to realize that we have taken at once everything we wanted, and that we shall under no circumstances share our power with them. Then they will close their eyes to everything out of fear and will await further developments. The Goys are like a flock of sheep, we are wolves. Do you know what happens to sheep when wolves get into the fold? They will also close their eyes to everything because we will promise to return to them all their liberties after the enemies of peace have been subjugated and all the parties pacified. Is it necessary to say how long they would have to wait for the return of their liberties? Why have we conceived and inspired this policy for the Goys without giving them an opportunity to examine its inner meaning, if not for the purpose of attaining by a circuitous method what is unattainable for our scattered race by a direct road? This constituted a base for our organization of secret masonry which is not known to and whose aims are not even suspected by these cattle, the Goys. They have been decoyed by us into our numerous ostensible organizations, which appear to be Masonic lodges, so as to divert the attention of their co-religionists. God has given us, his chosen people, the power to scatter, and what to all appears to be our weakness, has proved to be our strength, and has now brought us to the threshold of universal rule. Little remains to be built on these foundations. Protocol No. 12. Not one notice will be made public without our control. This is already being done by us, since the news from all parts of the world is received through several agencies in which it is centralized. We have already managed to subjugate the minds of the Goys to such an extent that almost all of them see world events through colored glasses which we put over their eyes. All our newspapers will represent different tendencies, namely, aristocratic, republican, revolutionary, even anarchistic, so long of course as the Constitution lasts. Like the Indian god Vishnu, these periodicals will have 100 arms, each of which will reach the pulse of every group of public opinion. When the pulse beats faster, these arms will guide opinion toward our aims, since the excited person loses the power of reasoning and is easily led. Those fools who believe that they repeat the opinion expressed by the newspapers of their party will be repeating our opinions or those which we desire them to have. Imagining that they are following the press of their party, they will follow the flag which we will fly for them. These attacks against us will also seem to convince the people that complete liberty of the press still exists, and it will give our agents the opportunity to declare that the papers opposing us are mere windbags, since they are unable to find any real ground to refute our orders. With such measures, thought will become an educational instrument in the hands of our government, which will not allow the people to be led astray into realms of fancy and dreams about beneficent progress. We will surely conquer our enemies, because they will not have the press at their disposal in which to express themselves in full. Moreover, with the above-mentioned plans against the press, we will not even need to refute them seriously. Protocol No. 13. The need of daily bread forces the Goys to silence and compels them to remain our obedient servants. To prevent them from reaching any independent decisions, we will divert their minds by amusements, games, pastimes, passions, and cultural centers for the public. We will soon begin to offer prize contests. Such attractions will definitely deflect the mind from problems over which we would otherwise have to fight with the people. By losing more and more the custom of independent thought, they will begin to talk in unison with us, because we alone will provide new lines of thought through persons with whom, of course, we will presumably have no connection. The role of liberal utopians will be definitely terminated when our government is recognized. For it was by the word progress that we have successfully turned the brains of the stupid Goys. There are no brains among the Goys to realize that this word is but a cover for digression from the truth, unless it is applied to material inventions, since there is but one truth and there is no room for progress. When our kingdom is established, our orators will discuss the great problems which have stirred humanity for the purpose of bringing it finally under our blessed rule. Who will then suspect that all these problems were instigated by us according to a political plan which has not been disclosed by anyone during so many centuries? Protocol No. 14. When we become rulers, we will not tolerate the existence of any other religion except our own, which proclaims one God, with whom our fate is bound up because we are the chosen people, and our fate has determined the fate of the world. For this reason we must destroy all other religions. The benefits of peace, although attained through centuries of unrest, will serve to demonstrate the beneficial character of our rule. The useless changes of government, to which we ourselves prompted the Goys, when we were undermining their governmental apparatus, will become such a nuisance to the people by that time, that they will prefer to endure anything from us rather than risk a repetition of former unrest and hardships. Our philosophers will discuss all the shortcomings of the Goy religion, but nobody will ever discuss our religion in the light of its true aspect, and nobody will ever thoroughly understand it, except our own people, who will never dare to disclose its secrets. Protocol No. 15. When we finally become rulers by means of revolutions, which will be arranged so that they shall take place simultaneously in all countries and immediately after all existing governments shall have been officially pronounced as incapable, which may not happen soon, perhaps not before a whole century, we will see to it that no plots are hatched against us. To effect this, we will kill heartlessly all who take up arms against the establishment of our rule. The establishment of any new secret society will be met by the death penalty, and those societies which now exist and are known to us and either work or have worked for us, will be disbanded and their members exiled to continents far removed from Europe. We will deal in the same manner with those masons among the Goys who know too much. This is only obtained by its majestic and unshakable power, which will convey the impression that it is inviolable because of its mystical nature, namely, because chosen by God. Such, until recently has been the Russian autocracy, our only dangerous enemy throughout the world, with the exception of the Pope. Meanwhile, until our rule is established, we, on the contrary, will organize and multiply Freemasonic lodges in all the countries of the world. We will attract to them all those who are and who may become public-spirited, because in these lodges will be the chief source of information and from them will emanate our influence. These lodges will be administered by our wise men. You have no idea how easy it is to bring even the most intelligent Goys to a state of unconscious credulity. To the same extent as our people ignore success for the sake of carrying out their plans, so are the Goys ready to sacrifice all their plans for the sake of success. Their psychology makes the problem of direction easier for us. Those tigers in appearance have the souls of sheep and nonsense filters through their heads. As a hobby we have given them the dream of submerging human individualism through the symbolic idea of collectivism. They have not yet discovered and will not discover that this hobby is a clear infringement on the principal law of nature, which, from the beginning of the world, created a being unlike all others, precisely for the sake of expressing his individuality. If we were able to lead them to such insane and blind beliefs, does it not obviously prove the low level of development of the Goy mind as compared to our mind? It is precisely the thing which guarantees our success. How far-sighted were our wise men of old when they said that to attain a serious object one must not stop at the means, nor should one count the victims sacrificed to the cause. We have not counted the victims from among the Goys, those seeds of cattle. Although we have sacrificed many of our own peoples, we have already given them in return a formerly undreamed of position on earth. The comparatively few victims from among our own people have saved our race from destruction. Death is the unavoidable end of all. It would be better to accelerate this end for those who interfere with our cause than for our people or for us, ourselves, the creators of this cause, to die. We kill Masons in such a way that none but the brothers suspect, not even the victims, they all die when it is necessary, apparently from a natural death. The purely animal mind of the Goys is incapable of analysis and observation. It is through this difference in the process of reasoning between us and the Goys that it becomes possible clearly to demonstrate the stamp of God's elect as compared to the instinctive and bestial mentality of the Goys. They see, but they cannot foresee, and they cannot invent anything except material things. It is clear, therefore, that nature herself intended us to rule and guide the world. Our laws will be short, clear, irrevocable, and requiring no interpretation, so that everybody will be able to know them thoroughly. The chief point emphasized in them be a highly developed obedience to authority, which will eliminate all abuses, for all without exception will be responsible before the supreme power vested in the highest authority. For instance, our judges will know that by attempting to show stupid mercy, they overstep the law of justice, which was created solely for exemplary punishment of crimes and not for the manifestation of moral qualities on the part of the judge. Such qualities are commendable in private, but not in public life, which constitutes the educational forum of human life. All the world's money will be concentrated in our hands, consequently, our government need not fear expense. Our autocracy will be consistent in every respect, and consequently every manifestation of our great power will be respected and unconditionally obeyed. Thus, they will become imbued with the idea that it is impossible for them to do without this guardian and guide if they wish to live in a world of peace and quiet. They will recognize the autocracy of our sovereign, whom they will respect and almost deify. With regard to the secrets of our political plans, both the masses and their administration are like little children. It is the right of the strong to utilize his power in order to lead humanity towards a social order established by the law of nature, namely, obedience. Consequently, let us be the strongest for the common good. We must sacrifice without hesitation those individuals who violate the existing order, for in exemplary punishment of evil there lies a great educational process. When the king of Israel places the crown offered to him by Europe on his sacred head, he will become the patriarch of the world. The necessary sacrifices made by him will never equal the number of victims sacrificed to the mania of greatness during the centuries of rivalry between the Goy governments. Our sovereign will be in constant communication with the people, delivering from tribunes addresses which will be spread to all parts of the world. Protocol No. 16. It was necessary for us to infiltrate into their educational system such principles as have successfully broken down their social order. We will obliterate from the memory of the people all those facts pertaining to former centuries which are not to our advantage, leaving only those which emphasize the mistakes of the Goy governments. The study of practical life, of obligatory social order, of the interrelationship of human beings, the avoidance of evil, egotistical examples that plant the seed of evil, and other questions of a pedagogical nature, will head the educational program. This program will differ for each caste, never allowing education to be of a uniform character. Such a system is of special importance. Each caste must be educated with strict limitations according to its particular occupation and the nature of the work. Accidental genius has always been able and always will be able to rise to a higher caste, but, for the sake of this rare exception, to open the door to the inefficient, and to admit them to higher castes or ranks, enabling them to occupy positions of others born and trained to fill them is absolute insanity. You, yourself, know what happened to the Goys when they yielded to this nonsense. Teachers will read supposedly unbiased lectures on problems of human relationship, on the law of imitation, on the cruelty of unrestricted competition, and finally, on new philosophical theories which have not yet been disclosed to the world. In short, knowing from the experience of many centuries that men live and are guided by ideas, that these ideas are imbued only by means of education given to persons of all ages. We will absorb and appropriate to our own advantage the last traces of independent thought, which for a long time have been directed to the goal and to the ideas necessary to us. The system of enslaving thought is already in action through so-called visual education. This system tends to turn the Goys into thoughtless, obedient animals, expecting to see in order to understand. In France, one of our best agents, Bourgeois, has already announced a new program of visual education. Protocol No. 17. Lawyers will receive a salary, regardless of whether the defense has been successful or not. It is only a question of a few years before the complete collapse of Christendom. It will be still easier to deal with other religions, but it is too early to discuss this problem. When the moment comes to annihilate the Vatican completely, an invisible hand, pointing towards this court, will guide the masses in their assault. The King of Israel will become the real Pope of the universe, the Patriarch of the International Church. According to our program, 1/3 of our subjects will watch the others from a pure sense of duty, as volunteers for the government. Then it will not be considered disgraceful to be a spy and an informer, on the contrary, it will be regarded as praiseworthy. Unfounded reports, however, will be severely punished to prevent abuse of this privilege. Protocol No. 18. We have forced the rulers to admit their own weakness by adopting open measure of police protection, and thereby we have ruined the prestige of their authority. To guard the sovereign openly is equivalent to an admission of the weakness of his governmental organization. We will arrest criminals upon the first more or less well-founded suspicion. Protocol No. 19. Sedition is nothing but the barking of a lapdog at an elephant. From the point of view of the government which is well organized, not from the police standpoint but with regards to its social basis, the lapdog barks at the elephant because he does not realize his strength. It is only necessary for the elephant to show his strength once and the dog barks no more, he begins to wag his tail the moment he sees the elephant. Protocol No. XX. The result of our actions is measured in figures. In our government the sovereign will have the legal fiction of owning everything in his kingdom, which is easily put into practice, and can resort to legal confiscation of all money in order to regulate its circulation throughout the country. Consequently, the best method of taxation is the levying of a progressive tax on property. Progressive taxation, assessed according to the amount of capital, will produce a much greater revenue than the present system of taxing everyone at an equal rate, which is useful to us now only as a means of exciting revolt and discontent among the GOYS. The power of our sovereign will rest mainly in equilibrium and in guarantees of peace. Public needs must be met by those who can best afford to do so and by those from whom there is something to take. Such a measure will eliminate the hatred of the poor towards the rich. Even small sums in excess of a certain definite and broadly calculated fund should not be allowed to be kept in the state treasury, because money is intended to circulate, and every impediment to circulation is detrimental to the governmental mechanism, which the money lubricates. The congestion of lubricating substances can stop the proper functioning of the mechanism. The economic crises were created by US for the GOYS only by the withdrawal of money from circulation. Huge amounts of capital were kept idle and were taken away from the nations, which were thus compelled to apply to us for loans. Payment of interest on these loans burdened the state finances and made the states subservient to capital. The concentration of industry having taken production out of the hands of the artisan and put it into the hands of capitalists, sucked all the power out of the people and also out of the state. Since we took as much gold as possible out of circulation, the budget of revenues and the budget of expenditures will be placed side by side, in order that they may always be compared with each other. The period of loans followed and brought all the GOY states to bankruptcy. You can well understand that such a management of financial affairs as we induced the GOYs to pursue cannot be adopted by us. Indeed, what is a loan, especially a foreign loan, if not a leech? So long as the loans were domestic, the GOYS only shifted the money from the pockets of the poor into those of the rich, but when we bribed the proper persons to make the loans foreign, then the national riches poured into our hands and all the GOYS began to pay US the tribute of subjects. Has forced their countries into debt to our banks to such an extent that they can never pay off their debts. It should be realized, however, that we have gone to great pains in order to bring about such a state of affairs. This proves the genius of our distinguished mind, for we were able to present the question of loans to them in such a light that they saw in loans an advantage for themselves. It is impossible to govern without a definite plan. Protocol No. XXI. We will also destroy all stock exchanges, for we will not allow the prestige of our authority to be shaken by the shifting of the prices of our securities. We will fix the full price of their value legally without any possibility of its fluctuation. A rise leads to a fall, and this was precisely what we did to the GOY stocks and bonds at the beginning. We will replace the stock exchanges by great government credit institutions. These institutions will be in a position to throw daily on the market 500 million shares of industrial stocks, or to buy up a like amount. Thus all industrial enterprises will become dependent upon us. You can well imagine what power that will give us. Protocol No. XXII. In all that I have hitherto reported to you I have carefully tried to show you a true picture of the mystery of present events, as also of those of the past, which all flow into the stream of great events, the results of which will be seen in the near future. I have exposed our secret plans which govern our relations with the GOYs, as well as our financial policy. There remains but little to add. We hold in our hands the greatest modern power, gold. In the course of 2 days we can get it from our treasuries in any desired quantity. Is there any more need for us to prove that our rule is decreed by God? Do we not prove by such wealth that all the evil which we were forced to do during so many centuries has served in the end to true happiness, to the restoration of order? We will be able to prove that we are benefactors, who have brought true welfare and individual freedom to the tortured world, ensuring at the same time the possibility of enjoying peace, quiet, and dignity of relationships, upon the sole condition, of course, that obedience to the laws established by US is practiced. Our power will be glorious because it will be mighty, it will rule and guide, and not helplessly crawl after leaders and orators, shouting insane words which they call great principles, and which in reality are simply utopian. Our power will lead to order, which, in turn brings happiness to the people. The prestige of this power will excite mystical adoration, and the peoples will bow before it. True power does not yield to any right, even be it that of God. None will dare approach it in order to deprive it even of an atom of its might. Protocol No. XXII. To teach the people obedience they must be taught modesty, and to accomplish this the production of luxuries must be limited. We will restore handicraft, which will undermine the private capital of manufacturers. Big manufacturers often influence the thoughts of the people against the government. A people, practicing handicraft, does not know what unemployment means, and this makes them cling to existing conditions and consequently to the power of authority. Unemployment is most dangerous for a government. It will have finished its work for us as soon as authority falls into our hands. Drunkenness will also be forbidden by law and will be punishable as a crime against human decency, for man becomes bestial under the influence of alcohol. The sovereign who will replace the present existing governments must destroy such a society, if necessary drown it in its own blood, in order to resurrect it as a well-organized army, which consciously struggles against the infection of any anarchy affecting the state organism. He, God's elect, is chosen from above for the purpose of crushing the insane forces that are moved by instinct and not by intellect, by bestiality and not by humanitarianism. Then we will say to the peoples, pray to God and bow before him who bears the mark of predestination, to whom God himself showed his star, so that none but he himself should free you from all sinful forces and from evil. Protocol No. XXIV. A few members of the seed of David will train the sovereigns and their successors, who will be selected not by right of inheritance, but according to their personal ability. Only those of an undoubtedly able and firm, even cruel character, will receive the reins of government from our wise men. Only the sovereign and his 3 sponsors will know the future. Nobody will know the aims of the sovereign when he issues his orders, and thus nobody will dare oppose him. Naturally, the mental capacity of the sovereign must be equal to the plan of rule herein contained. For this reason he will not mount the throne before a test of his mind is made by the above-mentioned wise men. The king of Israel must not be influenced by his passions, especially by sensuality. No particular element of his nature must have the upper hand and rule over his mind. Sensuality, more than anything else, upsets mental ability and clearness of vision by deflecting thought to the worst and most bestial side of human nature. The pillar of the universe in the person of the world ruler, sprung from the sacred seed of David, must sacrifice all personal desires for the benefit of his people. Our sovereign must be irreproachable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now you who are in shocking disbelief, bear with me a bit longer. The entire text is over 63 pages in length and that is just the summary of the main, detailed document which has not been seen outside the privileged circles. Dharma asks, but what of the Jewish people who live and work and dwell in all ways among us? So be it, Kila. Did you know all of this information? Neither do they. The ordinary Jewish person will be sacrificed in the most outrageous manner. The Zionist Jews have more hatred for the Jew than all other beings on your placement placed in one lump anywhere or at any time. They are the tools of the teachings. Who are goys? Again I repeat for your memory prompting, they are all except the Zionists. Frightening. I should certainly hope so, beloved Chelis. It is a good time to use your earthly phrase, if you aren't in a panic, you don't understand the situation. Dharma, please close this portion and print it. Let us then check on the time and desires of the group and we may or may not finish with the secret new constitution summary today. It has been far too long a work period so we will look carefully at timing. Chapter 19. Rec number 3 Haton. Sunday, October 14th, 1990, 3:20 p.m. Year 4 Day 59. And now today. Let us finish this express and journal chapter with current circumstance. There is great misunderstanding regarding Jews, Zionists, U.S. nationalism, and anti-Semitism, or any other anti-anything. Definition: Zionism. Zionism is a secular political movement dedicated to the establishment of a Jewish state. It seeks to transform religious hopes and the yearning for individual freedom into a nationalistic political program. Not until the first Zionist Congress in 1897 did Theodor Herzl call for a legally secured Jewish home in Palestine. Zionism uses the mask of religion to hide its blatant nationalism, racism, and atheistic philosophy. Doesn't sound like Father Joseph's or Mother Mary's Jewish children to me. Meddling. Meddling can easily trigger nuclear holocaust. And you, America, are meddling beyond your depth to control. Actually, since the U.S. abandoned her traditional nationalism and intervened in a European war and turned it into World War I, hundreds of thousands of young American service people have died in needless foreign wars. It is imperative that the U.S. return to the old Monroe Doctrine in which you tolerated no European or Asian domination of any nation in your hemisphere. It is equally imperative that you observe all of the Monroe Doctrine, in which you pledged not to intervene in quarrels outside the Western Hemisphere. Unless your leaders are forced to return to sanity, the world will be goaded into a devastating World War III. The greatest, most effective means the internationalists use to promote U.S. intervention in the volatile Middle East is the charge of anti-Semitism to those who oppose using American tax dollars to support Israeli aggression and oppression. You have developments unfolding this very day which prove the point. Israel, on the yesterday, said they would not fight a UN force moving into Jerusalem to investigate Monday's fray. Now, today, they refuse any cooperation and denounce any such move and will effort at preventing any such group from entering. What does that tell you, America? Does it not say loudly and clearly that there is evil afoot? If you have nothing to hide from the world, then why all this objection to finding truth? Surely if the Palestinians were the culprits, they would quickly be denounced as usual. No, the group will find foundation stones for the new temple and exclusion of the Palestinian worshippers from their holy places through intensified force. Some of the natural incidents you are undergoing in America is to bring the Bush administration under control in an all-out effort to bring the Israelis under control, for if this is not done within mere days, that massive war will be underway. Religious and historical myths. Americans today are confused by various religious and historical myths that surround the question of the formation and destiny of the so-called Republic of Israel. Uninformed so-called Christians believe that Zionism is a religious movement, instead of a political one. The gravest confusion exists in the realm of the political, however. The philosophy of internationalism, which has been assiduously inculcated into the minds of 2 generations of Americans by a veritable army of well-financed brainwashers who aim to bring about a world of perpetual peace through perpetual war, has unfortunately been absorbed even by millions of Americans who consider themselves patriots. This certainly includes Jewish persons, perhaps to an even greater extent than others. Most Americans seem subconsciously to believe that any fight anywhere in the world between 2 groups justifies your nation's immediate intervention, the appropriation of millions or billions of dollars, and the raising of an army to bring peace to the afflicted area. Only a very tiny few Americans ever stop to think that there are at least 3 sides to any quarrel of foreigners. There is one side to each of the antagonists, and also the American side. And contrary to the naive and childish internationalist idea that wars are fought between the good and the evil, as Spinoza once said, they are fought between 2 right sides. The question that America should answer when viewing the differences of others is not which side is right, and which side should America take, but what are the interests of America? As simple and as self-evident as this is, the thought is totally alien to most Americans and particularly to your political leaders. I will briefly herein touch on a few points which shall be enlarged upon in a future presentation, allowing more space for publication. Could you, for a minute, forget everything except being American? If you are of another country, pretend for this moment that you are American. Consider the Mideast problem from an unabashedly America First standpoint, as peculiar and unpopular as such a position may be with the false patriots and the corrupt who deliberately strive to use the power of the American people for alien ends and their own personal profit. The question you must attempt to answer is not, are the Jews or the Arabs, in this instance, Iraq, right? But rather, what is to America's best interest? Now you must also realize that oil, to the citizen of the U.S., is not short of supply, nor should there be outrageous prices, for you have abundant supplies of oil both stored and unproduced domestically. Readers will note that the above means what it says, as the writer herein does not mistake the interests of, say, Standard Oil, for the national interest of America, and consider that anyone who would contemplate war for the purpose of protecting the profits of a few stateless international financiers and stockholders is unworthy of serious refutation. Although the judgments in this instance appear to be harsher against Israel and international Zionism than against the Iraqis, the reader is respectfully reminded that if he wishes to know the pro-Israel viewpoint, all he has to do is to turn on his television set, buy a newspaper, or contact his nearest politician. The state of Israel is purely the product of the political machinations of one political group, the Zionists, made up largely of atheistic, self-proclaimed and false Jews. You find the Zionists trying to involve the U.S. of America in their feud with the Arabs at every time, which involvement is over land which has been stolen by the Zionists. Let us contrast the traditional basis of American foreign policy in rejecting entangling alliances with foreign powers and the political, economic, and military disasters that have always resulted when this historic principle of non-intervention, neutrality, has been forgotten or ignored. You are going to really have to reach back a long way for this one. If America is to avoid being swept into the maelstrom of a nuclear confrontation in the Middle East and a resulting world war that would destroy all the fruits of Western culture and civilization, you must stand firm for a policy of neutrality and non-involvement in the Middle East and demand a return of your soldiers, equipment, and all fragments thereof home to America. Historians have already pointed out quite sufficiently that American intervention in the affairs of Europe in 1917 only created new problems for America. That, dear ones who don't remember, was the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. Within only a couple of decades, the fruits of the Versailles Treaty were harvested, World War II. By secret planning of President Franklin D. Roosevelt and England's Prime Minister Winston S. Churchill, the U.S. experienced its greatest military disaster at Pearl Harbor, which led to your involvement once again in the ancient quarrels of other nations. Yet, in spite of the sacrifice of thousands of American youth and the expenditure of billions of the taxpayers' money, no lasting accomplishment came out of the 2 world wars, as one I'm sure any of you can take note. Thousands of American soldiers, almost forgotten, still patrol the uneasy border between South and North Korea. An uneasy truce, constantly being violated, reflects the failure to secure convincing victory either on the military or diplomatic fronts. Again, the violation of your policy of neutrality led to the needless death of countless American youths. Some of these soldiers still are POWs and, beloved Chelis, a great number of them are in Soviet prisons in Russia at this very time. Your intervention in Asian affairs has led to the upsetting of the subtle balance of power in Asia and has given the Soviet Empire the excuse for formation of the strongest military force in world history to protect its Asian empire from American encroachment. Now you had better take a closer look at that which is taking place through China at the present time, for it is far more important than you can imagine. China is beginning a vast exploration of the Antarctic. Now just why do you suppose they would be doing such a thing? Your retreat from Vietnam, after the expenditure of more than 50,000 lives and hundreds of billions of dollars, constituted the first military defeat for the U.S. Although your troops were finally out, the war-torn peninsula remained aflame with intense conflict. Your intervention in Vietnam was a crime, not only to all Vietnamese but to yourselves, and the significance of your shameful defeat is not even vaguely understood by Americans. You have left yourselves open to be actually invaded by these Viet Cong right into and up through your southern border with Mexico. Further, your government is indeed over its head into the opium trade from out of the Asian Golden Triangle. Your misadventure in Vietnam is categorical in its proof of the total irresponsibility and stupidity of the internationalist policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace, which you have followed since the days of poor foolish puppet Woodrow Wilson. It is clearly established, by all these lessons of the past and present, that American involvement in the affairs of foreign nations is a costly and useless exercise in meddling. Americans must examine carefully the unending propaganda of the Zionists, in the press, on the air and especially on the floor of Congress. Able exponents of Zionist schemes to entangle you in the quarrels and feuds of the Mideast forget their roles as doves of peace in the Vietnam conflict, and raise their shrill war hawk cries for intervention in the Arab-Israeli conflict. With Zionists in control of the American press, radio, and TV, the flood of advocates for American intervention are selling the American public a false religious political sentimentality that, Israel is God's chosen nation, you must save it. Oh, perish the thought. If your people and leaders ignore the lessons of the past and involve you in the angers and hates of the Mideast, then will come the most horrible nuclear holocaust and the death of the world you have known and presumably loved. Historical perspective. Your examination of American diplomatic history must begin at least as far back as Washington's farewell address of 1796, wherein he admonished your young country to guard against foreign entanglements. It is our true policy, declared George Washington, to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world so far, as we are now at liberty to do it. This policy of avoiding entanglements and maintaining neutrality in the Washington presidential tradition was solidified in Thomas Jefferson's first inaugural address, in which the new president supported the non-interventionist policy of Washington. Jefferson counseled his fellow citizens to enjoy peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, and entangling alliances with none. Washington's great rule found further expression in the Monroe Doctrine, enunciated by President James Monroe in 1823. All Americans know that the chief executive here declared that the Western Hemisphere was the specific interest of the U.S. and that the nations of Europe and Asia were to keep out of the Western Hemisphere in terms of military adventure or conquest. You further guaranteed the safety and preservation of these nations within your Western Hemisphere's geographical area. You most certainly did not promise to invade them as with Panama. What many forget over and over, is that Monroe added another guarantee, namely, as long as the other nations of the world respect our area of influence in the Western Hemisphere, we acknowledge that we have no moral right to interfere with the extensions of power by other nations in the other areas of the world. Thus, President Monroe sharply delineated his understanding of the moral basis for Washington's neutrality policy. It may come as a surprise to many misinformed Americans to learn that the Monroe Doctrine is a two-way street. As long as your leaders were firm in supporting this doctrine, other nations respected it and observed its restrictions. In 1866, the Monroe Doctrine was invoked to oppose the intervention of France in Mexico, which had as its object the establishment of the Archduke Maximilian as Mexico's emperor. Again, in the late 1860s, President Ulysses Grant broadened the doctrine to forbid the transfer of European territory in the New World from one European power to another. In 1905, Teddy Roosevelt added what was to become known as the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. President Roosevelt expounded the principle that chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence resulting in the general loosening of the ties of civilized society on the part of a country in the Western Hemisphere, might require the U.S. to exercise an international police power. Roosevelt's forceful declaration was generated by the situation in Latin America and the Caribbean area, where the navies of the British and German empires were setting up blockades of the Venezuelan coast. The Pan-American Conference of 1940 reasserted that no country in the New World could be transferred from one power to another, and the U.S. was authorized to act unilaterally in an emergency to enforce this principle. One more example of this application of the Monroe Doctrine occurred in 1962, when President John F. Kennedy instituted a naval blockade around Cuba and announced a naval quarantine of the island. After secret negotiations and an agreement, not yet made public, between the president and the leaders of the Kremlin, the missiles were officially removed from Cuba. Your last foray in the New World under the Monroe Doctrine was in 1965, when U.S. Marines were sent into the Dominican Republic to quell a communist-inspired revolution. After reading this profile of Washington's and Jefferson's advice to stay clear of involvement with foreign nations outside the Western Hemisphere, it is valid to pause and ask how you slipped up and permitted yourselves to become involved in 2 world wars and several local wars set forth by executive order and never declared valid by your Congress. Again, a review of history is requisite to a full comprehension of both of these twin disasters and the conspiratorial webs that ensnared your government. Though Americans claim to detest war, you have lost hundreds of thousands of your fighting men in both world wars in the effort to make the world safe for democracy. The critical question must arise, why did America permit itself to be baited into these terrible wars? Most Americans remain woefully uninformed as to the whys and wherefores of the maneuvering that surreptitiously nudged the United States of America into those holocausts. Planned secret path to World War I. In 1916, the political parties of the U.S. sensed the mood of the electorate as calling for neutrality. The majority of citizens felt the quarrels of Europe were their own family affairs over there. Woodrow Wilson, hypocritically, was running as the candidate who kept us out of war. The Republican platform also called for a strict and honest neutrality in the European war. The Democratic platform condemned the efforts of every organization that has for its object the advancement of the interest of a foreign power. Then, on January 22, 1917, President Wilson told the Congress, "We do not desire any hostile conflict with the Imperial German government, we are the sincere friends of the German people and earnestly desire to remain at peace with the government that speaks for them." While the American people were thus lulled into the belief that both political parties were peace parties, already, hidden events were pushing Wilson toward a warlike position. Mentioning the unmentionable. As one traces American steps of intervention toward both world wars, historians find it essential to examine the part which Zionism has played in getting Americans to fight European wars and then expose the real political objectives of the Zionists. When one attempts to point out the part played by Zionists in getting you into war, the cry is immediately made that, you are anti-Semitic. This, many times, frightens the unsuspecting historian and closes his inquiry into this important aspect of political life which is exactly that which it is created to perfect. Oddly enough, one can successfully speak of German history without being branded anti-German, one can discuss the Irish, the Poles or Italians, without fear of reprisal. But let one discuss the origins of the present Arab-Israeli conflicts and unless the Jews are cast in nothing but the most glowing terms the anti-Semitic charge springs forward like some reflex, calculated to intimidate and gag any concessions on behalf of the Arabs. Yet, you cannot trace American intervention in World War I and your abandonment of General Washington's injunction to avoid permanent alliances without examining Zionism and its role in pushing the U.S. into war. So, without apology, we must trace the steps by which Zionists have pushed Gentile nations into bitter conflict with or Gentile nations, in order for the Zionist nation to rise triumphant out of the discord and ruins of the Goyim nations. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is an unknown quantity to most people, but one fact must be made unmistakably clear, and that is that Zionism is not Judaism, nor is it Jewry. Zionism is an international and cultural scheme to establish a Jewish homeland in what was formerly known as Palestine and is now Israel. Zionism was founded not by Abraham or Moses, but by Theodor Herzl, a Hungarian journalist, in 1897. Herzl was Jewish, but there are many non-Jewish Zionists and many Jewish non-Zionists. There was only one small and inconvenient difficulty with Herzl's dream of selling up this Zionist homeland in Palestine. 93% of its inhabitants were Arabs, and this had been historically true for 19 centuries. It is true that more than 3,000 years ago the area was invaded and conquered by bands of Hebrews and a mixed multitude of others, but the blood relationship between these biblical peoples and modern Jews, after more than 100 generations, is most faint indeed, and that is to say the very least. Dharma, allow us to close this portion lest the express gain the length of a journal in one issue. We shall finish this dissertation in the following express. This is the most important fact about your modern-day circumstances, more important than is any other. Until next time, I ask blessings upon you all and may God be thine shield. Salom Haytan to clear. Chapter 20. Rec number 2 Haytan. Sunday, October 14th, 1990, 8:20 a.m. Year 4 Day 59. Today's watch. All I wish to say regarding today's watch is to pay close attention to that which is happening in widespread outlay. Note incredible bloodshed in Egypt, Palestine, and elsewhere in far distant places, one from the other. This is typical distraction while your government goes about its planned deceptions. Pay close attention to the water supplies in Jordan and that entire region around the Euphrates, Tigris, and Jordan rivers. Oil may be the point at issue this day, but it shall be the water which causes the massive wars as the wells dry and the rivers are choked off by the upriver dams utilized for the elite gains. Please note the floods of the century from what were basically very small tropical type storms in your own southeast. This massive deluge is not nature at work, it is manipulation of those small storms through sophisticated guidance systems. The conspiracy is beyond your imagination and those you consider to be your own defenders will do you in to gain their advantage. So be it. Finally, Dharma. Villains of the SNL crisis. First we will give a general breakdown of the situation, for many were totally asleep as the SNL situation began to unfold. The cover-up has been massive, as has been the unprecedented deception and thievery from you the people. The banks shall be worse as they fall prey to the elite trap and the economy shall collapse. The mouthings over the budget in Washington are simply that, mouthings. Perhaps more insight to just one facet of the major scams, the S&Ls can give you insight as to that which you are up against. For if you have evil corruption in one major area of life, there will be corruption and evil in all other areas with the same participants. It is like this day, as Israel says, we will investigate the uprising of Monday last. We will not block the UN investigators, but neither will we answer to them. If the fox is eating the chickens within the hen house, you will not save the chickens until you rid yourselves of the foxes. The fox may well blame the skunk or coon for the chicken deaths, but you must look beyond to the foxes you locked within the hen house, for a chicken thief will always be a chicken thief even if it glues feathers to itself and calls itself a chicken. We will just take the SNL situation from about the mid-1970s because you need current data. The fact that the groundwork was laid a century ago is evident but distracting. We will speak of that which has unfolded in your attention span. The official Washington cover-up has moved along in desperation, trying to hide the true dimensions of the savings and loan debacle for well over a decade. Aided and abetted by the thrift industry and its hired hands, accountants, appraisers, attorneys, key figures in both parties have so relentlessly refused to face reality that American taxpayers will have to pay a cleanup bill that will easily exceed $500 billion within the next couple of years. This is inclusive of only the S&Ls. There has been total collusion among the judiciary circles, investment operations, and the old/new Resolution Trust Corporation set forth to save you. The entire scenario is orchestrated to gain all property into the hands of the elite, and movement is steadily in that consummation of actions. The manipulations of dishonesty and cover-up, just regarding the property of Dharma and Oberle, moves from the grassroots SNL of Santa Barbara Savings and attached corporations, all the way up and through participation by 2 U.S. presidents. It does require brave souls, indeed, to go against such odds. First, the effort at the lawyer level to strip a citizen of assets beyond which the case cannot be fought, for no lawyer will take on such a case except until the funds are exhausted, and most judges will dismiss a case unrepresented by a brother lawyer. There is no justice remaining in the judiciary system. Even a just judge can hardly stand against the laws enacted in the legislatures by lawyers to protect lawyers and not people. The cost so far, just to these ones, is well in excess of $100,000, and the case itself has not even begun. There has yet to be a loud hearing. There is proof that there was no sale, and yet that fact, which the case is all about, is never allowed mention in the courtrooms. It has truly come to be a sad time in Camelot. The SNL cover-up continues in more desperation today, with the federal agency in charge of the SNL bailout running out of cash, and neither Congress nor the White House is willing to provide more funds, at least not on the surface. But that, too, is planned chaos to require the RDC to dump more and more business and private property, which will be scooped up by the elite wealthy, and you are not supposed to be the wiser for the sleight of hand. The problem will not go away. The overdramatic jailing of Charles Keating, accused of criminal fraud for looting a large California thrift, thrust the scandal back onto the front pages. Neil Bush, the president's son, faced public hearings on his role in the failed Silverado, Colorado, SNL that will eventually bleed far over $1 billion from you the people. We will take up this matter in depth in just a few paragraphs. Let me outline what takes place in a seized SNL. I can use Santa Barbara savings as an example, for we deal with them every day and have witnessed firsthand the operations. I realize that I could write a full journal on each topic, but we have neither the time nor the personnel to handle all the labor involved. We will simply work diligently to get the information to you in the most advantageous manner, as quickly as humanly possible. Other pay attentions. Note that there was a reminder earth tremor in the San Francisco area within these 24 hours. I urge some of my beloved ones who think to transfer to that area to ponder that decision most carefully. The Hayward fault line is pegged for slippage in a massive way in the relatively near future, when a major point can be made. Pay attention to the Atlantis shuttle. It is not even kept secret that it will bear a major military payload, and I suggest that you watch carefully the natural happenings of Mother Nature. Whether or not you wish to believe or face facts, you are being manipulated by some very sophisticated genetic robotoids, and they are without compassion or truth. You are the expendables. Back to S&Ls. As we speak, federal regulators have filed a $200 million suit against Bush and other officers of Silverado. How much money do you think will be gleaned by lawyers, etc., from such a suit, and do you actually think that there will be $200 million paid in fines? There was an invasion of Panama last December to save Bush property in Panama of some $300 million. I think you might see my point. A few brigands and swindlers have gotten most of the publicity and blame. They could not have flourished without an amazing run of intentional cover-ups and mistakes by people who knew better, congressmen and cabinet officers, regulators, lobbyists, and journalists who failed to allow the clues to surface. This is based on a drive of total greed and self-interest. The net result of the cover-up was to cripple the nation's financial immune system. All kinds of safeguards were built into the system to make sure this didn't happen, said William Seidman, who is overseeing the bailout. And all of them didn't work. No. All kinds of safeguards were built into the system for the crooks, and all of them did work for long enough. The security system has not failed. You have marched right on to the next phase of the dastardly scheme. They haven't finished the bloodletting by any form or means. As with Santa Barbara savings, SBS, as an example, the SNL got into trouble intentionally and was required to do business differently. They, for a while, could only accept deposits and would have to cease making loans and whatnot until their asset base was increased to a given level. But as business seemed to lag under the watchful eye of the regulators, the officers and owners gave themselves overnight bonuses of multi-thousands of dollars. Within 24 hours the Resolution Trust Corporation moved in and a Mr. Berry took control of the SNL. The word was publicly given forth that the officers had retired. That does not mean that the officers do not still run the SNL. Furthermore, Mr. Berry made great publicity and then moved into the main SBS offices into a lovely office suite expense-free. All other employees, especially their legal department, remain the same. Now the facts are that nothing has changed. The operation can continue to do business as usual under the supervision of the RDC. Now a fun game starts for those who have claims or suits against SBS, such as the Eckers. There is a little-known form which must list all claims against a given SNL, entered and registered with the special branch of the RDC group in charge of the supervision within a specified short period of days, or the claim is forever barred from being entered. That means, dear ones, that with very little manipulation and in the mail accidents of non-delivery of forms and instructions, a person with a pending court case finally gets hearing scheduled only to find out he has not entered the claim form and the case never opens. I would like to say at this point that SBS and their attorneys, as well as Mr. Berry, do not like Hayton very much, for I seem to botch their schemes at every turn. And still, we may not win the round, we will win the war. Believe me, by the time we are finished it would have been so much wiser of SBS to give the property and unlimited damages to these people, for Hayton sticks like superglue to tissue paper. The lawyer in charge of SBS's case is a fine Zionist right from Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, a friend of the Reagan's benefactors, to be explicit. He doesn't know how we catch every last maneuver he pulls. This lovely man, by the name of Stephen Horn, even got continuances of 90 days in order to lapse the time of filing the unknown claim with the RDC. I sent Oberle, Dharma, and Audrey to the office just before the lapse to settle the matter with Mr. Berry. They were literally thrown out of the office by the lawyer, Mr. Berg, who had been involved in the deception and fraud from onset of the case some 3 years past. What interesting things you find if you hear our nudges and follow through. This gave us opportunity to up the amount of damages and allowed Oberle to write some most insightful letters to Mr. Berry with copies to Mr. Seidman, mentioned above. Well, for politicians, dear ones, a reckoning could come on election day. Some thrift officers, like Keating, face criminal and civil charges which might place them in club-fed minimum security country club for a very brief period of time while they continue manipulation in absentia. But most of the critical figures will remain unaccountable to the voters or to the courts. Judgment, for them, will be rendered only by history, and their own consciences, both of which are rarely noted. Flaws. The thrift industry was created in the 1930s for the worthy purpose of enabling millions of Americans to buy homes on reasonable terms. But it contained a basic flaw: depositors could withdraw their money at any time, but thrifts themselves were committed to 20 or 30-year mortgages at low interest rates. This maturity mismatch would not have been tolerated by the financial markets, except for one thing: federal deposit insurance guaranteed the whole system against loss, and remember what I told you about that insurance. The law establishing such a thing was never ratified into law. It does not exist in reality. Franklin D. Roosevelt warned at his first press conference as president that insurance would put a premium on unsound banking and cause a probable loss. He knew his colleagues better than you might suspect. Now comes the misconception, however, for the story goes on that Roosevelt signed it ultimately into law in any event. But it was never ratified and, therefore, became no law at all. The system seemed to function well, for a while, under what was called the 3-6-2-3 formula. Depositors collected 3% interest on their accounts, the funds were lent to homeowners at 6%, and the thrift bosses headed to the golf course at 3 p.m. This system provided tidy profits for S&L owners and helped house the middle class for decades because interest rates stayed stable for a while. But in the late 1960s, the Vietnam War ignited an outburst of inflation, and in the early 1970s, the great surge in oil prices fueled it further. As interest rates rose, S&L depositors looked for better investments. This outflow of funds set off alarm bells, but Congress ignored the underlying problem. Banking experts argued that S&Ls should be allowed to introduce adjustable rate mortgages that could adapt to changing conditions. But populists on Capitol Hill, led by Senator William Proxmire, D. Wisconsin, and later chairman of the Banking Committee, stopped the idea cold in 1974. In the populists' view, long-term, low-rate mortgages were an American birthright, they just never figured out how to pay the tab. The cover-up had begun in real intent. Delusion regarding deregulation. Through the late 70s, the deposits hemorrhaged out of S&Ls into money market accounts set up by banks and brokerage houses offering higher interest rates than thrifts were allowed to charge. In March 1980, the entity Jimmy Carter signed legislation designed to ease the problem by lifting interest rate ceilings for S&Ls. Thrifts then found themselves paying as much as 18% to attract depositors, but since the measure did nothing to allow them to diversify their investments, they remained saddled with huge portfolios containing 6% mortgages. Given this gap, capital reserves of the thrift industry plunged from $31 billion to $4 billion in 2 years. The 1980 bill left the industry essentially bankrupt, but the elite Global 2000 plan was set and underway in fine form. The 1980 bill had other problems. It permitted federal officials to lower the capital levels thrifts were required to keep on hand. The idea was to give troubled institutions time to recover. The result was to rebaptize unhealthy institutions as healthy ones. In October 1980, Jay Janis, head of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board, I like to give credit where due, which then supervised the industry, lowered capital requirements from 5% of assets to 4%. 2 years later, Janis's successor, Richard Pratt, lopped off another point. The net effect allowed thrifts to increase their exposure by 65%. Watch this maneuver. Another damaging provision of the law raised the amount of federal deposit insurance from $40,000 per account to $100,000. While some experts protested, lawmakers said the aim was to enhance the security of the system. The result, though, was to encourage some thrift operators to take risky gambles with those deposits. The change was done mainly under the prodding of Senator Alan Cranston, a California Democrat, and Fernand St. Germain, the Democratic chairman of the House Banking Committee, two of the largest recipients of S&L campaign donations. These donations came from ones like Lincoln Savings and Santa Barbara Savings, etc., through owners of the S&L such as the law firm of Shea and Gould, with whom the municipal court judge in Mojave, California, and the seated judge who did in Dharma and Oberle, was a member of the firm. They also gave great donations to the campaign of Dukamagian, governor. What a tangled web is broken when the truth is finally spoken. A Common Cause report says Cranston and St. Germain received $144,000 each in the 1980s from S&L interests. That is only what showed on the surface by accidental happenstance and poor record keeping. Acting with the U.S. League of Savings Institutions, they faced little opposition. S&Ls were a potent force because they combined a sentimental, little guy image with a large bankroll that pumped $11.67 million into campaigns in the 1980s. The League's power was so great that it virtually controlled the bank board and its regional offices, compromising any oversight. Lifting the insurance ceiling exposed taxpayers to tremendous new liabilities. When thrifts started paying handsome new rates, backed by taxpayer guarantees, Wall Street brokers were attracted by the lucrative, no-lose investments. They began packaging huge sums in $100,000 chunks and sending them around the country in search of the highest rate. One of the biggest packagers of brokered accounts was Merrill Lynch, the Wall Street firm run by Donald Reagan until he became Ronald Reagan's Treasury Secretary. Ouch. This led to dizzying growth by some thrifts and a frantic effort by others to keep pace by offering ever higher yields and taking greater investment risks to cover those costs. Less than a year after the 1980 bill was signed, Reagan took office, bringing with him a deep devotion to the principle of deregulation. So did Vice President George Bush, and why, of course, one of the reasons he was vice president, who oversaw the administration's deregulation campaign, and Reagan. Their policies encouraged subordinates like Richard Pratt, the head of the bank board, to lift the remaining shackles from the industry. Some of the deregulation was essential to allow thrifts to meet changing conditions in the finance industry, but other rules coaxed the cover-up along. During his 2-year tenure, Pratt implemented a series of accounting changes which could well have been called creative accounting that allowed thrifts to mask their growing insolvency and to further erode the integrity of the system. Reagan argued, of course, that his aim was not to obscure the problem but to give the industry time to recover its footing. We saw a sick industry, and we wanted to help it out rather than see it sink into oblivion, he said. He now concedes that his policies led to disaster for the people. He also smiles and gets accolades from his elite colleagues for performing a superb and masterful operation to glean the wealth of the nation and the property of the citizens into the barns of the cartel elite. A little egg on the face matters not if you end up with the entire egg factory and all the hens as well. All systems go. By 1982, with the thrift industry on the rocks, Congress passed another bill to correct the ills created 2 years earlier. The legislation, named for its two chief sponsors, St. Germain, Oops, and Jake Garn, a Utah Republican, adopted a solution widely supported by the experts: let S&Ls expand beyond the home building business, and permit them to invest in more high-risk, high-return ventures. It made sense in theory, but in practice, Garn St. Germain became a critical step on the road to total and final ruin. They get accolades also. Texas Democrat Jim Wright, who supported the bill as House Majority Leader, now calls it a grotesque error and now says of the scandal, "I'm ashamed. I wish I had seen it coming and organized to stop it from happening. But I didn't. Oh, sad sobs of shame. He pushed it through in full knowledge and participation, and you the people know it." The bill cracked open another glaring flaw in the S&L system, the division between state and federally chartered institutions. An archaic distinction, it meant that thrift owners could choose to operate under the loosest available set of restrictions. Texas and Florida had already lifted investment limits by the time Garn St. Germain was in the works, but the biggest battleground was California, where legislators, eager for campaign cash from the thrift industry, wanted to keep as many institutions as possible under state control. On the last day of the 1982 legislative session in Sacramento, just weeks before Congress acted, California adopted a law sponsored by Republican Assemblyman Pat Nolan eliminating all limits on thrift investments. Now what does Garn spout off and concede? That it was a major mistake not to force states to adhere to the federal regulations if depositors were going to get federal insurance on their accounts. The largely unpolished state-chartered thrifts have accounted for about 2/3 of the industry's losses. The stage was now set for anarchy and absolute fraud. Thrifts could lend money at any rate and invest in a wide range of speculative ventures, all with taxpayer-backed insurance. Brokered deposits flowed in from Wall Street while rules on capital standards and accounting procedures slackened. In their deregulatory zeal, federal officials dropped another critical safety net. They killed rules that had required thrifts to be owned by many shareholders, all living close to the institution. This was a mouthful for you investigating the SBS v. Ecker case. In sum, one imprudent investor or, worse, a bandit or a law firm could capture an institution and operate with complete impunity. Oh, you ask, what does Jason Brandt, judge, have to do with anything? 4 municipal court judges are elected. Not so. Jason Brandt was appointed to the bench following retirement from the bench of his predecessor. He was appointed by Governor Dukamajlan after receiving more than $50,000, known, contributions from SBS owners, the law firm of Shea and Gould. Jason Brandt was a former partner in the firm of Shea and Gould. I thought you might begin to see the flicker of light at the end of the spider web. Further, an abundance of loans had been given forth on property in the area, and now the capture the property time is at hand. Dharma and Oberle just happened to get caught in the fraud perpetration. Do you readers see the importance of not allowing this case to be won by the cartel? I ask prayer and participation of you readers for these ones, for they run the gauntlet every hour of their lives to bring this truth unto you the people. They have been attacked and impacted from every possible direction as they simply effort to do this work. It is imperative that you ones win this battle, lest ye be forever trampled and imprisoned by the power elite. Scores of investors like Charles Keating moved in swiftly, turning the thrift industry into a huge casino where only taxpayers could lose. The most unscrupulous operators traded worthless land parcels back and forth, each time raising the value on their books and creating nothing of value. Many S&L kingpins lived like royalty, buying opulent homes, yachts and political influence. Cronies and insiders obtained huge loans with almost no collateral or totally worthless collateral. In cash for trash schemes, some borrowers used the funds to buy real estate owned by an S&L at inflated prices. And many of those who weren't deliberately pillaging their S&Ls were simply lousy business operatives, investing in everything from bull sperm banks, from bulls already deceased, in fact, to shopping centers in the desert. Others invested in highly speculative commercial real estate. Still others bought junk bonds that plunged in value immediately. Officials at the U.S. League of Savings Institutions, which supported the rules changes, now rue them. We didn't see the Buccaneers coming. We thought we were dealing with the traditional people we had always dealt with, admits Noel Fahy. They were. Donald Reagan, too, now says he has learned that there is an avaricious, greedy, criminal element in all industries. Takes one to know one. If he, had known then what I know now, I would not have favored so much deregulation. Weep, dear ones, at the lies, for it is you against whom they are perpetrated with no consequences of action. Just, however, as the danger of fraud was increasing, the government made its most disastrous mistake. It cut back on policing the industry. From 1980 to 1984, the rate of bank examinations per $1 billion in assets dropped by 55%. In May 1983, the Home Loan Bank Board requested 38 fewer examiners than in the previous year, of course. By late 1984, when the new head of the bank board, Ed Gray, began to realize how badly the thrifts were being plundered, he pleaded with the White House for more examiners. Reagan, who was leaving the Treasury to become White House Chief of Staff, didn't lift a finger to help us, Gray recalls. I suppose not, since Mr. Reagan, the fox, had set up the egg roll and positioned the hens. David Stockman, head of the Office of Management and Budget, would not even consider the request and passed it on to his deputy. Constance Horner simply upbraided him for being a regulator and said official policy was to reduce government supervision, not increase it. Horner argued that Gray could not fill the slots he already had. But Gray's hiring problems were at least partly caused by the low salary level set by her office to discourage qualified personnel. Dharma, we are to the point where things begin to happen to the computer and information is eaten. Let us close and pick up this subject again in the next chapter. Thank you for your service and you readers for your attention. I salute you who are awakening. You can set your path to right if you but want to and are willing to demand changes. So be it. Hayton to clear, please. Salom. Chapter 21. Rec number 4 Hayton. Sunday, October 14, 1995, 20 p.m. Year 4, day 59. Delay, then deception. During Reagan's first term, ideology drove many decisions that fostered the cover-up. During his second term, motives gradually shifted as the players started focusing on their own political and economic self-interest. Ed Gray, considered a hero by some for demanding more examiners, spent at least 2 years as a major link in the cover-up. In February 1986, the General Accounting Office issued a report saying that 1,300 of the 3,180 federally backed thrifts representing 42% of the industry's total assets were in financial trouble. Gray wrote an angry letter conceding the accuracy of the data but charging that the report tends to dramatically overstate the danger. If anything, the report was too cautious. But by then, the cover-up was approaching a conspiracy. In July 1986, financial expert Bert Ely remembers attending a congressional hearing and approaching a senior Treasury official who had been telling lawmakers the scandal was manageable. I said to him, "When are you all going to admit how big the problem is?" recalls Ely, one of the first analysts to gauge the true dimensions of the mess. He got angry and said to me, "Not on my watch." That mentality became the maxim of the administration: don't admit anything until we can leave town and elect Bush. But the administration was hardly alone in its penchant for denial and deception. Congressmen from both parties also played a major role. In 1986, the White House asked for a $15 billion increase in federal insurance funds to cope with the rising level of failure. The S&L industry opposed the plan on 2 grounds: thrifts would have to pay the bill, through future premiums, and a bigger fund meant more money to close down insolvent operations. So S&L lobbyists called their friends, including Representatives Jim Wright and Tony Coelho, then chairman of a major Democratic fundraising committee, who helped raise $213,000 for the party in the 1980s from some of the highest flyers in the thrift world. Wright had long been friendly with the Texas thrift industry, collecting $83,000 from S&L interests in the 1980s. When a Dallas developer, Craig Hall, approached him in 1986 and complained that federal regulators were harassing him, Wright interceded directly with Gray to get softer treatment for Hall, even pulling the bailout bill off the House calendar to emphasize his point. The bill never passed that year, and in 1987, both Wright and Coelho supported the thrift industry's demands to downsize the measure to $5 billion. There was one closed-door meeting of Democratic members of the House Banking Committee at which Wright railed against the bill and said the administration wanted $15 billion to close up my friends. Coelho later played a key role in persuading the House to reject the $15 billion and pass a $5 billion bailout. A $10.8 billion compromise was signed by President Reagan in November, more than a year after the bill was introduced and only 2/3 of its original size. Many other lawmakers went to bat for thrifts endangered by Ed Gray's born-again regulatory zeal. The Senate Ethics Committee is now investigating charges that the so-called Keating Five Democrats Alan Cranston, Don Regal, Dennis DeConcini, and John Glenn, plus Republican John McCain improperly interceded to block action against Charles Keating. Of course the lump of corrupt takers is far, far greater than 5 and thusly, they will eventually tattle on one another. Less well known, for instance, is Democrat Frank Annunzio of Illinois, chairman of the House subcommittee that monitors the thrift industry. Craig Simmons, a senior auditor for the GAO, says he caught unmitigated hell from Annunzio and St. Germain in March 1986, when he delivered an alarming assessment of the industry's health. The Chicago congressman is now engaged in a tough re-election battle, hampered largely by revelations that his 2 sons-in-law both work for the thrift industry. Since Texas was the focal point of the scandal, many Texas lawmakers got drawn into the issue. Then, of course, it became evident that California lawmakers were over their heads into the mess, by the dozens. Over the objections of many experts, two Republicans, Representative Steve Bartlett and Senator Phil Gramm, authored a key provision in the 1987 bill that allowed banks to operate with much lower capital than normal and thus conceal their true weakness. Critics regard the provision as a major factor in the cover-up, but Gramm says he was acting at Gray's request. Another lawmaker who helped the S&L industry was the late Claude Pepper, the Florida Democrat who headed the Rules Committee. Pepper, a recipient of $21,000 in POC contributions from S&Ls during the 1980s, bottled up a 1988 bill expanding the bailout fund started the previous year. Republican Representative Jim Leach of Iowa, the measure's author, says, Pepper wasn't going to let anything against S&L interests out of the committee. The cover-up impulse accelerated with the approach of the 1988 election. In January 1988, shortly after he became head of the bank board, Danny Wall met with Gao auditors who were painting an increasingly gloomy picture of the industry. The mood grew testy as Wall rejected the Gao's analysis and accused the auditors of being a bunch of morticians. Charles Bosher, the Gao's Comptroller General, became red in the face, according to several witnesses, shook his finger at Wall and left the room. Wall now contends that he could not discover the depth of the scandal because the thrifts themselves were guilty of a premeditated and intended effort to cover up the problem. In several letters to the Gao through 1987 and 1988, William B. O'Connell, president of the Thrifts Lobbying Organization, accused the auditors of trying to alarm the public and undermine confidence in the financial system by publishing their reports. Another group of professionals didn't acknowledge how serious the problem was. For instance, Alan Greenspan, now chairman of the Federal Reserve, but then a private consultant, wrote a letter to the Home Loan Bank Board in San Francisco in 1985 extolling Lincoln Savings as a vibrant and healthy institution that presents no foreseeable risk to the insurance system. Lincoln collapsed a few years later and could eventually cost the system over $2.5 billion. Federal regulators have filed more than 24 suits against accountants, charging complicity in the cover-up. In California, 29 of 31 insolvent S&Ls showed clean audits by these so-called honest accountants. The cover-up reached its high point in the final weeks of the 1988 campaign. Michael Dukakis was told to avoid the issue by Democrats worried about the role of Wright and others in fighting reform legislation. And the Bush campaign, run by James Baker, who had been White House Chief of Staff and Treasury Secretary as the crisis grew, was determined to keep it off the agenda. Baker had been a key figure in trying to limit the scope of bailout legislation in 1986 and 1987, even as the crisis was growing. In the campaign endgame, he and other GOP officials were instrumental in making sure bailout legislation wasn't discussed until after Bush was elected. This is the same man who has sold you out to Assad in Syria. Without bailout funds to close down insolvent thrifts, Wall began soon after the election to try to save struggling institutions. He negotiated dozens of deals with investors, who got lucrative subsidies and tax incentives to buy 179 S&Ls. Officials have now revealed that the probable cost of those deals, alone, had shot from $38 billion to a staggering $71 billion, prompting critics to charge the government had been taken to the cleaners. No, just you the people. Early in 1989, President Bush ended some of the cover-up by proposing that taxpayers be required to finance the S&L bailout and that a federal agency, the Resolution Trust Corporation, be created to manage it. But it took another 9 months to enact such measures on top of the full campaign year delay, and even the final bill contained deceptive provisions. Of the $50 billion provided, $30 billion was financed by bonds, only $20 billion by the Treasury. The result, $3 billion in added interest costs, but a lower short-term impact on the budget deficit. The bill does cut back some of the worst regulatory excesses of the Reagan years by beefing up capital requirements and restricting lending practices. But attempts to enact new and stiffer accounting rules have been thwarted in Congress. Think of it this way, however, look at the numbers of new rip-off jobs created at your expense and see how the RDC expedites the capture of the property of you the people and puts it into the hands of the wealthy elite. The cover-up continues. The Bush White House is trying to oust Simon, whose term has another year to run. And the RDC is running out of money fast. It has had to cancel a well-publicized sale of $300 million in seized assets because few buyers could be found. Much of official Washington is still ducking the truth and running to hide from that which sticks to themselves, somehow hoping that the problem will go away in all the other distractions dumped on you the people. Questions for the candidates. Here are a few questions voters might ask lawmakers to gauge what their position was as the S&L scandal grew. 1980, did you think it was wise to raise deposit insurance from $40,000 to $100,000? 1982, did you have any reservations about the Garnes-T-Germain bill that removed many restrictions on where thrifts could invest taxpayer-insured funds? 1986, did you believe bank regulators like Ed Gray and Paul Volcker and lawmakers like Senator Jake Garn when they said the thrift system was heading for collapse? If so, why didn't you act on bailout legislation? No bill was passed because of delays orchestrated by Representatives Jim Wright and Fernand St. Germain and Senator William Proxmire. And, sick, you thought Proxmire was the golden god on the white horse uncovering all those nitty over expenditures. 1987, did you believe lobbyists for the thrift industry who argued that bailout plans should allow S&Ls liberal leeway to recover? How did you vote on the Jim Leach amendment to limit direct investments by thrifts? 1988, Was there a reasonable alternative to the do-nothing policy of both parties during the presidential campaign? Auditors said the problem grew by over $50 billion that year. Dharma, I would ask you to please reprint here in the article, jail the real SNL crooks. Here's a list for starters. George, take careful note of these people. A foretaste of the political explosion building up in the United States over the wrecking job done on the economy and banking system came bubbling to the surface in Seattle, Washington on July 25. The scene was the Scottish Rite Temple, 1155 Broadway Avenue Southeast. The occasion, a public meeting of the Not With My Bucket Brigade, a group of irate taxpayers and others who oppose the federal bailout of the savings and loans, S&Ls. The organizers were Mike Siegel from the Seattle NBC affiliate King M Radio, and John Hinterberger, staff columnist for the Seattle Times. The two had organized the meeting over the previous month, through their columns and talk shows. Siegel, a New York lawyer turned talk show host, is the president of the National Association of Talk Show Hosts. The meeting, filmed by the local NBC television affiliate, and by ABC stations from Los Angeles and New York, was featured on National Network News July 26. Siegel aims to turn the Seattle meeting into the model for a national movement. The purpose? I don't care what anybody says. Throw all the bastards out, every incumbent. Enough is enough, what we need is to get those criminals and find out where their money is. The target? The SNL bankers ripping us off for $2,500 each, forever, and the congressmen and senators who helped them do it. I don't want to see these people go to the federal country club jails. I want them out in the sun and the rain with wood-handled picks, breaking rocks. This scene is going to be repeated across the country this summer, and into the fall, and not because some newspaper columnist or talk show host encourages it. It's going to happen anyway. Why? Because people have had it. There's a depression going on, and it is getting worse. They've been lied to. They've been ripped off. Savings have been wiped out. Families have been destroyed. Pensions have been wiped out. They're too late rent or mortgage payments away from being thrown onto the streets to join the ranks of the homeless. People are angry. They're frightened. They want to get even. Someone's going to pay. The sinkhole of corruption now coming to light around the SNL fiasco has been the last straw. The country's going to hell and the sleaze is getting bailed out. A visit to Scadden ARPs. Well, wise up, or you are going to get taken for a sucker again. Do you want to know who grabbed your savings, who stripped you of your pension, who is going to put you on the street? Then go down to the New York City law firm Scadden, ARPs, Slate Meagher, and Flum 919, 3rd Avenue, New York, 10022, telephone number 212-371-6000. Ask for Joe Flum, if you can find him. Any list that doesn't start with Flum's law firm isn't what it says it is. Hayton, I would also include the firm of Shea and Gould, if I were you. Since 1977 to 78 it been the law firm Scadden, ARPs which introduced most of the changes in legal practice, whether through Congress, the courts, or somewhere else, which bankrupted the country, bankrupted the banking system, bankrupted the S&Ls, and saddled everyone with $21 trillion in combined accumulated debt and speculation. If you want to talk about jailing sleaze, you should start with Scadden, ARPs. Go after the looters and the asset strippers on their client list, among them James Goldsmith, the fallen Drexel, Burnham and Michael Milken, Goldman, Sachs & Co., Morgan Stanley, Rothschild Incorporated. And the mobsters, the representatives of what used to be called organized crime, the Boskis, the Ricklases, the Steinbergs, the Pickenses, the Eikens, the Lorenzos, the Bellsbergs, the Lindners. The thugs who did their dirty work and were called arbitrageurs, takeover artists, green mailers, asset strippers, anything but mobsters and thugs. You don't want to go after these criminals? Then don't start talking about throwing people in jail. This is the crowd that looted the country for the account of their masters in the City of London. Remember Carter and Volcker? You want to talk about corruption in the S&Ls? Then you want to talk about Paul Volcker, the thug whom Jimmy Carter appointed Federal Reserve Chief. Remember him? 12 years ago, he was the one who put interest rates through the roof. He's the one who bankrupted the S&Ls by 1981. And then what? Did you ever hear of the New York investment house Salomon Brothers? They are the ones who invented something called mortgage-backed securities. Congress in 1981 passed a law which ordered S&Ls to sell their mortgages outstanding, and to write off losses incurred in the sales against taxes paid before 1978. Salomon Brothers, thanks to Henry Kissinger's business partner, William Simon, a former Treasury Secretary and Salomon bond trader, was the only investment house in the country with the setup to handle the sales. They borrowed cheap outside the country, to finance the mortgages through changes in government agencies like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. They got the government to put its faith and credit behind the international market they had created to loot the S&Ls Volcker bankrupted. Mortgages traded as securities became the basis for the off-balance sheet liabilities which helped finish off the banking system as a whole. Jim Wright, the front man for S&L sleaze, got thrown out of Congress. Who took his place as Speaker of the House? Tom Foley, the congressman from Salomon Brothers. What is Salomon Brothers? It is owned, in part, by the commodity trading arm of the Oppenheimer Gold, Diamond, and Raw Materials Syndicate through the Oppenheimer subsidiary Fibro. It is the same crowd which works through Scadden, ARPs. Along came Bush. You want to clean this up? Then you've got to get rid of what the Japanese call American flea market economics. That is what it is. This is the crowd which has looted the United States in the name of deregulation and flea market economics. Jimmy Carter again, he started the deregulation of the banking system, of transportation, and utilities. Then under Reagan, who was it? It was George Bush and Donald Reagan, chairman and vice chairman of the Presidential Commission on Regulatory Relief. They set the rules under which the country was driven into bankruptcy after 1982. You want to talk about corruption? Take a look at what used to be the First Republic Bank of Dallas and how it was taken over by North Carolina National Bank. Take a look at Texas Commerce Bank shares and how it was taken over by Chemical Bank from New York. Take a look at the buyout of RJR Nabisco, the $25 billion deal of the century, and which shareholders pocketed the cash. Then go visit Skadden, ARPs. And you will find lots and lots more that you never thought about. So be it. Dharma, it has been far too long a day at this keyboard, allow us to close. Thank you for this day of service. I am sorry to work so many hours, but the work must be going forth and the time is short. There is simply no way to get it all into your hands, so we will pick and choose and give you what appears most appropriate and in priority for your attention and action. You can make a big impact, dear ones, in November at election polls. Salam. Chapter 22. Rec number 1 Hayton. Monday, October 15, 1990, 7:50 a.m. year 4 day 60. Today's watch. Hayton present to walk with you through the valley of shadows that you can find your way. I come in service unto you, my brothers, and in humble and total service unto God. So be it. God has sent you help. Will you hear our call? On the watch today I shall remind you of some most evident and pertinent facts. The economy is being held in some manner of hype until after the November elections. The price of gold is only down while Russia is selling a large amount of the metal to raise needed funds. It is now time to buy. The price is further being brought down to enable the elite to transfer their funds from investments in market stocks and into gold. That is your proof that the intent is to take it through the roof. You must understand, however, that we can only work with probabilities against that which is already laid forth in the establishment elite's plans. It is a time of chaotic changes as one plan is botched and an alternative put in place. If you get those incumbent criminals out of their cemented places in Congress and your state houses, you have a good chance to change circumstances. This, of course, is because the new rulers will not be as brave as the entrenched crooks. If the public speaks loudly enough, the voices shall be heard and you can regain control, for those remaining in power will take note. It is up to you to act, for the worst financial impact is yet to hit you in the problems of the banks, insurance companies, and pension/retirement systems. Beware, plans are to give you some incredible emergency disasters prior to that November election date, to bring the public to your knees in prayerful begging to the elite for funds to regain stability. They are truly considering a massive quake on the Hayward and San Andreas faults to keep Californians from the polls. You think they would not do such a thing? Think again. Not only would they do it if you don't reveal their plans publicly, they will do it. You are being manipulated in order to keep the support criminals in office through this coming election. I herein repeat something: the money stolen is hidden by the ones who thieved it. As a nation you must rise up and demand the crooks who took it to return it, and your debt and deficits will be paid in full, as they have manufactured enough money to match any missing funds. You will find it all in the control of the elite, removed into the hands of the foreign masters. Try London and the Swiss banks, as well as tucked nicely into investments and the World Bank. Begin with the Federal Reserve and Congress and you will bring stability again unto your nation. You start by getting rid of incumbents who have been in office for more than one term, i.e., the Pickles, Cranstons, etc. Please take note. Members of Congress themselves continue to collect fat pension checks, even if they are convicted criminals. Until you change that, dear ones, you will have criminals in the seats of government. There is no reason to cease to criminalize, for you forgive and pay them for your misery. Think most carefully about this thing which is consuming your very existence. As millions of workers fear, rightfully so, as we will outline shortly, for the health of their pension plans, targeted by corporate raiders as cash cows and abetted by a Congress content to do nothing as the catastrophe unfolds. If a member of Congress is convicted of a felony, even one connected to his official duties, he or she can still pick up a hefty taxpayer-financed pension when reaching retirement age, which the majority of old congressmen have done. The payments, based upon the number of years the lawbreakers have served in Congress, and regularly adjusted to reflect cost of living increases, provide the shamed Solons with a generous subsidy. Further, as the crimes were being committed, there are always arrangements on the side to be provided with luxurious living facilities, as with Reagan, and influential jobs within the industries they supported during their tenure in the government. James Wright, for instance, lives in a wealthy manner and makes well over $600,000 annually. I suppose that might be worth a little humble pie eating. Funny thing about the laws, and this should point out how bad the situation has become, under current law treason is the only offense for which members of Congress can be denied their pensions. That should include the whole of Congress. Even those ones you think, and themselves believe, are serving well, have removed your existence into the hands of a national Congress when the right of law is within your sovereign states. So, therefore, all commit treason whether by ignorance or total intent. Study your Constitution. We shall give a bit of credit to one efforting representative, John Porter, R.L., who is seeking to put an end to the scandal. I suggest you take note, for it has not even been considered prior to the election, wherein a lot of old long-standing congressmen might well be put to pasture this fall. Mr. Porter has a bill which would prevent lawmakers from receiving their federal pensions if they are convicted of a felony. The bill, H.R. 4292, would refund members' own contributions to their own pension funds but would return any government contributions to the U.S. Treasury. A very mild measure indeed. You still believe this does not happen? Well, here are a few smatterings of ones who are basically not recognized, for the real culprits don't get put on the list publicly for a very long period of time. Real crime allows a trip to Club Fed and good cover-up on a continuing basis if one is dangerous to the establishment, that one gains a lethal brain tumor, assassination, suicide, and / or worse, but the pension goes on to the widows and orphans for services rendered in the line of duty. Ex-Rep Cornelius Gallagher, DN.J, income tax evasion, still receives $52,986 annually. I suppose that makes Red Fox and Willie Nelson feel real good. Ex-Rep Charles Diggs, D-Mitch, misappropriated government funds and took kickbacks from his own staff $49,668 a year. Ex-Sen Harrison Williams, DN.J, convicted of accepting a bribe of sizable amount $48,720. Ex-Rep John Murphy, DN.Y, convicted of accepting more than $50,000 in one bribe $48,504. Ex-Rep Richard Hanna, D. California, convicted of accepting a bribe $36,420. Now, dear ones, these are convictions on only one count. This does not require return of any funds stolen, and by the time there is court procedure, the money taken is well tucked away in unfindable locations and corporations. If there is a conviction on one count, you can be sure that there are multiple counts unmentioned. Remember also, that there are additional ex-lawmakers found guilty of felonies who have not yet reached retirement age but who will begin receiving taxpayer-financed pensions. These public servants come from the four directions of the wind as to geographic location. I believe you can see why no one wishes to take a stand against the blight. All but a tiny few are guilty of a felony offense. This, further, is why a budget waited for finalizing until after the fact to get it passed without attention to individuals, so many are guilty of treason against you the people. Scandal to dwarf SNL crisis. We will speak of things herein that follow as night follows day and the problems of the banking industry, as recognized separate from the S&Ls. I shall speak of the looting of the pension/retirement funds. I shall, however, use data which you can check and confirm from April 1990, because a careful effort is being made to hide all current figures until after elections in November. This problem will dwarf the SNL crisis. The administration officials are constantly meeting behind closed doors to plan emergency measures against the day when the public finally realizes its retirement money is being stolen in larger amounts than through the S&Ls. White House Chief of Staff John Sununu, he gets his share of attention these days, has been alerted and is totally frantic by memoranda warning that the nation's pension funds, worth some $1.6 trillion in aggregate, have been looted by fraud and abuse that will dwarf the savings and loan scandal when it comes to light, as Labor Department Inspector General Raymond Maria put it in a report finding its way to the public in early April 1990. Under the take the money and run ethics of the Reagan era, regulators and auditors are blocked and thwarted when they attempt to protect pension plans from plunder by unscrupulous promoters and speculators. This according to the Inspector General, whose office polices some 870,000 private retirement programs nationwide, in a follow-up memo. And if you believe these ones have effort to stop the plunder, please contact me for a cheap deal on the Golden Gate Bridge, right after the earthquake. The stampede of corporate greed that makes a practice of stripping cash from employee old age funds was denounced by more than one senator at a recent series of hearings into attempts by the new owners of the Coleman Corp and other firms to skim tens of millions of dollars from the so-called surplus of their pension plans. Remember, herein we are only giving examples which can be checked out on your placement so as to not confuse information from radio signals or telephone communications. Former FBI agent. While Maria, a former FBI agent, did not specify the unscrupulous promoters and speculators he cited in his reports, administration sources and congressional investigators speaking privately made it clear that his indictment was aimed at the junk bond financiers and market manipulators who have taken over some of the best-known old-line U.S. corporations. Explained Dr. Aldo Milinkovic, a former Treasury auditor who is now a Wall Street financial services analyst. 10 years ago, the Bulova Watch Co., Revlon Cosmetics, the McCrory Corp., National Forge, Pacific Lumber Co., Standard Gravure, to name just a tiny few well-known firms, all had generously endowed, dependable retirement plans for their employees. But during the Reagan years, all these pension funds were gutted and closed. What the employees got instead are so-called annuities serviced by private providers. Apart from the disadvantage that annuities generally pay fewer and smaller benefits than employer-owned retirement plans, they are hazardous. If the insurance company that has contracted to provide them runs into financial trouble, the payments stop and insurance companies are sometimes established in order to go defunct to obviate payments. There is no federal insurance or state compensation to aid elderly workers who are suddenly left without an income in their shadow years. That is what will happen to aging employees in every one of those long familiar workplaces, from Bulova to Revlon to Nabisco, etc., if the firm that services their annuities, Executive Life Insurance Co., for instance, sails into rough waters where it already sits atop the sandbar. This is not just speculation. Executive Life is a subsidiary of First Executive Corp., a California financial services outfit known as a major junk bond player. On April 10, First Executive announced that it had lost nearly $1 billion in 1989 on total revenues of $1.90 billion, a dizzying drop, due mostly to the collapse of the junk bond market. This is a big insurance outfit, and it isn't busted yet, but it may be headed that way, says Michael Dennison, a Wall Street securities dealer who follows insurance stocks. If it goes belly up, nearly 70,000 workers for whom it services annuities will be left stranded. I further suggest to you who like a challenge check into the involvement of a law firm called Shea & Gould. I further suggest that some of you check into the level of knowledge of all the rip-off scams with judicial involvement from a firm called Bunker, Byram and Kimball in Bakersfield, California, if you want to have a bad case of hives. Dharma and Oberle have been set up and ripped off by the thieves from onset of their case regarding their property. Somehow, this little law firm in this all-American village can afford an entire top floor of the most luxurious building in the city. You do not glean that kind of income from standing forth in behalf of the wrong public. So be it. Ones affiliated with those leeches should look within and see what God might have done for thee and reconsider actions and locations. Is security through deceit and plunder worth thine very souls? Again, so be it. The breath of God given in truth for service can as easily be removed. This is for those who would deliberately turn from truth and God's service as well as away from the true intent of the constitutional justice system. There will be no peace within for those who sell of their souls unto the devil. There are a number of other major annuity providers, national insurance firms such as Cigna, Prudential, Aetna, and Equitable, who have loaded down their portfolios with junk bonds in these recent years, so beware as the dominoes begin to fall. Alert, federal authorities, who maintain a minimal safety net for some 40 million workers in the nation's pension plan system under the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corp., will accept no responsibility for any retiree whose old age plan has been exchanged for the sort of annuity services provided by First Executive and other insurance firms. Other ways to rob you: skimming off the surplus from a pension fund and trading in the rest for a cheaper annuity program is by no means the only way speculators and fast-buck financiers chisel uncounted millions from the hard-earned old age reserves of the nation's workers. When FBI agents and bank examiners seized the giant SunTrust Savings Bank in Miami in March 1990, they found that its chairman, David Paul, another leading junk bond financier, had exchanged the stocks and bonds in the employee retirement account with SunTrust shares securities, which are now, with SunTrust insolvent, just about worthless. Paul is only a typical pension fund pirate, which should give you worse hives. Paul spent tens of millions of company dollars on personal luxuries that were nothing short of grandiose. Teams of famous European chefs were flown to Miami for his dinner parties, $1 million artworks for his mansion, a $10 million yacht, studded with gold nails in the master deck suite, all this extravagance while SunTrust Bank was washing down the drain. Now thousands of ordinary Americans who work for SunTrust and its subsidiaries will not just find themselves jobless, the elderly and exhausted among them who are eligible for a modest retirement will face a gutted pension fund and declining years of poverty. Horror show. Like so many Reagan-era money magnates, Paul was not even a businessman or a financier, he was a parasite who preyed on the nation's resources. Bush and his aides know this, and they expect a storm of outrage and protest when the public finds out about the pension fund scandal. Therefore, all means possible are being employed to keep it from public knowledge until the dictatorship is more firmly in place and fall elections are over. It is up to you, the public. Who was sleeping? A greater mystery of mysteries is why Americans have not yet risen up in righteous wrath over the collapse of the nation's S&Ls. You just go along while name-calling continues in Congress and nothing is done except charge the taxpayer more and more and more. Who has fallen asleep at the wheel while the pension funds of the hard-working, tax-paying citizens were being looted by thieves in three-piece suits? Where were the people when the banks were being destroyed? Oh, you want to blame God's hosts for allowing you to sleep on and on and on? We tried, brothers, we certainly tried, and you shot at our scribes and denounced the truth as the greatest fraud against mankind. Ah yes, we have tried unceasingly. Where have you, the public, been in your days of sleepwalking? Attending the World Series and Super Bowl, perhaps. So be it. The reason, dear hearts, is that you still do not understand the absolute enormity of the damage done, and will not react personally until your own taxes are hiked to pay for the cleanup, which will now be endless. People will, however, definitely react with unbounded anger when their pension checks bounce because some corporate crook has cleaned out the account never to be seen again. That is exactly what is happening to the nation's pension funds. The specter of imminent collapse of the nation's retirement funds is scaring the politicians greatly, and, as you will hopefully note from the above, they are already deep at work in distractions, war planning, and instigation, and instituting other plans for damage control against public outrage. They should be making, instead, plans to restore the health of the pension funds themselves and for calling to account the thieves who have brought this collapse. Billions of dollars have simply disappeared, the perpetrators are going unpunished, and the public is getting the proverbial shaft. So what else is new, Hayton? Oh yes, dear hearts, there are measures which could set it to right if you insist on it being done. Who's responsible? Start at the top. The president may claim that he inherited the problem from his predecessor, but he has been in office for 2 years now and, so far, no action. Congress has been aware of the problem since its inception and has been content to let it fester and churn. Again, no action. And the corporate pirates who have actually taken the money are still free and enjoying the fruits of their immoral and illegal enterprises, having scattered the funds most carefully against recovery into the nations of the world and hidden corporations. When will you, the people, learn to play the game? Why are you always the loser? Why must God's work always be forfeited? We give you instructions and you act as if we have handed you the poison cup. Will no one act in behalf of God? All of these people involved should be held liable for violation of the public trust, starting with those in your governmental houses who have made unlawful but legal laws to facilitate the crimes. Can you not step forward in your own goodness and require that these criminals be held liable for violation of the public trust? One modest proposal for action: loot the Congressional Retirement Fund, one of the most generous on earth, and recall those already being distributed to ability and extent, and stop further payments. Even congressional felons are kept comfortably by you taxpayers, as shown clearly above. When Congress gets into the casting about for funds to restore the pensions of retired workers, demand that the extremely generous pensions members of Congress receive be diverted to making up the shortfall in the average worker's retirement. Vote out all those who voted for the most recent pay hike. Clean House and Senate too. Get them before they get you. I suggest you go for it in a big way while you are at it. Refuse to further support the plunder, genocide, and mass stupidity. Do you ever get angry? Public citizens, do you ever get righteously angry? Do you ever want to lash out at gross injustice, at political corruption and the violations of your rights as given forth in your Constitution? Or do you just drift while expecting someone else to protect your rights, maybe perhaps your government? I think you begin to see that it will never be so. If you do, you must be in an endless dither trying to figure out just which battle to take on today. Listening to a newscast or reading the daily paper gives you the feeling that you are being maneuvered into a series of new battles to be fought at the time and place the enemy selects. You are told with authority that you can't win them all. The fact is, you have hardly won any, up to now. Despite this, there is a sure way to protect yourselves against all present and potential invasions to your liberties, and to regain the ground already lost. This should come as no surprise. You wouldn't have these battles on your hands now if you had followed the rule established by your founding fathers and kept the Constitution in full force and effect. Thomas Jefferson told you there was but one way to do it: bind down those we are obliged to trust with power by the chains of the Constitution. It was the best possible advice for staying out of the clutches of tyrants in the first place, and is the only possible way you can get out of the present dilemma. Once you released the politicians and bureaucrats from their constitutional chains, they began extending their power over you as swiftly and totally as possible, and in a multitude of different ways. If you fight them the hard way, one fruitless battle at a time, you will be drawn into every kind of a battle your enemy wants to fight, just like the attorneys who never end a case in order to continue the dole, and on the terms the enemy imposes. The skillful multiplications of these minor conquests was designed to exhaust the people and leave you little time, energy, or resources for the main job of restoring freedom. Try the Liberty Amendment, which has been designed to fight all the multitude of apparently different battles at once and win by restoring the Constitution to full force and effect. Once the amendment is applied, a multitude of diversified battles will be won. Look carefully over the following list of battles that would be won by the application of the Liberty Amendment. The list is by no means complete, but if one or more of these may be passing through your now thinking minds, body, and soul, then get together for the main event and win them all at once, and win back your blessings of liberty, because the Liberty Amendment will balance the federal budget by reducing federal spending to a level which you can afford, by limiting federal spending to only those purposes specified in the Constitution. Stop the withholding tax, and restore the right of the worker to take home a full paycheck. Stop IRS audits of your personal income and affairs. Bring down interest rates, thereby again making it possible for people, especially young people, to enjoy the American dream of being able to own their homes, as earlier generations were able to do. Stop inflation caused by government deficit spending. Restore to city and county officials the right to run local affairs without federal interference and dictation. Get rid of the Federal Department of Energy's unconstitutional manipulation of and interference with energy production. Transfer to the states and the people the millions of acres of land, comprising 1/3 of the total land area of the country, which are now held by federal government agencies in violation of the U.S. Constitution. Enable people to support charities of their own choice instead of supporting expensive federal bureaucracies. Stop the U.S. government from taxing Americans to finance communism and to support foreign governments with foreign aid. Due to deficit spending, foreign aid has in effect been financed with borrowed money. The cost of the aid and the consequent compounding of the interest on the national debt has now reached approximately $3 trillion more than the national debt. Terminate the princely privilege of rent-free, tax-exempt, subsidized political enterprises. Stop the political foul-up of your economy, where high taxes and stacks of regulations, plus foreign aid to your competitors, cause the destruction of domestic industries. Stop the federal government from being the #1 arms and munitions merchant to the world. Restore obedience to the Constitution, and put you back on the road of greatness through liberty. Halt federal confiscation of properties and enterprises through high taxes and burdensome regulations. Limit the Defense Department to the business of defending you, and stop it from operating commercial enterprises in competition with those it is supposed to defend. Bring your troops and equipment home from the Middle East. Stop the meddling in disputes that are none of Americans' business. Stop providing military enforcement of special interests for the wealthy elite establishment cartels such as with oil and other banking ripoffs. Get the power business back to economic management. Permanently arrest the threat of socialized medicine and bring costs of same into affordable limits. Rescue you from the politicians' Ponzi scheme social security trap. Cut federal spending to less than half of what it is now and then bring it totally under control through the constitutional procedures, Put an end to the IRS being used to harass and intimidate citizens who speak up for their rights under the Constitution. Demonstrate the power and benefits of liberty to the captive peoples of the world and give forth example of that which to pattern governments. Stop impoverishing the taxpayers with poverty programs. Halt the unconstitutional federal control and takeover of public schools, restore schools to local control. Terminate federal controls, interference, and harassment of private schools. Eliminate the special privilege of tax exemption for foundations. Curtail federal government controls over human food and health products. Restore your independence from foreign entanglements. Prevent surrendering the U.S. to world government. Stop the corruption of urban renewal. Eliminate the use of federal mental health programs as political weapons. Restore to the states the right to set speed limits on the highways. Liberate farmers from federal controls. Halt the federal harassments of mining industries which is hindering domestic production and causing needless and dangerous dependence on foreign sources. Restore honest money. Abolish the Federal Reserve debt money swindle. Resume gold and silver coinage. Stop lending tax dollars to special interests. Halt the terrible waste of billions of hours and billions of dollars worth of effort now wasted in filling out unnecessary federal government forms. Stop the federal government from funding programs which incite racial tensions and strife. Restore to elected state and local governments the powers which have been usurped by unelected regional government bureaucracies. Let the people concentrate on productive pursuits instead of spending time, energy, and money playing crazy tax loophole games. Limit federal courts to judicial affairs, stop unconstitutional judicial legislation. Stop government competition with private enterprise. Put an end to the federal takeover of local police forces by means of federal grants, controls, and guidelines. Stop the IRS from interfering with religious affairs. Stop the one world order now underway through the usurpation of the government by the United Nations which is run by the establishment elite. And oh, yes. Don't forget it will repeal the federal personal income tax. This tax is illegal and enforced by a private police force. It will return the government into the hands of you the people. It will re-establish state sovereignty and politicians will be directly and locally answerable to you the people. There are so many more advantages that I have not the time to list here. Since so many problems would be solved by this one act and since so many people's special areas of interest are covered by it, why shouldn't you apply yourselves to the one great task of passing the Liberty Amendment? The amendment is drawn and ready for support and action. Why do you not utilize it to regain control of all that which has been ripped from you? There is no need to fight on all the separate fronts when you can unite and approach freedom from the positive standpoint. The Liberty Amendment would automatically eliminate many threats you now fear, rectify wrongs that have occurred, and promote a climate of freedom and security for all of you. There are 9 of your wondrous states who have endorsed the Liberty Amendment: Wyoming, Texas, Nevada, Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Arizona, and Indiana. I suggest that the majority of you the people have never been allowed to so much as hear about such a thing. So be it, for you who lag will be had in the final tally and bring your brethren down with you. For further information I suggest you contact America West Publishers phone and address given, and / or contact Yes on 23, Box 2386, El Cajon, California 92021. Phone, 619-579-8500. You will be able to establish personalization of all records and petition forms to suit individual state requirements. Text of Liberty Amendment. Sector 1. The government of the United States shall not engage in any business, professional, commercial, financial or industrial enterprise except as specified in the Constitution. Sector 2. The Constitution or laws of any state, or the laws of the United States, shall not be subject to the terms of any foreign or domestic agreement which would abrogate this amendment. Sector 3. The activities of the United States government which violate the intent and purposes of this amendment shall within a period of 3 years from the date of the ratification of this amendment, be liquidated and the properties and facilities affected shall be sold. Sector 4. 3 years after the ratification of this amendment, the 16th article of amendments to the Constitution of the United States shall stand repealed, and thereafter Congress shall not levy taxes on personal incomes, estates, and / or gifts. By the way, if you contact your federal congressman you will probably be told that the Liberty Amendment is dead, or you will get total lack of information. This has happened in almost every instance as our workers have contacted senators and representatives. I suggest you go with your fellow citizens and bypass the federal Congress, for you can see that you will put the criminals out of business. Take positive action and you can turn your predicament into the glory of a national rebirthing. I petition you make the effort. Vote very carefully in the upcoming election and take control, once again, of your nation through your Constitution. You can do it if you want to. Allow us to close as the writing has been indeed long. Thank you for your service. Dharma, and you of the group who work endlessly in behalf of your brothers. I salute you in humble honor and appreciation. I move to stand by. Haton to clear. Chapter 23. Rec number 1 Haton. Wednesday, October 17, 1990, 8:57 a.m. Year 4 Day 62. Today's watch. Haton present within the light and in total service unto the holy God of divine creation and unto you, my earth brethren of all nations. Salom and Salu. Be most observant as the World Series returns to the San Francisco Bay Area. The earthquake was 1 year ago today, and anniversaries are wondrous days to make points unto the unsuspecting. Most important notice. I have great bombardment flying back at my scribe and discounting of Hayton regarding the subject of Zionists and Zionism and anti-Semite hogwash again thrust at us. We hate no one and, further, one has nothing to do with the other. The protocols are a Zionist blueprint for gaining total control of your world. It is time you ones of the dream see the truth of the nightmare. Ones believing themselves to simply be far-sighted leaders of the nations have fallen into the trap and know not more than you, the reader. I would certainly suggest that you the people make sure your leaders are apprised of the information, Jew and Gentile, atheist and agnostic, Buddhist, or Muslim, Islamic or Satanist, the latter because it makes sure they know that you know and will not tolerate the evil. So be it, and may God touch of your hearts that you may see and hear this truth. I am herein stressing this point which has been missed by many ones reading the immediately prior express and / or journal chapter. The Zionist protocols were produced from the meetings of the Zionist men of wisdom. They were brought forth from the recordings of Nilus and appeared in written format around 1884. They were published in 1920 by Small, Maynard & Co., using the source herein. Zionist has naught to do with Judaism, Jewism, nor religions. Zionism is a political reference. The word protocol was used to signify a flyleaf pasted at the top of an official document, bearing either the opening formula or a summary of the contents for convenient reference. The word came to mean also the minutes of the proceedings. In this instance, the protocols mean the draft of the plan of action of the Jewish leaders. There have been many such drafts in Jewish history since the dispersion, but few of them have come into general circulation. In all, the principles and morality are as old as the tribe. By way of illustration, we give an instance which occurred in the 15th century. In 1492, Kemmer, chief rabbi of Spain, wrote to the Grand Sanhedrin, which had its seat in Constantinople, for advice when a Spanish law threatened expulsion. This was the reply. Beloved brethren in Moses, we have received your letter in which you tell us of the anxieties and misfortunes which you are enduring. We are pierced by as great pain to hear it as yourselves. The advice of the grand satraps and rabbis is the following. 1. As for what you say that the king of Spain obliges you to become Christian, do since you cannot do otherwise. 2. As for what you say about the command to despoil you of your property, make your sons merchants that they may despoil, little by little, the Christians of theirs. 3. As for what you say about making attempts on your lives, make your sons doctors and apothecaries that they may take away Christians' lives. 4. As for what you say of their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics in order that they may destroy their churches. 5. As for the many other vexations you complain of, arrange that your sons become advocates and lawyers, and see that they always mix in affairs of state, that by putting Christians under your yoke you may dominate the world and be avenged on them. 6. Do not swerve from this order that we give you, because you will find by experience that, humiliated as you are, you will reach the actuality of power. Signed, Prince of the Jews of Constantinople. The protocols given to the world by Nilus are only the latest earth-known edition of the Jewish Leaders Program. Earlier editions have been carefully secreted and guarded. Remember, these were produced around the year 1884. Continuation of prior subject. Herzlow's dream of setting up a Zionist homeland in Palestine was the subject under review, and we shall continue from where we stopped writing on the day before yesterday. Arab preponderance among the inhabitants did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Zionists. Only some justification was needed to rationalize or excuse the incursion by the Jews of the diaspora, those scattered throughout the world, into the territory of another people. Then as now, many people were appalled at this nervy design of ingathering the Jews into Palestine at the cost of dislodging the Arab natives, who for centuries had farmed the land and brought Palestine some measure of stability. However, then as now, people were silenced in their rational objections to such an unjust proceeding by trumped-up charges of anti-Semitism. It was one named Jacob de Haas, an intimate of the late Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, who wrote that Zionists purposely used the word Jew synonymously with Zionist to give political Zionism the protection from criticism enjoyed by religious Judaism. Writing in his Decadence of Judaism in Our Time, Moshe Menuhin says that Zionism has served to stultify, brainwash, and inoculate the amorphous body of world Jewry with the virus of secular, rampant Jewish political nationalism. Jewish education under the pretense of spiritual and religious immunity or liberty has been instituted everywhere. Balfour Declaration. The origin of modern Israel has nothing to do with any religious miracle, but is instead the product of international politics of the most sordid and treacherous kind. To see what happened, begin with 1915, when imperialist Germany was threatening England's interests in the Mideast. At that time, in order to gain the support of the Arabs against the Germans, the British promised the Arabs sovereignty over Palestine, provided that the Arabs would revolt against the Turks who then held the area. Turkey, allied with Germany, was an enemy of England in World War I. The Arabs, believing the promises of the British to liberate them from the Turks, obligingly revolted and, after an exceedingly bloody and hard-fought campaign, helped General Edmund Allenby capture Palestine in 1917. The first of a long and tragic series of betrayals now began. The British welched on their pledges to the Arabs. Instead of turning over the administration of Palestine to the Arabs, they decided to keep it for themselves. The reason was that England had secretly double-crossed the Arabs, even while the latter were fighting and dying with General Allenby in the campaign against the Turks. To see what happened, we must return to the war in Europe, which was then raging. By the fall of 1916, the war was bogged down on the Western Front. The Germans, fighting on two fronts, were heavily occupied with Russia, and it was not until their decisive victory at Tannenberg that the Kaiser was able to begin to give more attention to fighting against the British and French. England had tried everything possible to induce America to enter the war on her side, but America's historic policy of non-intervention was too strong to permit the U.S. to be a catspaw for the ambition of international interests. Woodrow Wilson was re-elected in 1916 on the slogan, "He kept us out of the war." Within a few weeks a secret deal was concluded, and immediately the powerful Zionists of America launched a propaganda campaign to bring the hapless Americans into a war for ends they did not remotely comprehend. At the same time, Wilson's key advisors, Supreme Court Justice Louis D. Brandeis and Colonel E. Mondale House, went to work on the president. Balfour Declaration pays off. It did not take long, only 5 or 6 months, for the powerful international Zionist conspiracy to bring America into the war. The slogan selected by the war criminals was, "Make the world safe for democracy." Wilson, pressed by the Zionists, who foresaw fruition of their dreams in the British promises, was caught on his own dagger of campaign promises. Perhaps not unlike Mr. Bush, who genuinely felt he could arrange not to raise taxes. Be a bit kind to these leaders who thought they could see a way and became totally mired within the quicksand trap. Persuaded by Justice Brandeis and the cabal, Wilson sought anxiously to find a way out of his campaign declarations of neutrality. The Zionist-influenced press renewed headline protests relating to the, by then, 2-year-old sinking of a British ship, the Lusitania. The newspapers created a war scare response in the American public, and, when President Wilson went before Congress and told of the sinking of another British ship on which American lives were lost, the Congress and American public frenziedly cried out for revenge and war. 5 months after his election on the peace platform, a Zionist-controlled Wilson had America at war. In this particular, it is interesting to read the following sidelight on Wilson's call for war, from the Makers of War, by the Right Honorable Francis Nielsen, MP. Wilson, desperate to find a pretext to enter the war, found it at last in a story of the sinking of the Sussex in mid-channel. Someone had invented the yarn that American lives had been lost. With this excuse he went to Congress for a declaration of war. Afterward the Navy found that the Sussex had not been sunk, and no American lives were lost. What think ye that ye might ultimately find has transpired in Iraq? Brandeis represents Zionist cabal. Authors Jacob DeFlaws and Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, in their book, The Great Betrayal, reveal that Louis Dombitz Brandeis, leader of the Zionists of America, played a major role in writing and polishing the Balfour Declaration. Early in 1917, Balfour came to Washington and met Brandeis. Actually, the final draft had been sent to Brandeis even before Balfour's secretaries had shown it to their foreign secretary employer. Since Brandeis had a close relationship with President Wilson, his dual political interest with Zionism and with the Balfour Declaration was carefully concealed from the public, especially since Wilson had named him to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1916. Balfour and Prime Minister Lloyd George both said that by the declaration they always meant an eventual Zionist state, and that intent is well documented. The Balfour Declaration legal foundation for the present state of Israel was formally, if quietly, issued on November 2, 1917. The declaration is in the form of a letter from Lord Arthur, then English Foreign Secretary, to Lionel Walter Rothschild. The declaration makes 2 pledges. 1. His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a Jewish national home, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate this objective. 2. A promise is made to the Arabs that nothing shall be done to the Arabs which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. Looking back, C. L. Sulzberger, writing in the New York Times of November 3, 1970, wrote, "Conflict was clearly inevitable from the start, because it was patently absurd to support the benevolent idea of one people a national home in an area where another people was living, and at the same time not to prejudice the latter's rights." Versailles Treaty and afterward. The war finally ended, but not until 116,708, known, American men had died and 204,002, known, of your men were wounded. Wilson, surrounded by special interest counselors including Zionists, hastened to break all tradition and steamed across the Atlantic to sit at the peace table with the old seasoned diplomats of Europe. The eyes of all the world centered on the picturesque Palace of Versailles with its beautiful fountains and gardens. However, the Paris Peace Conference, which met at Versailles, was to produce as the fruits of its deliberations a treaty, the terms of which, according to General Douglas MacArthur, were more like a treaty of perpetual war than of perpetual peace. Later, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George had this to say of the conference: "The international bankers dictated the reparation settlement, they issued the orders with the imperiousness of absolute monarchs who knew there was no appeal from their decisions." The Arabs came to the conference with no great political pressure group working for them. There were no great blocks of Arab votes nor rich American Arab bankers or newspaper magnates in the US or England. Many today are unaware that the provisions of the Treaty of Versailles were so manifestly unfair. G. Allied occupation of the German Rhineland that the US Senate refused to ratify the document. Later, these provisions for Allied occupation of the German Rhineland served as a German rallying point for Hitler's rise to power, and World War II. The conference created the ill-fated and misbegotten League of Nations. Wilson made fatal mistake in dropping his humanitarian 14 points proposal and accepting in its place the League of Nations plan, which led to his being personally repudiated by large segments of the American electorate. And the League, as you know, was never ratified by the US Senate. While American proposals were being voted down by the wily diplomats of Europe, at the same time, behind the scenes, the international bankers backing Zionism pressured Britain to take a further step in preparing the way for a national home for the Zionists. The Paris Conference, under these secret pressures, mainly American Zionists, created a new political invention called a mandate whereby Britain would govern Palestine. How do you feel about those foxes in the hen pen? Are you beginning to get a picture of who the Zionists really are? Do you see that it is, and will be, the Jews who are destroyed in the fracas? This was satisfactory to the Zionists since they had been assured by the English that they would receive preferential treatment over the Arabs, as the English were still beholden to the Zionists for lucring the United States into the war. It is interesting to note that the Balfour Declaration was incorporated formally into the British Mandate. Population explosion. A direct result of the British Mandate was an explosion of the Jewish population in Palestine between 1922 and 1940 from some 83,790, counted, Jews in 1922 to 463,535, counted, in 1940. This flood tide of Jewish immigrants irritated the native Arabs, and minor skirmishes began to occur. As a result of these small battles between immigrant Jews and native Arabs, the British government set up a special commission to study the situation. White Paper. In 1939, the British published the so-called White Paper. Resulting from a commission studying the strains and tensions in Palestine, the White Paper recalled first how the Balfour Declaration contained the two inconsistent provisions we have cited before, namely the establishment of a Jewish state and the protection of Arab civil rights. The paper then recommended that Palestine be partitioned into two separate states, one for the Jews, and one for the Arabs. The partitioning proposals looked like a diplomatic out for the British from their inconsistent earlier stand. The White Paper further called for the immigration of 10,000 Jews a year into Palestine for the next 5 years, unless the Arabs and Jews were willing for it to continue beyond that point. Zionism's darkest hour. The Zionists, despite the fact that they were attempting to colonize a country not their own, were indignant over the White Paper, and their anger was expressed in the words of David Ben-Gurion: "The Jews will fight rather than submit to Arab rule. It is the darkest hour of Jewish history." The Zionists then demanded that the British abandon their mandated authority over Palestinian immigration and turn over the movement of Jews into the territory to the World Zionist Organization. The British payoff for Zionist help in propelling the US into World War I had ended England's usefulness to Zionism. The Jews now wanted the British Mandate authority abrogated. Can you begin to see how these factions appear to repel one another but actually simply rearrange the troops for the best offensive? In the US, a meeting was held at the Biltmore Hotel in New York City, at which American Zionists formally rejected the White Paper and called for unlimited Jewish immigration into Palestine and the conversion of that country into a Jewish commonwealth. Pressures were put on members of Congress from districts and cities with large Jewish voting blocs, and resolutions were introduced in both houses of Congress urging fulfillment of the Balfour Declaration promises. The Arabs protested the Palestine Partition Resolution, number 181, that was adopted by the United Nations on November 29, 1947. The British had grown weary of being the final arbiter between the Arabs and Zionists. Arabs boycotted the UN hearings on partition, claiming that the Arabs' sole right to Palestine was inviolable, based on 4 premises. The natural right of the people to remain in possession of the land of its birthright should be valid. Palestinian Arabs had lived in majority numbers in Palestine for over 1,300 years. At the time of the partition announced by the UN, the Arabs were the rightful owners of most of the homes and fields, which partition gave to the Zionist Jews. In addition to these valid claims, the Arabs charged that partition by the UN would be illegal, improper, and unnecessary. Terrorism. Although World War II was exploding, the Zionists found time to conduct their so-called War of Liberation to get the British authorities out of Palestine. In 1946, the notorious Stern Gang blew up the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, which was the official headquarters for the British Mandate Authority, and killed or injured hundreds. The Zionist underground waged a full-scale guerrilla war of harassment to drive the British out, and the situation became so intolerable that Britain attempted to return its mandate authority to the UN. However, May 14, 1948, the British pulled out of Palestine, and the Zionist Jews, without permission of the UN, announced they had taken over a major portion of Palestine and had proclaimed it a Jewish state called Israel. Now, I remind you ones who are reading this is fact, and there are ones living in healthy form within your very families who will remember this as fact. The Jews based their claims on their statements that Palestine was the birthplace of the Jewish people, although the Old Testament definitely states that Abraham, progenitor of the Jews, was born in the faraway kingdom of Ur, and did not reach Palestine until he was over 75 years of age. Pressure on Harry Truman. Interestingly enough, I believe, the intensive pressure that the Zionists generated in your country to gain support for the carving up of Palestine is described by former President Harry S. Truman in a piece that appeared in the January 1956 issue of Life magazine. Read his lips. "I do not think I ever had as much pressure and propaganda aimed at the White House as I had in this instance. The persistence of a few of the extreme Zionist leaders actuated by political motives and engaging in political threats disturbed me and annoyed me. Individuals and groups asked me, usually in rather quarrelsome and emotional ways, to stop the Arabs, to keep the British from supporting the Arabs, to furnish American soldiers to do this and to do that and the other. In spite of the above statement, the actual historical fact remains that Truman had entered into a secret agreement with the Zionist leaders, and just exactly 11 minutes after the Zionist Declaration of Palestinian Partition and Independence on May 14, The president recognized a Jewish state now exists. The president's formal recognition of this coup d'état came while the General Assembly of the UN was in session, bitterly considering the UN proposal for trusteeship of all Palestine. Is it just possible that Saddam Hussein of Iraq has somewhat better memory regarding what the lip said in the past than you once? Insiders knew that Truman had acted on the urgent pressure of David K. Niles and Judge Sam Rosenman without even informing the U.S. delegation at the UN or his own State Department of his intentions. Thus, the president disregarded international law and sold out the best interests of the U.S. Hastily assembling top State Department officials and the American ambassadors to Mideast countries, the president declared, "I am sorry, gentlemen, but I have to answer to hundreds of thousands who are anxious for the success of Zionism. I do not have hundreds of thousands of Arabs among my constituents." With this bold note of cynical political opportunism, Truman carved out an unenviable position in the archives of those who have sold out America to the international bankers of Zionism. Today, as we retain in all the Arab world only the fragile friendship of Jordan, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, we can see in retrospect how President Truman for votes alienated the friendship and goodwill of over 100 million Arabs and of more than 500 million Muslims. Here you see, once again, the American policy of non-intervention and neutrality advocated by Presidents Washington, Jefferson, Madison, etc. rejected by politicians who have been bluffed, bamboozled, and swindled or outrightly blackmailed, as now, by the internationalists spawned by the Zionist octopus. Blood cost. Forgotten by your politicians is the blood cost of the bastard state, illegitimate in its claims and pretensions. Shortly after the partition, the Jews in the diaspora came pouring into Palestine and the Arab-Israeli conflict became a bloody battle. In the midst of the war, Zionist terrorists descended upon the Arab village of Deir Yassin and slaughtered 250 men, women, and children. Nearly a million Arabs had to flee their ancestral homes and land in Palestine and seek sanctuary in neighboring Arab states. The late Norman Thomas, perennial presidential candidate of the Socialist Party, remarked, "An Arab, without too much exaggeration, can complain that the Jews are practicing Hitlerism in reverse. Arabs have been made second-class citizens." American citizens who showed any sympathy or understanding of the plight of the Palestinian Arabs immediately were deemed heretics and were harassed by the Zionist-dominated American political community. One of the more tragic sidelights of the new Israeli history is the assassination of Count Folke Bernadotte of Sweden by the Jewish guerrilla Stern Gang. The Count had declared, "The liability of the Provisional Government of Israel to restore private property to the Arab owners and to indemnify those owners for property destroyed wantonly, by the Zionists, is clear." For this fair and objective judgment and his defense of the rights of the dispossessed Arabs, Bernadotte won the hatred of the Zionists and was cold-bloodedly killed. Most Americans are unaware that Hitler's hostility toward the Jews originated in the Zionist leaders having pushed the U.S. into World War I on the side of the Allies. This is acknowledged by Samuel Landman, Secretary of the World Zionist Organization from 1917 to 1922 in London, who writes in his Great Britain, the Jews, and Palestine. The fact that it was Jewish help that brought the USA into the war on the side of the Allies had rankled ever since in German, especially Nazi minds, and has contributed in no small measure to the prominence which anti-Semitism occupies in the Nazi program. Thus, as the leader of a once-defeated nation, Hitler hated the Jews as the source of the German defeat in World War I. The German General Staff generals were just as anti-Semitic as their leader. So the seed sown by the Zionists in 1917 came to fruition in the new Germany. Now, perhaps you can better understand why all the statements originating from Israeli and Zionist sources always represent Saddam as Hitler. It is an explosive and knee-jerking memory connecting data key. After all, in a conference of World Jewry in 1933, an historic declaration of holy war on Germany had been publicized and even broadcast over your own CBS by Samuel Untermyer, president of the World Jewish Economic Federation. Are your memories, indeed, so short? To a Gold Star mother, it was small consolation to read in the American Hebrew that whenever an American fell at Bataan or Corregidor, the real reason why that boy went to his death was because Hitler's anti-Semitic movement succeeded in Germany. Even after the invasion in 1939 of Poland and the invasion of France in 1940, the mood of the average American was that of neutrality. Without approving of the German expansion, most Americans recognized that this was an intramural conflict, the type George Washington had warned against meddling with, and felt the conflict was no threat to the tranquility of America. The wartime journals of Charles Lindbergh sets the mainstream American tone with respect to America's possible entry into the European War. On April 25, 1941, Lindbergh writes, "What rotten luck it is to find myself opposing my country's entrance into a war I don't believe in, when I would so much rather be fighting for my country in a war that I do believe in. Here I am stumping the country with pacifists and considering resigning as a colonel in the Army Air Corps when there is no philosophy I disagree with more than that of the pacifist, and nothing I would rather be doing than flying in the Air Corps." Again, in May of 1941, Lindbergh remarked, "The pressure for war is high and mounting. The people are opposed to it, but the administration seems to have the bit in its teeth and be hell-bent on its way to war. Most of the Jewish interests in the country are behind the war, and they control a huge part of our press and radio and most of our motion pictures. There are also the intellectuals and the Anglophiles, and the British agents, who are allowed free rein, the international interests and many others." Lindbergh felt that the Jews were among the major influences pushing the country toward war, but was appalled by the fear, which many people in the nation demonstrated, of refusing to discuss the Jewish push toward war in public for fear of retaliation. Later the colonel, as well as the late Secretary of Defense, James Forrestal, were to feel the tremendous pressures the Jews exerted on their professional careers, and the death of Forrestal was to become a major hushed-up mystery. The America First organization, dedicated to the traditional American policy of non-intervention, was pilloried and its members stamped as traitors by the Zionist-controlled press. Fearful Americans allowed this nation to be sucked into battle, and those who singled out the Jews for their part in getting us into the war were scorned and ridiculed. The hatred of those opposing the war created by the biased newspapers led to the infamous 1944 sedition trials, in which men were indicted and imprisoned because of their opposition to this war. Walter Winchell, the notorious bedroom gossiper, used his column to excoriate the patriotic opposition to the surrender of American neutrality, and used his powerful influence with President Roosevelt to further the aims of his Jewish compatriots. During both the Truman and Roosevelt administrations, this baleful Zionist influence and pressure continued to have an evil and deforming impact on your foreign policy as it related to the Arab world. American support of Zionism. So far, we have demonstrated how the U.S. has been used by the Zionists to provide political power for the artificially created State of Israel. Historical documentation proves conclusively that Zionist leaders promised English politicians that the U.S. would be pushed into World War I by the international bankers in order for the Zionists to secure the promise of any English government to assist the Zionists in establishing a homeland regardless of the rights of the Arabs. Secondly, the facts prove that World War II was created out of the seeds of hate sown at the peace conference at Versailles. Further, that undue pressure was put on President Truman to recognize Israel. It is self-evident that all of these facts disclose how far the American government has strayed from your traditional foreign policy of neutrality and non-intervention in the affairs of other nations. While many students of Zionism are aware of the above facts, at the same time most Americans are unaware of the vast financial resources diverted from your nation to the uses of political Zionism. Since 1948, and up to fiscal year 1982, the total economic and military aid given by the U.S. government to the unlawful Zionist, bankrupt regime in occupied Palestine amounted to $30.9 billion. The World Zionist Organization issued a statement declaring that World Jewry and its friends contributed over $2 billion in private gifts and contributions to Israel in just 1 year. This means the Zionists are now pouring more than $1 billion a year into the treasury of Israel out of the U.S. money market, and note well, these siphoned funds are tax-exempt and tax-deductible. Since 91% of all American taxpayers are non-Jewish, the financial drain by the Zionists adds to the tax burden of the more than 200 million U.S. citizens who are not Jewish. So be it. This does not include the outrageous amounts directly funneled in cash through governmental routing. B'nai B'rith tax fraud. The financial dealings of Zionism were long shrouded by mystery and uncertainty. This mystery was partly maintained because the Zionist apparatus in your country is a maze of corporations and agencies, the complexity of the network being such as to totally confuse and tax even the keenest minds, and you take note. However, in 1971, for the first time, much of this veil of mystery was torn asunder, thanks largely to the lawsuit of a former high official of B'nai B'rith. In February, the Jewish-owned Washington Post carried a long article telling of the lawsuit filed by Saul E. Jofts. Earlier, the Washington Observer, December 15, 1969, had given the first public exposure to Jofts' charges against the Zionist organization. It was established that Jofts' charges that B'nai B'rith, a charitable, religious, tax-exempt American membership organization, was using its funds raised in the U.S. to pursue international political activities contrary to the B'nai B'rith Constitution and in violation of the Federal Foreign Agents Registration Act, as well as your American tax laws. Jofts pointed out that the Foreign Agents Registration Act is intended to require public disclosure by persons engaged in propaganda activities, for or on behalf of foreign governments. The law seeks to discriminate between what is American political activity and what is sponsored by aliens or governments abroad. Jofts, by this lawsuit, established the fact that he is an honest, responsible American citizen and that he represents a type of Jew whose loyalty is to the U.S. rather than to the artificial state of Israel. The suit blew the whistle on the unlawful Zionist money-raising schemes in your country and provided solid information as to the inner workings of the world Zionist financial complex. A shadow government. The channeling of these vast sums of tax-deductible contributions, as the result of the energies and misrepresentations of the United Jewish Appeal and the network of interlocking groups, all stem from a covenant made in Israel between the Jewish Agency and the government of Israel. The Jewish Agency's functions were described as immigration, agricultural settlement, land acquisition, private investments, and financing. In Israel, the Jewish Agency, by assuming so many chores of the state, operates and is recognized as a quasi-governmental body. In fact, it is the best financed shadow government in the world. Today, the Jewish Agency's good works illegally supported by tax-exempt U.S. citizens' donations embrace many functions of the Israeli government. A revealing fact relative to the wealth of the Jewish Agency is the disclosure that the Jewish Agency is one of the largest landowners in Israel. Here in the U.S., the United Jewish Appeal, UJA, is a subsidiary also of the World Jewish Agency. So close is the relationship of the United Israel Appeal, UIA, and UJA that the two fundraising agencies are both situated in the same building at 515 Park Avenue, New York City. It has been publicly admitted that the UIA receives between 60 and 70% of all Jewish agency funds that are collected in the U.S., while Jewish charities in America receive less than 30% of all the millions collected in the name of charity. All of this money, in the main, has been provided by tax-free contributions in American dollars. In 1963, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee investigated the Jewish Agency and uncovered a conduit operation run by an organization named the American Zionist Council. Over an 8-year period, the investigation disclosed this council received more than $5 million from the Jewish Agency to create a favorable opinion toward Israel in this country. The council was revealed, thereby, as an unregistered foreign agent operation, and the conduit council was shut down. However, the expensive propaganda continues, and today even giant billboards are rented to spread this false appeal, so alien to traditional American policy. Despite the heavy penalty extracted politically from the shrill cries of anti-Semitism that automatically result from even the most restrained discussion or criticism of Israel, 2 brave congressmen and a senator, all of whom own liberal voting records, have dared to raise the issue. The Israeli lobby, the most powerful lobby in America today, said Representative Paul McCloskey, R. California, in July, 1981, more so than the Mormon Church, the Right to Life people, the Moral Majority, or the National Rifle Association. It has completely unbalanced our foreign policy. Representative Paul Findley, R.L., in August, 1981, criticized Israel's policy of bombing residential areas with U.S. supplied equipment, building illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank, and maintaining military rule over 1 million Palestinians. Sen. Charles Mathias Jr., RMD, wrote a scholarly assessment of the situation earlier in 1981 which was widely published. In it, he also criticized the overwhelming strength of the Israeli lobby. Perhaps the last word on the subject should come from the lips of that extremist of the left, former Senator William Fulbright, who, nevertheless, recognized the true colors of the UJA and declared, as everyone knows, the UJA campaign is tax-deductible and adds to the foreign exchange of Israel for the purchase of anything, including arms. When will Americans wake up to this blatant tax fraud and demand that the Internal Revenue Service do something useful, like revoke the tax-exempt privileges of the United Jewish Appeal and of B'nai B'rith? Militant Zionists. Any serious study of Zionism's impact on your foreign policy must make mention of 2 militant Jewish groups, the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and the Jewish Defense League, JDL. The ADL, an arm of the 125-year-old B'nai B'rith, an international Jewish secret fraternity, is in the business of upholding the honor of Israel by vilifying and issuing lying statements against all who oppose political Zionism. It is probably the most proficient spying and rumor-generating organization in the U.S. and outplays the Soviet Empire's espionage establishment. As Liberty Lobby members know, the ADL will put spies into groups opposing it, will hire men to steal from an organization's files, and will send out in its newsletters slanderous material against all whom they consider anti-Semitic. One of the best examples of the ADL's dangerous and destructive work is the story of the late Dorothy Thompson. A Jewess of wit and ability, her columns appeared in hundreds of newspapers. Yet, when she saw that Zionism was turning into a reactionary, aggressive, chauvinistic movement of the same character as other European nationalisms which side had been fighting, she left the Zionists and devoted her abilities to assisting the Palestinian Arab refugees. Immediately, the ADL launched a campaign of vilification and innuendo. Pressure was put on newspapers that carried her column by Zionist advertisers, and her career was damaged immeasurably. Countless cases can be given where the ADL has intimidated or even blackmailed people in order to eliminate all opposition to the political Zionist program for America. We can expect to see more of this as the battle for traditional American culture heightens. Another Jewish militant group has been making headlines, the so-called Jewish Defense League, JDL. It has an established policy of using violence and personal harassment against all who oppose Zionism. Dharma, allow us a break for lunch, please. When you return we shall finish the subject in point, although it will run beyond the limits of an express in quantity. It is most important that we meet this responsibility of getting this information into the public's hands. I want it herein recognized by ones who are receiving these signals through surveillance equipment that the scribe has not the slightest knowledge of this information prior to this writing, and this material has been made public in dozens of documents. She stands firmly in our protection as scribe, within the Federation command, and attempts on her physical well-being shall be accepted as confrontation qualifying inequality to declared war. These ones attending our journals are none other than conduits of information and shall be accepted and treated as same. We know all planted spies and agents and stand as shields against actions detrimental unto our workers. Ours is not to subvert nor cause riots or civil disobedience. Ours is to present truth unto the public in our capacity as hosts in preparation of cosmic presence. So be it, for this is formal warning. Haton to stand by, ever present, that you might know of my commitment unto your safety, Chelis. God blesses our work in these troubled times of transition and chaos, and your efforts do not go unnoted. Selah. Salu and Salom. Chapter 24. Rec number 1, Haton. Thursday, October 18, 1990, 6 a.m. Year 4 Day 63. Today's watch. Haton to continue, in the light of truth, in service unto divine God and unto man. As we sit to print this day, we will begin by finishing the topic of yesterday. I only wish to point out that which Mr. Baker has said unto Congress, that you might confirm that which I have said unto you. There is no intention of allowing Congress to decide whether or not to move into war with Iraq. Mr. Baker has said to Congress that congressional ones may be consulted, but declaration of war would not be placed in the councils of the Congress. I further wish to speak unto my own, so-called, group. I remind you that I am aware of that which is done and counsel sought. I welcome any who wish to participate in truth. I ask that ones in the efforting of bringing discredit unto truth are observed and noted. Oberly, you must demand the correcting of those things which have been perpetrated against you and this property. The games being played by ones claiming to help is dastardly and unacceptable. Ones now act to cover indiscretions, and this only makes the situation worsen. If there must now be a settlement to prevent your having to move from the premises, I expect responsible ones to make such arrangements. To be done in by thine enemies is painful enough, to be done in by thine brother is indeed painful. There should be future funding sufficient from these writings to allow potential collateral for settlement. If this property is lost because of these new legal shenanigans, responsible parties shall be confronted. So be it. Let us return to the writing, please. Get prepared for some shocking input, for ours is to bring truth. Truth can set you free, but it does nothing without action. We only present truth, you as people shall do with it that which you will. Soviet Zionist Combine. I would continue just briefly with reference to yesterday's subject, for the computer began to give problems and I had a thought or two to finish. You must realize that violence brings counter-violence. A resort to violence by any group will end in violence to the same group by superior numbers making up a majority. This is proven historically. Therefore, minority groups should take exquisite care as to that which they project, for it will always be the ones within who will pay the dearest price. Ones in your capital, Washington, are well aware that the ADL and kindred groups are feverishly intimidating members of Congress so that the legislature will not speak out against a Mideast bloodbath. Secret agents of the World Zionist Conspiracy are seeking to corrupt and force Pentagon officials to permit the illegal shipment of arms and material to Israel. Once again, Zionists seek to evade your historic American objective, to avoid entangling alliances. Can you not see, America, that the conspiracy encompasses the globe and the clamps are coming down against citizen participation in the government of you the people? Mine is but to point it out. In light of the headlines in your controlled and prostituted press, the above may seem like a fantasy of your imagination. Yet if you examine the facts behind the false facade of the Zionist-controlled press, we will see how logical such a combine is and how the true knowledge of present events proves the correctness of the assumption. Let us first remember that Soviet Russia was the first country officially to recognize Israel. Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion expressed his gratitude to Russia in Israel's 1952 official yearbook. Israel does not forget the stand taken by the Soviet Union in the Assembly of the United Nations on the historic 29th day of November, 1947, nor does it forget the like stand of the United States of America. It remembers as vividly the aid received from Czechoslovakia during the War of Independence, and the attitude of Poland towards Jewish immigration to Israel, manifestations which without doubt bespoke sincere sympathy with Israel's enterprise. After the Six-Day War of 1967, the Arabs were rather handily overrun by the superior forces of the Israeli army. Unthinking observers of the world scene felt that the Russians had backed the wrong horse, and the communists were shrewd enough to let them keep on believing it. Actually, the Russians never believed for a microsecond that the Arabs would win the war. They were far more interested in forcing the Arabs to rely on the communists for arms and backup protection. After all, the historic fact remains that ever since the days of Peter the Great, the Russians have been looking for a warm water port on the Mediterranean. Most of the Russian ports on the Baltic Sea are frozen for many months each year, and the Black Sea ports are landlocked, though Russia seems to pass freely now through the Turkish Bosporus and Dardanelles. That the USSR's chief interest in the Egyptian crisis was to open the way for its expanding naval fleet is proven by the fact reported in U.S. News and World Report, that the USSR ensured an Arab defeat by sending 250 Soviet tanks from Syria into Jordan during the hostilities. Of these, only 170 actually even got close to the battle, and the rest developed mechanical problems which left them officially inoperable. General John Glubb, who is surpassed by no other Englishman or American in his intimate knowledge of the Mideast, tells you in his book, The Middle East Crisis, that the Soviets engineered the crisis in order to embroil the U.S. with the Arab world, by causing the U.S. to declare unequivocally its support for Israel, right or wrong. The Arabs then would be thrown upon the mercies of the USSR, and thus, the Red Russians would get a toehold in the Arab world. The rash decision of your State Department not to aid in constructing the High Aswan Dam on the Nile River, after which the USSR undertook it, illustrates how quickly the USSR built up Arab goodwill at the expense of the U.S. The modern Arab world extends nearly 4,000 miles, from Morocco to the Persian Gulf, and most importantly, it controls the corridor through which traffic passes from the Far East, Australia, India, and East Africa to Europe. Israel now occupies only an area of about 7,000 square miles, roughly the size of Wales. Presently, Israel has no canal to the Indian Ocean, nor does it possess oil fields comparable to those under the control or ownership of the Arab nations. Since oil is the precious molten gold of the 1980s, the US and Britain may indeed have backed the wrong horse in sponsoring Israel. In addition, the Islamic territory is more vast than Arab lands alone, since it stretches from Mauritania, on the Atlantic coast of Africa, all the way across southern Soviet territory to Mongolia or Indonesia. Checking on the globe, you see that these Islamic territories plus the Arab world, when combined with the Soviet Empire, all but encircle Western Europe. This gives credence to the horrifying thought that some geopoliticians have that such a combination of Arabs, Muslims, and communists could place Western Europe under the Soviet yoke. Quixotic support from America. The Zionist propaganda mills in the country are telling the American public that the U.S. must stand foursquare behind Israel, since Israel is a fine example of democracy in action. Actually, this attribution of democracy is both quixotic and untrue. In 1952, the Israeli parliament passed the Nationality Act, which served to codify existing discriminations and made the Arabs second-class citizens. Under the provisions of the act, all Jews in Israel automatically become citizens of the state, but not one of Palestine's Arabs, 240,000, or more, of them, who remained in the country can gain citizenship without first proving his residence in Palestine before May 14, 1948. At the same time, many of the Arabs who remained in their ancestral homes were uprooted from their villages along the borders on the basis of security and were paid nominal sums for their properties. On top of the forced sale of their property, the Arabs were placed under strict military rule. Reports disclosed that by the end of 1960, more than 250,000 acres of Arab land were appropriated by the State of Israel. All of this took place, of course, in a nation that the Zionist-kept press of America declares to be a shining example of democratic action. The myth that Israel is democratic in form is assiduously promoted by the international Zionist propaganda machine. But the truth is otherwise. Israel does not even have a constitution, and virtually all of the political parties are extremely left-wing by American standards. In The Israeli Government, an article in the winter, 1970 issue of the American Mercury, author James DeWitt says, "As might be expected, the communal nature of Israeli society has produced an ideologically homogeneous political climate in Israel. There are many avowed Marxist, radical socialist, and Labo-right parties, which constitute the governing coalition in Israel. In addition, Israel has two open communist parties, each of which has elected representatives sitting in the Knesset, or Israeli parliament. In fact, Israel is the only state in the Middle East having legal communist parties." DeWitt quotes Shlomo Avinri, chairman of the Department of Political Science at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, who wrote in Commentary magazine, "Therefore, probably more Marxists are in Israel than in the whole of the Arab world. In most Arab countries, communist parties are outlawed and individual communists rot in jail, while Israel is blessed with two communist parties." Habib Scheiber, a Polish-born Jew, settled in Palestine in 1932 and left in 1958. His anti-communism found little support among Israeli politicians. Says Scheiber, "Many years of observation have convinced me that Israel is the most thoroughly communized state outside the Soviet Union, and that its government has been formally committed to a 100% ideological, political, diplomatic, and military agreement with Moscow since 1949. Even in religion, the Arabs are antagonistic to the communists. Most Arabs are strongly religious and despise an unbeliever. In Israel, while 90% of the Jews attend the synagogue on Yom Kippur, most of the people do not have any formal religious affiliation whatsoever. Further, secularism is making inroads. According to Christianity Today, perhaps 80% of Israel's population is actually secular rather than orthodoxly religious in orientation. While there are about 220 kibbutzim, communal living centers, communism, in Israel, only 14 are avowedly religious in character. This indicates, dear ones, the mistake of many so-called Christians who have thought that the new state of Israel fulfills Bible prophecy. Rather, it demonstrates that materialistic Israel deserves the severest judgment of all from God, perhaps. It begins to fulfill the prophecies but not in the manner the Christians expect, and through this route of experience shall bring down the house of dominoes." Military alliance. In Washington today, Capitol Hill reeks with saturation of Zionist lobbyists. You hear congressmen and U.S. senators mouthing statements written for them by Jewish propagandists. Zionists of great wealth, international banking firms and blackmailing organizations, such as the ADL, all apply pressure on American leaders. It is certain that these schemers want the President and the State Department to agree to a military alliance with the State of Israel that will compel American military action in case of the development of a conflict in the Middle East which threatens the military and political ambitions of the illicit State of Israel. The very same forces which took you into World Wars I and II are now seeking to involve you afresh in their Mideast plight. Once again, you need to listen to George Washington and the other leaders of your nation, who said, "No foreign alliances. Loss of influences." Such a conflict will end all American influence in the Mideast, in Africa, and perhaps even in an encircled Western Europe. The conclusion of any such conflict will inevitably leave Soviet Russia and Zionism the only real winners, even as was true World Wars I and II. America's folly is seen when you realize that the Mediterranean is now practically a Soviet lake. Funny thing, the Mediterranean, even after the so-called freeing of the Soviet bloc, is becoming a Soviet lake while the Persian Gulf is a British lake. The Red Sea is Soviet-controlled also, as is the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. U.S. troops can reach Israel only by airlift from Germany, and once sent, it takes no flight of prophecy to foretell that they will probably never be withdrawn without massive losses. Should full-scale war break out, which is obviously planned and moving smartly along, America will immediately be plunged into wartime conditions with total civilian controls impossible to conceive of in any measure of peacetime. If missiles start to fly, martial law would be declared and overnight America would be subjected to a Zionist communist dictatorship. Is this the result desired by the ill-informed and cowardly who refuse to face up to the Zionist menace? QF course. Troops overseas. How many of those pro-Zionists in your country argued that you shall never send American boys into the Mideast? To them and all of you, I recommend reading Public Law 85-7, promulgated on March 9, 1957 by the 85th Congress. Section 11 reads as follows. The President is authorized to undertake, in the Mideast, military assistance programs with any nations or group of nations of that area deserving. To this end, if the President determines the necessity thereof, the United States is prepared to use armed forces to assist any such nation or group of such nations requesting assistance against armed aggression from any country controlled by internal communism. Innocent American aggression? Well, You the people are somewhat innocent in that you actually believe that which is told unto you. That, dear ones, is where the innocence stops. U.S. involvement in both world wars, the Korean conflict, Vietnam, and Cambodia and Laos all began by innocently supplying arms and equipment, but in each case, things mushroomed into full-scale U.S. participation, with thousands of American boys spilling their blood on foreign soil because your leaders forgot the American dictum, no involvement with foreign nations. American children have been shipped overseas before this. As related above, a law already exists that can send those thousands more to die for a land stolen from many of its rightful owners and now being governed by the occupiers while tax-free American dollars support this remittance state of pretenders. Do you still believe that you are protecting the rights of Americans and to free anyone through humanitarian efforts? Look again. USS Liberty Incident. I have already outlaid the story so I will only briefly refresh memories. In a prior Mideast conflict there was a most mysterious attack by the Israeli Air Force and torpedo boats on the USS Liberty during the Six-Day War. It happened June 8, 1967. This ignominious and unprovoked attack on your vessel in international waters, lest you forget, took 34 American lives and wounded over 75. The Israelis' weak alibi was that they misread the Liberty's markings for those of an Arab vessel, despite the fact that it was a clear day and the American flag was in full view and the ship newly painted with all markings clearly and freshly showing. The official records are carefully preserved by your government but they are above top secret in the interest of national security. It is most unlikely that they will ever be declassified and made public. The Zionists will see to that since their mischievous cause would be damaged should the American public ever realize the extent of Zionist guilt in these deliberate incidents. Neutrality. Do you realize that there is only one lobbying group in Washington espousing neutrality in the Middle East? That is Liberty Lobby. How many of you even know of it? This lobbying group is ever mindful of your historic American policy of non-involvement and absolute neutrality as practiced by the early leaders of your republic. This group believes any other policy will lead you inevitably into war and surely enough, look where you are today. Every lesson of your past diplomatic history tells the same story. Foreign involvements mean American bloodbaths and tremendous financial drains on your national economy. Interestingly enough, no major professional poll-taking organization has yet taken the pulse of the American people on intervention in the Middle East by the U.S. before the fact, and if they have been, the results are quickly buried. A small poll taken by the Municipal Research Institute a couple of years ago against American Middle East intervention, showed that some 86% of those polled were totally against intervention in any way. Funny that you the public never heard about that one. Where is your loyalty? Jews in the United States are confronted today with a vital question: where is your loyalty, and where do you claim citizenship? One young Jewish American citizen in high school said, "I owe no loyalty to the United States." How is it that you can be birthed and a citizen of a wondrous nation and owe no loyalty? What kind of teaching is this? To young men like him, you need to remind most firmly that a motherland is not color or creed, it represents the ideals of the citizens who make up the society of the country. You have the right to choose the country to which you want to give your loyalty, but, if it isn't the United States, or wherever one might be dwelling, then go unto the country of your choice and don't expect to enjoy all of the privileges and benefits while your love is toward another nation. It is as with a marriage with partners prostituting in adulterous activities. The action is unacceptable and against the laws of God and creation. You cannot be loyal unto that which you hate. If that which is good is leached away and slain, the very foundation of a nation shall fall. Some will say, I love both the U.S., where I was born, and also Israel, whose cultural and political objectives reflect my own desires. The answer, of course, is that you know not the underlying cultural and political intentions and you cannot serve two masters who stand for opposite principles. The ones to be loved and nurtured are the myriads of Jews whose voices have been muffled and buried and reject political Zionism. Do not err in denouncing Jews, for that is truly of the bigot, for there are only a tiny handful of Jews who are Zionists. Anti-Semites. Does not desiring a world war Holocaust make you anti-Semitic? Only Zionist groups equate any expressed opposition to Zionist aims, either by Arabs or Americans, with bigotry against the Jews. Even non-Zionist Jews are attacked as anti-Semitic. Example, Dr. David Reisman of Harvard University wrote in the Jewish newsletter, the Zionists can muster not only the threat of the Jewish vote and the no less important Jewish financial and organizational skill, but also the blackmail of attacking anyone who opposes their political aims for Israel, as anti-Semitic. Dear ones, you are on a dead-ahead course to disaster. As a reminder to you of the United States, it is appropriate herein to reprint the farewell address of George Washington, given before your Congress in 1796, now recognized as an all-time classic in content. So likewise a passionate attachment of one nation for another produces a variety of evils. Sympathy for the favorite nation, facilitating the illusion of an imaginary common interest, exists, and infusing into one the enmities of the other, betrays the former into a participation in the quarrels and wars of the latter, without adequate inducements or justifications. It leads also to concessions, to the favorite nation, of privileges denied to others, which is apt doubly to injure the nation making the concessions, by unnecessary parting with what ought to have been retained, and be exciting jealousy, ill will, and a disposition to retaliate in the parties from whom equal privileges are withheld, and it gives to ambitious, corrupted or deluded citizens who devote themselves to the favorite nation, facility to betray or sacrifice the interests of their own country, without odium, sometimes even with popularity, gilding with the appearances of a virtuous sense of obligation, a commendable deference for public opinion, or a laudable zeal for the public good, the base or foolish compliances of ambition, corruption, or infatuation. As avenues to foreign influence in innumerable ways, such attachments are particularly alarming to the truly enlightened and independent patriot. How many opportunities do they afford to tamper with domestic factions, to practice the arts of seduction, to mislead public opinion, to influence or awe the public councils? Against the insidious wiles of foreign influence, I conjure you to believe me, fellow citizens, the jealousy of a free people ought to be constantly awake, since history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of republican government. But that jealousy, to be useful, must be impartial, else it becomes the instrument of the very influence to be avoided, instead of a defense against it. Excessive partiality for one foreign nation, and excessive dislike for another, cause those whom they actuate to see danger only on one side, and serve to veil and even second the arts of influence on the other. Real patriots, who may resist the intrigues of the favorite, are liable to become suspected and odious while its tools and dupes usurp the applause and confidence of the people, to surrender their interest. The great rule of conduct for us, in regard to foreign nations, is, in extending our commercial relations, to have with them as little political connection as possible. So far as we have already formed engagements, let them be fulfilled with perfect good faith, but, here let us stop. Europe has a set of primary interests, which to us have none, or a very remote, relation. Hence, she must be engaged in frequent controversies, the causes of which are essentially foreign to our concerns. Hence, therefore, it must be unwise in us to implicate ourselves, by artificial ties, in the ordinary vicissitudes of her politics, or the ordinary combinations and collusions of her friendships or enmities. In offering to you, my countrymen, these counsels of an old and affectionate friend, I dare not hope that they will make the strong and lasting impression I could wish, that they will control the usual current of the passions or prevent our nation from running the course which has hitherto marked the destiny of nations. But if I may even flatter myself that they may be productive of some partial benefit, some occasional good, that they may now and then recur to moderate the fury of party spirit, to warn against the mischiefs of foreign intrigue, to guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism, this hope will be a full recompense for the solicitude for your welfare by which they have been dictated. George Washington. Can you not regain your intent of America first so that you can again move into the wondrous position of God first? You can reverse this draining of your life substance if you but choose to regain that which is your national birthright, regain your constitutional rights as citizens of the wondrous United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice to all. We are sent forth to remind you of the way. Which path ye shall take is in thine hands. So be it. I salute you of God that your way may be lighted. Salut and Salom, I am Hayton. Chapter 25. Rec number 2, Hayton. Friday, October 19, 1990, 8:30 a.m. Year 4 Day 64. Today's watch. Hayton present to comment on an item or two and then move into this journal chapter so that we can close this journal in timely manner. Note that the arrangements for getting into the budget all that your president demanded is done to perfection. You see, he holds election time shortage over the congressional heads and they will play to perfection, the puppet role. You the people, as usual, will be the losers with no recourse. While the heat has been turned up, several things have gotten approved while you weren't watching. Senator Glenn and cronies, for instance, got a bill passed extending the time and force applicable by the IRS to collect on unpaid taxes. The IRS can now badger you for over 10 years if they decide you owe them taxes in any amount, real or fantasy. Note also that Senator Byrd appeared intoxicated before the Senate to make his pitch while claiming fatigue from overwork on the budgeting process and at the same time saying he had to be home nights for this and that other reason. This would be amusing if it were not so destructive to you the people. At first it was said to allow no questions from the floor, and then Byrd himself blew it by asking input from Arkansas. You will find that Arkansas found and pulled forth the pages dealing with writing off the debts for Egypt, Israel, etc. The assurance was that it didn't mean anything, only that it could later be discussed. It was a poor show indeed, if anyone took note. Byrd immediately changed the tack and declared he was sick and tired of being picked at and he would take no guff from anyone, the president down. Kiddies, your playpen has been most nastily messed in. So be it. Please, especially note the recent earth tremors in the San Francisco area and Southern California. Both were on little-known fault lines, to make a point, without bringing down the San Andreas and Hayward. Both were experienced with witnesses attesting to the fact of a loud, explosion-like precursor to the quake itself. These are important indeed. These are your clues to man versus God/Mother Earth cause. The negotiations are at a high level and I suggest you stay alert. Note that distractions are in play to keep attention away from Iraq at this moment. Further, problems are widespread into far-reaching countries, do not allow this to be lost on you. There is an incredible play for power being made, beyond that which you can grasp. The Russians are utilizing Saudi Arabia to unload some gold onto the market without pulling the international price of gold to the bottom. I suggest you keep your eye on the hand, for it is quick indeed. The US administration knows what is going on but can't do anything about it, especially with the facade of paying the US and Britain for arms, etc. Don't be sucked in by such nonsense. Note also, that Israel is angry and outspoken in accusations that the world is deliberately focusing on her actions instead of on Iraq, where the focus belongs. Enjoy your insight, Chelis, for it is indeed a fine game of circus chairs. Back to disasters in 1982. It was not always a fact that America's Bolsheviks planned a first-strike nuclear attack on Russia. America's shift onto a first-strike posture was a relatively new development in American history at the time. This was true even though America's leaders had repeatedly gotten America into war, deliberately. The difference was that in the past America was always dragged into war by at least appearing to be attacked first. That enabled American public opinion to be rallied to be behind the desired war against the chosen enemy. This approach has always been necessary because most Americans would never support a war that they knew to be America's fault. That was then. Now, you accept your aggressor role and most certainly would approve such a maneuver. America's deliberate involvement in falsely defensive wars began as long ago, actually, as 1898. On February 15, 1898, the American battleship Maine was resting peacefully at anchor in the harbor of Havana, Cuba. Suddenly a giant explosion rocked the ship and it blew apart. Some 260 American fighting men aboard the ship lost their lives. To the cry of "Remember the Maine," America went off to war. Afterward, overwhelming evidence was found that the Spaniards had not been responsible for the Maine disaster. Instead, American saboteurs had done the deed in order to bring on the desired war. But by the time those facts began to surface quietly, most Americans were not paying attention. You were just too pleased with yourselves for having crushed Spain and become suddenly a global power. In 1941, America's leaders were spawning for an even bigger war than America had ever fought before. The reasons had to do with Saudi Arabian oil, first and foremost, as has been detailed in the past. The Rockefeller Standard Oil interests had been locked out of the Persian Gulf by British boycott tactics. To cure that problem, the Rockefeller cartel had helped create a threat to Britain in the form of Adolf Hitler. By 1940, the threat was doing its job. The Battle of Britain was underway, and Churchill was finally willing to come to terms. If the US would intervene and stop Hitler, then after the war America could have the Saudi oil. To carry out the bargain, FDR and his Rockefeller sponsors had to get America into war somehow. But most Americans did not want war. The only way to change your minds about that was to arrange for America to be attacked. The Germans were in no position to do that, but Japan was, and Japan, Germany, and Italy were inseparably linked to the Tripartite Treaty, so if Japan could be lured into attacking the US, you would also be at war with Germany, automatically. Yes, I realize you hadn't known these things, but it is time you got into the shock and over with it so you can act. As a bonus, this strategy also promised great new gains for the US in the Pacific itself. The solution, of course, was Pearl Harbor. When FDR called it a day of infamy, he was certainly correct. Roosevelt himself and other top American leaders were guilty of high treason for their role in setting up the Pearl Harbor disaster. I shall try to find opportunity to cover this subject in detail. By 1982, as new war plans were underway, a lot of the Pearl Harbor cover-up was beginning to be leaked and was becoming more widely known. 1. John Toland wrote a book entitled Infamy: Pearl Harbor and Its Aftermath. In that book he documents the fact that FDR and his top military leaders had plenty of advance warning of the attack and yet no warning was given to the forces at Pearl Harbor. Why? Because FDR wanted the Japanese attack to fully succeed. The deliberate sacrifice of more than 2,000 American servicemen's lives was just the right medicine to cure America's anti-war attitude. To the cries now, of "Remember Pearl Harbor," you Americans went off again to war to win Saudi oil for the Rockefeller oil cartel. Once again in the early 1980s the rulers of the US were trying to get America into another big war, but that time they dared not allow the enemy, Russia, to strike first as was done at Pearl Harbor by Japan. America's rulers of 1941 could afford the luxury of throwing away a big chunk of naval power in the Pearl Harbor attack. There was no chance that Japan could go on to actually defeat the US with its enormous industrial might, but today, dear friends, it is different, and it was different by 1982 as regarded Russia. The luxury of time was gone. If the weapons were not ready when war began, they could not be built in time to help, and even more importantly, the intended enemy in 1982 was far more powerful militarily than the United States. And so top Pentagon strategists were first strike oriented. In a military campaign, he who strikes the first blow always has the advantage. If the first blow is also a surprise, the advantage is tremendous because, of all factors of military strategy, surprise is the most important. On September 17, 1982, the US came within mere hours of actually launching a surprise nuclear first strike against Russia. It was the culmination of a hurry-up war plan about which we have written extensively. The struggle over that war plan spawned major headlines that year. These included the Falklands War, then the sudden resignation, firing, of Secretary of State Alexander Haig. The plan suffered repeated setbacks and yet, it stayed on schedule. It was only during the final 2 weeks or so that the so-called Project Z war plan finally fell apart too far to proceed. The critical events which brought that about were a policy change in Red China, Russian military action in space, and limited public exposure at the last minute. It is the last-minute exposure such as we gave to the October 3, 1990 operation which shut down the actual attack. The war planners were frustrated both times and they came very close to succeeding both times. Having come that close to success in 1982, they were convinced they would succeed on the next attempt and built in alternative pronouncement and distractors if, as in October 1990, it needed alternative scheduling. The plans were to get planning underway and scheduled for a final crisis sequence for the next attempt. At the time it was hoped to pull it off as early as 1984. As the new 1984 plan was set in motion on September 14, 3 days before the aborted end of Project Z, the Israeli plan to murder Lebanese President-elect Bashir Gemayel was carried out. That provided the excuse for the Israelis to invade Beirut and quickly arrange for a mass murder of Palestinian civilian refugees. The real payoff of all this was the return of American Marines to Beirut in the beginning of a new and open-ended deployment in Lebanon. Marines, as you recall, were sent there to become the focus of a major incident. This would come about under the joint plan of the Bolshevik/Zionist-controlled United States Pentagon and the Israeli Mossad. The Mossad was to arrange for a number of your Marines to be killed in an incident that would be blamed on the Arabs. This would be used to inflame American public opinion to help lead you into war, including, ultimately, nuclear war. It was to be a replay of the strategy used in 1898 with the battleship Maine. Already your psychological conditioning for that planned incident to come was well underway. On November 1, 1982, a car bomb exploded close to a Marine position in the south of Beirut. There were no serious injuries that time because there were not meant to be any, but the atmosphere of danger to your leathernecks was being dramatized so you wouldn't miss the main event. At the same time the government was starting to talk about sending in more Marines, many more, perhaps up to some 5,000, and those who were already in Lebanon were gradually fanning out into more and more dangerous duty areas. All of this was set in motion in spite of blunt Russian warnings. This was accomplished by carrying out the Beirut massacre, but the massacre also had a dangerous side effect in the form of worldwide condemnation of Israel. Throughout the latter half of September the reaction to the Beirut massacre was building fast, especially among the public of Israel and America. Within Israel itself, ways were available to maneuver the protests and keep them from getting out of control. But in the US it was essential to snuff out the reaction to the massacre very quickly, otherwise it could have done real damage to the Bolshevik Zionist junta that ran the American and Israeli military machine. People were beginning to question America's blind support for Israel's military power. In order to blot out the Beirut massacre from American minds, a second massacre was perpetrated barely 2 weeks later right in America's dooryard. It was the Tylenol massacre. The specter of over 1,000 rotting bodies in far-off Beirut was quickly forgotten in the scare over those 7 deaths in Chicago. For most Americans the Tylenol scare just blanked out everything else. It was an evil masterpiece of psychological trickery. Most of you find it hard to identify with what happened in Beirut, but you could certainly identify with a person taking a headache pill and falling over dead of cyanide poison. One story had to do with a lot of foreign people in a far-off land, the other had to do with what was portrayed as a threat to each of you most personally indeed. The Tylenol story was kept churning on the front pages for a full month, all through October. Hold your breath for the rest of the show this month. Finally, there was starting to be some renewed emphasis of the Beirut tragedy in the news by early November. You were beginning to again hear from eyewitnesses to the slaughter who were contradicting Defense Minister Sharon's claim that the Israelis could not see the killing. But the psychological danger point passed for the Israelis. It quickly became old news to most people. No matter what would come later, it would have almost no chance of interfering with the ongoing war plans. The Reagan Bolsheviks and the Begin Zionists were looking ahead to the next opportunity, but in doing so the Israeli cabinet suddenly noticed something that made their blood run a bit on the cold side. Were they not totally cold-blooded to begin with? It was right there on the Hebrew lunar calendar, which uses Hebrew letters instead of numbers to designate the year. For the next Jewish New Year, dear ones, those letters spelled out the word doom. The Begin cabinet was reacting to this discovery as if the finger of God had already appeared and written that word doom on the wall of the Nesatan. No wonder, because they have blood smeared all over their soiled hands. The Jewish New Year in 1982 began with the Beirut massacre carried out under the authority of the Begin cabinet, but the militant Zionists in Israel were reacting as they always react when confronted with unwelcome facts. They never consider changing their own ways, instead their solution is, in their own words, to create new facts. And that is how they tried to erase that word doom from their calendar. On October 22 a resolution was passed before the Begin cabinet to change the designation of the next New Year by rearranging the letters of the calendar. The American Bolsheviks and their Israeli Zionist allies started the lengthy process of recycling their war plans for another try. One factor in the new process would be Bolshevik intrigue to try to set off war between India and Pakistan. You had better take careful note of the news being made right now, regarding Pakistan. The key to war would be the disputed territory between India and Pakistan called Kashmir. Kashmir had been held together in relative stability since 1975 by Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah, known as the Lion of Kashmir. But along about June of 1982 the stabilizer began to have strange and worrisome heart attacks which, of course, were not an accident. Finally on September 8, after some 5 months of increasing attacks, he succumbed. Abdullah's removal from the scene helped start setting the stage for the Hindu-Pakistani war. However, the Russians knew what was afoot as they always do, and they were advising India's leader, Indira Gandhi, to defuse the situation. As a result, she invited Pakistan's General Zia to New Delhi for talks on improving relations. Zia arrived on November 1, met with Mrs. Gandhi, and left a group of diplomats to work out details. I guess you all well remember what happened to Mrs. Gandhi. Recycling for war. The process of recycling for another war try involves many aspects of the total military picture and constant updating of circumstance. For one thing, the Bolshevik Pentagon war planners hoped to rebuild and upgrade some semblance of their secret weapons reserves. Further, the Bolshevik-controlled secret naval facilities were not completely destroyed even though they were put out of action. A crash program immediately started to repair the damage, both at South Georgia Island and at the 2 southern New Zealand sites. A portion of the Bolshevik stealth navy escaped altogether from the hostilities. Another aspect of the Pentagon's recycling process had to do with America's newly deployed secret stealth planes, called Phantom warplanes. Those had yet to be tested in combat, but it was believed that they would be capable of successfully attacking Russia. However, due to the sudden change in China's policies in early September, the crucial Xinjiang province launch area was unavailable. Should it remain unavailable at the next planned attempt, the Pentagon was determined to have the next best backup site ready to serve. That backup site, dear hearts, was none other than Kashmir, the disputed area between India and Pakistan. It is inferior to Xinjiang province, China, being nearly twice as far away from Russia's Cosmosphere bases, but it is still better than anything else, so don't be surprised if Pakistan goes ahead and gets into war with India at a moment's notice. The Space Shuttle missions, still L-982. The Space Shuttle remained the indispensable key to the Pentagon's plans to use space for the coming nuclear war. All 4 shuttle missions up to November 1982 had been military missions, described to the public as test flights. In November the 5th shuttle launch was scheduled, November 11th. In order to preserve appearance, there was no choice but to start following through with some launches of civilian payloads. That was what Space Shuttle number 5 would be doing. For the first time there would be no particular military payload, as prior, on the shuttle. For that reason, on that flight you would probably get to see what was actually happening. There were other changes, also, for the first 4 flights used a skeleton crew of only 2 astronauts. This 5th flight would carry 4 Allen, Brandt, Overmeyer, and Lenore, 3 of whom would be civilians. The most important first, however, would be one that was totally unsuspected by the public. It would be the first mission to use just one shuttle from start to finish. The first 4 missions used the 2 shuttle stratagem which we have described. Each time you watched a shuttle with the name Columbia on the side take off from Florida. Once in orbit, the plan called for the astronauts to carry out their military mission while the public was shown falsified space movies about the flight. Then the 2-man crew was to return to Earth, not aboard the shuttle itself but aboard a 2-man re-entry capsule. The shuttle itself, if possible, was to return to Earth unmanned, landing by computer control in Western Australia. Finally, back on Earth, the 2 astronauts boarded a different shuttle with the name Columbia on the side. It was boosted to high speed and then glided to Earth for the public to watch. But for the 5th flight it was to be different and could carry 4 crew members. The return capsule could only carry 2 persons. The flight would take some 5 days and the landing was planned for California. It was a very unnerving event for NASA. It was assumed that because there was no military payload that Russia would allow it to make the flight, but they had another very large worry whether or not the heat tiles would work. Details were worked out regarding all such contingencies because the space shuttle would be extremely important in all future plans which were already underway. Those plans are still underway and the shuttles are still very important indeed, and although the last launch appeared to be successful it was not. So be it. Dharma, allow us to close the segment, please. I believe that this is an appropriate place to break off this journal because the subject is too lengthy to complete herein and the volume will become unwieldy. I believe that I shall write all introduction but will not take time for a postscript, for we will move right on with the same manner of presentation. Salut. I am Hayton.